Chapter 1. Signing in at the Palace of the Omni-King in a certain corner of the Palace of the Omni-King, amidst the chaotic realm of Dragon Ball Super. Boom, boom, boom. Two figures clashed repeatedly, each impact causing the entire palace to tremble. The ferocious winds ravaged the battlefield unrelentingly. The two combatants accelerated, their silhouettes becoming mere shadows as they collided in midair, sending ripples of white energy cascading outward. Bang! Once again, a thunderous collision resonated. Crash! One figure was violently propelled away from the center of the clash, crashing heavily onto the palace floor. Instantly, the ground was dented, leaving a deep crater where a figure lay. Wang Teng. Are you all right? The Grand Priest descended slowly from the air, a smile gracing his features as he inquired about Wang Teng. Wang Teng was the young man who had just battled the Grand Priest and was now embedded in the ground. I'm fine. I can still fight. Let's go again. Wang Teng struggled to rise, brushing off the dust from his attire, speaking earnestly. Seeing that his opponent was unscathed, the Grand Priest chuckled. Your strength has improved significantly. We shall call it a day. Moreover, your progress is quite rapid, and you are now capable of matching some of the weaker gods of destruction. The Grand Priest regarded the young Saiyan, now transformed into a Super Saiyan 4th stage, with a sense of satisfaction. This young man, known as Wang Teng, was indeed a Saiyan, and he had attained the ability to transform into the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. However, unbeknownst to the Grand Priest, this young man who had appeared in the palace of the Omni-King was a traveler from another world. 2 years prior, he had inexplicably traversed into the realm of Dragon Ball Super, arriving directly at the palace of the Omni-King. Faced with the scrutiny of the Omni-King and other deities, Wang Teng remained composed, fully aware of the Omni-King's character due to his avid fandom of Dragon Ball. With no power at his disposal and lacking any ulterior motives, he candidly answered their inquiries, ultimately earning the Omni-King's permission to reside there. Since then, his daily task was to entertain the Omni-King. Fortunately, having learned many tricks before his journey, he managed to keep the Omni-King thoroughly amused. As a favored individual close to the Omni-King, Wang Teng was treated with respect by the palace guards and the Grand Priest alike. Thus, upon Wang Teng's request, the Grand Priest would occasionally offer him some pointers when time allowed. Fully aware of the dangers within this world, Wang Teng trained tirelessly day and night. After 2 years, his strength had reached the level of a god of destruction. Of course, there was another reason for this, a secret known to none. On the second day after arriving at the palace of the Omni-King, he awakened a signing-in system. By signing in at the palace of the Omni-King, Wang Teng acquired a base combat power of 10 million. He also gained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan 4th stage. Additionally, he obtained the mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique. Achieving the level of a god of destruction within a mere 2 years is largely attributable to the system. Alongside the abundant divine energy present within the palace of the Omni-King, even ordinary individuals residing here, without engaging in cultivation, experience rapid enhancement of their strength. Thus, under such favorable conditions, Wang Teng's primary objective is to elevate his fundamental combat prowess. Only by bolstering his foundational strength can he fully harness the transformation into Super Saiyan God. While he has yet to grasp the intricacies of the Ultimate Instinct technique, he is confident that comprehension is merely a matter of time. The High Priest has praised me, yet I am acutely aware that my current strength is still a far cry from that of other gods of destruction. Wang Teng remarked with a smile. As a transmigrator, he possesses a profound understanding of the formidable nature of the gods of destruction, particularly Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Even the weakest among them is beyond his current capabilities. Wang Teng, to have reached this level in merely 2 years, is indeed an impressive feat. You could be considered prodigy. The High Priest proclaimed. Some gods of destruction have been divine for millions of years, and it has taken them eons to attain such heights. In comparison, your potential and talent are unparalleled in my experience. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng promptly expressed his gratitude to the High Priest. After all, there was no obligation for him to offer such commendations, indicating that his rapport with the Omni-King is quite favorable. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Teng felt immense joy at the High Priest's words and sincerely appreciated his kindness. In a few days, he resolved to prepare a culinary delight for the High Priest, as he had previously been a renowned chef before his transmigration, and the High Priest had been unable to forget the exquisite flavors of his cuisine after a chance encounter. Although he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to training over the past 2 years, allocating nearly all his time to cultivation aside from his duties in the presence of the Omni-King, each battle with the High Priest had proven immensely beneficial. It can be said that without the High Priest's patience in battling and guiding him, his progress would not have been so swift. At that moment, his foundational combat power had undergone a qualitative leap, for it is the fundamental strength that holds paramount importance for the Saiyans. All transformations amplify the base combat power. Wang Teng. You're far too courteous. It was merely that fish and tofu soup from last time. It was truly delightful. The high priest chuckled. Indeed, the deities within the Dragon Ball universe are veritable gourmands once their appetites are satisfied. Negotiations become far easier, rest assured. High priest, I have been experimenting with a new soup recipe, and I shall invite you to taste it soon. Upon hearing this, the high priest's face lit up with joy. In that case, continue your training. Wang Teng, I must attend to my duties. Do not forget about the new soup. With those parting words, the high priest departed. At that moment, the system's cold voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 600 sign-ins at the palace of the Omni-King sign-in reward. Super Saiyan 5 transformation. Wang Teng gasped in astonishment. What? Super Saiyan 5 transformation? Hearing the cold, mechanical voice of the system, Wang Teng's body trembled violently. Excitement, unparalleled excitement. To his astonishment, the reward bestowed by the system this time was the transformation into Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5 is an exceptionally powerful transformation in the realm of Dragon Ball fan creations, offering an unparalleled enhancement for Saiyans. Wonderful! My strength will soar to new heights, and in the next battle, I shall surely surprise the Grand Minister. Wang Teng was overwhelmed with joy at this moment. He felt the most exhilarated he had been in the 2 years since he arrived in the Dragon Ball universe. His combat power had now placed him among the elite ranks within the entire Dragon Ball world. With the foundational combat power he had steadily cultivated over the past 2 years, combined with the Super Saiyan 5 form, he was confident that even the mightiest of the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus, could be defeated. However, at this moment, his heart was aflame with a restless desire to challenge the Grand Minister, as the warrior spirit of the Saiyan blood within him surged fervently. Just then, a guard beside the Omni-King suddenly emerged from the ground. Mr. Wang Teng, the Omni-King requests your presence. After delivering the message, the guard vanished without a trace. Wang Teng hesitated no longer and promptly disappeared from his location, swiftly making his way toward the royal palace of the Omni-King. Chapter 2. The Final Battle with Champa. In no time, Wang Teng traversed the lengthy corridor and arrived at the Grand Hall. Within the magnificent hall, the Omni-King sat upon his throne, flanked by 2 formidable guards radiating a powerful aura. Lord Omni-King, I have arrived. Wang Teng called out to the Omni-King. The Omni-King responded softly, his childlike voice echoing gently upon seeing Wang Teng. The Omni-King's already small eyes sparkled with delight, a smile spreading across his face. Little Teng, you've come. Do you recognize these 2 beside me? At the sound of the Omni-King's voice, Wang Teng noticed for the first time the 2 individuals standing nearby. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were none other than the angel Vados and the god of destruction Champa from Universe 6. As depicted in the Dragon Ball Super storyline, Vados donned a predominantly dark green angelic attire, wielding an angelic staff, her silver-white ponytail elegantly tied high, exuding an air of grace and tranquility. Her physique was nothing short of stunning, perfectly balanced with curves in all the right places and a slender form where it mattered. Having admired Vados from the Dragon Ball series, Wang Teng was astounded to find her even more breathtaking in person than on screen. This was his first encounter with any angel other than the Grand Minister, and to meet Vados was truly a stroke of fortune. The Vados before him was the epitome of elegance and beauty. Meanwhile, the god of destruction Champa was drenched in sweat, hunched over in a state of utter panic, seemingly overwhelmed. Lord Omni-King, this is the first time I've met these 2. Wang Teng addressed the Omni-King. The Omni-King then soared into the air, hovering before Wang Teng. At the sight of the Omni-King approaching, Champa's anxiety intensified, causing him to hunch even lower, hardly daring to lift his head. Yet the angel Vados maintained her frigid demeanor, her expression unaltered. Little Teng, you have been diligently training of late. I am quite eager to witness your combat prowess. Hence, I have summoned the god of destruction from Universe 6. Would you care to engage him in a duel? If you emerge victorious, I shall reward you with a splendid prize. The king of all small eyes sparkled with anticipation. Meeting the gaze of the king, Wang Teng smiled. Since it pleases you, my lord, I shall indeed spar with Champa. Upon hearing this, the king of all leaped with joy. Let us commence, it shall be truly spectacular. Meanwhile, the angel Vados, observing the king's demeanor towards a mere human, couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. The king returned to his throne, while Champa began to feel slightly more at ease, yet still refrained from raising his head. Champa, face off against little Teng. At this, Kampa was drenched in sweat. His body trembling slightly, he hastily replied, "Yes." In the next moment, Vados gently tapped her angelic staff upon the ground, and an arena materialized within the grand hall. Wang Teng leaped onto the platform, followed by Kampa, who finally lifted his head. His plump face, initially filled with panic, transformed into a fierce scowl upon seeing his opponent was a human. "Boy, though, I know not why the king of all regards you with such favor. I must defeat you today," Kampa coldly declared as he fixed his gaze on Wang Teng. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's expression turned serious, and he replied in a calm tone, "Do not hold back. I too wish to witness the true strength of the god of destruction from Universe 6. With that, the king of all watched the arena with a beaming smile. "Let the battle begin. I am filled with anticipation." Upon the king's command, Kampa let out a low growl, unleashing a wave of purple energy that caused the entire arena to tremble. He refrained from exerting his full power, believing his opponent to merely be a human. However, given the king's evident favoritism, he feared that a misstep could lead to dire consequences. A deep roar erupted from Wang Teng's throat. His entire being igniting with golden flames, and overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the very palace of the king of all to quiver. "Little Tung has transformed. How splendid!" The king of all exclaimed with excitement. The fearsome golden flames crackled as they interacted with the air. Wang Teng underwent a remarkable transformation. His black hair now streaked with red, and a crimson tail swayed freely behind him surrounding his body. A ripple of energy began to expand outward, silver-white, lightning intertwined within the golden energy waves. Wang Teng had ascended to the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Little Tung seems to have a new visage. How impressive. The king of all appeared to be in exceptionally high spirits at that moment, though there was no visible change on the face of Beerus. A sense of astonishment stirred within him. He had never anticipated that Scions could transform in such a manner. While it was known that the 6th universe also harbored Scions, aside from their primal transformations, he had heard of no other metamorphoses. An overwhelming surge of power seemed to fill the entirety of the Grand Minister's palace in an instant. What nonsense is this? How could a mere human possess such formidable strength? Although he has yet to reach the level of a god of destruction, the sheer capability of a human has astonished me. Beerus murmured in disbelief in his mind. There could not exist a being as powerful among humans to him. They were mere ants, easily crushed beneath his finger. The scene unfolding before him was utterly shocking. This power is indeed formidable. "Lord Beerus, you must not falter," the angel Vados remarked with a faint smile. At her words, Beerus snorted in disdain. In the next moment, Wang Teng sprang into action, swiftly moving across the arena, his crimson figure darting about with agility. "Humph, how arrogant!" Beerus scoffed and charged forward, unleashing a powerful punch aimed at Wang Teng. As the fist loomed larger, Wang Teng met a heat. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rippled through the air as their fists clashed. An ominous energy intertwined, their roars growing louder, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. "What a thrilling spectacle!" the Grand Minister exclaimed with delight. Suddenly, Wang Teng transformed his punch into an open palm, seizing Beerus' fist with a violent tug. He propelled his knee forcefully into Beerus' abdomen. Witnessing this, Vados shook her head disapprovingly. "Lord Beerus, this is the consequence of neglecting your fitness." Clearly enraged by Wang Teng's maneuver, Beerus erupted with a terrifying violet energy, surging towards him with haste. Both combatants moved at blinding speed, shadows flitting across the arena in an instant. They had exchanged blows numerous times. Seizing an opportunity, Beerus grasped Wang Teng's arm and, with a fierce pull, hurled him away, unleashing a violet energy blast in pursuit. Wang Teng swiftly regained his balance on the arena, and as the violet blast closed in, he swung his arm and deflected it with force. Just as the violet blast threatened to detonate within the palace, Vados gently tapped her staff on the ground, causing the energy to vanish into thin air. Gazing at Beerus, enveloped in the violet energy, Wang Teng spoke solemnly. "You have not disappointed me, truly a god of destruction of the 6th universe. It appears I must unleash my full power." Chapter 3. Wang Teng, the celestial inspector. After their exchange, Wang Teng immediately sensed the overwhelming strength of the god of destruction and resolved to summon all his might, transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 5th level to engage in battle. In truth, Wang Teng was acutely aware that the enhancement afforded by Super Saiyan 5 was incomparable to that of Super Saiyan 4. While the augmentation provided by Super Saiyan 4 was formidable, it remained insufficient to triumph over the god of destruction. Only by transforming into Super Saiyan 5 could he hope to truly contend with such a formidable deity. Over the past 2 years, Wang Teng had diligently improved his foundational combat strength, which had now ascended to a divine level as he prepared to transform into Super Saiyan 5. He felt a measure of confidence that he could withstand the God of Destruction's might. However, should Sun Wukong and Vegeta also attain the Super Saiyan 5 form, there would still be a considerable disparity in power between them and the God of Destruction. Little Tung actually possesses an even mightier transformation. How exhilarating! Exclaimed the Omni-King, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I am about to transform into Super Saiyan 5 Xiangpa. You must be on your guard. In response, Xiangpa scoffed, ignorant little human. Even if you were to transform 100 times, your strength would still pale in comparison to that of the God of Destruction. As Xiangpa's voice faded, an immense energy began to surge within Wang Teng. Simultaneously, a deep roar emanated from Wang Teng's throat. In the next moment, the entire Omni-King palace trembled. Golden energy continuously surged around him, akin to the arrival of a great quake, and soon cracks began to appear on the arena. The roar persisted. Small stones were constantly lifted from the arena, creating a cacophony of sounds in the air. Golden currents swirled around Wang Teng. Ferocious lightning danced within these currents, radiating brilliant light. What a terrifying force! How could this individual possess such immense power? Shock was etched across Xiangpa's face. Wang Teng instantaneously transformed, his white hair cascading down to his waist, while a white tail swayed vigorously in the air. The power of Super Saiyan 5 had undergone a qualitative enhancement compared to before. Transformed, changed, how impressive. The Omni-King seemed utterly captivated. At this moment, a tumultuous and fearsome power coursed through Wang Teng. No wonder Lord Omni-King regards this human with such esteem. It appears this individual is a prodigious talent in cultivation. The angel Beerus chuckled softly, covering her red lips. After completing his transformation, Wang Teng confidently gazed at Xiangpa and declared, "Shall we commence the second round?" At this moment, the disdain had vanished from Xiangpa's face. He sensed danger emanating from the human before him. In the next second, Wang Teng moved, vanishing from his position in the blink of an eye. Xiangpa gritted his silver teeth, purple energy immediately enveloping him, and he too vanished from sight. Bang, bang, bang. As the battle commenced, the two engaged in a rapid clash, with the air resonating with the shockwaves of their energy collisions, the frequency of which intensified, indicating the growing ferocity of the fight. The Omni-King's small eyes were fixated on the sky, his face alight with excitement. What a spectacle! Boom. Suddenly, a figure plummeted rapidly. It was Xiangpa? Whoosh. Wang Teng charged forward, unleashing a fearsome punch. A flicker of anger crossed Xiangpa's face. He was the god of destruction of the sixth universe, a pinnacle existence in the cosmos. When had he ever been so overwhelmed in battle? With a thunderous shout, Xiangpa unleashed a terrifying aura, purple energy waves surging around him. Wang Teng's fist halted mid-air, for he had lost his target. Xiangpa had vanished. Over here, Wang Teng pivoted, sweeping his fist horizontally, but Xiangpa swiftly grasped his arm with both hands, and with a mighty roar, Wang Teng was flung away. In a sudden descent, he halted mid-air, ceaselessly searching for Xiangpa's figure. Just moments ago, Xiangpa vanished from the arena. Subsequently, Wang Teng let out a cold chuckle, sensing a fierce punch rushing towards him. Slightly tilting his head, Xiangpa's fist immediately met with emptiness. Following this, Wang Teng swiftly seized Xiangpa's arm, bellowing with fervor, and began to spin wildly around himself. In the next instant, Xiangpa's body was forcefully flung away. Boom! Xiangpa's form crashed heavily onto the arena, creating a massive crater. Receive this. Wang Teng conjured an energy orb that shot forth, followed by a barrage of countless energy orbs. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous cacophony reverberated. Dense clouds of dust swiftly enveloped the entirety of the king's palace. As the dust settled, Xiangpa's furious visage emerged upon the arena. His once pristine destruction god attire was now marred with dirt, looking quite disheveled. Here is one for you. Xiangpa swiftly produced a purple energy orb and hurled it towards Wang Teng. Reacting quickly, Wang Teng unleashed his own energy orb. Boom. The two orbs collided, erupting in an explosion. Whoosh. Purple and golden lights darted through the dust. The two opponents met palm to palm in a relentless struggle. Terrifying waves of energy surged, and countless debris soared into the air. The air was filled with the crackling sounds of their clash. The intensity of their energy escalated, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. Impressive. The king of all rose to his feet. At that moment, The voice of Beerus echoed, Lord Xiangpa, Lord Wang Teng. Cease this at once. If this continues, the entire palace will collapse. Upon hearing this, the king of all managed to calm his exhilaration. Little Tung Tung, halt your efforts. Xiangpa, you too. Hearing the king's voice, Xiangpa hurriedly withdrew his energy, respectfully standing aside. Wang Teng's voice of complaint rang out, Your Majesty. I was on the verge of determining the victor against Xiangpa. Why must we stop now? As soon as he finished speaking, the king of all beamed at Wang Teng. Little Ting Ting, if you are so fond of battle, shall we organize a tournament next time? Upon hearing the prospect of combat, Wang Teng felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, he realized he was increasingly resembling a scion, as the warrior spirit coursed deeply within his veins. Then, the king of all spoke slowly. I mentioned that should you win, a small reward would be granted. Although you both seem evenly matched, I sense that little Ting Tung is truly remarkable. I hereby appoint you as an enforcer. Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. To refuse an official position would be foolish, after all. The king of all was the greatest deity in the universe, and the title he bestowed could not possibly be of lesser worth. Suddenly, he spoke swiftly. All thanks to your majesty, the king. Upon hearing the king casually appoint Wang Teng as the inspector, Xiangpa felt a surge of shock within, yet dared not reveal it. The inspector was a divine official who exercised the king's authority, standing alongside the high priest, a position of immense power, one that towered above countless others, even surpassing that of the deity of destruction. Your Majesty, while Lord Wang Teng is indeed commendable, is it wise to appoint him as inspector? Angel Bados interjected. I believe that little Tung Tung is more than capable. I have complete confidence in his abilities. Upon hearing the king's response, Angel Bados understood that the king had made his decision and ceased to speak further. Wang Teng, you shall henceforth serve as the inspector of the divine realm, wielding the power of oversight and instilling awe across the universe. If this matter were to reach the ears of the high priest, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Chapter 4. Arrival on Earth in the next moment. The king suddenly levitated. He gazed at Wang Teng and spoke slowly. Now that you are an inspector, it is imperative that you fulfill the responsibilities that come with this title. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. Responsibilities? This was the first time he had heard of the role of inspector, and he was not entirely clear on what specific duties it entailed. Bados smiled gently, saying, My Lord Inspector, your responsibility is to oversee every divine official in the lower realms to ensure their diligence, and you must report to His Majesty once a year. At Bados' explanation, Wang Teng's heart soared with joy. He had just been contemplating how to confront the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku from the 7th universe, and now, unexpectedly, an opportunity had presented itself through his new position. Moreover, with his current strength, he was more than capable of sweeping through all 12 universes. Wang Teng immediately assured the king that he would fulfill his duties with utmost dedication. Hearing Wang Teng's affirmation, the king chuckled. Since you are now an inspector, you can no longer be called Little Tung Tung. The time for your trials has come, Inspector. A year from now, I eagerly await your report. When you return, it will coincide with the grand tournament of the 12 universes. I am truly looking forward to it. A broad smile adorned the king's face. Very well. Wang Teng readily agreed. After taking his leave from the king, he made his way out of the grand hall. Upon returning to his training grounds, he resumed his rigorous practice. He could not afford to slacken his training simply because he had become an inspector, for he still had to contend with angels, high priests, the king's guards, and the formidable power of the king himself. To navigate the Dragon Ball universe with a sense of security, one must stand atop the world and seize their own destiny. Thus, it was essential to defeat all who were stronger than himself, while continually enhancing his fundamental combat strength. He seized every moment of free time to comprehend the ultimate technique of freedom. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. However, Wang Teng had yet to master the ultimate technique of freedom. Nonetheless, he had made significant progress, and it was merely a matter of time before he fully grasped it. One must maintain a tranquil mindset, should one act with undue haste. It is highly likely that one will never truly comprehend the essence of the ultimate freedom technique. Wang Teng rose to his feet and exhaled softly. It was time to depart. He understood that he should commence his inspection of the various universes, with his first destination being Earth in the 7th universe. Having traversed from a state of mediocrity, he now possessed power rivaling that of a god of destruction. Yet he had never left the Grand King's palace. Now, he was finally about to do so. Wang Teng was also eager to meet the Dragon Ball warriors. At his current level of strength, it would take him a mere 20 minutes to travel from the realm of the gods of destruction to Earth in the 7th universe. After making his preparations, he transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished from the palace. The Inspector Wang Teng had finally departed from the Grand King's palace. In the Grand Palace, the Grand Minister stood beneath the Grand King and spoke slowly. "My lord, the Inspector has left the temple." Upon hearing this, the Grand King replied, "Oh, has little Ting Ting already departed? I truly look forward to his return. When he does, there are matters we must convey to him." The Grand Minister's gaze turned unusually grave at the Grand King's words. Were those individuals indeed going to descend upon this world once more? The Grand King's seemingly innocent expression flickered with a hint of seriousness. 20 minutes later, Wang Teng appeared in the skies above Earth, murmuring, "Is this truly Earth?" It certainly evokes a sense of familiarity. As the primary planet of the Dragon Ball universe, Earth not only boasts an exquisite environment, but is also exceptionally suitable for human habitation. Furthermore, the Earth Wang Teng knew prior to his journey bore a striking resemblance to the Earth of the Dragon Ball world, which instilled within him a sense of returning home. Once he regained his focus, Wang Teng immediately dove downwards. Upon arriving on Earth, he instantly sensed a formidable energy moving at great speed. Could this energy belong to Gohan? Wang Teng pondered silently, for before his departure, he had utilized the system to specifically check the timeline on Earth. Presently, it was during the period of Dragon Ball Super. After Beerus had visited Earth, and Goku and Vegeta were training on the God of Destruction's planet under Whis' guidance. Thus, the strongest warrior on Earth at this moment was none other than Gohan, allowing Wang Teng to deduce that this energy emanated from him. As he contemplated, the voice of the system resonated within Wang Teng's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at Earth in the 7th universe. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Kamehameha technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining instant transmission." Meanwhile, Gohan, who was about to assist his mother in shopping in West City, suddenly sensed an overwhelming energy. What is this energy? So terrifying and unfamiliar. Could it be a new enemy? Son Gohan abruptly halted midair, his gaze fixed intently upon a distant point. An overwhelming aura enveloped him, instilling a sense of dread that surpassed all previous encounters with adversaries. The intensity was formidable. However, steeling himself, Son Gohan propelled himself toward the direction of Wang Teng. In an instant, he transformed into a mere speck of light, vanishing into the horizon. Wang Teng, who had just completed his system check-in, noticed Gohan's approach and chose to await his arrival atop a mountain peak. 5 minutes later, accompanied by a piercing sound and the emergence of a luminous point, Son Gohan materialized before Wang Teng. As he hovered in front of Wang Teng, a weighty solemnity washed over his expression. The man before him was unfamiliar, adorned in peculiar garments reminiscent of the Kaishin's attire. At that moment, Wang Teng was clad in the robes of a divine realm inspector. "May I inquire who you are? What brings you to Earth? Are you a deity akin to the Kaishin?" Son Gohan posed his questions earnestly. In response, Wang Teng merely chuckled softly. Yet, when Son Gohan caught sight of the tale that Wang Teng deliberately revealed, a look of shock spread across his face. A Saiyan, Son Gohan was momentarily rendered speechless. Despite his reluctance to accept it, the presence of the tale unmistakably indicated that the man before him was indeed a Saiyan. Moreover, Wang Teng's jet-black hair further solidified Gohan's suspicions. Nevertheless, a profound concern lingered in Son Gohan's heart. "Are you truly a Saiyan?" he ventured to ask once more. Though he already harbored an answer within, he yearned to hear it articulated. The Saiyans were a warrior race known for their fierce temperament. Vegeta had experienced the warmth of family and been influenced by Sun Wukong, while Sun Wukong himself had suffered a head injury in his youth. If he were to encounter a pure-blooded Saiyan, the consequences could be dire. Wang Teng, fully aware of Son Gohan's apprehensions, responded with a smile, "Indeed, I am a Saiyan." Upon hearing Wang Teng's candid admission, a wave of tension washed over Son Gohan. "What is your purpose for coming to Earth? Do you intend to conquer it?" he inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Wang Teng couldn't help but chuckle at Gohan's words. He was taken aback by how much Gohan's power had waned and how his courage had diminished. Determined to rekindle Gohan's warrior spirit, Wang Teng proposed, "You are a Saiyan as well, aren't you? Show me your strength." Taken aback, Son Gohan replied, "You wish to fight me?" Wang Teng nodded affirmatively. Gohan immediately fell into contemplation, and at that moment, Wang Teng's voice resonated once more. I am not here to negotiate with you. If your abilities are lacking, I could effortlessly obliterate this planet. Chapter 5. The First Encounter with Bulma. Upon hearing Wang Teng's intention to destroy Earth, Gohan clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. If that is the case, then I must take offense. With a grave expression, Gohan swiftly removed his glasses and assumed a combative stance. His demeanor was tense as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Teng, then unleashed a rapid punch. In response to the swiftly approaching fist, Wang Teng merely extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking Gohan's fierce strike. In the next instant, Gohan felt a sudden blur before a finger tapped his forehead. The very next moment, he experienced a whirlwind sensation, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. Boom! Gohan's form crashed heavily into a small hill, reducing it to rubble and sending dust swirling in the air, instantly burying him beneath the debris. Wang Teng descended slowly, remarking, "Is this all you are capable of?" He was taken aback by Gohan's apparent decline in strength, a stark contrast to the rigorous training he had anticipated. It seemed that Chi-Chi's discipline had been excessively stringent. As the dust gradually settled, Gohan erupted from the pile of stones, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Teng. "You might as well transform into a Super Saiyan," Wang Teng said coldly. Gohan's expression shifted between uncertainty and determination. He had not anticipated that his opponent was aware of the Super Saiyan transformation. However, recognizing the formidable strength of his adversary, Gohan resolved not to hesitate any longer. With a powerful shout, he unleashed his energy. A golden aura surging upwards from beneath him as his hair transformed into a brilliant gold. Super Saiyan. Now radiating an overwhelming aura, Gohan felt a surge of confidence. "You'd better be careful." Wang Teng gazed at Gohan, astonished that the once mighty warrior capable of vanquishing Majin Buu had seen such a decline in combat prowess. Truly, knowledge has the power to alter one's fate. At this moment, Gohan had not realized that he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, his opponent, Wang Teng, remained seemingly unfazed and inscrutable. Suddenly, Wang Teng gestured towards Gohan with a wave of his hand. Observing the provocative gesture, Gohan's anger surged, and he exclaimed, "How dare you underestimate me?" Without further ado, Wu Fan vanished into the sky, transforming into a Super Saiyan as he swiftly propelled himself forward. Wukong unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Wang Teng. In the face of this swift assault, Wang Teng effortlessly extended a single finger, successfully deflecting Wukong's fist with ease. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon gritted his teeth, propelling himself swiftly into the sky as a barrage of energy spheres erupted from his hands. The sound of rapid fire echoed, each sphere detonating upon impact with Wang Teng, creating a cacophony of explosions. Suddenly, another formidable energy sphere was unleashed, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that illuminated the sky with a brilliant blaze and sent billowing clouds of smoke into the air. Gohan gasped for breath in midair, exclaiming, "Huh? Now you understand my prowess." As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, his eyes widened in disbelief. To his astonishment, Wang Teng stood before him, utterly unscathed. A calm voice emanated from Wang Teng. "I am truly disappointed. I didn't expect your strength to be so meager." Gohan gazed at Wang Teng, his expression filled with shock. Then, Wang Teng unleashed an explosive surge of energy, golden waves of aura erupting from the ground beneath him. A terrifying force radiated outward, causing the very earth to tremble. His hair transformed into a brilliant gold, and at that moment, he became an embodiment of unimaginable power. The golden energy surged higher and higher. Gohan swallowed hard, declaring, Super Saiyan, allow me to teach you how to wield your energy." With a thunderous roar, Wang Teng vanished from the sky, only to reappear in an instant, delivering a devastating punch to Gohan's abdomen. Gohan immediately felt a searing pain spread throughout his body. He instantly reverted from Super Saiyan to his normal form, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. When Gohan awoke once more, he found Wang Teng seated beside him. Upon hearing the unexpected words, Gohan was taken aback, swiftly rising to distance himself from Wang Teng. "What do you truly desire? Are you intent on destroying the earth?" Wang Teng chuckled softly in response. "Destroying the earth is of no interest to me. I am no destroyer." At the mention of a destroyer, Gohan furrowed his brow. "What? Do you know Lord Beerus?" he inquired cautiously. Just then, the voice of the North Kai echoed in Gohan's mind. "Gohan, before you is the esteemed prosecutor of the divine realm. Do not be disrespectful." Relieved after communicating with the North Kai, Gohan felt a sense of ease, realizing that as a divine inspector, the individual before him would surely not wish to harm the earth. His tone softened, especially given the immense strength emanating from Wang Teng, which instilled an unfamiliar sense of trepidation within him. Moreover, Wang Teng's attire bore a striking resemblance to that of Lord Beerus and the Supreme Kai. "Sir, what brings you to Earth this time?" Gohan nervously inquired. "Do not fret, Gohan. I have come merely to explore and enjoy. I have no intention of causing any destruction," Wang Teng replied calmly, observing Gohan's evident anxiety. In his previous life, while watching Dragon Ball Super, Wang Teng had developed a fondness for Gohan. The young warrior, kind-hearted and resilient, had been thrust into the turmoil of Frisia's war at such a tender age, yet he bravely shouldered the burden. His ascent to Super Saiyan 2 during the Cell Games, catalyzed by the Elder Kai's unlocking of his potential, had marked a significant achievement. However, due to Chi-Chi's desire for him to pursue academia, Gohan's naturally gentle disposition led him to comply, resulting in a decline in his combat prowess. "Is that truly so? Since you wish to explore, I would be delighted to show you around Earth," Gohan exclaimed, his previously anxious heart now at ease. He could discern from Wang Teng's demeanor that he was indeed a peaceful deity. Gohan had long been puzzled by how Wang Teng seemed to know his name despite their first meeting. He had never introduced himself. "Wang Teng, I have heard that Earth boasts a plethora of delectable cuisines. Would it be possible for you to accompany me in sampling some?" Wang Teng inquired. Knowing that the most renowned culinary destination on Earth was Bulma's residence, he anticipated that Gohan would readily take him there. As he was eager to meet Bulma from Dragon Ball Super, Gohan was momentarily taken aback, then promptly responded, "Ah, you enjoy gourmet food. I understand, please follow me." As anticipated, Gohan led Wang Teng directly to the Capsule Corporation. At this moment in the realm of Dragon Ball Super, one can only wonder how far Goku and Vegeta have advanced in their training under Beerus. Upon entering the Capsule Corporation, Bulma soon emerged, her warmth palpable. "Gohan, you brought a friend along," she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she greeted Gohan enthusiastically, immediately assuming that Wang Teng was Gohan's companion. Despite Wang Teng's rather unconventional attire, Bulma, with her myriad of friends across the universe, was hardly fazed. However, her gaze soon fell upon Wang Teng's tail, prompting her to exclaim in astonishment, "A tail? A scion?" Chapter 6. The arrival of Frisia. Bulma was taken aback to discover that Wang Teng was indeed a scion with a tail. "Aunt Bulma, allow me to introduce you. This is the esteemed prosecutor." Gohan promptly introduced Wang Teng's identity, anxious that Bulma's fearless demeanor might offend this distinguished individual. "Prosecutor? Gohan, are you certain? He appears to be a scion. How could he possibly be a prosecutor?" Bulma questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. In response to Bulma's skepticism, Gohan leaned in and whispered, "Aunt Bulma, this is what Lord Kai told me. There must be no mistake." Just as Bulma was processing this revelation, Wang Teng smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Wang Teng." "Greetings, I am Bulma. Welcome to our home," she replied, extending her hand to shake his. At this moment, Wang Teng took a closer look at Bulma. Indeed, the Bulma of Dragon Ball Super exuded an extraordinary aura, appearing ageless. In Wang Teng's eyes, Bulma and Android 18 were equally captivating. "Aunt Bulma, the prosecutor has come to Earth to savor its exquisite cuisine." Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately understood, nodding with comprehension. "Gohan, you keep our guest company while I prepare some food." With that, she made her way to the kitchen, her astute mind recognizing that this visitor was likely a deity whose strength rivaled that of Beerus, the god of destruction. "Gohan, do you yearn to reclaim the formidable power you once possessed?" Wang Teng suddenly inquired, observing Gohan's respectful demeanor. He was determined that Gohan, a scion warrior, should not end up like a mere human. "I wish to grow stronger, just like my father, so that I can protect our Earth," Gohan declared, and Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, an overwhelming energy permeated the Earth, instantly sensed by the conversing Gohan and Wang Teng. "This energy feels so familiar." "Frisia?" As Gohan murmured, a colossal spaceship swiftly descended from the heavens towards Earth. Within the vessel, a group of extraterrestrial beings clad in battle attire knelt reverently upon the ground, while above them sat the formidable cosmic emperor, Frisia. At this moment, Frisia had been resurrected by his subordinates using the Dragon Balls. Nearby stood a diminutive figure in combat gear. He was Sobel, the one responsible for Frisia's revival. "Lord Frisia, we have arrived on Earth," Sobel declared with utmost respect. "Ah, splendid. This time, I shall settle the score with those scions." Frisia's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in fury. He vividly recalled the humiliation inflicted upon him by the Saiyans. Once the ruler of the universe, he had been ruthlessly defeated by the Super Saiyan Goku. Later, upon his resurrection, he sought vengeance on Earth, only to be slain by the future Trunks, a humiliation that lingered in his memory. Now, having trained and grown exponentially stronger since his revival, Frieza commanded, "Order a swift landing." "Understood, Lord Frieza." Sobel replied immediately, bowing in obedience. Meanwhile, the warriors on Earth sensed the overwhelming aura of Frieza. However, Goku and Vegeta were not present. King Kai gazed gravely towards Earth, exclaiming, "Goku, you must return quickly. Calamity is imminent." Yet, the overseers seemed to still be on Earth. What fate awaited the planet? In meditation, Piccolo immediately detected Frieza's terrifying presence. At that moment, both Gohan and Wang Teng hastened towards the unfolding crisis. "Overseer, I am truly grateful that you are accompanying me." Gohan expressed his appreciation to Wang Teng. "I too wish to witness the grandeur of the cosmic Emperor Frieza. I hope he does not disappoint," Wang Teng responded, prompting Gohan to offer a polite smile in return. At the Capsule Corporation in West City, Bulma emerged with a delicious bowl of ramen, only to find the hall eerily empty. Where have Gohan and that esteemed individual gone? Gohan and Wang Teng's fate rested beside the early arrived Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo, is that Frieza's energy?" At this moment, Piccolo's visage appeared even greener than before, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he solemnly nodded. "Indeed, it is Frieza's energy." Wang Teng promptly found a stone and settled down, quietly awaiting Frieza's arrival. It was then that Piccolo noticed the youth accompanying Gohan and inquired, "Gohan, who is this young man? I sense an unusually familiar energy emanating from him." Wang Teng cast a fleeting glance at Piccolo before averting his gaze. That mere glance instantly enveloped Piccolo in an unprecedented sense of pressure, causing him to break into a cold sweat and gasp for breath. Gohan immediately sensed something unusual about Piccolo and inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, what is troubling you?" Piccolo took a moment to compose himself before gently asking, "Gohan, who exactly is this individual?" Gohan cast a glance at Wang Teng and said, "Uncle Piccolo, this is the inspector." "An inspector?" At that moment, Piccolo's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, and he cast a solemn glance at Wang Teng before hastily averting his gaze. Before long, the dragon warriors of Earth gathered one after another. Simultaneously, on a small island in the north, a colossal spaceship descended. As the hatch of the spaceship opened, a throng of soldiers poured out. In the next moment, Frieza rose slowly from his throne. "Oh ho ho ho! Earth, I, Frieza, have returned." Frieza displayed his signature smile. "You there, kindly step aside." Suddenly, Frieza commanded the soldiers in front of him. The soldiers immediately parted to create a path for him. "Let me present my greeting to the Earthlings." Frieza lightly pointed his finger, gathering a crimson energy at his fingertips. Whoosh! In the next instant, the red beam shot forth from Frieza's finger, plunging directly into the city. Boom! The crimson beam erupted with terrifying destructive power, reducing the entire North City to ashes. Frieza gazed at the devastation he had wrought, chuckling, "This is merely a small greeting." Whoosh! 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 Three figures swiftly approached, landing on the massive rock opposite Frieza. It was the hastily arriving Wang Teng, Gohan, and Piccolo. Staring at the ashes of North City, Gohan and Piccolo were left in shock, while Wang Teng's eyes darted over Frieza. "So this is the cosmic Emperor Frieza. He is far more graceful in reality than in the anime. This scoundrel dares to be so audacious." Gohan glared furiously, his fist clenched, his energy gradually rising. "You must be Mr. Son Goku's son," Frieza remarked elegantly. Just then, a figure descended rapidly. It was the arriving Tien Shinhan. "Uncle Tien," Gohan exclaimed with a smile as he greeted him. Tien nodded and then turned to Frieza, saying, "I haven't brought dumplings or tea, as it appears far too perilous." In the next moment, Krillin arrived on the battlefield, accompanied by Master Roshi. Krillin had once again shaved his head, evoking feelings of nostalgia among his companions. Master Roshi looked at Gohan and asked, "Gohan, are you still persisting in your martial arts training?" Gohan immediately fell into despondency, exclaiming, "I apologize. However, transforming into a Super Saiyan is still within my capabilities." Chapter 7. Wang Teng versus Frieza. Frieza slowly descended from his throne, inquiring, "Has Goku yet to arrive?" Krillin, in a flurry, responded, "He will be here shortly. Please bear with us." At that moment, a jet aircraft descended, and Bulma leaped out. She had been unable to locate Gohan and Wang Teng, and upon witnessing the devastation in North City on the news, she hastily piloted the plane to their location. Upon landing, she immediately spotted the missing Gohan and Wang Teng. "You truly came here. I searched for you both at home for quite some time. How could you leave without a word? It's rather inconsiderate." Upon hearing Bulma's complaints, Gohan offered a sheepish smile, while Wang Teng replied, "Miss Bulma, I sincerely apologize. Circumstances compelled us to act. I hope you can forgive us." Bulma, taken aback by Wang Teng's politeness, felt it inappropriate to remain upset with him. Turning around, she was met with the sight of Frieza. Could it be that the figure seated atop that circular throne is Frieza? Krillin approached, asking, "Miss Bulma, what brings you here? And do you know this young man?" Bulma smiled. "With such significant events unfolding and Vegeta absent, I decided to come. This gentleman is the esteemed inspector, by the way. He is a friend of Gohan." Everyone gazed at Gohan in astonishment, while he could only manage a wry smile. Wang Teng introduced himself. "I am Wang Teng. It is a pleasure to meet you all." Seeing Wang Teng's courteous demeanor, everyone returned his greeting amicably. Bulma remarked, "At such a critical juncture, both Goku and Vegeta are completely unreachable. I attempted to contact Whis, but he did not respond." She then turned her gaze back to Frieza, questioning, "Weren't you supposed to be dead? How have you returned for revenge? What is the nature of your resurrection?" Krillin, in a state of alarm, interjected, "Miss Bulma, please be mindful of your wording." Frieza smirked. "It seems you are familiar with my history. So you have indeed visited Namek." Seated upon his throne, Frieza demanded, "Where is your friend Goku?" Bulma clenched her fists and retorted, "Why wait until now to seek vengeance?" Frieza chuckled. "Much has transpired. I admit I am late to the party." Bulma, appearing relaxed, declared, "Goku would find it exceedingly easy to defeat you now. You should leave while you still can, before he arrives." Krillin quickly cautioned, "Miss Bulma, do not provoke him." Frieza smiled diabolically. "By the time he arrives, witnessing his friend's demise will undoubtedly bring him great sorrow." Bulma turned to Gohan, urging, "Gohan, you can surely defeat him with ease, can't you?" Gohan cast a glance at the serene Wang Teng, his confidence wavering. The fate of Earth hinged upon Wang Teng's prowess. With a grave expression, Gohan addressed Bulma. "Miss Bulma, you may not have realized it, but Frieza is not to be trifled with. This fiend is practically a different entity from before. His strength has surged immensely." Bulma's countenance darkened. "How could that be?" She turned to Wang Teng. "Lord Wang Teng, you are a magnificent deity, are you not? Surely, you can vanquish Frieza, yes?" At her words, Wang Teng slowly opened his previously closed eyes. "Leave it to me, Miss Bulma. But remember, you owe me a feast." Upon hearing Wang Teng's willingness to assist, Bulma immediately replied, "No problem. As long as you defeat Frieza, I shall treat you to 100 meals." At that moment, Frieza had also grown impatient. "Since Goku is absent, let the games begin," he declared coldly. Upon receiving Frieza's command, Sobel waved his hand. "Eliminate them. Leave not a single one alive." In the next instant, over 1,000 soldiers surged forth like a swarm of locusts. The others around prepared for battle. Wang Teng stepped forward, gently raising his right hand in a slicing motion. Instantly, a beam of light manifested in the air, and soon after, the soldiers plummeted to the ground like dumplings. Shock. Unparalleled astonishment. The Dragon Ball warriors gaped in disbelief. "Indeed, Lord Wang Teng is formidable," Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Across from them, Frieza stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing youth. "Who are you?" Wang Teng smiled faintly. "Greetings, Frieza. It is a pleasure to meet you. Your name precedes you." Upon hearing Wang Teng acknowledge him, Frieza chuckled. "Ah, so my reputation has spread throughout the universe. Lord Wang Teng, swiftly defeat Frieza," Bulma urged, her small fist pumping with excitement. Frieza soared into the air, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept through the atmosphere. Wang Teng quickly ascended as well, positioning himself opposite Frieza. "Frieza, transform. Let me witness your true power." Frieza was taken aback. "You are remarkably well informed." "Very well, I shall comply." Wang Teng regarded Frieza calmly as they locked eyes. Then, with an ominous grin, Frieza unleashed a roar and commenced his transformation. A terrifying wave of energy erupted around Frieza, causing the very earth to tremble. His body began to morph. And with the transformation, his power escalated rapidly. Wang Teng observed Frieza's metamorphosis intently. The Frost Demon clan is indeed an exceptionally gifted lineage. After a minute, Frieza finally achieved his ultimate form. "Ah, my apologies for the wait. This is the transformation you have been eagerly anticipating. Without allowing Wang Teng a moment to react, Frieza sprang into action, moving with such incredible speed that he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, Wang Teng swiftly countered, delivering a powerful kick directly to Frieza's face. Frieza, touching his injured visage, remarked, "I never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent on Earth, yet you have chosen the wrong adversary." At that moment, crimson energy began to coalesce at the tips of Frieza's fingers. With a fierce utterance, a beam of red light surged forth. Wang Teng extended his palm and, with a decisive sweep, deflected the red beam away. Witnessing his ultimate technique being effortlessly dismissed, Frieza's countenance twisted with rage. "Have you become overly confident?" he exclaimed, charging furiously towards Wang Teng. However, his rapid punch met only air, leaving behind merely an afterimage of Wang Teng. From below, Wang Teng's voice echoed, "Frieza, I'm right here. Where are you striking?" Infuriated, Frieza growled, "How dare you mock me, the great king?" Without a moment's pause, he lunged towards the ground where Wang Teng was located, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Frieza's fists moved like lightning, relentlessly aimed at Wang Teng, yet predictably, every blow met with nothing but emptiness. Frieza's fury mounted as he clenched his teeth, bellowing, "You little brat, is evasion all you know? Lord Wang Teng is truly remarkable. Frieza cannot even lay a finger on him." Bulma murmured in awe. Gohan also nodded in agreement. The prowess of Lord Wang Teng was unfathomable. It was astonishing that even Frieza could not gain the upper hand against him. In response to Frieza's furious roar, Wang Teng chuckled lightly. "It seems you still do not comprehend. Why not attempt to strike again?" Frieza, thoroughly incensed by Wang Teng's words, bellowed in rage, "How dare you underestimate me?" Meanwhile, Wang Teng merely waved at Frieza, provoking the already furious tyrant further. Enraged, Frieza charged at Wang Teng, his fists flying towards him with ferocious speed. Wang Teng extended a single finger, and Frieza's dismissive gesture only solidified his determination to eliminate Wang Teng. In a flurry, Frieza unleashed a barrage of punches. Yet Wang Teng effortlessly blocked each one with the tip of his finger. In that moment of Frieza's astonishment, Wang Teng vanished and reappeared above him, grinning. "This is how you should utilize your fists." With a blow akin to that of a specter, he struck Frieza upon the head. Frieza instantly felt an overwhelming force coursing through his body, rendering him uncontrollable as he plummeted downward. Boom! Frieza's form crashed heavily into the mountainside, shrouded in dust and debris. Chapter 8. Golden Frieza. Wang Teng slowly descended, casting his gaze upon Frieza, now buried beneath the rubble. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted as Frieza shot out from the debris, sending countless stones flying in all directions. He glared at Wang Teng, demanding, "Who are you? And how can you possess such formidable power?" With a smile, Wang Teng replied, "I am a Saiyan." Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. "You claim to be a Saiyan? Impossible. The Saiyans should have all perished. Aside from a few remaining on Earth, no other Saiyans exist." Wang Teng chuckled, "Nothing is impossible." He then revealed the Saiyan emblem, his tail. Upon seeing the tail, Frieza gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "A tail. You truly are a Saiyan. This king shall eradicate every last one of you wild monkeys today." Wang Teng shook his head, asserting, "You are not my match at this moment." Frieza, undeterred, retorted, "You are exceedingly confident in your strength. Are you certain you can defeat me?" Without further ado, Wang Teng unleashed a fearsome roar, an aura erupting from within him, causing the very earth to tremble. In an instant, golden energy enveloped his form, releasing an unparalleled force. Swish, swish, swish. Super Saiyan. Frieza staggered back in shock, gritting his teeth in fury. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball warriors watching were left in stunned silence. Gohan, is he truly a Saiyan? He can even transform into a Super Saiyan. With beads of sweat forming on his brow, Piccolo inquired anxiously. Upon hearing this, Gohan nodded affirmatively. Unlike the others, Bulma's expression was filled with excitement as she exclaimed, "This is wonderful. Lord Wang Teng will surely defeat Frieza. It seems we won't need Goku to intervene." "Curse it!" Frieza bellowed in fury, launching himself forward. The clash of their fists reverberated through the air, unleashing a powerful gust that swept across the battlefield. Frieza was immediately sent reeling backward. "You should transform into Golden Frieza." Upon realizing that Wang Teng was aware of his Golden Frieza transformation, Frieza's face twisted in disbelief. Who are you? How do you know these things?" In response to Frieza's panic, Wang Teng chuckled, "Who am I? If you must know, I am the one who will end your life. Arrogant. Frisia's rage ignited, and he declared, prepare to experience the terror of the Cosmic Emperor. You shall be the first to witness my transformation into Golden Frisia, and you should feel honored. With that, he began to unleash his energy. Purple waves of power surging around him as his expression contorted in agony. Ea! Frisia's roars echoed as his energy escalated, causing the very ground to tremble and the sky to darken ominously. At this moment, Frisia's fury was truly astonishing. What was Frisia planning? Piccolo, sweat dripping down his forehead, gazed at the battlefield, his face paling further in fear. What has Frisia undergone in his training to attain such immense power? With his fists tightly clenched, Gohan murmured. Wang Teng gazed at Frisia's transformation with a broad smile. At this moment, his opponent's power had escalated remarkably, and he too began to feel exhilarated. Eager to ascertain the true strength of Golden Frisia, capable of rivaling Son Goku's Super Saiyan Blue. Boom. The terrifying energy finally began to stabilize. Ho ho ho. This is the ultimate transformation of this great king. Wang Teng observed as Frisia's entire form radiated a brilliant golden hue. Is this merely a change of attire? I expected something far more spectacular, only to be left disappointed. Wang Teng mockingly retorted. Upon hearing the disdain in his adversary's voice regarding his transformation, Frisia's expression turned icy. You ignorant scion whelp, I shall soon render you speechless. Golden Frisia unleashed a powerful punch, his speed reaching unimaginable heights. Wang Teng chuckled and charged forward, their fists colliding with a resounding crash, unleashing a terrifying gale that swept through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Their velocities had become so astonishing that only ripples of white energy were visible in the sky, their figures completely obscured. As the white ripples continued to emerge, it indicated that the battle was intensifying. With a thunderous sound, both were simultaneously propelled backward. At that moment, Frisia suddenly materialized above Wang Teng, his fierce fist descending rapidly. Confronted with Frisia's overwhelming strike, Wang Teng crossed his arms defensively against his chest, bracing for the impact. Boom! Wang Teng felt an immense force surge through him, sending him plummeting downward. Bang! He landed heavily on the ground, staring at the triumphant Frisia above. His heart now possessing a clear understanding of the formidable strength of Golden Frisia. Undoubtedly, Golden Frisia was a super transformation capable of contending with Super Saiyan Blue. Although Wang Teng's foundational combat prowess was extraordinarily potent, surpassing even Son Goku by several tiers, engaging Golden Frisia with Super Saiyan 1 proved to be excessively taxing. Ho ho ho, how does it feel? Are you sensing fear yet? No need to panic. I shall soon grant you liberation. Frisia declared triumphantly. Wang Teng looked up at him, smiling. And so what? You are not the only one who can transform. Allow me to demonstrate what a true transformation entails. Frisia, taken aback, responded with surprise. Transform? You cannot be serious. However, I shall grant you this opportunity. Come forth and showcase your might. Subsequently, Wang Teng shouted down towards Gohan. Gohan, observe closely. The mighty Saiyan knows no limits. Prepare to truly experience the transformation and power of a Saiyan. Gohan had always possessed remarkable talent, having been the first to achieve Super Saiyan 2, a testament to his innate abilities. Moreover, the ancient Supreme Kai, in his pursuit of unlocking latent potential, has directly surpassed the Super Saiyan 3 form, transforming into a godly Saiyan. Yet, the tranquility of life has led to a neglect of rigorous training, compounded by Chi-Chi's desire for him to become a scholar, further diminishing his strength. Today, Wang Teng intends to rekindle Gohan's fervor. In the next instant, Wang Teng began to surmount with energy. A deep roar emanated from his throat. In that fleeting moment, the golden aura intensified, enveloping the battlefield with his formidable presence. The ground trembled violently across the entire earth. Waves of golden energy surged, while white lightning danced like serpents amidst the turbulent aura. Beneath Wang Teng, a terrifying gale swept through like a tempest. In the next second, Wang Teng transformed into the Super Saiyan 3 form. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, his expression turning fierce, and his power became immeasurable. Since Gohan could already transform into Super Saiyan 2, there was no need for further demonstration. This was Super Saiyan 3. Perhaps you have witnessed your father assume this form. However, as Super Saiyan 3 is an immensely energy-draining state, Wang Teng had no intention of engaging in battle while in this form. The onlookers below were left agape, their faces etched with astonishment, for aside from Goku, They had never witnessed another individual attain such a form. The real spectacle was yet to come. Pay close attention. Wang Teng's voice resonated calmly. Chapter 9. Weakness. Could this not be the limit? Has Lord Wang Teng truly surpassed his father? Gohan exclaimed in disbelief. Is this some kind of jest? The power of a Saiyan could surge to such heights. Surely, the promised spectacle must be a ruse. Frisia's gaze was laden with gravity. Just then, Wang Teng's low growl reverberated once more, and simultaneously, the earth trembled again. The entire planet shook violently. A fearsome whirlwind rendering the onlookers unable to open their eyes, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Aya! The deep roar continued unabated. The sky darkened ominously, as Wang Teng's terrifying power broke through the clouds. Whoosh! Countless bolts of white lightning circled within the golden aura, radiating dazzling brilliance. Remarkable! Lord Wang Teng exhibits such incredible prowess. It was astonishing beyond belief. One could hardly imagine a Saiyan could attain such strength. The overwhelming pressure compelled Gohan to take 2 steps back involuntarily. In the next moment, Wang Teng finally transformed into the Super Saiyan 4 form. A crimson tail swayed freely behind him. At this moment, the hair had transformed into a deep black, with strands of crimson energy entwining around it. And the body was adorned with a coat of red fur, emanating an overwhelming sense of power. The countenance radiated newfound confidence. This was the form of Super Saiyan 4, an entirely novel transformation. Wang Teng spoke with an air of nonchalance. Below, the Dragon Ball warriors gazed in astonishment, their mouths agape. They had not anticipated such a transformation among the Saiyans. The terrifying power, suffused with an aura of destruction, was indeed formidable. It was overwhelmingly potent. Gulp. Sun Wukong swallowed hard. Meanwhile, the golden Frisia beside him stared wide-eyed in shock. How infuriating. The Saiyan's energy had ascended to such heights. Frisia's expression darkened as he realized that Wang Teng's energy had subtly surpassed his own. Had he known that such a powerful Saiyan existed on Earth, he would have trained longer before seeking revenge. Regret gnawed at Frisia's heart. Let us continue. Wang Teng provocatively beckoned towards Frisia. Enraged, Frisia's veins throbbed visibly. You wild monkey. Do not revel too soon. In a fit of fury, he charged at Wang Teng with great speed. The two engaged in combat once more. Boom, boom, boom. The air was once again filled with the ripples of their clash. Their speed accelerated to astonishing levels. What a battle this was! Both fighters were as formidable as demons. Krillin murmured to himself. Bang! The two separated rapidly, Frisia barely managing to regain his composure, while Wang Teng remained unfazed. In the next moment, Frisia unleashed a terrifying energy sphere from his hand, but Wang Teng effortlessly deflected it with a sweep of his arm. Boom! The energy sphere exploded high in the sky. Just then, Frisia suddenly appeared behind Wang Teng, delivering a powerful punch. Wang Teng's expression remained tranquil as he grasped Frisia's arm firmly, and with a mighty roar, he hurled Frisia away. Boom! The ground was instantly cratered by Frisia's impact. Light radiated from Wang Teng's palm, and in the next instant, countless energy spheres rained down upon the battlefield. Boom! 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 A cacophony of explosions erupted, flames shooting skyward amidst billowing smoke. Krillin and the others were elated, exclaiming, Fantastic! We defeated Frisia. Yet, only Sun Wukong and Piccolo maintained solemn expressions, for they could still sense Frisia's faint energy signature. Wang Teng hovered above the chaotic battlefield, chuckling softly. Come out, Frisia. You cannot be vanquished so easily. Indeed, no sooner had the words left his lips than a battered golden figure darted swiftly from the rubble. A sinister expression marred his face as he declared, Dreadful brat, I shall end your life. In the next instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Frisia, ominously converging above his head. A colossal sphere of golden energy materialized, hovering ominously. Ha ha ha. With this sphere, vanished from existence. In a heartbeat, he pressed his hands downward, and the golden energy orb plummeted swiftly. Beads of cold sweat adorned Piccolo's brow as he gazed skyward, murmuring, Frisia has succumbed to madness. If this continues, Earth may cease to exist. Observing the formidable golden energy orb overhead, Wang Teng's lips curled into a smile as he mused. What a perfect opportunity to test the Kamehameha wave I acquired. In the following moment, Wang Teng unleashed his aura, and a golden flame began to rise steadily. Swish, swish, swish. Kamehameha wave. A brilliant white-blue radiance erupted from his hands, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling brilliance. Gohan exclaimed, Is that my father's Kamehameha? When did Lord Wang Teng learn it? In that moment, Gohan and the others found Lord Wang Teng even more enigmatic. Wang Teng bellowed fiercely, "Here it comes." A white and blue shockwave surged forth with a deafening roar. The two terrifying forces collided instantaneously, unleashing a dreadful wave of energy that rippled outward. The surrounding cliffs and trees were obliterated, and countless stones were hurled into the air. Gohan, with a grave expression, gazed at the clash above, exclaiming, "Frieza is indeed far stronger than before. If Lord Wang Teng weren't on Earth, it could have been disastrous." Observing the standoff of the two forces in the sky, Wang Teng chuckled, "Frieza is slightly stronger than I anticipated, but it's nothing extraordinary." With a powerful shout, he infused even greater strength into the Kamehameha, pushing the golden energy blast from Frieza back. Frieza's eyes turned a menacing red. No, it can't be. With a thunderous boom, Frieza's entire form was engulfed by the terrifying shockwave. A colossal explosion resonated through the air, flames billowing like dazzling fireworks, followed by a thick cloud of smoke. "We won. This is fantastic. Lord Wang Teng has triumphed," Bulma exclaimed, jumping with excitement. As the dust began to settle, Frieza's golden figure reappeared, but he looked exceedingly worse for wear. Battered and scarred, he gasped for breath, glaring with venomous eyes at the smiling Wang Teng below. "How could this happen? I have trained hard enough to be invincible. Why did I lose?" As Frieza roared in fury, Wang Teng's voice calmly echoed, "Do you understand why you were defeated? Because you possess two weaknesses." At these words, Frieza's brow furrowed. "Weaknesses? You dare claim that I have weaknesses? Huh. As the Emperor of the Universe, how could I have any?" Wang Teng ignored Frieza's defiance and continued, "Your first weakness is your overconfidence in your own power. When faced with someone stronger, you will be mercilessly annihilated. Your second and most fatal weakness is your stamina. Your training is far from perfect, and you rushed here for revenge. You have exhausted much of your energy. You stand no chance now, Frieza." Chapter 10. The Annihilation of Frieza. "I, Frieza, am the strongest. I cannot lose. Be silent," Frieza bellowed, his face flushed with rage. Subsequently, he erupted in fury, charging directly towards Wang Teng. His strikes were like lightning, his fists raining down upon Wang Teng in a relentless torrent. Yet, as Frieza launched his assault, the air was filled only with the afterimages of Wang Teng, and after a flurry of attacks, Frieza's rapid strikes astonishingly found nothing but empty space. "What is happening?" Frieza's expression darkened immensely. "Frieza, your speed has diminished significantly since before. This form, is it taxing your stamina?" Wang Teng remarked with a smile. "Silence. I am invincible." Ha 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 ha. Countless energy blasts erupted from Frieza's hands, producing a cacophony of terrifying explosions in the air. Instantly, the sky was engulfed in flames. Frieza laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha. Perish without a trace. This is the consequence of underestimating me." Boom boom boom. The tension among Wu Fan and his companions was palpable as they gazed at the terrifying explosion in the sky. "Uncle Piccolo, is Lord Wang Teng going to be all right?" Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, replied in a low voice that esteemed individual should be unharmed. He has gained the upper hand just moments ago. Frieza incessantly unleashed energy blasts, his maniacal laughter echoing through the air. At that moment, Wang Teng's figure appeared like a specter behind Frieza, delivering a powerful punch directly to his back. Frieza plummeted swiftly downward, but Wang Teng was swifter still, reappearing above Frieza in the blink of an eye. With both hands clenched into fists, he struck down once more with tremendous force. Boom. Frieza crashed into the ground like a cannonball, sending debris flying and clouds of dust billowing into the air. With a fierce shout, Wang Teng unleashed another energy blast, which struck the deep crater in the ground. Rumbling, a brilliant fireball erupted, and the earth trembled violently. "We have triumphed. Lord Wang Teng has emerged victorious." Excitement radiated from Wufan. Just then, a voice echoed through the air. "I will not be defeated. I am the Universal Emperor, Frieza." With a thunderous crash, Frieza erupted from the pile of rubble, and in the next moment, he surged into the sky, enveloped by a tumultuous wave of energy. Wang Teng maintained an expression of calm indifference as he slowly materialized before Frieza, gazing at him with an unwavering stare. Meanwhile, Frieza's visage twisted in rage, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His energy had diminished significantly, now at approximately 30% of its peak. "Frieza, it must be exceedingly challenging for you to sustain this golden Frieza form. You have already lost," Wang Teng remarked coolly. "Lost? How could I, the Universal Emperor, possibly lose? You wretched scion, I will see you dead," Frieza bellowed in fury. In the next instant, countless orbs of energy erupted around him, a terrifying aura radiating outward. Wang Teng immediately sensed the impending danger. No, this fiend intends to self-destruct. I shall not allow you to succeed. He promptly activated the instant transmission skill acquired during his time on Earth, appearing directly behind Frisia. A dreadful energy sphere was unleashed, this time fueled by all of Wang Teng's might. Frisia was propelled skyward, the white-blue shockwave catapulting him beyond the Earth's atmosphere. To his horror, Frisia realized the energy sphere beneath him was overwhelmingly powerful. His body was rendered immobile. No, I cannot lose. I am Frisia. With a resounding explosion, the cosmos echoed with the detonation. The Universal Emperor Frisia was thus reduced to cosmic dust. The Dragon Ball warriors below gazed in disbelief at the spectacle above, unable to fathom that Frisia had perished, especially with Goku and Vegeta yet to make their appearance. Wang Teng descended slowly, inquiring, "Miss Bulma, what of the delicious feast you promised?" At his words, Bulma's enchanting smile blossomed. "Rest assured, Lord Wang Teng, upon our return to West City, I shall prepare a sumptuous banquet for you." Pleased by Bulma's assurance, Wang Teng nodded appreciatively, but then his expression shifted. "I seem to have forgotten someone." The sudden change in Wang Teng's demeanor startled those around him. Who might Lord Wang Teng be referring to? Indeed, a crimson beam had already locked onto Wang Teng. But he acted with swiftness, launching an energy sphere in retaliation. With a resounding crash, a scream pierced the air as Sorb, hidden behind the spaceship, met his demise. Wang Teng unleashed another energy sphere, obliterating Frisia's spacecraft entirely. After clearing the remnants, he exhaled a sigh of relief and chuckled, "And thus, everything has come to an end. I nearly overlooked that insignificant minion." Although Wang Teng did not believe that the opponent's ambush could inflict any harm upon him, his inherently cautious nature deterred him from taking unnecessary risks. After all, even the formidable Ultra Blue Sun Wukong had fallen prey to such tactics in the original storyline. "Lord Wang Teng, what was that just now?" Bulma inquired, her confusion evident. "Nothing of consequence, merely dealing with a few loose ends. Everything is fine now," Wang Teng replied with a smile. The others nodded, their understanding only partially grasped. Just then, a voice echoed in Bulma's mind. It was Whis. "Miss Bulma, have you contacted me regarding new culinary delights?" Bulma was taken aback and retorted, "Why are you only reaching out to me now? The situation here has concluded, and there are no delicacies." Bulma's fearless demeanor remained unchanged, showing no regard for Whis's esteemed position. "Is that so? How unfortunate. As Lord Beerus and I were quite looking forward to it," Whis remarked, just as Wang Teng's voice resonated in her mind, conversing with Whis. "Greetings, Whis. I am Wang Teng. I shall be visiting the God of Destruction's realm in a couple of days." Whis paused, then quickly realized, "Ah, it is you, esteemed Inspector. It is a pleasure to have you here on Earth. Lord Beerus and I shall always welcome your oversight." As the communication ended, Bulma was left in a state of astonishment. "Lord Wang Teng, you truly are a magnificent deity. Even Whis treats you with such deference." Wang Teng smiled mysteriously, opting for silence, which only deepened the air of enigma surrounding him. Soon after, he and the others soared towards West City, their destination being the Capsule Corporation. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, Goku and Vegeta were clad in heavy training attire, diligently honing their skills. In another corner, Lord Beerus lay in his chamber, lost in dreams of sumptuous feasts, a small bubble forming at the corner of his mouth. "Lord Beerus," was called softly, yet Beerus showed no signs of waking. Whis shook his head. Beerus was being dreadfully irresponsible. What if the inspector arrived prematurely? That could spell trouble. Thus, Whis tapped his angelic staff at the corner of Beerus's bed, causing the bed to shake violently, jostling Beerus awake. In contrast, the surroundings remained eerily still, showcasing Whis's remarkable control. With a pop, the bubble at Beerus's lips burst, and he slowly opened his eyes, muttering, "What is happening? Is there an earthquake?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. It was Whis' doing. There could be no earthquakes in the realm of destruction. Frowning fiercely, he demanded, "Whis, you better have a good explanation. You've disrupted my delightful dream of strawberry sundaes." Chapter 11. The arrival of the inspector. In an instant, Beerus flipped over and stood before Whis, his gaze decidedly unfriendly. In stark contrast to Beerus's fierce demeanor, Whis remained calm and smiled. "Lord Beerus, you were in such a deep slumber that I had no choice but to awaken you in this manner." No sooner had he spoken than Beerus's grand bed crashed to the floor with a resounding thud. "What is it?" You had better explain yourself clearly, or else. Whis was not merely Beerus's attendant angel, he was also his mentor. However, should Beerus fall into eternal slumber, Whis too would be ensnared in a state of dormancy, awaiting the arrival of the next god of destruction. Although Beerus was the mightiest among the gods of destruction, having grasped half of the Ultra Instinct in a real confrontation, he would truly be no match for Whis. At this moment, Beerus was merely disgruntled, seeking an explanation from Whis. After all, as a god of destruction, he could not allow anyone to disturb his dreams without showing some irritation. Lord Beerus, I assure you, there is a valid reason for this interruption. Please calm your temper. For there is indeed something of great importance. Whis stated matter-of-factly. Humph, speak then, what is it? Beerus replied with a haughty snort. At this juncture, Beerus's anger had subsided, for he recognized that his strength paled in comparison to Whis's. Should a fight ensue, he would undoubtedly be at the receiving end of the blows. Observing Beerus, who still bore traces of annoyance, a faint smile appeared on Whis's face. Lord Beerus, I have just received word that the inspector is on his way to oversee your work. Upon hearing this, Beerus paused momentarily, then began to murmur to himself, Inspector? Why does that sound so familiar? His expression soon turned anxious as he nervously inquired. Are you referring to the inspector appointed by Lord Zeno to oversee the affairs of the entire universe? Whis responded with a beaming smile. Indeed, Lord Beerus. According to the information from Lord Zeno, the new inspector, Lord Wang Teng, has departed from the Zeno Palace to commence his oversight across the various universes. With a gulp, Beerus swallowed hard. Are you implying that the inspector is coming to the seventh universe? Sensing Beerus's rising anxiety, Whis regarded him with a cheerful demeanor. According to our latest intel, Lord Wang Teng is currently on Earth in the seventh universe and will soon be arriving in the realm of the god of destruction. Beerus's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling two large bells, as he bellowed, What did you say? The inspector has already arrived on Earth. And is he coming to the realm of the god of destruction? Whis nodded with a smile. The position of inspector had remained vacant for over 1,000,000 years, resulting in various gods developing unsavory habits, such as Beerus, who could sleep for millennia at a time. The previous inspector had not permitted such indulgences. Those who were as slothful as Beerus would have likely been replaced countless times. The various priests harbor a sense of trepidation and fear towards the peculiar inspector, for a mere word from him could dictate their futures. At this moment, countless thoughts raced through Beerus's mind. If he were to offend this prosecutor, it could spell the end of his reign as the god of destruction. Panic set in, causing him to pace nervously back and forth, visibly agitated. He then spoke, Whis, should we not go to Earth to welcome the inspector? After all, he has arrived in our domain of the seventh universe. Whis maintained his enigmatic, half-smiling demeanor, showing no sign of concern. It is entirely at your discretion, Lord Beerus. Gazing at Whis, whose face bore a cheerful expression as he posed the question, Beerus felt a tinge of annoyance. He fell silent, while Whis continued to regard him with that same affable smile. Given that Beerus often succumbed to long slumbers lasting thousands of years, it was a source of consternation for Whis. The arrival of the inspector provided a timely opportunity for Beerus to amend his poor habits. As an angel, Whis had always been Beerus's mentor, servant, and overseer. However, after experiencing remarkable growth under Whis's guidance, Beerus had grown somewhat lethargic, spending his days indulging in culinary delights and sleeping, which vexed Whis immensely. As the guardian angel of the seventh universe, Whis had always been diligent and responsible. Beerus had been trained sufficiently well, ranking amongst the top in strength among all gods of destruction. Yet, in recent millennia, he had succumbed to a state of profound laziness, leaving Whis utterly exasperated. It would be disingenuous for Whis to claim he felt no frustration towards Beerus. He was resolute in his determination to instill some discipline in Beerus with the inspector's arrival. While Whis pondered this, Beerus suddenly declared, No, I must go and greet the inspector. Although he had heard much about the newly appointed prosecutor, he had yet to meet him in person. Just then, Whis shook his head and replied with a smile, Lord Beerus, the inspector has clearly stated that he will come as soon as he finishes his tasks. Should you recklessly approach him, it may provoke his displeasure, and I shall not be responsible for the consequences. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression shifted dramatically, and he sighed. Then let us quickly tidy up the realm of destruction and await the arrival of the inspector. Meanwhile, on Earth, Wang Teng and son Gohan sat in Bulma's home, quietly anticipating the meal that was soon to be served. Following Bulma's revelation of Wang Teng's identity, Everyone felt a palpable discomfort in his presence, prompting them to excuse themselves under the pretense of having other matters to attend to. Rest assured, Lord Wang Teng, the dishes prepared by Aunt Bulma are sure to be delectable, Gohan remarked from the side. Gohan, you need not address me as Lord. Just call me Wang Teng. He replied directly to the courteous son Gohan. Wang Teng, who traversed time from 2022, was rather indifferent to titles, for in his era, the principle of equality prevailed. Very well, Mr. Wang Teng. Observing Wang Teng's amiable demeanor, Sun Wukong felt a smile gradually spreading across his face. Sun Wukong, I inquired from the very beginning whether you aspire to become stronger than you are now. Your response was most gratifying. How would you feel about following me henceforth? Wang Teng was reluctant to see a gifted scion fade into obscurity. He firmly believed that with proper training, Sun Wukong could evolve into a formidable warrior, rivaling even Sun Wukong himself. Furthermore, with the forthcoming tournament of power hosted by Lord Zeno, an enhancement of strength from Universe 7 was imperative to confront Jiren. Having been a resident of Earth prior to his journey, Wang Teng harbored an unbreakable bond with the planet and wished to see its beauty preserved from Lord Zeno's potential eradication. Mr. Wang Teng, I desire to become powerful. I wish to follow you, Sun Wukong expressed, albeit with a hint of concern for his mother. Having faced several battles to protect Earth, each crisis had relied on his father's strength, and he yearned to safeguard the planet through his own abilities. Very well, since you are willing. The matter concerning your mother must be resolved by you personally, as I am rather unskilled in such affairs. At that moment, Bulma entered, presenting a lavish spread of delicacies. Lord Wang Teng, please enjoy. In truth, Bulma had overheard the conversation between Wang Teng and Sun Wukong. Her perspective differed from Chi-Chi's. She felt immense joy for Wukong, recognizing this as a splendid opportunity. Chapter 12. Arrival at the God of Destruction's realm. Thank you. Wang Teng expressed his gratitude. The meals served in Zeno's palace over the past few years were less than satisfactory, often compelling him to cook for himself out of sheer necessity. Now, he could finally indulge in a hearty feast, for the appetite of a scion is an eternal enigma. Within mere minutes, Wang Teng devoured every morsel of the exquisite dishes prepared by Bulma. She had grown accustomed to such occurrences, having learned about scion appetites from her husband, Vegeta. Bulma promptly prepared more food for Wang Teng. Half an hour later, he finally felt satiated. I sincerely appreciate your hospitality, Wang Teng expressed with genuine gratitude. It's nothing, Lord Wang Teng. Your assistance in vanquishing Frieza is more than enough. Feel free to come for more whenever you wish. Bulma replied with a smile. Indeed, for Bulma, who owned the Capsule Corporation, procuring food was hardly a concern. After finishing his meal, Wang Teng stood up. Wukong, let us depart. I shall take you to a special place. Subsequently, Wang Teng grasped Gohan and vanished from the spot. Bulma stood there, gazing at the two who had disappeared, lost in contemplation. In the realm of destruction, Wang Teng and Gohan materialized directly in this unfamiliar environment. Observing his surroundings, Wang Teng remarked, indeed, instantaneous movement is remarkably convenient. After our conversation with Whis last time, I pinpointed the location. I never anticipated arriving here so swiftly. This must be the realm of destruction. As soon as Wang Teng and Gohan appeared, Whis and Beerus immediately noticed their presence. Beerus stood upright, exuding a demeanor of awaiting a superior. Wang Teng approached casually, prompting Beerus to bow and exclaim, Welcome, esteemed inspector. How have you been of late? Whis responded with a faint smile. No need for formality, Beerus. Thank you for your concern. The Grand Minister mentioned you during our last discussion. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta stood behind Beerus and Whis, with one of them inquiring. Is that the esteemed inspector? He must possess great strength, doesn't he? With excitement, Goku exclaimed, Oh, isn't that Gohan following behind? He immediately waved his hand towards Gohan. Upon noticing Goku, Gohan rushed over, first politely greeting Whis and Beerus before approaching Goku. Dad, I never imagined that Lord Wang Teng would bring me here. It's such a delightful surprise. I hope everything is well with you. Before Goku could respond, a disdainful snort from Vegeta interrupted them. Humph, Gohan, why are you here instead of training diligently on Earth? It seems your combat power has diminished yet again. Gohan, feeling somewhat bashful, ruffled his hair and said, I came here with Lord Wang Teng, Uncle Vegeta. I will train diligently from now on. Upon hearing Gohan mention Wang Teng's name, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Who exactly is this Wang Teng? He has garnered such a grand reception from Lord Beerus and Whis, and prior to this, We were warned against showing any disrespect to him. While Vegeta pondered this, Son Goku quietly inquired, Gohan, is that Lord Wang Teng truly powerful? In response, Gohan nodded earnestly. Father, you may not be aware, but Lord Wang Teng's strength is unfathomable. Moreover, it was he who eliminated Frieza when he came seeking vengeance. Upon hearing this, Goku gasped in astonishment. What did you say? Frieza? That villain is still unrepentant. If that lord was able to defeat Frieza, then his strength must be extraordinary. Wukong's exclamation immediately provoked Beerus's displeasure, who reprimanded, Wukong, keep your voice down. Do not disturb Lord Inspector. Beerus's rebuke was swiftly conveyed to Wang Teng, who was conversing with Whis. He approached slowly, inquiring, Beerus, who are these two? Faced with Wang Teng's question, Beerus broke into a cold sweat, rendered speechless by anxiety. At that moment, Sun Wukong stepped forward, extending his hand, and said, Greetings, Lord Wang Teng. I am Sun Wukong, a scion. I heard from Gohan that you helped Earth eliminate Frieza. I am truly grateful. In response, Wang Teng smiled and remarked, no need for thanks. I hold great affection for Earth as well. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong eagerly proposed, I have heard that Lord Wang Teng possesses unfathomable strength. May I challenge you to a duel? Wukong's reckless suggestion left Beerus in a state of panic, exclaiming, Wukong, what are you saying? The Lord Inspector holds a noble status. How could he contend with you? Meanwhile, Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in indignation. How despicable, Kakarot. It should be I, the Prince of Saiyans. Who battles Lord Wang Teng? Wang Teng's gaze swept over the two, remaining silent, which left Beerus perplexed regarding Wang Teng's intentions. In a flustered tone, he interjected, Lord Inspector. These are merely two subordinates. You need not pay them any mind. Suddenly, Wang Teng chuckled. How intriguing. Let us have a match then. Whis, you shall be the referee. Whis responded with a light laugh. Very well, Lord Inspector. At this moment, Beerus was in a state of utter panic, fearing any misstep on Wang Teng's part during the battle, and hurriedly attempted to intervene. No, it is unthinkable for the Lord Inspector to engage with you. Wukong and Vegeta. He urged, enough of this nonsense. Step back. In response to Beerus's obstruction, Wukong touched his face thoughtfully, murmuring, Lord Wang Teng has already agreed. Why does Lord Beerus not permit it? It is merely a trial. Beerus, losing his temper, thundered, I said no means no. Wukong immediately waved his hands, hesitant to utter another word. However, at that moment, Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, his eyes fixed intently on Beerus. Beerus, do you have any objections to my decision? Under the piercing scrutiny of Wang Teng, Beerus broke into a cold sweat. And no, not at all. He stammered. Since the esteemed inspector has such an interest, let Wukong and Vegeta compete against you. Upon hearing Beerus relent, a smile blossomed on Wang Teng's face. Meanwhile, Wukong and Vegeta exchanged eager glances, brimming with anticipation. In contrast, Gohan's expression grew grave as he cautioned, Father, Uncle Vegeta, you must be careful. Wang Teng's strength is far from ordinary. Wukong's expression instantly turned serious as he nodded emphatically. Don't worry, Gohan, your father will not succumb so easily. Vegeta crossed his arms and declared, Kakarot, who shall step forward first, you or I? Son Wukong replied with a smile, naturally, it shall be I, for it was I who proposed this contest. Humph, that Kakarot truly is infuriating. Very well. You may go first, but it is imperative that I am the one to defeat him. Wukong responded affirmatively and swiftly advanced a step forward. Meanwhile, Whis and Beerus promptly sidestepped. Beerus murmured, Whis, why do you not intervene in this contest? What if the Grand Minister were to be defeated and unleash his wrath upon Universe 7? In response, Whis maintained his characteristic smile. Lord Beerus, you need not concern yourself. It would be quite the challenge for Wukong and Vegeta to triumph over the Grand Minister, for I sense the essence of Ultra Instinct emanating from him. Though faint, it is sufficient to indicate that his power is formidable. Beside them, Gohan's face remained etched with worry. Chapter 13. Wang Teng vs. Son Wukong. Wukong gradually approached Wang Teng, positioning himself for battle. Wang Teng furrowed his brow, taken aback by the sight of Son Wukong entering the fray alone, without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Consequently, Wang Teng resolved to teach Son Wukong a lesson, emphasizing the importance of giving one's all in the face of any adversary. Wukong surged forward, channeling power through his legs as he launched a fierce strike towards Wang Teng. In response to Wukong's onslaught, Wang Teng's figure became ethereal, vanishing from sight. Ah, indeed. Master Wang Teng's prowess is extraordinary. Wukong is likely in for a challenging ordeal, remarked Whis with a faint smile. As anticipated, Wukong's attack missed its mark, leaving him without a target. Just as he sensed Wang Teng's presence, the latter's counterattack came hurtling towards him. A powerful punch connected squarely with Wukong's chest. A seemingly simple blow that sent him staggering back several steps, nearly toppling to the ground. With gritted teeth, Wukong exclaimed, "Impressive. I couldn't even discern how he struck. In that case, I shall unleash my full power." A resounding roar erupted from him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, and immediately thereafter, he ascended once more, becoming a Super Saiyan 2. At that moment, his strength surged to formidable heights, a terrifying aura radiating outward, while golden flames soared ever higher. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lord Wang Teng, be cautious. Wukong charged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Wang Teng. As he beheld the rapidly enlarging fist before him, he swiftly retaliated with a strike of his own. The two fists collided with tremendous force. A fierce gust of wind surged outward from the point of their impact, spreading rapidly in all directions. With a resounding bang, the two combatants leaped back, only to charge at one another once more. Clashing in the air amid a flurry of strikes, circles of white energy rippled outward, continuously expanding. Bang, bang, bang. Shortly thereafter, a figure plummeted swiftly from the sky. "Father!" With a gasp of astonishment, Wu Fan exclaimed. Indeed, descending from the sky was none other than Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2. After swiftly stabilizing his form, Wukong gazed intently at the enigmatic figure hovering in the sky. At this moment, the others might not fully grasp the situation, but Sun Wukong, who had just engaged in battle, was acutely aware of it. Despite the fact that they had only exchanged a few blows, Wukong felt as though each of his punches landed upon cotton, devoid of any substantial impact, leaving him utterly frustrated. "Kakarot, unleash your full power. This adversary is formidable." Vegeta suddenly bellowed. Goku cast a glance at Vegeta and exclaimed, "Vegeta." A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I was just thinking the same." Suddenly, Goku unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, a blue aura erupting from beneath his feet. The terrifying force surged forth with a fierce roar. Wang Teng gazed at Goku, now transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his expression grave. "So, this is Super Saiyan Blue. Truly remarkable. In that case, I too shall unleash my power and engage you in a worthy battle. I hope you won't disappoint me." With that, a deep growl emanated from Wang Teng's throat, and in the next instant, a golden blaze of energy erupted from his feet. Boom. Whoosh. In an instant, the entire realm of destruction trembled. Waves of golden flames radiating brilliant light all around. Circles of fierce wind spread outward like ripples beneath Wang Teng's feet. "He is a Saiyan?" Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment as he gasped. Goku's expression mirrored Vegeta's shock, his face etched with disbelief. "So, the esteemed inspector is a Saiyan," Beerus murmured. Upon witnessing Whis's confident smile, he realized that Whis had been aware all along. He spoke with a hint of irritation. "Whis, did you already know that the inspector was a Saiyan, which is why you consented to this battle?" Whis feigned innocence. "Lord Beerus, you are mistaken. I only just discovered it myself." Upon hearing this, Beerus snorted, choosing not to respond further. In the next moment, Wang Teng transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4. At this point, Goku had already attained Super Saiyan Blue. Although Wang Teng's base power far surpassed Goku's, the transformations of other Super Saiyans might not yield the desired test results. This battle would determine which was superior, Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue. Now transformed into Super Saiyan 4, a red tail swayed gracefully behind Wang Teng. Red energy glimmered in his hair and across his body, his entire form adorned with vibrant red fur, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. "This is Super Saiyan 4. We can begin." Upon hearing this, Vegeta remained unable to shake off his astonishment, murmuring to himself, "A Saiyan? How is that possible? Aside from myself and Kakarot's family, there shouldn't be any other Saiyans left. And what is this Super Saiyan for? What on earth is happening?" Gazing at the newly transformed Wang Teng, Wukong's expression gradually shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He swiftly assumed a combat stance. Bang! In the next moment, Sun Wukong felt as if he had been struck with tremendous force, collapsing to the ground while clutching his abdomen. The pain was excruciating. How infuriating! How could he have attacked so swiftly that I didn't even catch a glimpse of his figure? In the following instant, Wang Teng appeared beside Wukong. Speaking in a nonchalant tone, "You'd better take this seriously. Otherwise, it will lose its allure. Upon hearing this, Wukong quickly leaped backward, creating distance between himself and Wang Teng. Astonishingly fast. The strength of the Inspector General has nearly reached that of a god of destruction. It is truly remarkable. Whis remarked with a faint smile. Beerus clenched his fists tightly, his teeth gritted, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Kakarot, shall I take over? Vegeta shouted from the sidelines. With a measured poise, Wukong straightened his form and declared, do not jest. To engage with such a formidable opponent brings me immense joy. How could I possibly relinquish this opportunity to you? Vegeta, trust me. No sooner had he spoken than a crimson shadow surged forth, delivering a powerful kick that struck Wukong squarely in the abdomen. Wukong soared through the air like a cannonball. Boom. He landed heavily on the distant ground. Wang Teng maintained his stance, poised for another strike. Is this all you've got? Vegeta's expression darkened. You want me to trust you, yet given the current circumstances, how can I be convinced? After a brief pause, a furious shout echoed. Damn it. Wukong charged forward, his formidable fist hurtling towards his opponent. Wang Teng promptly met the challenge head-on. Boom. Their fists collided with immense force, unleashing a staggering wave of energy in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several blows, yet without exception. Wukong found himself at a disadvantage with each clash. With a determined grit of his teeth, Wukong charged forward once more, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, Wang Teng extended his palm, steadfastly intercepting the onslaught of Wukong's blows. As Wukong attacked with increasing speed, he swiftly retreated by harnessing the recoil from the collision in his palm, immediately conjuring an energy orb that he propelled forward. In response to the rapidly approaching energy sphere, Wang Teng pressed his massive hand against it, enduring the relentless force that battered his palm. As time progressed, the orb dissipated into countless flecks of energy in the surroundings. Had he successfully withstood it? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wukong's forehead. Chapter 14. Vegeta enters the fray, destruction of the God realm. At this moment, Wang Teng stood face to face with Sun Wukong. You should join forces with Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, his face contorted with fury. Lord Wang Teng, I have yet to unleash my full power. As soon as the words left his lips, Wukong began to surge with energy. Huh! With his shout, a terrifying aura erupted from him, and amidst the surrounding blue flames, a hint of red light gradually emerged. Kakarot, you have been hiding such a move. Vegeta's fists were clenched tight, astonished that someone who had trained alongside Wukong could keep such a technique concealed. How infuriating. What an insufferable fellow. Beerus glanced at Whis. What is Wukong planning? I have never witnessed him employ this technique before. Lord Beerus, please observe quietly, Whis replied with a smile. As the red light surrounding Sun Wukong intensified, an overwhelming energy burst forth, causing the entire God realm to tremble violently. What is this? Could it be? Vegeta's expression changed dramatically as he finally recalled what this was. It was the very move Kakarot had used during his initial assault on Earth. So this is Kakarot's trump card. Aya! Wukong continuously roared, his energy surging to an astonishing level. Tenfold Kaioken. With each shout, his power reached its zenith. Lord Beerus, this move was originally intended for you. What? Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression changed dramatically. To deal with me? This fellow Wukong harbors such intentions, concealing them well. Ha ha ha. Lord Beerus, are you perhaps afraid? Whis chuckled. Beerus, visibly irked, quickly regained his composure. Am I afraid? While he is indeed formidable, it would take him 100 years to contend with me. As Wukong maximized his power, the entire realm of destruction was enveloped by his menacing energy. Son Goku, you are indeed powerful. You have not disappointed me. Make your move. Wang Teng beckoned to Son Goku, his expression remaining unchanged. However, excitement radiated from Goku's face. Lord Wang Teng, be cautious. Here I come. Whoosh. In that instant, Son Goku moved with lightning speed, arriving before Wang Teng in the blink of an eye. Boom. A fist, striking like a bolt of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. In response to Goku's terrifying punch, Wang Teng swiftly retaliated with a strike of his own. The two fists collided with tremendous force. Staggering back, they each flew a distance apart. Impressive. Your strength has greatly increased. Wang Teng shook his somewhat numb arm, a smile finally breaking across his face. At that moment, he too felt exhilarated, the warrior blood of the Saiyan boiling within him. In response to Wang Teng's praise, Son Goku smiled slightly. It brings me joy to spar with a powerful warrior like Lord Wang Teng. Although his right hand also tingled with numbness, his heart was brimming with excitement. In the next moment, Son Goku surged forward once more. His speed incredible, he darted across the battlefield, now harnessing the full might of Super Saiyan Blue combined with tenfold Kaioken. Bang! The two resumed their fierce exchanges, their strengths remarkable. As they soared through the air at high velocity, each clash creating rippling white circles. Below, Whis seemed to foresee the outcome. The Inspector Lord is destined to win. Beerus interjected. Whis, how can you be so certain? It appears evenly matched at present. Hearing this, Whis smiled mysteriously. Lord Beerus, please continue to watch. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus was left with a furrowed brow of disbelief. Below, Wufan clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed by the battle in the sky that had surpassed the limits of his comprehension. At this moment, all he desired was for the conflict to swiftly conclude. Meanwhile, Vegeta gazed at the fierce skirmish above with a grave expression. How infuriating! That Kakarot truly knows how to vex one. The two combatants were engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, their struggle intensifying with every strike. Boom! Another clash reverberated through the air. The instant they separated, they lunged at each other once more, terrifying energy ripples emanating from their confrontation. At this juncture, Son Goku's astonishment eclipsed that of anyone else. He had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and amplified his power with the Kaioken tenfold. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of his capabilities, yet his opponent, Wang Teng, showed no signs of yielding, seemingly gaining the upper hand. This demonstrated the unfathomable strength of this prosecutor. It appeared that there were transformations beyond his understanding as a Saiyan. Evidently, my training is still insufficient. The Saiyan race is indeed formidable, capable of such growth. Their potential is truly daunting. Beerus murmured. Whis chuckled. Lord Beerus, you are mistaken once again. The terrifying aspect does not lie within the Saiyan race itself, but rather in the might of the esteemed prosecutor. Huh. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed across the sky as the two unleashed their formidable powers. The strength they exhibited was nothing short of terrifying. Their overwhelming force wreaked havoc in the God of Destruction's realm, causing the very earth to fracture with countless fissures. As their battle escalated, the destruction of the realm became increasingly severe. Bang! A figure plummeted rapidly from the sky. In that instant, Vegeta could no longer restrain himself. He dashed forward and caught the descending Son Goku. Kakarot, let me take over. Gasping heavily, Wukong turned to Vegeta and remarked, however, Vegeta, you are likely not a match for Lord Wang Teng. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Kakarot, how dare you underestimate me? I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I possibly be inferior to you? Hearing the proud Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong realized that no amount of persuasion would suffice and stepped back reluctantly. At that moment, Wang Teng's voice resonated softly. Vegeta, I suggest you join forces with Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Wang Teng's suggestion, Vegeta erupted in fury. Quit the nonsense. A divine aura immediately emanated from within Vegeta, and in the next instant, blue flames of energy surged upward. A terrifying power erupted forth from his being as Vegeta unleashed his full potential, Super Saiyan Blue. Without hesitation, Vegeta charged forward. Wang Teng's gaze turned icy as he vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, Vegeta frantically searched for Wang Teng's whereabouts, only to be met by a powerful fist aimed at him. With a forceful strike, Wang Teng's punch landed heavily on Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta cried out as if struck by a thunderbolt, spitting out saliva, his body trembling violently from the excruciating pain. Wang Teng followed up with an elbow strike, sending Vegeta hurtling through the air. Vegeta quickly regained his composure, kneeling on the ground while clutching his aching abdomen. He had not anticipated that a single blow could inflict such damage upon him. Truly unexpected. Vegeta, let us fight together. Sun Wukong called from below. In response, Vegeta roared furiously. What nonsense is this? Team up with you? I would rather perish. Chapter 15. Wukong and Vegeta unite. Vegeta swiftly rose to his feet, channeling his energy as blue divine power shimmered around him. Even the proud Vegeta bore a serious expression at this moment. Enveloped in blue light, he launched himself at Wang Teng once more. Observing the astonishing energy radiating from Vegeta, Wang Teng maintained a calm demeanor, stating, as expected of the Prince of the Saiyans. Quite intriguing. With that, he swiftly engaged Vegeta, and the two clashed once again. The battlefield reverberated with thunderous sounds. A tempest of terrifying winds swept across the arena. With a resounding crash, Vegeta staggered backwards several paces before stabilizing himself. Prepare yourself, he declared, momentarily raising his energy to its zenith, his hands crackling with incredible power. As Ryukong's expression shifted, a thought struck him. Could it be that Vegeta intends to employ that technique? In mere moments, the power in Vegeta's hands had reached its zenith, with golden energy radiating a dazzling brilliance. The ultimate flash. A terrifying shockwave erupted from Vegeta's hand, casting an astonishing light that illuminated the entirety of the battlefield. Wang Teng immediately sensed the formidable nature of this move. Without hesitation, he activated his instant transmission. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, and a mushroom cloud materialized in the realm of destruction as a fierce gust of wind swept across the entire battlefield. Thunderous roars followed. Haha, this is what happens when you underestimate me. However, in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically, for Wang Teng had inexplicably appeared at his side, rendering his terrifying attack futile. What had just transpired? Instant transmission? Sun Wukong's countenance transformed, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. Not only did the opponent possess unimaginable strength, but he could also utilize instant transmission, a revelation Wukong had never anticipated. Had he known that Wang Teng was still harnessing the power of Super Saiyan 5, he would have undoubtedly urged Vegeta to concede. Wang Teng offered Vegeta no respite, delivering a swift elbow strike that sent him flying. Why? Vegeta felt a sharp pain, but even more so, a sense of defeat. He could hardly believe that his ultimate flash had been so effortlessly evaded. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta surged forward again, fueled by rage. At that moment, Wang Teng showed no intention of dodging. He extended his palm to firmly catch Vegeta's ferocious punch. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Let me show you how to wield your fists. Wang Teng's punch landed heavily in Vegeta's abdomen, sending him hurtling back like a cannonball. Goku swiftly leaped into the air, securely catching Vegeta, who still clutched his abdomen, unable to recover after a few moments. Seconds later, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Goku behind him, saying, "Who asked you to meddle, Kakarot?" At that moment, Goku's expression was particularly grave as he replied, "Vegeta, you must have noticed that Lord Wang Teng's strength far surpasses ours. If we engage him separately, we will only meet our demise. It is imperative that we unite in our struggle." Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned his head away. Although he recognized the truth in Goku's words, his pride would not permit him to concede to such cooperation. Just then, Wang Teng's voice echoed ominously, "Vegeta, it is quite unbecoming for a Saiyan prince to be so inflexible. You would rather see your entire force perish than collaborate with your allies. No matter how much you train, you shall remain nothing but refuse." Fury ignited within Vegeta as he retorted, "You dare call me rubbish? Do you even know who I am? I am Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans. Today, I shall defeat you. Kakarot, let us confront that fiend together and show him the might of our race." Goku, stroking his face thoughtfully, remarked, "But Lord Wang Teng seems to be a Saiyan as well." Vegeta, exasperated, shouted, "Enough with the chatter. Let us charge forth." Instantly, Vegeta and Goku positioned themselves opposite Wang Teng, their energies clashing in a fierce standoff. "Whis, is it permissible for Goku and Vegeta to join forces against the Inspector?" Beerus inquired with concern. Whis chuckled, replying, "Lord Beerus, just look at how delightfully engaged the Inspector appears. Besides, Goku and Vegeta are no match for him. So you need not worry." Beerus cast a glance at Whis and fell silent. In the next moment, Goku and Vegeta sprang into action, both transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Having trained together consistently, their synergy was remarkable. The three swiftly vanished from sight, and the air resonated with the ripples of their energy colliding. The sound of thunderous booms filled the atmosphere, a testament to the ferocity of their battle. "Father, Uncle Vegeta, and Lord Wang Teng," Wufan anxiously called out from below. Beerus wore a grave expression, clearly taken aback by the remarkable strength of the young inspector. In the sky, Vegeta was struck in the abdomen twice, his face a mask of fury. The proud prince of all Saiyans, he found it intolerable to be continually thwarted. Were it not for Kakarot's presence to hold back his opponent, he would have faced defeat long ago, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. With this thought, his inner pride rebelled against the humiliation. In a sudden surge of power, his blue divine aura began to blaze ever more brightly, shifting from a pale blue to a deep azure. As Ryukong and Wang Teng continued their fierce exchange, they also discerned something peculiar about Vegeta. It seemed that Vegeta's aura had intensified. Just as Ryukong's focus began to wane, a voice pierced the air, "Engage with me, but do so with utmost concentration." Suddenly, like a phantom, A punch struck Wukong squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. At that moment, Vegeta had maximized his power. Although he had yet to transform into the deeper blue, he was teetering on the threshold between Super Saiyan Blue and its darker form, his strength surging to unprecedented heights. "Kakarot, let us advance," he declared, and without hesitation, he charged forward. Gritting his teeth, Son Wukong bellowed, tenfold King Kai fist. A divine azure aura enveloped his red energy, unleashing an astonishing force that surged forth. He too propelled himself into the fray. At this juncture, both Vegeta and Son Wukong had unveiled all their trump cards before Wang Teng. A smirk crept across Wang Teng's lips as he erupted with power, his golden aura rising rapidly, elevating the strength of Super Saiyan 4 to its zenith. The three soon collided midair with a resounding impact. With a powerful punch, Wukong struck out, and Wang Teng met his blow head-on, following it up with a swift elbow strike. Vegeta immediately joined the fray. The three engaged in a fierce aerial battle, exchanging blows in a relentless struggle. Despite their intensity, Wang Teng maintained a delicate balance, cautiously probing the formidable strength of the deep blue Vegeta, ensuring that the fight remained evenly matched. As Vegeta and Son Wukong's fists flew faster and their strikes grew increasingly powerful, the air was charged with palpable force. "Lord Beerus, it seems Vegeta has transcended into a new realm, one unprecedented by any before," Whis remarked with calm observation. Hearing this, Beerus cast a glance skyward and mused. That prideful fellow Vegeta has faced a significant blow to his ego today. It is only natural for him to break through under such circumstances. Chapter 16. The conclusion of battle with a resounding boom. The three figures swiftly separated. In the next moment, Vegeta charged once more towards Wang Teng. As he surged forward, Wukong followed suit. Wang Teng, however, did not underestimate his opponents. His form transformed into a crimson blur, advancing to meet them head-on. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of rapid punches aimed at Wang Teng, an array of fist shadows raining down upon him. Yet Wang Teng deftly evaded each one with ease. In that instant, Wukong's fist also hurtled forward at breakneck speed, prompting Wang Teng to pivot and deliver a counterstrike. The two fists collided with tremendous force, and suddenly, Wang Teng's fist morphed into a claw, seizing Wukong's arm. Wukong was abruptly flung aside, colliding with the approaching Vegeta. The two engaged in a genuine and forceful encounter. "Kakarot, move aside." Son Wukong was roughly shoved aside by Vegeta. Wukong touched his head and exclaimed, "It hurts so much." "Vegeta, your body is incredibly hard." "Silence," Vegeta retorted, immediately consumed by rage. Both warriors then turned their gazes toward Wang Teng, who stood across from them with a smile. Vegeta's fury surged once more, as an astonishing azure aura began to rise around him. Saiyans, by their very nature, are destined not to be defeated. The more they find themselves in dire straits, the more they are capable of surpassing their limits. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta suddenly charged at Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression sharpened, and an overwhelming aura pressed down upon Vegeta with terrifying force. Undaunted, Vegeta's blue aura clashed fiercely with Wang Teng's might, his face resolute with determination. "Vegeta, I am here to assist you." Wukong erupted with fury, and the energy of the three warriors clashed and intertwined above the realm of destruction. The entire domain trembled violently, reverberating with their escalating roars. In the next moment, they vanished from sight. Such a terrifying collision. Sun Wufan murmured as he gazed into the sky. At this moment, the space within the realm of destruction continued to quiver, emitting a deep, resonant hum. Boom. Bang bang bang. The clashes in the heavens grew increasingly fearsome. There they were, Wang Teng, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, battling from the heights to the ground. And back again. The air was thick with ominous energy, accompanied by the incessant, piercing sounds of their combat. The relentless thudding of fists against fists echoed throughout the arena. Whis, taken aback by the formidable strength of the prosecutor, pondered whether Wukong and Vegeta might indeed face defeat. Beerus observed the aerial skirmish with keen interest. At that moment, Whis maintained a neutral expression before inquiring with a smile, "Who does Lord Beerus believe will emerge victorious?" "I do not know," Beerus replied curtly. Whis, with a cheerful grin, chose to remain silent. Bang! Thud! Just then, a resounding crash echoed forth. All eyes turned to witness Sun Wukong and Vegeta sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, clearly devoid of the strength to continue fighting. "Lord Wang Teng is truly formidable, I concede," Sun Wukong remarked with a rueful smile. Vegeta, however, clenched his teeth, resolutely closing his eyes, evidently displeased with the outcome. Wang Teng descended gracefully from the sky, panting heavily, having clearly expended considerable energy. As the battle concluded, Beerus and Whis appeared before the three warriors in an instant. At that moment, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong proclaimed in unison, "I shall challenge you again." Vegeta, surprised to find himself echoing Wukong's words, turned his head away in a huff, while Sun Wukong could only manage a wry chuckle. Wang Teng, seemingly inspired by the competitive spirit of the two Saiyans, responded with a smile, "Very well, I shall accept your challenge at any time." Following this encounter, Wang Teng underwent a subtle transformation in the eyes of Wukong and his companions. What had begun as mere curiosity regarding his identity had now blossomed into profound respect for his strength. "Whis, please arrange a room for me. I wish to reside here for a while." Upon hearing this, Whis nodded with a smile. Wang Teng then turned to Beerus. "Beerus, is it acceptable for me to stay here for a few days?" To this inquiry, Beerus responded promptly, "It is an honor for the entire 7th universe to host you. My lord, you are most welcome." Just then, Wang Teng suddenly added, "By the way, Wufan will be staying with me. Please prepare 2 rooms. 3 days hence." In the realm of destruction, a cacophony resounded. Despite enduring countless assaults, none yielded any significant results. Vegeta struck the ground with a fierce punch. Following his battle with Wang Teng, Vegeta and Son Goku engaged in rigorous training under Whis' guidance. However, the disparity in strength between them and the angel was profoundly unfathomable. Consequently, their endeavors during practice with Whis were rather unfruitful. "Well, let us conclude for today," Whis remarked with a smile. At that moment, Wang Teng approached. "Whis, your prowess is quite impressive. Perhaps we should spar?" Upon hearing this, Whis chuckled. "My lord jests, how could I dare engage in combat with you? If Lord Zeno were to find out, it would spell trouble." Wang Teng rolled his eyes, fully aware of the angel's capabilities and the unique nature of his status. Whis' words were merely superficial pleasantries. "What if I were to present you with a superlative culinary delight?" At Wang Teng's suggestion, Whis' eyes instantly sparkled with delight. "Is it true, Lord Wang Teng? A superlative dish? Is it more delectable than instant noodles?" Given Whis' naivety, Wang Teng chose to overlook his lack of experience. Before his transmigration, he had been a top-tier chef, and to compare a mere instant noodle to his creations was laughable. Even his simplest dishes would likely be exquisite feasts in Whis' eyes. "Whis, a superlative dish is certainly attainable, but we must engage in a spar first." Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, a look of understanding appeared on Whis' face. This prosecutor was evidently a combat enthusiast, seeking to challenge formidable opponents. Yet, he could not resist the allure of culinary delights. After contemplating, he ultimately declined, stating, "I think I shall pass. I fear I may not possess the fortune to savor Lord Wang Teng's fare." While he had no qualms about sparring, he was quite averse to Wang Teng's manipulative tactics. Moreover, he harbored doubts about the culinary capabilities of a prosecutor from the divine realm. Thus, he was convinced that Wang Teng would not be able to produce any worthwhile dishes and was merely trying to deceive him. Upon hearing Whis' refusal, Wang Teng thought to himself, "I refuse to believe you can resist the temptation of exquisite cuisine." Given Whis' notorious gluttonous nature, even a simple yet hearty dish would likely be irresistible to him. At this moment, Wang Teng had made little progress in his recent training. If he could engage in combat with the angel Whis, his strength would surely soar, for the Saiyan race thrived in the face of formidable challenges. Having come to this realization, Wang Teng ceased his entanglement with Whis and swiftly made his way to the kitchen of the realm of destruction. To his surprise, the kitchen was equipped with an impressive array of culinary tools. Without delay, he retrieved the versatile capsule gifted to him by Bulma, filled with the fresh ingredients he had specifically requested. With a flurry of deft movements, Wang Teng summoned a delightful aroma from the kitchen, which soon wafted outside, captivating Whis, who was taken aback by the enticing scent. "To think that the esteemed prosecutor is indeed a culinary artist," he exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 17. Transformation into Super Saiyan 5 in just a little over 10 minutes. Wang Teng presented a sumptuous dish, the 4 joy meatballs. Gazing at the exquisite creation, Whis' face lit up with sheer surprise. The fragrance was simply irresistible, a scent he had never encountered before. With his eyes closed, he reveled in the rich aroma. "How exquisite! This is the most tempting fragrance I've ever experienced. Wang Teng, what is the name of this culinary delight?" Observing Whis' rapturous expression, Wang Teng replied with a serene demeanor, "This dish is called 4 joy meatballs." For Whis, a true connoisseur and a self-proclaimed foodie. Resistance was futile in the face of such gastronomic pleasure. Whis, about the matter I mentioned earlier? Wang Teng inquired. Immersed in the culinary ecstasy, Whis nodded eagerly. Absolutely. No problem. His unreserved agreement was precisely what Wang Teng had anticipated. Suddenly, an odd thought crossed Wang Teng's mind. With whom did the high priest sire so many angels? Could it be that he, like Piccolo, emerged from an egg? Shaking off these bizarre musings, he graciously urged, "Please, indulge yourself. This was prepared for you." Whis approached with dainty steps, covering his mouth with a smile. "In that case, I shall not hold back." Wang Teng couldn't help but feel a pang of exasperation at Whis' antics. Just then, Beerus was drawn in by the tantalizing aroma. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Teng, he caught sight of the culinary masterpiece before Whis and bellowed, "Whis, how dare you indulge in such a feast alone?" The two soon engaged in a playful quarrel. But Wang Teng remained unfazed, having achieved his goal. In a matter of minutes, the pair devoured an entire plate of 4-joy meatballs. That was absolutely divine. Whis' voice echoed throughout the realm of destruction. "How was it, Whis?" "Beerus?" Wang Teng asked, feigning innocence as he observed their insatiable expressions. "Simply marvelous. This is the finest cuisine I have ever savored. I never imagined that you possessed such remarkable culinary skills. Wang Teng, might you prepare 2 more dishes for me?" In response, Wang Teng smiled and replied, "That is certainly possible, but it will depend on your performance shortly." Hearing their exchange, Beerus interjected with curiosity, "Whis, what are you and Wang Teng discussing? It feels as if there is a secret being kept from me." Upon hearing Beerus's puzzled voice, Whis chuckled, "Lord Beerus, this is something you could accomplish as well. Lord Wang Teng lacks a worthy opponent, and you would be the most fitting choice." Beerus responded, "Nanny? Why do I feel like I've been sold out again?" In the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7, 2 figures stood in the air, Wang Teng and the angel Whis. In the next moment, Wang Teng erupted with energy, instantly transforming into a state surpassing Super Saiyan 4, with golden flames rising around him. Not bad. Whis observed Wang Teng's instantaneous transformation, fully aware of his combat prowess. Although Wang Teng had reached a level comparable to some weaker gods of destruction, Whis still perceived him as somewhat lacking. However, given Wang Teng's age, he was undeniably a prodigy. Below, Goku and Vegeta fixated their gazes on the 2 figures in the sky, while Gohan clenched his fists tightly, feeling an insatiable thirst for power. Despite Wang Teng's formidable strength, the might of Whis was beyond his imagination. Beerus murmured to himself. As the god of destruction of Universe 7, he understood better than anyone the extent of Whis' power. Even he had never witnessed Whis fight at full strength. At that moment, Wang Teng's calm voice resonated. "I never claimed that my power was limited to this." Filled with confidence, he turned to Whis and then addressed Gohan. "Watch closely, Gohan. Next, I shall transform into Super Saiyan 5, surpassing Super Saiyan 4. My power will undergo a qualitative change." Wang Teng was acutely aware that Super Saiyan 4 could only contend with weaker gods of destruction. Even against Beerus, Super Saiyan 4 would quickly falter, let alone against the stronger Whis. Only by transcending his limits and transforming into Super Saiyan 5 could he truly hope to challenge Whis. Although Wang Teng's foundational strength had significantly increased since his arrival in the God of Destruction realm, he remained uncertain about his ability to contend with Whis, given that Whis ranked among the strongest angels. What? Super Saiyan 5? Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan were utterly astonished. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with defiance. "Damn it, what is the Super Saiyan 5? It's merely bluster. The power of Super Saiyan 4 is already formidable enough that I must team up with Goku to barely manage." However, Wang Teng has unexpectedly claimed that beyond Super Saiyan 4, there exists an even more formidable Super Saiyan 5. How can he possibly come to terms with this? Is it conceivable that Lord Wang Teng's words are not mere fabrications? Does Super Saiyan 5 truly exist? Wukong murmured in disbelief. Whis covered his mouth with a chuckle, saying, "Lord Wang Teng truly enjoys jesting. The aura you are currently emitting is remarkably powerful for your age. Moreover, I cannot fathom that you would possess such strength after less than a year as a prosecutor. Achieving power exceeding Super Saiyan 4 at this age is indeed extraordinary. If you were to progress further, it would imply that your potential surpasses that of any angel or destroyer. Whis, I sense that Lord Wang Teng is not merely jesting." "Tread carefully," Beerus suddenly declared with seriousness, yet he too was profoundly astonished. Simultaneously, a deep roar emanated slowly from Wang Teng's throat. In the next moment, The entire realm of destruction, indeed the entire seventh universe, began to tremble. As terrifying power erupted from Wang Teng, the realm of destruction quaked violently. A tempest swept through the realm, akin to a typhoon of epic proportions. The thunderous shouts continued to echo. Bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, which became shrouded in dark clouds. An overwhelming aura burst forth from Wang Teng. The golden flames radiated like auroras, piercing through the sky. Silver streaks of lightning coiled around Wang Teng, resembling serpents. The dazzling golden flames, with their blinding brilliance, rendered it impossible to gaze directly. Beholding the silver-haired Wang Teng and the terrifying power he exuded, one could not help but exclaim, "How formidable! Is this truly the strength of Lord Wang Teng? It is beyond imagination. I cannot believe that Super Saiyan 5 exists in this world." Under the oppressive weight of such formidable power, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan instinctively took several steps back. Had they not also been formidable beings capable of shaking the universe, their retreat would have been far more than mere steps. Chapter 18. The Encounter with Whis. Lord Wang Teng has concealed his strength. I never imagined he could transform into Super Saiyan 5, a truly powerful energy. Whis expressed his astonishment. With his transformation into Super Saiyan 5, Wang Teng's strength reached a pinnacle. Given that his base combat power was already astonishing, upon transforming, it ascended to an unfathomable level. At this moment, the terrifying aura surging from him altered the very environment. Beerus's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. His heart was overwhelmed with unparalleled shock. The power exhibited by Wang Teng at this moment was such that even he could not be entirely certain of prevailing against it. No wonder Lord Wang Teng possessed the confidence to engage with Whis. This surge of energy was indeed astonishing. Beerus murmured in utter astonishment. He never imagined that within such a brief period, one could attain such heights. Truly unprecedented. Whis echoed, astonished. He had often gleaned insights into Wang Teng's condition through discussions with the Grand Priest, and the information he received indicated that the opponent's combat prowess was merely at the level of the weakest destroyer god. However, he was taken aback by the fact that the strength displayed today far exceeded what he had learned, according to Whis's estimation. Even the mightiest of destroyer gods would find themselves hard-pressed against Wang Teng. As expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of all present, the tumult within the realm of destruction gradually began to settle. The ominous clouds in the sky started to disperse. A golden aura enveloped Wang Teng, while silver lightning flickered in and out of sight. Super Saiyan 5? Is this what Lord Wang Teng referred to as his ultimate form? The intensity of this energy was simply terrifying. At this moment, Son Gohan stood frozen in place, gazing at Wang Teng, whose hair shimmered silver, and murmured to himself. For the power Wang Teng now wielded had utterly surpassed his comprehension. He could scarcely fathom the extent of this force. Having elevated his strength to its zenith, Wang Teng finally made his move. He dashed towards Whis with astonishing speed, transforming into a streak of silver light that vanished from sight. In an instant, Wang Teng materialized before Whis and unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! The sheer force of his fist sent waves of thunderous sound reverberating through the surrounding air. Although Wang Teng had not employed his full strength, he exerted 50% of his power. The onlookers below were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that such a terrifying display was merely a probe. Lord Beerus, will Whis be all right? Wukong expressed his concerns, to which Beerus shook his head and replied, I do not know. The current situation has already surpassed my control. All I can tell you is that Whis is exceptionally powerful. As Wukong observed the ever-enlarging fist before him, Whis extended his palm, enveloped in a gentle blue radiance, exhibiting approximately 50% of his strength. Lord Wang Teng certainly holds me in high regard, Whis remarked with a subtle smile, sensing the formidable power wielded by Super Saiyan 5 Wang Teng. In the next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the fist collided with Whis's palm. Bang! A fierce gust of wind immediately surged from the point of impact, radiating outward. Realizing the terrifying power emanating from Whis, which remained steadfast and immovable, Wang Teng's heart raced, prompting him to leap backward swiftly. Whis's strength far exceeded Wang Teng's expectations. He had assumed that, despite his transformation into Super Saiyan 5, he would be nearly equal to Whis. However, the moment of collision revealed Whis to be akin to an abyss, exuding an unfathomable depth. The sensation he experienced from Whis closely mirrored that of the Grand Minister. Whis, undoubtedly among the most formidable of angels, was truly extraordinary. It appeared that he must summon all his strength. Opposite him stood a genuine top-tier deity, an angel. As his body began to shimmer, all his power surged toward his fist. Instantly, a golden aura enveloped his fist, crackling with silver lightning. Whoosh! The terrifying fist shot forth. In response to Wang Teng's full exertion, Whis's expression finally turned grave. He too clenched his fist, a white divine aura flickering into view. Whis was evidently serious now. It seemed the Grand Minister's strength was indeed fearsome to an alarming degree. Beerus's eyes remained fixed on the scene above. Bang! The two terrifying fists collided immediately. The ground below split open, leaving a deep gash. The overwhelming energy ripple instantaneously spread outward. Vegeta shouted, "Get down quickly!" In a swift motion, Wukong and his companions hastily descended to the ground. Beerus was enveloped in a purple aura, gradually ascending into the air. Ha 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 ha. Wang Teng continuously unleashed his formidable energy, causing a terrifying aura to rise, and the entire realm of destruction trembled. Countless fragments of stone slowly lifted, rendering the battlefield a scene of chaos. While Whis maintained an impassive demeanor, the palpable force emanating from his fist was undeniably unsettling. Thunderous booms resonated throughout the realm of destruction. With a resounding crash, both combatants were forced to retreat. Wang Teng suddenly felt an immense power assaulting his body, propelling him backward uncontrollably. He collided with several mountain peaks, carving a lengthy ravine before finally coming to a halt. In contrast, Whis managed to execute a few graceful flips in midair before stabilizing himself, landing firmly on the ground. The disparity between the two was stark. Wang Teng clenched his fist tightly and delivered a powerful blow to the ground. What? Whis was actually pushed back? The astonishing scene before him left Beerus in utter disbelief. He was well aware of Whis's strength. Even if he intervened, the outcome would likely be no different. Could it be that Wang Teng's power had surpassed my own? Remarkable. Wang Teng's prowess is truly extraordinary. Based on his current display, he may indeed have the potential to reach the level of an angel. Gazing at Wang Teng's remarkably youthful visage, Whis was overwhelmed with astonishment. For Wang Teng had now attained the pinnacle of a destroyer, capable of rivaling an angel at any moment, which was a truly moving realization. Wang Teng gradually rose to his feet, his gaze steady as he regarded Whis. He spoke calmly. "Whis, you are formidable, yet I am determined to surpass you." With a subtle glance towards Gohan, Wang Teng then departed with him. As Wukong gazed upon Wang Teng's remarkable regard for Gohan, his heart brimmed with joy. "Gohan, you must seize this opportunity. Lord Wang Teng is a paramount powerhouse in the entire world. However," he mused, "Father shall not be outdone by any of you, including Lord Wang Teng." Observing Wang Teng's departure, Vegeta clenched his silver teeth in frustration. How infuriating. To think a Saiyan has surpassed me to such an extent. This is utterly unforgivable. Kakarot. Let us train. Wukong and Vegeta were equally astonished by Wang Teng's terrifying strength, thus silently resolved to strive harder. At this moment, Beerus wore a grave expression and inquired, "Whis, tell me honestly, has Lord Wang Teng surpassed me?" Whis, feigning contemplation, then replied with a smile, "Lord Beerus, you worry too much. Although Lord Wang Teng is indeed formidable, I believe you are still on par with him." Upon hearing Whis's response, Beerus erupted into hearty laughter. "Is that so? This situation seems to be growing quite intriguing." Chapter 19. Angelic combat power. Through his battle with Whis, Wang Teng gleaned significant insights and subsequently informed Gohan, "I am about to enter seclusion. I have a premonition that this time, I shall break through my limits and attain an entirely new level." At this moment, his power had already reached the pinnacle of destroyer-level strength. Should he undergo another period of seclusion, coupled with the rewards from his sign-in, it is likely he would truly transcend his current realm. Simultaneously, Wang Teng felt an undeniable sense of anticipation this time. He must break through to the realm of angelic combat power. Upon hearing this, Gohan nodded and said, "Lord Wang Teng, please rest assured and focus on your seclusion. I shall not permit anyone to disturb you." As he gazed at Wang Teng's retreating figure, a smile of anticipation graced Gohan's face. He eagerly wondered what heights Lord Wang Teng might ultimately reach. With this thought in mind, he tilted his head slightly, his gaze resting on the distant figure of Whis. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, "Lord Whis's strength is also unfathomable. I wonder if, upon completing his seclusion, Lord Wang Teng will be able to surpass him." Wufan possesses no definitive understanding of the combat prowess of Beerus and Whis. He merely perceives them as formidable beings. With an inclination to believe that Beerus surpasses Whis in strength, as indicated by their titles, Beerus being the master and Whis the attendant. At this moment, Wang Teng stepped into the gravity chamber that Whis had specially prepared for him, a facility capable of adjusting gravitational intensity at will, given his current level. The magnitude of gravity was inconsequential, yet Wang Teng aimed to enhance his foundational combat capabilities, necessitating a return to the most fundamental training methods, thereby rendering the gravity chamber indispensable. Following his training, he anticipated receiving the system's rewards from signing in at the God of Destruction realm, expecting delightful surprises. Although his foundational combat strength was growing at an impressive pace, it paled in comparison to the rewards from the system's sign-in bonuses. Wang Teng had a premonition that this period of seclusion would elevate him to an entirely new realm, potentially aligning his strength with that of an angel, a prospect he eagerly anticipated. Subsequently, Wang Teng commenced an arduous training regimen. Before long, the gravity chamber echoed with the sounds of rapid movement. Time always seemed to pass swiftly, and 3 months later, Wang Teng emerged from the gravity chamber, his face alight with exhilaration. Through this period of intense training, he had finally shattered the bottleneck of his foundational strength, ascending to a new level. 3 days prior, the system's rewards had arrived. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 100 days of sign-in at the God of Destruction realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a foundational combat power of 100 million. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the King Kai Fist. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to reverse time by 3 seconds. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 sins of beans. Furthermore, Wang Teng's attribute panel materialized in his mind. Host. Wang Teng Bloodline, Scion Combat Power, Angel Level Skills, Kamehameha, King Kai Fist, Instant Transmission, 3 seconds Time Reversal, Initial Stage Ultra Instinct Items, 20 Sins of Beans. As he contemplated the attribute panel in his mind, the system had unequivocally stated that his combat power had reached the level of an angel. However, angels vary in strength, and the true measure of his capabilities could only be gauged through direct confrontation. Remarkably, he had also acquired the skill to reverse time by 3 seconds, which would prove incredibly advantageous for someone of his caliber. In the heat of battle, the sudden reversal of time could yield unexpected outcomes, reminiscent of Hit's time skip technique. Moreover, given that Hit was capable of evolving his time skip ability, Wang Teng was confident that through diligent training, he too could enhance his time reversal skill. Should he attain a level akin to Whis' mastery of time manipulation, it would become an invaluable trump card in his arsenal. Indeed, at this moment, Wang Teng's spirits were exceptionally high, and his ambitions extended far beyond mere aspirations. He firmly believed that in the near future, he would undoubtedly become a paragon of excellence within the Dragon Ball universe, compelling even the Omni-King to bow before him in reverence. Whoosh! Wang Teng's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear at the door, where he found Gohan lost in thought. Gohan. Upon hearing his name, Gohan appeared momentarily stunned, before springing to his feet with excitement. Lord Wang Teng, you have finally emerged. Your expression suggests you have achieved significant gains. Observing the genuine joy in Gohan's eyes, Wang Teng nodded with satisfaction. By sheer luck, I have broken through. Gohan, you should go rest now. I will commence your special training next time. Hearing that his special training was finally set to begin, Gohan responded eagerly before heading towards his room. During Wang Teng's retreat, Gohan had indeed stood guard at the door for a full 3 months, fearful that others might disturb Wang Teng's cultivation. The sincerity and purity of the bond between Goku and his son were truly endearing. Wang Teng gradually made his way to the training grounds where Goku and Vegeta were engaged in rigorous practice. Uncharacteristically, Beerus was not napping. Instead, he was actively training Goku and Vegeta, which was quite peculiar. Previously, he had merely delegated their training to Whis, and any loud disturbances from their training would provoke his wrath. Meanwhile, Whis, sipping coffee, noticed Wang Teng approaching, and his initial reaction was one of astonishment. As Wang Teng drew near, Whis' gaze sharpened, and he intoned, "Lord Wang Teng, is it truly you?" Upon hearing Whis' inquiry, Wang Teng touched his face, pondering whether his appearance had changed. It shouldn't have. After all, Gohan had recognized him immediately. This was also the first instance Wang Teng had witnessed Whis displaying such a serious expression, as he was typically characterized by a relaxed smile. Wang Teng took a seat beside Whis, who continued, "It seems that during your retreat, you have indeed made remarkable progress. Your aura and the power you emanate are vastly different from before. Wang Teng contemplated for a moment and replied, perhaps I have transcended to a new realm. Whis shook his head, responding gravely, your transformation during this retreat surpasses the mere notion of a breakthrough. At this moment, I can sense a formidable energy emanating from you, coupled with an indescribable essence. Whis then fell into deep thought. After a while, he exclaimed, oh, it is precisely intent. Lord Wang Teng, you now exude a remarkably sharp intent. Intent? Wang Teng was taken aback by a term he had never heard, even as a transcendent being. Intent, also referred to as I Ching, is an ethereal concept. Whis began to elucidate further. The primary condition for the emergence of I lies in the transcendence of destructive power beyond that of a god of destruction. As it stands, even Lord Beerus has yet to comprehend the existence of I. To my knowledge, only Lord Hellas, the god of destruction from the second universe, has grasped its essence, and he is the very one whom Lord Beerus aspires to surpass. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng was profoundly astonished. It seems that breaking through the power of a god of destruction gives rise to this concept of I. However, he remained perplexed about the true nature of I. The essence of your I is a capacity that you must explore for yourself. Once an individual attains this state, they can wield it in combat, marking a genuine transcendence beyond the gods of destruction. If Lord Beerus were not so indolent, with his innate talent, he could undoubtedly master the perfect state of Zhi Gong and grasp the power of I, thereby leaping to become the strongest god of destruction. Whis remarked solemnly, it appears that Lord Wang Teng has already surpassed the level of a god of destruction. No sooner had he spoken than Whis began to scrutinize Wang Teng with great astonishment. Chapter 20. The visit from Kampa, however, Wang Teng's age was exceedingly young. To beings such as Whis and Beerus, who have lived for countless ages, his years were but a mere fraction. At such a tender age, he has already reached the pinnacle of surpassing a god of destruction. Whis' astonishment knew no bounds. After all, to transcend the level of a god of destruction at this age is something he had never encountered before. I cannot say for certain, but I have indeed broken through. Wang Teng replied with a smile, evidently in high spirits. Boom. Vegeta and Son Goku were sent flying by a single strike from Beerus. All right. Let us conclude today's affairs here, Beerus stated nonchalantly. The two, having regained their footing, abandoned their intentions to launch another assault. Lord Beerus, why the sudden halt? I was just beginning to find my rhythm. Wukong muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Beerus spoke in a deep voice. I said it ends here for today. Do you have any objections? Seeing that Beerus seemed a bit irritated, Wukong immediately waved his hands in a flustered manner. All right, Kakarot. Let us go. Vegeta and Son Wukong soared into the distance. As Beerus approached, he spotted Wang Teng enjoying coffee with Whis. He promptly greeted Wang Teng, Lord Wang Teng. When did you emerge from seclusion? Wang Teng took a gentle sip of his coffee and replied, just a moment ago. Although Beerus sensed a formidable aura emanating from Wang Teng, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? This aura? Could it be that the energy radiating from Lord Wang Teng is identical to that of Hellas? The profound realm. Beerus gazed at Wang Teng in astonishment. Lord Wang Teng, have you truly transcended the level of destroyer gods? It appears so, Wang Teng said with a faint smile. Shock. An unparalleled shock. At that moment, Beerus stood frozen in place. How could this be? Lord Wang Teng is so young, yet he has comprehended the profound realm, becoming a peer of the mighty. Observing Beerus's astonishment, Wang Teng calmly stated, I have just completed my seclusion. I shall return to rest now. Without waiting for a reply, he departed. Whis. Has Lord Wang Teng genuinely grasped the profound realm? Beerus still struggled to believe it and hurriedly inquired. Yes, Lord Beerus, you are not mistaken. Receiving Whis' confirmation, the shock within Beerus lingered, refusing to subside. Lord Beerus, perhaps it is time for you to engage in serious training. It seems you have not made any progress in quite a while, as the inspector has certainly noticed. Upon hearing this, cold sweat immediately trickled down Beerus's forehead. Subsequently, he surprisingly made his way to his training room, as Whis could hardly recall the last time he had visited. Watching Beerus's retreating figure, a smile graced Whis' face. A month later, in the 6th universe, Bardos. What as for dinner today? I'm absolutely famished, the destroyer god Kampa bellowed. Surely, Bardos isn't attempting to starve me. Just then, the beautiful Bardos approached. Lord Kampa, after much consideration, I have decided to share some very important news with you, Bardos said with utmost seriousness. In truth, She had been conflicted about whether to reveal this information to Kampa. Enough of the small talk, whatever it is. Let us discuss it after we've eaten. Kampa was not in the mood to heed Bardas's words, as he solely craved delicious food. It concerns the inspector. Are you certain you don't want to hear it? Because Wang Teng has been appointed as a prosecutor, an event witnessed by both Beerus and Kampa. The purpose of his inspections across various universes is abundantly clear to them. That young man? Has he become a prosecutor and now indulges himself elsewhere? What does it matter to me if he hasn't come to the 6th universe? Evidently, while Kampa may not hold Wang Teng in high regard, he remains acutely aware of the significance of the prosecutor's position, for it possesses the authority to compel even a god of destruction like him to replace someone. At this moment, Lord Wang Teng resides in the realm of the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Upon hearing this, Kampa sprang from his chair. What did you say? That brat is in Beerus's territory? His initial disdain has transformed into astonishment. As Kampa furrowed his brow and muttered, why on earth would that fellow choose to dwell in Beerus's domain? Kampa, being well acquainted with Beerus's character, knows that his brother is notoriously lazy, often sleeping for millennia at a time. The more Kampa contemplated, the more uneasy he felt. Although they frequently appeared to be at odds and often quarreled upon meeting, Beerus understood that the bond between the two brothers ran profoundly deep. Beerus, we must travel to the 7th universe. I need to discover what is truly happening. There must be an underlying reason for Wang Teng to reside in Beerus's territory. And I suspect it is far from simple. After all, they are brothers, bound by blood, and both serve as gods of destruction. Should anything amiss occur in Beerus's realm, he could always plead on his brother's behalf, as Kampa has unwavering confidence in his connections. Lord Kampa, you intend to visit the 7th universe? The prosecutor has not permitted our presence there. Would it not be rather presumptuous of us to proceed uninvited? Beerus spoke softly. Spare me the pleasantries. I command you to take me to the 7th universe at once. As for that brat Wang Teng, I have my own methods. I cannot idly stand by while Beerus faces dismissal. I must lend my support. Upon hearing Kampa's resolute words, Beerus had no choice but to comply. Just as Beerus was about to set forth, Kampa's voice echoed once more. Wait a moment, Beerus. Beerus looked at Kampa in confusion. What is it, Lord Kampa? Kampa replied, bring along the boiled eggs from Dong Dong Bird. It shall serve as a gift for that young man Wang Teng. It is best if Beerus is unharmed. But if any trouble arises, I shall be in a better position to intercede, especially since we have met Wang Teng before. If we wait for him to return a year later, it may be too late. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Beerus immediately halted his actions, responding earnestly, Lord Kampa, you must consider this carefully. Wang Teng is now a prosecutor. Regardless of what you say or do, it would be wise to maintain a respectful demeanor, or else you may both face repercussions along with Lord Beerus. Acknowledging Beerus's warning, Kampa nodded. I understand. Beerus, let us proceed to the 7th universe without delay. I merely wish to behold that gaunt figure with my own eyes, hoping he does not provoke Lord Wang Teng's ire. This time, equipped with the exquisite boiled eggs from Dong Dong Bird, there should be no issues, for such delectable eggs are a rarity in the 7th universe. Very well. Lord Beerus nodded in agreement. Before conveying this matter to Lord Kampa, he had anticipated such an occurrence, for they are indeed brothers. One can only hope that upon their arrival in the 7th universe, Lord Kampa refrains from clashing with the esteemed inspector, for if such a conflict arises, it would not only implicate him but also drag Lord Beerus into the fray. After all, Wang Teng is currently the inspector appointed by the Omni-King himself, wielding unimaginable authority. Subsequently, Beerus and Kampa vanished from the 6th universe. Nearly a few hours later, they arrived in the 7th universe. The moment they appeared in the 7th universe, Kampa was engulfed in exhilaration. Will that gaunt fellow be moved to tears at the sight of me? Thereafter, the duo swiftly soared towards the god of destruction's realm in the 7th universe. In the realm of the 7th universe's god of destruction, Whis had just concluded training Goku and Vegeta and was preparing to indulge in afternoon tea when he suddenly sensed something, his expression shifting slightly. Why have Lord Kampa and his sister arrived? In the training chamber, Beerus abruptly opened his eyes. This divine aura, it's Kampa. What brings him here? In the next moment, Beerus vanished from the training room. Chapter 21. The boiled eggs of Dong Dong Bird. Beerus materialized right beside Whis. Lord Beerus, we have a guest, Whis remarked. Having sensed Kampa's presence earlier, Beerus was not taken aback and sneered. What does that fellow want? Surely he isn't here to stir up trouble? In response, Whis chuckled. Come now, you must know Lord Kampa's temperament. If he doesn't see you today, he might cause a ruckus. Beerus tapped his head. Let us go see. I hope he isn't looking for trouble. Should we not report this to the inspector? Beerus inquired. Whis pondered for a moment. Let us first ascertain the situation. You know Lord Kampa's nature. His visit is likely for trivial matters, so it would be best not to disturb the inspector. Beerus nodded in agreement. Just as Whis and Beerus exited the gates of the God of Destruction's realm, a thunderous roar echoed, Beerus, come out here. Beerus and Whis immediately covered their ears. Lord Kampa, please lower your voice. The inspector is present in the God of Destruction's realm. Bados cautioned. Only then did Kampa realize the gravity of the situation and promptly ceased his boisterousness. Bados shook his head in exasperation, wondering why Lord Kampa always seemed so oblivious. At that moment, the voice of Beerus resonated. Champ, why are you wailing like a banshee? Upon hearing this, a smile graced Kampa's face as he replied, Beerus, it appears you are unharmed. Kampa then swayed his plump form, appearing before Beerus and Whis, with the angel Vados trailing behind him. Beerus, his expression darkening, stated, Unless you provide me with a compelling reason, I shall turn you into a roasted pig today. In response, Kampa remarked, I was genuinely worried about you. Why must you treat me so coldly? The unprecedented nature of Kampa's words momentarily stunned Beerus. Worried about me? What reason do I have to be concerned? Kampa cast a glance at Vados and softly inquired, Vados, what is happening? Did you not mention that brat Wang Teng was wreaking havoc in the god realm? Why does Beerus appear so composed? Given his nature, he should be harboring a grudge against Wang Teng. Such tranquility is uncharacteristic of him. If Lord Zeno were to discover Beerus's dereliction of duty, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Vados shook her head. I am unaware of the specifics. Observing the two whispering, Beerus furrowed his brow. Hey Kampa, what brings you here this time? Kampa, reluctant to admit it was out of concern for him, hesitated. Just then, Goku and Vegeta, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Who is that person? Why do they resemble Lord Beerus so closely? With curiosity, Wukong inquired. Vegeta, with a grave expression, pondered. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction, and that rotund figure before me, clad in garments reminiscent of Lord Beerus' attire. Could he also be a god of destruction? Yet, how could there exist two gods of destruction? Suddenly, Wukong and Vegeta caught the attention of Kampa, who promptly remarked, Beerus, it appears your gathering is quite lively. Who are these two individuals? Beerus retorted coldly. Kampa, what brings you here? As for these two, they are scions from the 7th universe, temporarily training here. Kampa displayed a look of astonishment. Beerus, so you have taken on disciples? Yet, to think you would stoop to accept a lowly race such as the scions, your judgment is indeed questionable. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's gaze turned menacing. Pray tell, who are you to belittle the scions? Kampa visibly faltered, taken aback by the audacity of a mere mortal to speak thus, and then replied, Beerus, your disciple certainly lacks decorum. Have you not informed him of my identity? At that moment, Whis interjected softly. Calm yourself, Vegeta. Standing before you is the god of destruction from the 6th universe. The 6th universe's god of destruction. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. But what is the 6th universe? Vegeta stole a glance at Whis. Before Whis could elucidate, Wukong exclaimed with excitement. You too are a god of destruction. You must be incredibly formidable. Kampa, pleased by the expressions of Vegeta and son Wukong, chuckled. Indeed. Wukong, clearly intrigued, inquired, who among you is stronger, Lord Beerus or yourself? At that moment, the usually silent Beerus's attendant, Bados, softly interjected, such a question ought not to be posed. One merely needs to observe their physiques. Kampa, feeling directly addressed, retorted loudly, Hey Bados. Beerus, displaying evident impatience, bellowed, Kampa, what on earth brings you here? With a mysterious smile, Kampa replied, Bados, present it. Since Beerus is unoccupied, let them savor the delicacies of Universe 6. At this juncture, Bados gently reminded, Lord Kampa, did you not mention that this was a gift for Lord Wang Teng? Upon hearing this, Kampa recalled that the inspector was still in the Destroyer realm, and immediately exclaimed, Hey, Beerus. I heard that Lord Wang Teng is wreaking havoc in the Destroyer realm. Has he already departed? Beerus, taken aback, then comprehended the true purpose of Kampa's visit. It was to pay homage to the inspector. Observing the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, Whis suggested with a smile, Lord Beerus, let us allow the lady to accompany Lord Kampa inside. To this, Beerus nodded in agreement. In the reception hall of the Destroyer Realm, Beerus and Kampa sat opposite each other at a long table, while Whis and Bada stood beside the two deities of destruction. Beerus was the first to shatter the silence, stating, "Kampa, so you came to visit the inspector. However, it is unfortunate that the inspector has just entered seclusion." Upon hearing this, Kampa beckoned to Bada, saying, "Then let us present it. We shall let Lord Wang Teng savor this delicacy another day." Bada promptly waved her angelic staff, and a beautifully crafted box appeared on the table. The box opened automatically, revealing several peculiar eggs before everyone's eyes. Kampa, brimming with pride, declared, "These are the boiled eggs of a newly discovered creature, the Dong bird. They will leave you utterly speechless with delight." Beerus summoned one of the eggs into his hand and began to eat, yet remained silent. With a grand gesture, Kampa presented 2 eggs before Wukong and Vegeta, saying, "You should try them as well." Wukong took a bite. His eyes suddenly brightened as he exclaimed, "Delicious." Kampa's face immediately blossomed with a proud expression. "How about that, Beerus? Now you must concede. The 6th universe truly deserves the title of a culinary paradise." Beerus frowned, retorting, "Kampa, you truly do not know what you speak of. Can this even be called gourmet cuisine? If we are to discuss true delicacies, we must refer to the dish prepared by the esteemed inspector last time. What was it called?" Was softly interjected, "For joy meatballs." Beerus slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Yes, for joy meatballs." Kampa, upon hearing this peculiar name, was overcome with skepticism. "Hey, Beerus, are you so bereft of fine cuisine that you must resort to using that brat Wang Teng as a scapegoat?" At that moment, Bados promptly reminded, "Lord Kampa, please mind your wording. It is Lord Wang Teng." Just then, a faint voice echoed, "Brat? Is that what you call him?" Chapter 22. The alarmed Kampa upon seeing the newcomer, Kampa's face flushed crimson. "Wang Teng, Lord Kampa, please be mindful of your language. It is Lord Wang Teng," Bados reiterated. As Wang Teng entered the scene, Beerus quickly rose to offer his chair to Wang Teng and stood quietly to the side. Kampa then realized that Wang Teng's status had dramatically changed and hurried to his side, bowing deeply. "Little God, I pay my respects to the esteemed inspector. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I hope you do not hold it against me." At that moment, the angel Bados gracefully approached. "Lord Wang Teng, how have you been lately?" To Bados's greeting, Wang Teng nodded gently. "I've been quite well. You have become even more beautiful recently," Wang Teng complimented. To which Bados responded with a slight smile. "Thank you for your kind words, Lord Wang Teng." Meanwhile, Kampa was sweating profusely, remaining bent over, too intimidated to move. Wang Teng beckoned with his finger, and a boiled egg from the Dong bird appeared in his hand. Taking a bite, he noted that it was indeed indistinguishable from a regular chicken egg. "Kampa, have you been working diligently lately? Why do you spend all your time searching for delicacies? Are you a destroyer or a god of food?" Wang Teng spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this question, Kampa's heart raced with anxiety. For he had not engaged in his duties for quite some time, having only pursued his personal pleasures. The responsibilities of a destroyer had long since slipped his mind. He had thought Wang Teng would not inquire about his work. Kampa was drenched in sweat, casting a pleading glance towards Bados, his words stumbling and faltering. Observing this, Bados stepped in. "Lord Wang Teng, Lord Kampa has merely developed a fondness for gourmet cuisine recently, as you can see by his physique. However, he is still committed to his responsibilities." Upon hearing the beginning, Kampa's heart nearly leapt from his chest, but with the subsequent words, he finally exhaled in relief. "Well, since Beerus has said so, it is evident that you have been diligent in your duties, as she is indeed your supervising angel." "Stand up," Wang Teng murmured. Kampa then dared to rise slowly, casting a grateful glance towards Beerus. Although Kampa stood tall, his demeanor became increasingly cautious. He had not anticipated the immense pressure that Wang Teng's ascension to prosecutor would impose upon him, feeling as though the high priest himself had graced him with a visit. This was, in fact, a result of Wang Teng's profound comprehension of the matter, which naturally weighed heavily on a relatively weaker deity like Kampa. "I am already well aware of your work. Kampa, you must learn from Beerus." Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Kampa could not help but scoff internally. What could I possibly learn from that slothful bag of bones? Nevertheless, he maintained a smile on his face. Surely, the reason Beerus is so slender must be his relentless dedication to work. If you examine your own physique, it appears you might be rather lazy, does it not? In response, Kampa vehemently protested, declaring, "Lord Wang Teng, our physiques are both innate and unrelated to our work." Wang Teng turned to Beerus and inquired, "Is that so?" At that moment, Beerus had already scolded Kampa numerous times in his mind, yet his expression remained unchanged. Indeed, Lord Wang Teng, that physique is undoubtedly innate. However, I assure you, I have been diligently working. Wang Teng cast him a sidelong glance and cheerfully remarked, "Very well, let us put work aside for now. By the way, Kampa, what brings you to the 7th universe? I do not recall summoning you here." Kampa immediately adopted a flattering expression and replied, "Prosecutor, I have come to arrange a martial arts tournament and wish to invite you to attend." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's interest was piqued. A martial arts tournament? That sounds rather intriguing. Whis quickly grasped Kampa's intentions, realizing that he had seized upon the fact that the inspector was a martial arts enthusiast, thus coming to curry favor. A martial arts tournament. Goku, who had remained silent until now, suddenly brightened with excitement. Surely, there must be many skilled fighters in the 6th universe. At that moment, Vegeta, looking bewildered, interjected, "What exactly is this 6th universe you are speaking of?" "Ha ha ha, so you are unaware. There are a total of 12 universes. The universe we inhabit is the 7th universe." As soon as he finished speaking, Whis tapped his staff against the ground, and instantly, the entire universe materialized before them. He then pointed, saying, "Here lies the 7th universe, while Lady and Lord Kampa hail from the 6th universe. These two universes are fundamentally similar, akin to twin brothers, with every entity possessing both a positive and negative aspect, existing in paired forms. For instance, the 1st universe and the 12th universe, when combined, yield a total of 13, forming a pair." Upon hearing the explanation from the Whis system, Wang Teng finally comprehended the structure of the universes within the Dragon Ball realm. Wukong softly remarked to Vegeta, "Did you hear that?" He referred to her as sister. Vegeta nodded in agreement, stating, "She is indeed a formidable warrior, with not a single flaw in her movements." Wukong's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Who would have thought there were so many formidable experts surpassing us? Wang Teng turned to Beerus and said, "Beerus, you should join us from the 7th universe. Otherwise, it would be rather dull with only the 6th universe participating." Upon hearing this, Kampa's eyes lit up, pitifully thin. "What is the matter? Are you afraid of my 6th universe?" Hearing Kampa's taunting words, a flicker of anger appeared on Beerus's face. "How audacious! With you leading the 6th universe, that fat pig. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the Grand Minister if you lose?" Kampa's face immediately flushed with rage. "Mind your tongue, pitifully thin." The two glared fiercely at each other. A terrifying aura erupted from both of them. Observing the sudden escalation between the two, Wang Teng stood up decisively. The two turned to the figure that had suddenly appeared between them. Immediately retracting their imposing presence and bowing slightly, they understood they had been overly reckless. However, what they did not expect was that Wang Teng relished battles. And he had always heard that Beerus was among the most powerful of the gods of destruction. He just had never witnessed it firsthand. He chuckled, "If you two wish to fight, let us do so outside. This space is too cramped and hinders your performance." However, Whis and Beerus simultaneously interjected, "Lord Wang Teng, that is not permissible. Battles between gods of destruction must not occur. If the two gods of destruction were to clash, it would spell doom for both the 6th and 7th universes." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded and replied, "I understand, but there are always exceptions, right? Whis and Beerus, please create a sealed arena for me, ensuring that no energy escapes. I trust in your capabilities to accomplish this." Hearing Wang Teng's command, Beerus glanced at Whis. At that moment, Whis's expression was also serious. After several minutes of contemplation, Whis smiled. "Since Lord Wang Teng has such a refined interest, my sister and I shall certainly do our utmost. However, the arena we create with our powers may not be entirely foolproof. I respectfully ask the Grand Minister to integrate your intent into the protective barrier surrounding the arena to ensure absolute security." Wang Teng nodded and said, "Rest assured, Whis. We shall proceed as you suggested." Chapter 23, Beerus vs. Kampa. An hour later, a colossal arena appeared within the realm of the gods of destruction. Surrounding the arena was a crimson protective barrier. Not far from the arena stood an opulent resting area. At this moment, Wang Teng sat beside Beerus, munching on sunflower seeds as he awaited the commencement of the match. After surveying the arena for any issues, Whis gently sat on the other side of Beerus. Wukong and Vegeta stood at the edge of the resting area, their eyes fixed intently on the arena. "Vegeta, do you think Lord Beerus will be defeated?" Upon hearing Wukong's inquiry, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, "Kakarot, both are gods of destruction. Their powers should be closely matched. Let us observe in silence. In the arena, Beerus and Kampa faced each other, their gazes locked in a fierce exchange. Kampa smirked, skin and bones. Since we became gods of destruction, we haven't clashed, have we? I assure you, I am no longer the same as before. Once, he was indeed no match for Beerus, but under the guidance of Vados, his strength had skyrocketed. After such a long time, he believed he had far surpassed Beerus. Hearing this, a smirk curled on Beerus's lips. Fat pig, aside from noticing you've grown fatter, I see no other changes. At Beerus's blatant provocation, anger flickered across Kampa's face. Just then, a key blast shot from the hands of the king, striking the bell atop the arena. Both combatants immediately understood that the match had commenced. Kampa, show me whether your training over the past few million years has borne any fruit. Beerus's gaze remained fixed on Kampa, his tone indifferent. He understood that since the Overseer had allowed him to battle Kampa, there must be a purpose behind it. Should he lose today, trouble would surely follow. Most importantly, he was eager to witness just how much Kampa had improved since becoming a god of destruction. Beerus, let us begin. Kampa roared, launching himself into the sky. With a cold snort, Beerus mirrored his ascent. Suspended in the air above the arena, they stared each other down. This time, I will prove to you that effort surpasses talent. Ever since their youth, Beerus's innate abilities had overshadowed his own, leaving him feeling constrained. Today, he finally had the opportunity to demonstrate that his hard work bore fruit, and his heart raced with excitement. With a fierce shout, Kampa vanished from sight, only to reappear instantaneously right before Beerus. Bang! Kampa's speed was astonishing, and Beerus smirked as he met the challenge head-on. Their fists collided with resounding force. A powerful gust of wind erupted from the point of impact, sweeping outward. Yet, as the wind met the crimson protective barrier, it vanished without a trace. In the next moment, the two quickly separated, and a violet aura erupted around Beerus, the terrifying power of destruction rising ominously. In an instant, Beerus transformed into a purple blur, vanishing from sight. His speed was so extreme that Kampa could not react in time. A powerful punch struck him squarely, sending him flying backward. Whoosh! With renewed vigor, Beerus charged once more towards Kampa, raising his hand to deliver a powerful punch to his chest. Bang! Beerus's eyes widened in shock as his fist was unexpectedly seized by Kampa. The force was commendable, and the speed was impressive. At that moment, Kampa chuckled, and a surge of purple energy erupted from his body, instantly propelling Beerus away. Tap, tap, tap. Beerus managed to steady himself after retreating a few steps. Whoosh! The two warriors charged at each other again, their fists colliding fiercely in midair. In that instant, the arena reverberated with a thunderous cacophony. However, outside the arena, all was tranquil, a testament to the formidable protective barrier created by Wang Teng and his companions. It appeared that both combatants were evenly matched. Wang Teng casually munched on seeds, remarking nonchalantly. Currently, he had surpassed Beerus in sheer power, yet in terms of combat experience and fighting technique, he still lagged behind. The esteemed inspector would, over time, undoubtedly grow formidable in all respects. Whis glanced at Wang Teng and smiled, acknowledging the truth in his observation. After all, the gentleman had already grasped the essence of the arena. Wang Teng understood these principles, nodding slightly in agreement. His gaze then lingered on Vados, the female angel exuding an aura of divinity, her strength far surpassing that of ordinary angels. Noticing Wang Teng's attention, Vados tilted her head towards him and smiled. Esteemed inspector, is there something on my face? Wang Teng brushed his hair back and replied, Oh, I merely glanced. There is nothing on your face. Oh, Vados replied softly, then shifted her focus back to the arena. Vegeta, I never anticipated that Kampa's strength would be on par with Lord Beerus. It is truly astonishing. Wukong gazed in astonishment at the fierce battle unfolding on the arena. How remarkable, he exclaimed. Vegeta, gritting his teeth and crossing his arms, remarked, Damn it. I never anticipated there would be so many formidable warriors. Moreover, to think that there are actually 12 gods of destruction this powerful. As Wukong noticed that Vegeta did not respond to his words, he gently patted Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta, what is the matter? Did you not hear me speak? Vegeta turned his head and shouted, Kakarot, spare me your incessant chatter. Wukong could only retreat a couple of steps in a flurry, managing a bitter smile. Why such fury? The air was filled with a thunderous roar. The clash resonated ominously, growing ever more terrifying. Wang Teng gazed upward, witnessing Beerus and Kampa battling from the sky down to the arena, then soaring back into the heavens. A fierce gale swept across the entire combat stage. As the dreadful energy waves incessantly radiated outward, observing the intense confrontation between the two, Wang Teng felt an irresistible urge to join in the fray. The young inspector had already grasped the essence of power, surpassing both Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus, exhibiting boundless potential. At that moment, the melodious voice of Beerus echoed in Wang Teng's ears. Turning to see Beerus smiling warmly at him, their eyes met. And Wang Teng felt as though Beerus could see right through him. Little did he expect Beerus to be so unfathomable. Rivaling Whis in depth and undoubtedly standing as a premier figure among the angels, Wang Teng was awestruck. For the sensation he experienced from Beerus was akin to that he had previously felt from Whis, those enchanting eyes brimming with mystery. Perhaps it was simply that Wang Teng had yet to encounter other angels. Suddenly, Beerus remarked, "I've heard from Whis that the culinary creations of the inspector are exceptional. I wonder if I will have the pleasure of tasting them before I depart?" At these words, Wang Teng shot a glare at Whis, who merely covered his mouth and chuckled. "That is certainly feasible. However, should Kappa be defeated, then it shall be forfeit." To Wang Teng, gourmet delicacies were merely trivial, and his current impression of Beerus was exceedingly favorable. Indeed, beauty is justice. At the very least, Wang Teng found great comfort in her presence. Chapter 24, Kampa's defeat. Boom. Crash. At this moment, the arena reverberated with terrifying sounds of collision. Wang Teng turned his attention to the combat stage, where Beerus and Kampa were engaged in fierce combat, their fist shadows lingering in the air, a testament to their extraordinary speed and strength. "The martial tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, will you be participating?" Beerus inquired softly. Taken aback by Beerus's words, Wang Teng realized that his decision to involve the 7th universe in the tournament stemmed from his desire to witness the prowess of the champions from both realms. "You certainly see through me. Indeed, I shall participate in the tournament." A smile graced Beerus's face as he glanced at Whis, then added, "If the inspector participates, the other contenders will stand no chance of victory. Wouldn't it be even more intriguing if Whis were to join as well?" Wang Teng interjected eagerly. In this martial arts tournament, if only Wang Teng were to participate, he would undoubtedly face no worthy adversaries, save for his time-skip technique, which remains a point of intrigue. However, should Whis and Beerus also join the fray, the competition would become significantly more engaging. "Miss Beerus, what are your thoughts?" Wang Teng inquired. "If the esteemed inspector could prepare a few exquisite dishes, I wouldn't be opposed." After a moment of contemplation, Beerus replied with a radiant smile. "Then it is settled." Wang Teng's expression blossomed with anticipation and excitement upon hearing Beerus's agreeable response. He firmly believed that a duel with either Whis or Beerus would be exceptionally thrilling. Moreover, it would serve to assess the extent of his powers. According to Wang Teng's estimation, he still resided within the weakest tier of angels. Yet, could the signing event of the 6th universe present him with unforeseen surprises? "I eagerly await the culinary delights of the esteemed inspector." Beerus flashed a mysterious smile, her face brimming with expectation, which Wang Teng observed keenly. Suddenly, a cacophony of collisions erupted from the arena. Wang Teng focused his attention towards the commotion and beheld Kampa crashing heavily onto the combat stage. Clearly devoid of any fighting spirit, the battle had concluded. "Beerus, I never anticipated you had grown so formidable, capable of defeating one of your fellow destroyers." Beerus descended slowly from the sky, gazing at the prostrate Kampa with an expression of astonishment. He had not expected Kampa to have improved so significantly, far surpassing his expectations. Conversely, Kampa's countenance was far from pleasant. It was known that he had tirelessly honed his skills for millions of years, while Beerus, based on Kampa's understanding, Beerus had likely spent those millennia in slumber. Consequently, Kampa felt a tinge of frustration at his own efforts. "Beerus, I shall challenge you once more," Kampa declared defiantly. Wang Teng had discerned early on that Beerus had been deliberately holding back against Kampa. Had he unleashed his full potential, Kampa would have been defeated long ago. After all, Beerus was among the most skilled of the destroyers, while Kampa languished in the weakest tier. The disparity between them was considerable. Kampa gradually rose, casting a glance at Wang Teng. Initially, he had hoped to best Beerus and salvage his pride, but now he felt utterly humiliated. "Esteemed inspector, I shall take my leave. I look forward to your presence at the tournament in 9 days." Kampa called out. "I am here, Lord Kampa." Beerus responded softly. "Return now," Kampa murmured. "Yes, but what of the esteemed inspector's culinary skills?" Bardos nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on Wang Teng, the implication unmistakable. At that moment, Wang Teng's calm voice broke the silence. "Xiang Pa, I've heard that you have devoted considerable time to collecting 6 wish orbs. Is that true? Upon hearing this, cold sweat immediately trickled down Xiangpa's forehead. He shot a glare at Bardos, suspecting that she had divulged this information to Wang Teng. Bardos, however, made no effort to clarify, continuing to smile at him. Indeed. My lord Wang Teng, they are magical orbs that can grant any wish upon request. Xiangpa reluctantly admitted. Oh, then if the 6th universe loses, how about you give us the wish orbs? In exchange, should the 6th universe emerge victorious, I shall provide you with an endless supply of delicacies. Wang Teng proposed slowly. Initially, Xiangpa was somewhat hesitant, but upon hearing the promise of endless food, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I shall abide by your words, my lord. And I trust you will not go back on your promise. Hearing Xiangpa's enthusiastic response, Wang Teng nodded assuredly. Rest assured, I shall never renege on my word. Meanwhile, Goku leaned towards Vegeta and whispered, Vegeta, are the wish orbs similar to Dragon Balls? Beerus, overhearing Goku's murmurs, chuckled. Xiangpa, the item you have collected. Surely it cannot be the Dragon Balls. Xiangpa visibly froze. Dragon Balls. The ones made by the Namekians? At this, Beerus cast a glance at Goku. Wukong nodded, understanding the situation. However, the Dragon Balls have certain limitations when it comes to granting wishes. Yet, the power of the wish orbs is truly formidable. It is not an exaggeration to call them the stars of wishes, capable of fulfilling any desire. In the terms of the 7th universe, they are known as the Super Dragon Balls, Kappa declared with pride. Upon hearing this, Wukong immediately turned to the side and addressed Beerus. Lord Beerus, might I participate in the tournament? Beerus glanced at Wukong and asked, You wish to enter the competition? Upon hearing this, Wukong's excitement was palpable. Absolutely. What a thrilling opportunity it would be to face off against the elite warriors from other universes. Beerus then looked over at Vegeta, who, with his arms crossed and a hint of pride, also nodded slightly. Seeing that both Beerus and Kappa were intrigued, Wang Teng promptly said, Very well, Kappa and Bardos. You may return now. In 9 days, we shall arrive in the 6th universe to partake in the martial arts tournament. Following this, Wang Teng tossed a universal capsule to Bardos, saying, This is a storage device known as a universal capsule, containing a variety of delicacies I prepared for you. Thank you. Lord Wang Teng. Kappa's envy was evident, yet he dared not express it in front of Wang Teng. Bardos received the capsule, her exquisite visage adorned with a radiant smile. Farewell. Bardos waved goodbye, then departed with Kappa, leaving the realm of destruction. Beerus, I entrust you with the task of selecting the combatants for the 7th universe. Just reserve 2 spots for me. Upon hearing Wang Teng's directive, Beerus promptly assented. Wang Teng then turned to leave, his voice echoing softly. I will take Gohan out for a while. I shall return to the realm of destruction in 8 days. In the gravity chamber, Son Gohan was moving rapidly, his fists flying with determination. Observing his relentless training, a smile spread across Wang Teng's face. For this upcoming tournament, he aimed to have Gohan participate and shine brightly. To achieve this transformation in just a few days, Wang Teng thought of a special place, the room of spirit and time at the Earth's sacred temple. Gohan, I am taking you to a place that might allow you to surpass your limits. Wang Teng announced to Son Gohan. The room of spirit and time is undoubtedly the most suitable training ground for Gohan at present. Time flows differently within. 1 year inside equates to merely 1 day outside. Wang Teng planned for Gohan to spend 2 days inside, which would translate to 2 years in the outside world, significantly increasing the chances of Gohan breaking through his limits. Whether he could transform into Super Saiyan 4 would depend on his own fortitude. Where's this place? Gohan appeared utterly bewildered, and then his eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that the place the Elder referred to was the hyperbolic time chamber? It is worth noting that Gohan first entered the chamber with Goku and comprehended the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, so he was quite familiar with it. Wang Teng nodded with a smile. Gohan, you are quite astute. Let us proceed. With that, the two vanished from the realm of the god of destruction. Meanwhile, on Earth, a certain location found Piccolo floating in the air, engrossed in his training. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere. Their abrupt arrival startled Piccolo, sending a chill down his spine. Who is it? He exclaimed, his eyes snapping open, and upon recognizing the familiar silhouettes, he exhaled in relief. It was none other than Gohan and Lord Wang Teng. Gohan, beaming with excitement, exclaimed, Uncle Piccolo. A smile also graced Piccolo's face. Wang Teng ruffled his hair and remarked, I took a wrong turn. Sensing the energy of that Namekian, I mistakenly thought it was the Supreme Kai. Turns out it's just you, Piccolo. In the next moment, he resumed his sensing. Shortly thereafter, Wang Teng's eyes widened in realization. Gohan, I've found it. Let us go. Gohan nodded and waved his hand towards Piccolo, saying, goodbye, Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo smiled and nodded in return. Gohan, seize this opportunity well. I hope you grow stronger. In the sacred temple of Earth, the next instant, Wang Teng and Gohan suddenly materialized within its hallowed halls. Simultaneously, Tian Tian and Bobo appeared before Gohan and Wang Teng. Tian Tian, Mr. Bobo. Upon seeing the two individuals, Wu Fan exclaimed in delight. There stood Tian Tian and Bobo before Wang Teng, their expressions radiating utmost reverence and humility. We humbly present our respects to you, esteemed prosecutor. Simultaneously, the two knelt without hesitation, their foreheads touching the ground. Gohan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. Although he was aware that Wang Teng was a high-ranking official in the divine realm, he had never witnessed a deity prostrating themselves on the ground, having only seen the likes of destroyers and angels bowing. Moreover, Tian Tian was a celestial being of Earth. How could he kneel? Unbeknownst to Gohan, the hierarchical structure of the divine realm was exceedingly rigid, making it quite customary for deities to show such reverence. The prosecutor, a figure of considerable authority, commanded respect, compelling even the destroyer of a universe to bow at a 90-degree angle, let alone a mere celestial being from Earth. Rise, Wang Teng remarked with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Tian Tian and Bobo felt as though they had been granted a reprieve. Thank you, esteemed prosecutor, they exclaimed in unison. Subsequently, they stood respectfully to the side. Gohan, feeling somewhat out of place, rubbed his face in an attempt to compose himself. Bobo, I wish to take Gohan into the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Please lead the way, he instructed. In response, Bobo promptly assumed a respectful gesture, not daring to proceed ahead. The origins of Mr. Bobo remained shrouded in mystery. None could fathom the number of divine beings he had outlasted, and it was known that a young Goku had once trained under him. Remarkably, Goku's prowess had surpassed that of a celestial being due to Bobo's tutelage. Furthermore, in the latter part of Dragon Ball Z, he could contend with both Goten and Trunks, two Saiyan warriors, with Bobo guiding the way. The pair successfully entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Once they were settled, Mr. Bobo respectfully withdrew, creaking open the door. Wang Teng was met with an intense radiance emanating from within. Instinctively, Gohan shielded his eyes with his arm, while Wang Teng remained unfazed, as such brightness posed no challenge to him. From Wang Teng's hazy recollections, it seemed that one could only remain inside the chamber for 2 days. Otherwise, the exit would vanish, trapping the occupants indefinitely. However, for the immensely powerful Wang Teng, this was hardly an obstacle, as he was fully capable of traversing the temporal tunnel and returning to Earth at will. The moment Gohan stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming force, the air becoming thin and the temperature rising significantly. Indeed, it was just as it had been before. Remaining within felt like a burden. Gohan murmured to himself. The gravity within the chamber was merely 10 times that of the outside world, which should not pose much of a challenge for him now. First and foremost, I must help you rediscover the essence of battle. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Gohan nodded earnestly. Lord Wang Teng, let us commence our training at once. Gohan appeared somewhat impatient, eager to reclaim his former strength, or perhaps even surpass it. Very well. Let us begin. Transform into a Super Saiyan first. As soon as the words left Wang Teng's lips, Gohan erupted with energy, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A flurry of golden flames surged around him, yet at that moment, Gohan's power remained teetering on the threshold between Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2. Observing Gohan's transformation, Wang Teng pondered for a moment before speaking. Gohan, you must first rediscover the feeling of rage. Recall the fury you felt when Cell killed Android 16 and harmed your comrades. At these words, images from that fateful day flashed through Gohan's mind, causing him to tremble, the veins on his forehead bulging with intensity. Moments later, he found himself kneeling on the ground. I cannot find that feeling. Wang Teng approached him with a stoic expression, saying, Gohan, you should focus on honing your foundational combat skills first. The stronger your base power, the greater your strength will be upon transformation. Remember, this world is one of survival of the fittest. Goku and the others cannot protect you forever. When the time comes for Earth's survival to hang in the balance, that sense of helplessness will be unbearable. At these words, Gohan rose, determination etched across his face. and began to train diligently, step by step. 1 month later, at this moment, Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his body enveloped in silver lightning. Wang Teng felt a sense of satisfaction, for in just a month, Gohan not only regained his fighting spirit, but also ascended to Super Saiyan 2, significantly enhancing his base power. Gohan's strength now far surpassed what it had been in his battle against Cell. Wang Teng let out a roar, golden flames erupting around him. An overwhelming aura surging forth. Super Saiyan! How incredible! The intensity of this energy was astonishing. Truly, he was worthy of being called Lord Wang Teng. Gohan sighed, acknowledging the disparity in their foundational combat power. Thus, their transformed strengths diverged as well. At this moment, Wang Teng's battle power upon transforming into Super Saiyan Stage 1 had surpassed Gohan's Super Saiyan Stage 2 strength, as Wang Teng's base power had ascended to the realm of ordinary deities. Very well, let us commence. Wang Teng beckoned to Gohan with a flick of his hand. Whoosh! Gohan charged out with unparalleled speed. Wang Teng effortlessly evaded Gohan's assaults while simultaneously clenching his fist, enveloping it in a brilliant golden aura. With a powerful strike, he delivered a devastating blow to Gohan's abdomen. Gohan soon felt a searing pain coursing through his entire body. However, he could not possibly concede defeat at this moment. Gritting his teeth, he launched himself once more towards Wang Teng with unwavering determination. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Teng swiftly maneuvered his hands, effectively parrying all of Gohan's assaults. Chapter 26. The Quest for Warriors. Wang Teng felt a sense of delight at Gohan's progress, for the opponent's tenacity surpassed even his expectations. Suddenly, with a fierce shout, Wang Teng unleashed a projectile of energy aimed directly at Gohan. Upon witnessing the scene, Gohan raised his hands high above his head, palms crossed, as he swiftly concentrated his power into his palms. Magic flash! A tremendous roar erupted, followed by a blazing inferno that illuminated the sky, accompanied by billowing clouds of dust. At that moment, Wang Teng suddenly appeared behind Gohan, who immediately reacted by delivering a powerful elbow strike towards the swiftly approaching Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng effortlessly parried the attack, and then seized the opportunity to launch a punch that directly struck Gohan's body. Gohan plummeted downward like a missile. Wang Teng observed Gohan's descent with a grave expression and said, "Get up. This is utterly insufficient. The distance is far too great. You cannot protect the earth in this manner." Gohan struggled to rise to his feet, unleashing a fierce roar as the power of Super Saiyan 2 surged to its zenith. With an explosive release of energy from within, an astonishing force erupted into the heavens. Observing Gohan's fury, a smile crept onto Wang Teng's face. In the days that followed, Wang Teng diligently trained Gohan, who grew increasingly powerful. In the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus inquired of Whis, "Have you decided who will participate in this upcoming tournament?" The Grand Minister places considerable importance on this event. "Fear not, Lord Beerus," Whis replied with a calm demeanor. The Grand Minister has already issued directives regarding the selection of participants. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus's eyes widened in surprise. "What? Whis, why did you not mention this sooner? In that case, I shall take a brief nap. Do remember to awaken me before the Grand Minister's return." Watching Beerus drift back into slumber, Whis shook his head in exasperation. Wukong and Vegeta stood aside, their minds still deliberating over the candidates for the upcoming competition, when they heard Whis announce that the selection had been finalized, causing an immediate surge of tension within them. "I had suggested that Krillin participate in this contest, considering he is the strongest Earthling, only to discover that the participants had already been determined." Wukong murmured softly, while Vegeta turned to Whis and inquired, "May I and Kakarot participate?" It was then that Wukong finally came to his senses, looking at Whis with a face full of hope. "Rest assured, you are indeed on the list of participants," Whis replied with a chuckle. "However, you still need to find one more person. For Lord Wang Teng has decreed that there shall be 5 contestants in the competition. Then let Krillin join us," Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Vegeta curled his lips disdainfully, remarking that he was inadequate, only capable of competing with Earthlings, and would stand no chance against the formidable warriors from other universes. Wukong let out a bitter laugh, for he understood the truth of the matter. At this moment, the most formidable beings on Earth were Piccolo and Majin Buu. However, there was an underlying sense of unreliability surrounding Majin Buu. Despite his immense power, he might not be suited for competition. Vegeta remarked nonchalantly, "Very well. Let us seek out Piccolo. Vegeta, will you join us?" Wu Fan chuckled, while Vegeta crossed his arms and declared with pride, You go ahead. I shall train with Whis. This time, I am determined to surpass you. Wukong paused for a moment and said, then I shall take my leave. I will bring Piccolo back shortly. In the next instant, Sun Wukong arrived on Earth and swiftly located Piccolo. After explaining the situation, Piccolo shook his head, expressing his reluctance to participate in such a competition. He understood that, given his current strength, he stood no chance against the formidable warriors of the universe. Furthermore, the other participants possessed powers far beyond his own, and he had no desire to suffer humiliation. However, upon learning that Gohan would be competing, he decided to attend the match, for after all, Gohan was like a son to him. Wukong scratched his head in frustration. If Piccolo isn't participating, who should I seek? After much contemplation, Wukong resolved to find Majin Buu. In Satan City, within a luxurious villa, Satan was comfortably enjoying a cigar, while Majin Buu indulged in a mountain of delectable dishes. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Sun Wukong materialized before them. Startled, Satan tumbled off the sofa but breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing his visitor. Wukong, you startled me. Meanwhile, Majin Buu remained oblivious, continuing to devour the feast laid before him. Wukong suddenly felt a pang of hunger as his stomach betrayed him with a rumbling sound. Mr. Satan smiled, and at his beckoning, the servants promptly brought forth a sumptuous feast. Wukong's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he declared, then I shall not hold back. Following that, he devoured his meal with a fervor akin to the sweeping away of clouds by the wind. 10 minutes later, Mr. Satan, with a smile, inquired, Wukong, did you come here for a specific purpose? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong abruptly ceased his actions, disregarding the remnants of food on his face, and exclaimed, how could I have forgotten the main matter? After Wukong's explanation, Mr. Satan and Majin Buu finally grasped his intentions. Ultimately, it was through Mr. Satan's encouragement and persuasion that Majin Buu agreed. Having accomplished his task, Wukong let out a gentle sigh of relief. Once the candidates were confirmed, Wukong instantaneously transported himself back to the God of Destruction's realm. With everyone gathered, it was time to train diligently with Vegeta. Whis smiled at Wukong. Meanwhile, in preparation for the upcoming martial arts tournament, the warriors were engaged in intense training. At this moment, Gohan is undergoing rigorous training under the tutelage of Wang Teng, while Goku and Vegeta are enhancing their powers with the guidance of Whis. Time flies swiftly, and only a week remains until the martial arts tournament. At this juncture, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, and Wang Teng emerged with Gohan. Inspector, Gohan exclaimed, as Tian Tian immediately greeted Wang Teng with utmost respect upon his exit from the chamber. Gohan cast a glance at Tian Tian, who immediately beamed with joy. The sight of Gohan filled his heart with delight, for they were friends who had endured life and death together on the planet Namek. Wang Teng gazed at Tian Tian and remarked, this room of spirit and time is indeed a remarkable place, if only there were no restrictions on time. In response, Tian Tian respectfully stated, Your Honor, the power concerning time exceeds my capabilities. The room of spirit and time has existed since ancient times. Furthermore, altering the time constraints could lead to temporal chaos in this space-time continuum, which might ultimately result in the destruction of Earth. Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully. He pondered who could have possibly created this room of spirit and time. It seemed that only celestial beings could wield the power of time. One couldn't help but wonder what events transpired in antiquity that allowed Earth to possess such a remarkable facility. At that moment, Gohan suddenly spoke, Tian Tian, may I ask you for a favor? With a smile, Tian Tian replied, Gohan, please tell me. As long as it's within my power, I will certainly assist you. I wish to have a uniform like my father's. I want to wear a martial arts GI similar to his when I participate in this upcoming tournament. With a smile, Gohan spoke, and in an instant, Tian Tian comprehended his intent. A brilliant radiance materialized in his hands, and within the blink of an eye, he was adorned in an orange Kame Sennin martial arts uniform. Gohan looked up and down with delight at the martial arts uniform that resembled Goku's. After a while, Wang Teng took Gohan away. According to Wang Teng's perspective, the following week should be spent joyously, as their intense training needed to come to a temporary halt. Thus, for the next week, the two indulged in various culinary delights on Earth, their astonishing appetites causing quite a stir. Chapter 27, Journey to the Sixth Universe and the Destruction God Realm of the Seventh Universe. With only a day remaining until the competition commenced, Wang Teng returned with a relaxed Gohan after several days of leisure. Ho ho ho, esteemed inspector, you have returned. Beerus exclaimed with a smile upon seeing the sudden appearance of Wang Teng. Wang Teng surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where is Beerus?" Well, Lord Beerus." Beerus stammered, and Wang Teng immediately discerned what Beerus was up to, as he was quite familiar with his temperament. In Beerus's bedroom, the sound of snoring echoed from within. Wang Teng gazed at the figure before him, veins slightly bulging on his forehead, and suppressed his anger, commanding, "Beerus, wake him up." Beerus, sensing the gravity of the situation, realized it was the first time he had seen Wang Teng exhibit such an expression. Therefore, he swiftly tapped his angelic staff on the ground twice. In the next moment, the entire bed flipped over. Beerus tumbled off the bed, landing in a rather undignified manner. Beerus could feel Wang Teng teetering on the edge of fury. Any further delay could lead to dire consequences, so he decided to take decisive action. Startled by the abrupt fall, Beerus immediately opened his eyes. "Beerus, how dare you?" he exclaimed furiously, leaping up to unleash his wrath. Suddenly, he caught sight of Wang Teng's figure, and an ominous feeling surged within him, prompting him to bend at a 90-degree angle. "My apologies, esteemed inspector. I merely dozed off." "Humph," Wang Teng scoffed. "I noticed you were about to make a move. If your anger remains unquenched, you are welcome to continue." At that moment, a surge of profound energy erupted forth. Beerus began to sweat profusely. "I dare not. I humbly request your mercy." Wang Teng coldly snorted and turned to leave, a dispassionate voice trailing behind him. "If the seventh universe loses in this tournament, both sins will be punished." Initially, Wang Teng intended to participate on behalf of the seventh universe, but now he had changed his mind. He would reassemble a team to confront the sixth and seventh universes directly. After Wang Teng left, Beerus bellowed, "Why didn't you wake me up earlier? You must provide me with an explanation." His eyes were bloodshot, a testament to his frustration, realizing he was no match for Beerus. Otherwise, he would have already taken action. "You have wronged me, Lord Beerus. The prosecutor's movements are elusive. I had no inkling of your return." Whis exclaimed innocently. "This matter cannot indeed be attributed to Whis, for Lord Beerus employed instantaneous movement, shifting his presence directly from Earth to the realm of destruction, which is undeniably undetectable." "Humph." Lord Beerus simmered with frustration. Thus, a day swiftly passed, and Goku had already arrived early from Earth to gather the inhabitants of Universe 7. "Bulma?" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Bulma flashed a mischievous smile at Vegeta. "What do you think? Surprised, are you? I came personally to cheer you on." Meanwhile, Lord Beerus was in a foul mood. His gaze sharp as he remarked, "Goku, why have you brought so many people? We are not attending a banquet. We are headed for a competition." Wukong forced a wry smile and quickly sought help from Whis. At that moment, Bulma chimed in with a playful tone. "Oh dear, Lord Beerus, don't be so stingy. A match without spectators would be utterly dull." Just then, Wang Teng approached. Bulma's words rang true. Without an audience, the event would indeed be quite monotonous. "I told you so." Bulma grinned and winked at Wang Teng. Beerus turned his head away, falling silent. "Well, since everyone is here, we shall set off," Whis gently remarked. Gazing at the group brought by Wukong, his eyes swiftly scanned the crowd. Piccolo, Tien Shin'an, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Majin Buu, Satan, Goten, Trunks, and Krillin were all prepared. With a light tap of his angelic staff on the ground, a wondrous force enveloped them all. "Lord Wang Teng, let us depart." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded. The group transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the god of destruction's realm. "Whis, I was not jesting earlier." On their journey, Wang Teng addressed Whis. "Are you truly planning to initiate a new set, confronting the sixth universe and the seventh universe directly?" Whis sought confirmation once more. Wang Teng nodded affirmatively. Whis opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. Suddenly, Whis made a sudden halt. "Ah!" The others collided with one another in confusion. The fiery-tempered Bulma exclaimed, "Whis, what on earth are you doing?" Both Whis and Wang Teng turned their gazes into the void, where they spotted a man dressed in identical attire to Whis, his demeanor cold and detached, resembling Gohan's high school classmate. "Sava?" Beerus straightened up in surprise, exclaiming, "Sava? Hellas, what brings you here?" Wang Teng then noticed that beside the man clad in angelic garb stood a tall, striking woman, seemingly of Indian descent, who regarded them with a cheerful smile. Judging by their attire, it was apparent that these two were likely the angel and god of destruction from a certain universe. "Lord Beerus, Whis, it has been a while," Sava remarked coolly. "Sava, Lord Hellas, it has indeed been too long." Whis greeted the two figures floating in the void with a warm smile. Ah, Whis, it has been ages. As for the fellow who only knows how to nap, I shall forego the pleasantries. A feminine voice rang out, and Wang Teng turned to see the female god of destruction beside Sava, her gaze fixed upon him. And who might this be? He wondered, sensing a powerful divine aura emanating from her. Hellas replied, "This is." At that moment, before Beerus could utter a word, the angel Sava beside him immediately whispered, "Lord Hellas, this must be the newly appointed prosecutor from the divine realm." Upon hearing this, a look of shock swiftly overtook Hellas' expression. Little deity Hellas pays respects to the esteemed inspector. Meanwhile, Sava merely inclined his body slightly, signifying politeness. "All right, rise," came Wang Teng's calm voice. Just then, Whis lowered his voice and said, "Lord Wang Teng, this is Lord Hellas, the god of destruction from the second universe. And she is also a formidable being who has grasped the essence of the realm. Even Lord Beerus might only stand a chance against her by employing the Ultra Instinct technique." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng cast a glance at Beerus, realizing that this individual was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder he was hailed as the strongest god of destruction. He could potentially defeat Hellas, who had comprehended the essence of the realm. It appeared that Wang Teng's current strength was still on par with Beerus, hovering around the level of a first-tier angel. His prior assumption of surpassing Beerus now seemed rather arrogant. "Whis, let us depart," Wang Teng addressed Whis. "Sava, Lord Hellas, we have urgent matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave for now, until we meet again." In response to Whis' farewell, the two waved at him. Subsequently, Hellas bowed once more to Wang Teng, and Sava also made a slight bow. "Goodbye, Inspector. Should the opportunity arise, please visit the second universe to offer guidance." Wang Teng nodded gently. The group immediately transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the void. Once everyone had left, Hellas furrowed her brow slightly and said, "Sava, we must pay a visit to the seventh universe when we have the chance. That inspector is quite remarkable. I sense the power of essence within him. Given his close ties with the seventh universe, I am certain we shall encounter him again there." "Oh," Sava raised an eyebrow, taken aback to discover that such a young inspector was indeed a master who had comprehended the essence of the realm, something he had overlooked moments before. Chapter 28. The competition begins in the sixth universe, on a nameless planet. This lifeless brown sphere had been transformed by Kampa into a grand arena in advance. On one side of the arena stood a colossal sign bearing an image of Kampa. This was a specific request from Kampa to be prepared by Beerus, representing the host as the god of destruction of the sixth universe. "Lord Wang Teng should be arriving soon, right?" Kampa inquired with a smile. "He has arrived," Beerus replied with a light chuckle. At that moment, a streak of light swiftly descended, revealing Wang Teng, Beerus, Whis, and the members of the seventh universe appearing at the venue. They directly entered the resting area prepared by Kampa. Bulma gazed at Kampa, who resembled a plump version of Beerus, murmuring, "So, that is the god of destruction from the sixth universe, Kampa." Xiang Pa and Batos swiftly approached Wang Teng's side. Batos, with a warm smile, bowed slightly to Wang Teng, while Xiang Pa executed a formal 90-degree bow. "Welcome, esteemed inspector, to the sixth universe." Meanwhile, Bulma, hands on her hips, interjected, "Hey, we traveled a great distance. Are you only going to welcome Lord Wang Teng?" Xiang Pa glanced at the alluring Bulma, but with Wang Teng present, he refrained from speaking, maintaining his bow. "All right, rise. Are all the warriors assembled?" Wang Teng stated calmly. Xiang Pa immediately replied, "Yes, my lord, everyone is here. If you deem it appropriate, we may begin." Wang Teng nodded, prompting Xiang Pa to stand and return to the resting area of the sixth universe. At that moment, Bulma plopped down, immediately feeling the hard surface beneath her. "Hey, after traveling so far, is this all we get to sit on? Are there no soft seats?" A surge of anger welled up within Xiang Pa. After being shouted at multiple times by a mere mortal, he had reached his limit. He coldly retorted, "I did not invite you here. What right does a human have to dictate to me?" To his surprise, Wang Teng interjected, "Bulma is right. It is rather shabby to have guests seated on such chairs, which is unbecoming of your status, Xiang Pa." Upon hearing this, sweat poured down Xiang Pa's brow. "Whis," Wang Teng softly called. Whis gently tapped his angelic staff on the ground, and a dazzling light enveloped the entire resting area of the seventh universe. As the light gradually faded, a luxurious set of soft seats appeared before everyone. Xiang Pa turned to Batos and whispered, "Why didn't we have such luxurious seats from the start?" Batos, looking exasperated, replied, Creating art that even Lord Xiangpa cannot comprehend is a desecration to you. At this, Wang Teng chuckled. Indeed, Bados. Initially, there was to be a written examination, but under Wang Teng's request, that peculiar assessment was cancelled. Just then, the Kaishins of the 7th and 6th universes knelt before Wang Teng. Esteemed Inspector, Wang Teng looked at the suddenly appearing Kaishins and said with a smile, "Rise. Please take your seats." The 7th universe was represented by the Elder Kaishin and East Kaishin Shin, along with their attendants, who greeted Goku and the others with smiles. At this moment, the contestants from the 7th universe gradually made their entrance into the venue, instantly capturing the attention of everyone from the 7th universe. Suddenly, Wukong exclaimed, "It's Frieza. Is he also in that universe?" And there's one that resembles a bear. Meanwhile, Wang Teng's gaze remained fixed on the closed-eyed hit. The scion from Universe 6, Cab, kept glancing in this direction. As the participants gathered, Beerus slowly declared, "The contenders in this martial arts tournament are from Universe 7. Universe 6, and the esteemed inspectors from the Divine Realm." "Esteemed Inspector, may we commence?" Wang Teng nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving the signal, Beerus promptly announced, "Then let the competition begin. The first event will be a free-for-all battle. The duration is 30 minutes, and those who remain on stage will advance." Subsequently, all contestants ascended to the arena. Wang Teng stood on the platform and nodded at Kampa. Kampa immediately unleashed an energy blast that struck the bell suspended in the air. The referee promptly declared, "The match has started." After an intense battle, at the end of 30 minutes, only 6 contenders remained, Frost and Hit from Universe 6, Goku and Vegeta from Universe 7, along with Wang Teng and Gohan. Following the conclusion of the free-for-all, the 6 advancing competitors returned to the resting area, while the large screen above began to scroll rapidly. Moments later, the faces of Goku and Frost appeared on the screen. Kampa cast a stern look at Frost and warned, "If you lose, you know the consequences." The referee below swiftly announced, "This match will feature contestant Goku facing off against contestant Frost." With exhilaration, Wukong exclaimed, "My opponent is Frieza from the 6th universe." In a brief moment, the two stood upon the stage. Wang Teng closed his eyes, aware that this Frost was not a virtuous individual. Frost appeared quite refined, bowing to Son Wukong and saying, "A pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the upcoming match." He extended his hand, and without hesitation, Son Wukong clasped it. "Let us strive together." Just then, the referee's voice resonated. "The match begins." No sooner had the words been spoken than both combatants surged toward one another. Wukong seized the initiative, delivering a powerful punch. Faced with Wukong's ferocious strike, Frost opted to evade. After narrowly dodging Wukong's fist, Frost launched a swift kick in response to the enemy's assault. Wukong firmly grasped his ankle and forcefully hurled him away. Wukong suddenly chuckled, "Transform now, into your ultimate form." Frost slowly rose to his feet and replied, "How did you know I would transform?" Wukong elucidated that within our universe exists an individual named Frieza who bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Upon hearing this, Frost nodded in realization and declared that he would transform and engage in battle with you. Immediately, he began to emanate a fierce aura, a violet flame erupting from within, causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. As he bellowed, his energy surged rapidly. Boom! A colossal aura enveloped the arena, the purple energy expanding outward relentlessly. His form began to morph. As the light gradually dissipated, he transformed, albeit not into his ultimate form, but rather into a state akin to Frieza's 3rd transformation. At that moment, his mouth resembled that of a duck, indicating that Frost was still holding back. Frost proclaimed, "This is my final form," to which Kampa appeared astonished, clearly taken aback by Frost's capability to transform further. Goku, who had previously battled Frieza, understood in his heart that this was far from the ultimate transformation. In the resting area, Vegeta seethed with anger, exclaiming, "How dare he play the fool? What kind of final form is this?" Goku, with a wry smile, replied, "It is what it is. Let us go." Frost instantly unleashed his energy, the violet flames soaring rapidly. Whoosh! He vanished from sight. In response to the impending attack, Goku swiftly closed the distance. The two engaged in an aerial duel, moving at astonishing speeds. Boom! 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 The air reverberated with thunderous sounds. Their velocities were so extraordinary that they exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. Bang! 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 With a resounding crash, their fists collided midair. sending ripples of white energy cascading outward. The onlookers were left utterly speechless. Chapter 29. Goku vs. Frostbang. The two instantly separated, and Goku gathered a terrifying energy within his palm. An astonishing energy blast surged forth, illuminating the entire arena. Krillin and the others shielded their eyes with their arms to withstand the overwhelming brightness. At that moment, Frost erupted with energy, the violet flames soaring once more. He transformed into a beam of purple light, crashing forcefully into the energy blast in midair. Instantly, an extraordinary clash of power ensued, as Wukong incessantly shouted. He channeled his strength into the energy sphere he conjured. Meanwhile, Frost, bracing against the sphere in midair, gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and unleashed a fervent surge of energy. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Wukong's energy sphere was gradually being pushed back by Frost. This unexpected turn of events startled Wukong. He had not anticipated that Frost in his third form would possess such formidable power. Realizing his overconfidence, he acknowledged that he should have transformed into a Super Saiyan before engaging in battle. Just as Wukong gasped in disbelief, Frost's head collided forcefully with his body. Boom. Thud. Thud, thud. Wukong staggered backward for several paces before finally steadying himself, a series of rapid breaths escaping his lips. The audience stood entranced, utterly captivated by the thrilling spectacle of battle. Anger flared upon Vegeta's countenance. Kakarot, what are you doing? Is it truly necessary for you to embarrass yourself with such mediocrity? Upon hearing this, Wukong ceased his hesitation, unleashing his full power in an instant. A golden aura erupted forth, and a palpable sense of dread swiftly enveloped the arena. Super Saiyan, I have already unleashed my strength. Do you still wish to withhold your final transformation? Wukong chuckled, while Frost's eyes widened in astonishment, though he refrained from speaking. In the sixth universe's resting area, Xiangpa was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, that little fellow named Sun Wukong can also transform? I thought only Lord Wang Teng was exceptional. However, when compared to Lord Wang Teng's transformation, his was certainly lacking in more than just a minor way. Bardos beamed with a smile that is only natural. Lord Wang Teng is no ordinary Saiyan. Meanwhile, Hit, seated at the edge of the resting area, momentarily opened his eyes to glance around before closing them again, exuding an air of profound mystery. In a swift motion, Wukong charged towards Frost, his speed now incomparable to before, and in an instant, he appeared right before Frost. Gazing at the suddenly manifested golden figure, Frost quickly unleashed a punch, yet he struck nothing but a golden afterimage. Immediately, a powerful golden elbow strike crashed into him. Bang! Frost was sent flying like a cannonball. Clenching his teeth, he soared until he reached the edge of the arena, where he finally steadied himself. However, upon lifting his head, he found that Sun Wukong had vanished from the stage. I am here. A voice resonated, and suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared above him, delivering a rapid kick to his abdomen. Instantly, Frost felt a wave of excruciating pain coursing through his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He murmured, I concealed my ultimate form not to preserve my strength. Then, a thunderous roar erupted, and black-purple flames surged, enveloping the sky in a shroud of ominous clouds. The black-purple radiance intensified, gradually dimming, revealing an appearance strikingly similar to Frisia's final form. I can no longer contain the ultimate power. I have once inadvertently taken a life. Thus I have refrained from using this form for a long time. Frost spoke softly. Wukong gazed upon Frost, who had transformed into his ultimate form, and said with a smile, since the metamorphosis is complete, it is now my turn. Wukong transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly darting towards Frost, leaving behind a shimmering golden afterimage that lingered in the air. Bang! The two collided with tremendous force. The golden fist clashed against the violet fist, creating a series of violent gusts that swept downward. Their battle soared from the sky to the arena and back again, growing increasingly intense. With a resounding thud, they were thrust apart. A smile graced Sun Wukong's face as he declared, if this is your full strength, then I shall claim the first round. No sooner had he spoken than Wukong vanished from sight. Frost's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, What? When Wukong reappeared, he was already before Frost, who had no time to react before receiving a crushing blow to the face. He immediately flew backward, blood streaming once more from the corner of his mouth. However, after quickly stabilizing his stance, he charged towards Sun Wukong again. Frost unleashed a rapid punch, only to find it firmly grasped by Wukong. Realizing that his fist was utterly immobilized, With a thunderous roar, Wukong unleashed another powerful punch, sending Frost hurtling through the air once more. Struggling to rise from the ground, Frost managed to lift his head and exclaimed, "I never expected you to be this formidable." Vegeta, arms crossed and a smirk on his face, replied, "That rascal Kakarot is taking his sweet time." Meanwhile, Wang Teng's gaze remained icy and fixed on the arena, for he was acutely aware that the effects of Frost's venomous needles were about to take hold. Indeed, Frost struggled to his feet and charged at Wukong again, unleashing a rapid flurry of punches. As Wukong extended a hand, he relentlessly thwarted his opponent's swift assaults. "It's futile. You might as well concede." Just then, Wukong seized an opening during Frost's attack, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Frost felt a searing pain radiate throughout his body, causing him to tremble and retreat. "I will not concede. No matter what happens, I must rise again." He charged at Wukong once more, yet his unsteady form was incapable of inflicting any harm. However, at that moment, Wukong noticed his vision beginning to blur. He shook his head vigorously, but the dizziness intensified. Frost immediately sensed Wukong's disorientation, and a smirk crept onto his lips, filled with delight. Has it finally occurred? He swiftly lunged at Wukong with a punch. Just then, a figure appeared between them, firmly grasping Frost's fist. Frost, astonished, looked up to meet Wang Teng's cold gaze. Xiangpa stood up, murmuring, "What on earth is happening? Why is Lord Wang Teng so furious?" In the next instant, Xiangpa and Beerus swiftly materialized on the arena. Beerus spoke first. "Lord Wang Teng, have you discovered something?" Thud. Sun Wukong finally collapsed to the ground. "Kakarot." Vegeta dashed down in haste. In response to Beerus's inquiry, Wang Teng remained silent, instead lifting Frost's arm directly. Frost's agonized screams echoed immediately, and Beerus soon spotted the fine, toxic needles embedded in Frost's body. "How audacious to cheat!" he exclaimed. "Xiangpa, this is your 6th universe participant. What do you have to say for yourself?" Frost retorted, "This is part of my body. Why can't I use it?" Upon hearing this, Xiangpa erupted in fury. "Be silent." At that moment, the referee rushed over, confirming the situation repeatedly before rendering a verdict. Frost has violated the rules. Sun Wukong is the victor. Chapter 30, Super Saiyan God Gohan. Meanwhile, Xiangpa was drenched in sweat, realizing that losing the match was a minor issue, but incurring Wang Teng's wrath could spell his ruin. "Xiangpa, this individual is your responsibility. Should I witness any further violations, all participants from your 6th universe will be disqualified," Wang Teng declared coolly. Xiangpa felt a weight lift from his heart, understanding he had narrowly escaped disaster. Once Wang Teng released his grip, Frost slumped to the ground. Xiangpa unceremoniously hurled Frost back to the 6th universe's resting area. "Bardos, hurry and tend to that boy, Sun Wukong," Xiangpa commanded without delay. He recognized that it was his fault, and thus he endeavored to ensure that every action pleased Wang Teng. In truth, Wang Teng had already lost interest in the subsequent events. He simply turned and returned to the resting area. The angelic scepter of Bardos immediately radiated a dazzling light. And before long, Sun Wukong opened his eyes. Gazing at Vegeta, who was supporting him, he murmured, "What happened to me? Why is everyone on the arena? Oh, right. I'm still in the competition. Whereas Frost." Vegeta promptly released his grip, causing Sun Wukong to tumble heavily to the ground. He then turned around haughtily and exclaimed, "What an idiot. That hurts." "What are you doing, Vegeta?" Sun Wukong clutched his head, wailing incessantly. The spectators exchanged amused glances and departed the arena, leaving Sun Wukong alone on the stage, bracing himself for the next opponent. At that moment, the large screen began to roll once more, and soon Son Gohan's visage appeared. The referee's voice echoed, "All right, we shall now proceed to the next match. Contestant Son Gohan will face the victorious contestant Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong gazed at Gohan's image on the screen and murmured, "Is my opponent Gohan this time? I wonder how much he has progressed under Lord Wang Teng's guidance. I truly look forward to it." In the resting area of Universe 7, Kiki clenched her fists tightly and exclaimed, "Is Goku really going to fight Gohan? This is madness. How could my Gohan possibly defeat Goku?" Following this, she unexpectedly burst into tears. Wufan immediately rose to his feet. "All right, it's my turn now. Lord Wang Teng, I shall proceed." Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan stood opposite Goku, his presence commanding the arena. Piccolo, gazing at Gohan on the stage, silently cheered for him. "Gohan, you can do it." At this moment, Beerus also took a keen interest. Is he the lad who has been following Lord Whis? I wonder about his strength. He must be Son Goku's son. Whis, covering his mouth with a smile, remarked, "Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, do not underestimate Gohan. His ability to accompany Lord Whis speaks volumes about his extraordinary potential." Wufan, clad in the same martial attire as Goku, gazes at him from a distance. "Father, please do not hold back. Feel free to unleash your full power." As Gohan spoke, Goku smiled and replied, "Gohan, it seems your power has significantly advanced. In that case, I shall fight with all my strength. If you find it overwhelming, surrender immediately, and I will cease at once." Upon hearing Goku's words, Gohan nodded solemnly. Just then, the referee's voice rang out. "The match begins." No sooner had the words left his lips than Son Goku unleashed an immense surge of energy, a celestial blue aura erupting from his body. In an instant, the entire planet began to tremble violently, while waves of energy radiated from beneath Goku's feet like ripples in a pond. Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue, an astonishing display of power that left all spectators in awe. In the 7th universe's resting area, Vegeta exclaimed in shock, "Kakarot is truly going to fight Gohan with his full strength." Trunks and Goten exchanged worried glances, muttering softly, "Gohan, brother." Suddenly, Chi-Chi leaped to her feet, shouting, "Goku, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to kill Gohan? My Gohan!" With a thud, Chi-Chi fainted in the resting area. Bulma and the others rushed to support her. Yet their eyes remained fixed on the arena. In the 6th universe's resting area, a Saiyan remarked, "It seems all Saiyans can transform. That Son Goku has unleashed yet another peculiar transformation. It appears he concealed his true power during the previous battle," he mused. "That Son Goku seems to have reached a divine state. Truly astonishing." Bardosh chuckled. Gohan gazed at his father, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue, and his eyes gradually filled with determination. He fixed his gaze upon Wang Teng, who, resting nearby, nodded in acknowledgement. With the permission granted, Gohan's heart swelled with exhilaration. A deep roar erupted from his throat, unleashing an astonishing aura that surged forth. Golden flames ignited around him, and with each cry, his strength escalated. Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2. Yet, Gohan's energy continued to rise as his low growls resonated, and the golden flames grew increasingly fierce. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Silver lightning flickered around his body, while the golden flames crackled as they clashed with the air. The roar of Gohan reverberates through the air. Can he continue to ascend in power? Has Gohan truly transcended his limits? Vegeta, with a face full of astonishment, contemplates this revelation. They are all acutely aware of Gohan's capabilities. Yet the strength he is currently exhibiting far exceeds their previous understanding of him. The entire arena has transformed into a sea of golden light. As time progresses, the golden radiance gradually diminishes, revealing a crimson warrior standing upon the stage. In this moment, Gohan has finally transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. A vibrant red tail sways gracefully behind him. His hair has grown significantly longer, his body adorned with a coat of crimson fur, and his physique has become more harmoniously defined. "Father, this is the ultimate form beyond Super Saiyan 4. Wufan murmured softly. At this moment, Yukong's expression was one of astonishment, followed by a smile as he inquired, "Gohan, when did this happen?" Indeed, following Lord Wang Teng was the right choice. Meanwhile, in the resting area, the most astonished of all was Piccolo. He felt the terrifying aura radiating from Gohan, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Was that truly Gohan? It was simply astounding. Krillin exclaimed with excitement. This kid Gohan might actually be able to defeat Yukong. Although Gohan displayed astonishing power now, he could never forget the grueling 2 years of devilish training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Initially, he endured arduous basic combat training, followed by relentless battles against Wang Teng, which were more akin to beatings than actual fights. Ultimately, in order to transform into Super Saiyan 4, he was forced to become a great ape. Should he lose control, he would suffer Wang Teng's merciless blows, only to revert to his original form after losing his fighting ability. Through these repeated beatings, Gohan finally managed to maintain his sanity while transforming into a great ape, ultimately achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Observing Gohan on the stage in his Super Saiyan 4 form, Wang Teng felt a deep sense of satisfaction, for he had played a pivotal role in this accomplishment. Claiming otherwise would be disingenuous. Chapter 31. Yukong vs. Gohan on the arena. Gohan and his father exchanged silent gazes, each standing resolutely on the stage, neither making a move, allowing the golden and blue auras to surge and intertwine. Swish, 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 swish. "Dad, let us begin." The tranquility was first shattered by Gohan, prompting Goku to nod in response. "Gohan, be cautious," he warned, in the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The two vanished from their positions in an instant. Bang! In the air, they reappeared simultaneously, each unleashing a rapid punch. Boom! A formidable shockwave immediately radiated outward, engulfing the surroundings. Subsequently, the duo resumed their swift movements, the air resonating with the sound of their fierce collisions. Bang! 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 Thud! 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 Both fighters staggered backwards several paces. Panting heavily, they took a moment to catch their breath before vanishing once more. Their figures intertwining in the air. Wukong and Gohan are becoming increasingly formidable, their speed accelerating with each passing moment. In the blink of an eye, the two have exchanged blows in no less than a dozen encounters. They weave and clash in the air, a mesmerizing dance of combat. The voice of Wukong resonated. "Gohan, your strength has grown remarkably. I am truly proud of you, my son." At this moment, Gohan's heart brimmed with exhilaration, for he had finally caught up with his father's footsteps. "Father, your strength is truly formidable." Had it not been for the grueling training under Wang Teng, Gohan would undoubtedly have been no match for Goku. Yet, even as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Gohan had to summon every ounce of focus. For Goku's power and combat experience were indeed terrifying. Since the commencement of the match, the astonishment etched on Piccolo's face had not faded. Is this truly Gohan? It is almost unbelievable. He is able to stand toe-to-toe with Goku. Meanwhile, Vegeta, gritting his teeth in frustration, thought, "Damn it, even Gohan has become this powerful." Suddenly, a shout echoed as the two clashed fiercely and then swiftly retreated. With a smirk, Gohan proclaimed, "Father, prepare to receive my attack." Kamehameha. The golden aura surrounding Wufan surged upward with tremendous force, and a terrifying power instantly coalesced in his hands, shimmering with a brilliant white-blue radiance. Wukong was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "So it is the Kamehameha. However, this technique is of no consequence to me. Here it comes." With a thunderous roar, Wufan unleashed a cerulean shockwave that swiftly surged towards Sun Wukong, transforming the entire arena into a realm of pristine white. Wukong was instantly engulfed in fury. As a divine azure aura surged forth, its terrifying power continuously converging into his hands. Wukong firmly pressed his palms against the formidable Kamehameha, and at the point of contact, a brilliant light erupted, accompanied by a sound akin to thunder. At that very moment, Gohan vanished from sight in an instant. With a thunderous roar, Wukong sent the Kamehameha soaring into the sky. "See, I told you it was futile." Just then, Gohan suddenly appeared behind him, launching a swift punch directly at Wukong. Wukong was utterly unable to evade, and a powerful fist struck him squarely in the face. Wukong swiftly descended upon the arena, stabilizing his form by bracing himself against the ground with both hands. Quite impressive young lad. Wukong immediately became serious. Realizing that Gohan could no longer be viewed through the lens of the past, he had undergone a profound transformation, his strength reaching an unimaginable pinnacle. Whoosh! In the next moment, both vanished simultaneously. Bang! 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 The two reappeared on the arena, moving with remarkable speed, their forms shifting constantly, and their punches accelerating with every exchange. The arena was filled with their fleeting shadows, rendering their movements nearly imperceptible to onlookers. As they collided, a fierce aura intertwined between them, the gusts of wind sharp and biting, the sounds of their clashes growing ever louder. Wukong seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to Gohan's face. Staggering momentarily, Gohan swiftly regained his balance and charged once more towards Wukong. Once more, Wukong unleashed a powerful punch, leading to a fierce collision between their fists. With a resounding impact, both figures vanished, only to reappear in midair, exchanging blows with fervor. At that moment, Gohan raised his hands high above his head. Magic flash! A dazzling radiance erupted from his palms, compelling Wukong to extend his hands to brace against the energy sphere. It was evident that Wukong's entire body was being propelled backward by the force. The sound of Wukong's roar echoed continuously as he collided forcefully with the arena, yet he continued to retreat. A long, deep mark appeared on the surface of the stage. It was not until he reached the edge of the platform that the energy blast was finally dissipated. Wukong blew on his smoking palm, exclaiming in pain, "That hurt." "Father, are you all right?" Wufan, filled with concern, inquired. Upon hearing this, Goku stood tall and replied with a smile, "No worries. You may strike as you wish. You cannot harm me. In the resting area of the 7th universe, Krillin remarked with a grin, Wu Fan has grown remarkably strong. I dare say Goku is more delighted than anyone. Tien Shinhan nodded in profound agreement. Yamcha raised his arm in encouragement, exclaiming, Go, Goku. Make sure you don't lose to Wu Fan. Meanwhile, the awakened Chi-Chi, with tears streaming down her face, pleaded, Goku. Wu Fan, please, cease your fighting. At that moment, Beerus's gaze was notably grave as he murmured, I wonder what method the Grand Minister employed to train that fellow, Son Gohan, to such an extraordinary level, to the point where even Goku is embroiled in a fierce struggle. In response, Whis' laughter echoed, Lord Beerus, you should be wary. Haha, Beerus, utterly perplexed by Whis' words, chose to dismiss his thoughts and instead focused his attention on the arena above. Wukong and Gohan once again moved at extraordinary speed. With a resounding clash, their palms met forcefully. The terrifying energy surged upward, creating a deep pit beneath them on the arena. Their furious roars echoed, as fearsome power erupted from within. Golden and azure flames claimed half of the sky each. Countless fragments of stone soared into the air, shaking the entire venue violently. It was astonishing that the young scion from Beerus' side possessed such formidable strength. Xianpa exclaimed in shock. Lord Whis' companion is no slouch either. Bardos remarked with a subtle smile. Even Hit, who had kept his eyes closed until now, opened them to gaze at the arena. Meanwhile, in the 7th universe's resting area, Lord Whis remained unfazed, observing the battle between Gohan and Wukong. He quickly assessed that their strengths were closely matched. Although Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, his fundamental combat power remained insufficiently weak. Had his base power been on par with Whis', he could have easily overpowered Super Saiyan Blue Wukong. Whis silently encouraged, Gohan, give it your all. As the two continued to elevate their powers, the surroundings lay in utter ruin. With a resounding boom, they swiftly retreated, panting heavily. It was evident that the previous contest of strength had taken a significant toll. Then, with a fierce shout, Gohan's golden aura surged once more. Wukong immediately took precautions. But unexpectedly, Gohan unleashed a ki blast that shot forth in an instant. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in the arena. Goku sprang into action, and Gohan seized the opportunity, unleashing the prince's combat technique with a ferocious cry. Countless energy blasts hurtled toward Goku. As the myriad of energy spheres raced toward him, Goku shielded his body with his arms. Boom, boom, boom. The blasts erupted incessantly, and Gohan's strikes became increasingly rapid, with the energy orbs multiplying in number. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly. At that moment, a commanding voice pierced through the chaos. Tenfold Kaioken. A terrifying aura emanated from Goku, as a crimson wave of energy enveloped the Azure One. Goku, utilizing the tenfold Kaioken, emanated an overwhelming power, the immense energy repelling all attacks, even forcing Gohan back several paces. Chapter 32, Goku's Triumph. Wu Fan gazed blankly at Goku, who was employing the Kaioken multiplied by 10. A wave of bitterness washing over his heart. He had never mastered the Kaioken technique, and to his astonishment, the extraordinary skill he had not witnessed for many years re-emerged today, layered upon the Super Saiyan Blue form. Father, is it truly possible to utilize the Kaioken atop the foundation of the Super Saiyan Blue transformation? Wu Fan voiced the questions that lingered in his heart. Wukong chuckled, Gohan, you are truly remarkable to have compelled me into this form. Once the match concludes, I shall impart to you the techniques of the King of Worlds' fist. Wu Fan nodded and smiled, exclaiming, Father is indeed formidable. With a smile, Wukong ruffled his hair and said, I have invested considerable effort to reach this level of cultivation. Yet it is your progress, Gohan, that truly astonishes me. Shall we continue our sparring? My strength has now surpassed yours. Upon hearing Wukong's inquiry, a surge of excitement welled up within Son Gohan. Although Wukong's power exceeded his own, the thrill of being so close to his father ignited a spark of determination within him. He nodded emphatically in response. Observing Gohan's unwavering spirit, Wukong chuckled, Be cautious, for I am coming. No sooner had he spoken than Wukong charged forward with astonishing speed, catching Gohan completely off guard. Bang! Just as Gohan reacted, a powerful punch struck him in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward with a cry of anguish. How swift! Wu Fan swiftly stabilized his stance, carefully observing Goku's movements. Wukong soared through the skies at an astonishing speed, and a gentle voice echoed once more, Gohan, I am here. Wu Fan's expression turned grave. showing no signs of weakness as he swiftly advanced. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows in midair, their fists colliding with relentless ferocity. Bang. Suddenly, Wukong erupted with fury, amplifying the Kaioken technique severfold. The crimson aura surged dramatically as he clenched his fists tightly and seized the opportunity in Gohan's assault, delivering a devastating blow upon him. Boom. Gohan swiftly plummeted downward, a thunderous sound reverberating from the arena as a colossal pit was instantly formed. He quickly rose to his feet, gritting his teeth, and soared forth from the depths of the chasm. A sphere of energy was launched from Wukong's hand. Whoosh. Wufan instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above Goku, his fists clenched tightly as he descended with tremendous force. With remarkable swiftness, Goku reacted, gently striking from the side with a palm. Gohan's fists were diverted from their trajectory, instantly rendered ineffective. Seizing this opportunity, Goku delivered a powerful kick directly to Gohan's abdomen. Ugh! Saliva immediately spilled from Gohan's mouth. As Gohan wiped the drool from the corners of his mouth and lifted his head, he discovered that Goku had vanished from the sky. Just as he began to search for Goku, the latter suddenly reappeared above him. With a swift elbow strike, Gohan was sent plummeting once more. In the air, Goku immediately gathered energy for the Kamehameha, a brilliant blue and white radiance shimmering in the atmosphere. Piccolo, witnessing the formidable Kamehameha that Goku was assembling, shouted urgently, "Old son, you must stop. Do you wish to harm Gohan? My Gohan." With that murmured plea, Chi-Chi fainted once more. "Brother, you can do it." Wu Tian clenched his fists tightly, displaying a clear affinity for his elder brother over Gohan. After all, it was Gohan and Chi-Chi who had accompanied him through his formative years, while Goku's presence at home could be counted on one hand. At this moment, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Gohan gazed at the dazzling white and blue luminescence in the sky. He swiftly unleashed his energy, and a golden aura burst forth in an instant. The terrifying power surged once more, with Gohan elevating his energy to its utmost limit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden flames ascended relentlessly. The Kamehameha, a white and blue beam of energy, was instantaneously unleashed by Gohan. Goku, suspended in midair, had also completed his own charge and shot downward with great speed. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the two Kamehameha waves collided with each other. The powerful energy beams clashed violently. Boom! The fearsome force reverberated through the sky, unleashing a series of resounding roars. A fierce gale swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. The garments of Goku and Gohan fluttered ominously in the fierce, howling wind, producing a sharp sound. Both of them unleashed their energy to the utmost. The entire arena was enveloped in a radiant white-blue light, causing those nearby to shield their eyes with their arms. As Gohan's Kamehameha was pushed back, he gritted his teeth, desperately holding on below. "Kakarot, have you lost your mind? Do you truly wish to kill Gohan?" Vegeta exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. At that moment, Goku sprang into action. With a swift instant transmission, he appeared behind Gohan in the blink of an eye. "Gohan, give me your hand." As Gohan removed one hand, it met Goku's in a fateful clash. Boom. The terrifying Kamehameha engulfed the arena entirely. Rumble, rumble. The entire stage was shrouded in a veil of white. Boom. As the radiance gradually dissipated, thick clouds of dust began to rise, revealing that the arena had vanished, leaving only a colossal pit exuding dense smoke. Piccolo gazed at the scene below, collapsing in despair. Gohan is dead. Son Goku, you shall bear full responsibility." Piccolo bellowed with fervor. At that moment, Chi-Chi awoke. "What has happened to my Gohan?" Bulma shook her head in response. "Impossible. How could Goku possibly kill Gohan?" Tears streamed down Chi-Chi's face. Beerus cautiously glanced at Whis, noting no unusual reaction from him, still wearing a seemingly indifferent expression. He then softly remarked to Whis, "Is the prosecutor overly saddened? Why is there not a single reaction?" "Ho ho ho. Lord Beerus, look closely." Whis maintained his cheerful demeanor. Just then, whoosh, two figures materialized in the sky, revealing Gohan and Goku. Gohan extended his fist to meet Goku's, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Father, for teaching me the true essence of a life-and-death battle. I feel I have grown immensely." Wukong chuckled while stroking his head. "Gohan, you have truly grown so much." Through his battle with Goku, Gohan comprehended the necessity of exerting every effort against an adversary. To show mercy to an enemy is to inflict cruelty upon oneself. He felt a profound admiration for his father, for Goku is a true warrior. At that moment, Gohan's voice resonated. I concede. Upon hearing Gohan's admission of defeat, the referee emerged from a corner to declare, the victor of this contest is Son Goku from Universe 7. It was only then that a smile graced Piccolo's face. That old fool has pulled this on me. Thankfully, Gohan is unharmed. Upon returning to the resting area of the 7th universe, Gohan lowered his head and said, I am deeply sorry, Lord Wang Teng. I have lost the match. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng rose and patted Gohan on the shoulder, encouraging him, Gohan, do not be disheartened. You performed admirably. Leave the rest to me. At that moment, Wu Fan lifted his head and gazed at Wang Teng. Yes, Lord Wang Teng, give it your all. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the large screen began to scroll rapidly once more. Wang Teng's visage prominently appeared opposite that of Son Goku. The voice of the referee swiftly resonated, announcing the next match, a showdown between the victorious Son Goku and the newly entered contestant, Wang Teng. Just then, the referee awkwardly realized that the arena had vanished, leaving only a deep pit in its stead. As he grappled with this predicament, Babidi and Whis gracefully descended. Chapter 33, Time Reversal. Under the combined might of Babidi and Whis, the entire arena was instantly enveloped in a radiant glow, and before long, the deep pit gradually vanished. A completely new arena re-emerged before the eyes of the spectators. Babidi and Whis bowed slightly towards Wang Teng above, and then the two returned to the resting area. Wukong gazed upon the restored arena, chuckling. Gohan and I shattered the stage to smithereens. It is truly thanks to Whis and Beerus that the match could proceed. Suddenly, the voice of the referee echoed, now let us invite contestant Wang Teng to the stage. No sooner had the words been spoken than a shadow darted across, and Wang Teng appeared upon the platform. Wu Fan gazed at the two individuals on the arena and murmured, Lord Wang Teng, give it your all. Father, you can do it. Wukong gazed intently at the emerging Wang Teng and remarked, I never anticipated the opportunity to engage in combat with you once more, esteemed Wang Teng. I sincerely hope you shall not hold back. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. As the two positioned themselves at the center of the stage, the referee promptly declared the commencement of the match. Wukong instantly erupted with fury, and as his low growl resonated, a terrifying power surged forth from within him. Aya! A blue, divine aura immediately rose from beneath his feet. The astonishing presence swiftly enveloped the entire arena. Confronted by Wukong's explosive momentum, Wang Teng promptly assumed a combat stance. Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his opponent would remain in their base form, eschewing even the transformation into a Super Saiyan. In that case, I shall make my move. His entire being was enveloped in a cerulean blaze, and an astonishing aura swiftly honed in on Wang Teng. Whoosh! Wukong swiftly launched his attack. Meanwhile, Xiangpa stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, Lord Wang Teng seems to have merged with the very essence of heaven and earth. His defenses are impeccable. Hee, Lord Xiangpa, your keen perception reflects your significant progress. At this moment, Lord Wang Teng has harnessed the power of intent, achieving the true realm of unity between man and nature. Bodis remarked with a smile. As Wukong's fist loomed larger before him, Wang Teng radiated a brilliant white aura. Time rewound. Instantly, time reverted to 3 seconds prior, and Wukong's fist was now a considerable distance away from Wang Teng. Subsequently, Wang Teng effortlessly evaded the strike. What just happened? I clearly struck Lord Wang Teng just now. How did he evade it? Wukong pondered in confusion as he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Wang Teng. Yet, each time, just as victory seemed within grasp, Wang Teng inexplicably sidestepped the blow. It is now my turn to strike. Wang Teng's voice resonated softly, utilizing the rewind of time. He swiftly identified the openings in Wukong's attacks and delivered a powerful counterpunch. As Wukong observed the peculiar fist hurtling towards him, he swiftly evaded it, believing he had successfully dodged the attack. However, in the next instant, that seemingly escaped blow landed heavily against his abdomen. Boom! Wukong fell heavily onto the arena. Piccolo exclaimed, What just happened? Krillin remarked, That's impossible. He clearly dodged it. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, cursing inwardly, That detestable guy? I couldn't even see how he threw that punch. What a ridiculous thing. Whis narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, Could it be the power of time? Lord Wang Teng is truly astonishing. Beerus, taken aback, inquired, Whis, what did you just say? The power of time? That is the power of an angel. Although Lord Wang Teng is powerful, it seems unlikely he could master such abilities. At that moment, a female voice interjected, "No, it is entirely possible. Lord Wang Teng is remarkable. It would not be surprising if he exhibited such powers." Whis stood up and exclaimed, "Sister." Indeed, Bardos appeared instantaneously beside Whis. Her speed was nothing short of otherworldly. Wukong slowly rose to his feet, his heart filled with an extraordinary astonishment. How swift! He had clearly evaded the attack. Yet he was still struck. "What kind of speed is this?" Wang Teng spoke softly. "Yield." Wukong was taken aback and said, "Lord Wang Teng, although your punch was formidable, I refuse to concede. At this moment, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I feel an exhilarating surge of passion coursing through my veins." Wukong was immediately engulfed in fury, his azure aura surging dramatically as he charged once more towards Wang Teng. The arena was instantly marked by a fleeting blue silhouette. And in the face of Wukong's astonishing speed, Wang Teng vanished from sight. Both combatants ceased to be visible on the platform, as the air reverberated with thunderous sounds. Suddenly, Wukong intermittently materialized, launching a relentless barrage of attacks against Wang Teng, yet each strike was deftly evaded. The atmosphere was thick with the force of Wukong's punches. And in the next moment, he executed a swift teleportation, appearing directly before Wang Teng, delivering a powerful punch. To Wukong's astonishment, however, Wang Teng once again eluded the blow in a peculiar manner, and when he reappeared, he was already at Wukong's side. A sudden shock coursed through Wukong's heart. But it was too late to evade. Wang Teng struck with the swiftness of lightning, delivering a powerful blow to Wukong's chin. In an instant, Wukong soared backward, leaving a long mark on the arena, finally stabilizing himself after retreating several meters. Can't you see? Why did his attack leave no trace whatsoever? In the seventh universe's resting area, beads of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead, his already green visage seemingly deepening in hue. Why was there no sign of his attack? Vegito wore an expression of shock, his mind racing with strategies to counter the unfolding events. Wang Teng moved again like a phantom, prompting Wukong to rise swiftly. Tenfold Kaioken. He unleashed a surge of energy, an astonishing crimson aura layering upon the blue flames, as an overwhelming presence began to spread forth. Wukong remained on high alert against Wang Teng's assault. Alas, despite his utmost vigilance, Wukong was struck once more in the abdomen by a powerful punch. At that moment, he felt as though he might expel his very stomach acids. Yet, Wang Teng had already vanished. Thus, Wukong found himself enduring a series of blows in a state of passive defense. Wukong maintained a defensive stance, utterly unable to discern from where his opponent would strike. He never anticipated that even with the Kaioken elevated to tenfold, he would still be unable to catch even a hint of his adversary's presence. At that moment, a voice resonated in Wang Teng's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in for 1 hour in the 6th universe. Congratulations, host, for having the time rewind extended to 6 seconds. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a basic combat power of 100 million. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 stand-in." Hearing the cascade of rewards, Wang Teng's heart soared with joy. He had not expected such bountiful rewards from signing in within the 6th universe. System. What is the function of the stand-in? In response to Wang Teng's query, the purpose of the stand-in soon echoed in his mind. The stand-in serves as a safeguard for the host, allowing them to substitute the host to absorb damage when danger arises. Each use of the stand-in incurs a recovery time of 10 days. Upon absorbing this information, Wang Teng could hardly conceal his elation. This effectively granted him an extra life. And it was reusable, a splendid boon. After completing the sign-in, he turned his gaze towards Wukong, who was still entrenched in a defensive posture. With the sign-in, Wang Teng's time rewind had now increased to 6 seconds, leaving Sun Wukong with even less chance of victory. Thus, he charged forward once more. Wukong immediately sensed the impending attack. He swiftly attempted to defend himself, yet the astonishing 6 seconds of time rewind rendered him momentarily dazed, resulting in a direct strike to his chin, sending him hurtling backward. Chapter 34. Wukong's defeat. Thud, thud, thud. Wukong staggered backward for several paces before finally regaining his composure. Huffing and puffing, he steadied himself. Goku gasped for breath, frustration evident as he struggled to see his opponent. He swiftly retreated, putting distance between himself and Wang Teng. Ha ha ha. With a booming roar, Son Goku's blue divine aura ignited. Enveloped by a fierce red flame that surged upward, his hands radiated a brilliant light. "Now, how will you evade this?" "Ha! In an instant, energy blasts erupted forth, saturating the entire space within moments. Each energy sphere shone as brightly as the sun, suspended in the air. Piccolo's eyes widened in shock. This was indeed the technique Goku had employed during his battle against Android 17. With a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Wukong declared, "Lord Wang Teng, let us see how you intend to escape." In an instant, Wukong's hand clenched, and a barrage of energy orbs surged forth, hurtling towards Wang Teng. However, he grossly underestimated the formidable power of time reversal within a mere 6 seconds, despite the relentless onslaught. Wang Teng effortlessly evaded the lethal strike by deftly combining time manipulation with instantaneous movement. Boom, boom, boom. The arena was immediately engulfed in a cacophony of terrifying explosions. In the next moment, Wang Teng materialized directly before Wukong, his swift fist landing mercilessly upon Wukong's abdomen. Wukong wore an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How on earth was it accomplished?" Wukong clutched his abdomen and collapsed onto the arena. The onlookers in the resting area were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Kakarot. Vegeta's expression mirrored astonishment. Wang Teng gazed at Wukong and remarked, "Now you understand the disparity, don't you? Surrender." Son Wukong lay on the arena, lamenting, "Surrender? How could I possibly yield here?" Beerus spoke calmly, "Wukong cannot win. It is best to concede." Ha ha ha. Lord Wang Teng has indeed mastered the power of time, which is truly astonishing. It seems rather challenging for Wukong to secure victory. Whis chuckled. Wukong was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that even with Super Saiyan Blue and the Kaioken tenfold, he could not compel his opponent to transform. Was the disparity between them truly this vast? How infuriating. Such a sense of resentment surged within him. Goku slowly rose to his feet. "I must concede that Lord Wang Teng is indeed formidable. I could hardly perceive your attacks. However, I shall not concede defeat." At that moment, a faint white divine energy enveloped Goku, and his aura underwent a remarkable transformation. Wang Teng's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the nascent form of the ultimate freedom technique. This is perilous. An overwhelming presence immediately radiated outward from Wang Teng, and he swiftly charged towards Goku. Time reversal was instantly activated, rendering his attacks unfathomable, and a powerful punch landed squarely on Goku. Wukong immediately felt an indescribable agony coursing through his entire being. The pain was unbearable. Wukong returned to his ordinary form, collapsing to the ground. Whis's gaze was fixated on Son Wukong, as Beerus's voice resonated immediately. "Whis, what was that just now? The Ultra Instinct?" Whis nodded solemnly, responding, "Indeed, Lord Beerus. It was the Ultra Instinct." He was astonished that Wukong had grasped the essence of it, demonstrating an embryonic form of the Ultra Instinct. Given time, he would undoubtedly master it completely. Beerus exclaimed furiously, "When did you teach him? Why was I not informed?" Whis chuckled, "But Lord Beerus, weren't you sleeping?" With a huff, Beerus settled down. At this moment, Wang Teng was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that under his pressure, Wukong would comprehend the Ultra Instinct, a feat achieved much earlier than in the original narrative. It seemed Wang Teng's involvement had significantly altered the storyline. He glanced at the referee, urging, "What are you waiting for?" The referee hurried over, examined the situation, and promptly declared, "The victor is contestant Wang Teng." Wang Teng looked down at the fallen Wukong and said, "You performed admirably. I hope you master the Ultra Instinct soon, so we can spar again." In the resting area, Gohan gasped, "Father." He rushed onto the arena, assisting Wukong back to the resting area. Meanwhile, in the 6th universe's resting area, Hit observed Wang Teng on the stage, murmuring, "That fellow's speed is indeed extraordinary. He seems to possess a technique akin to the time skip. I wonder who would prevail between us." However, what Hit was unaware of was the vast disparity in their time manipulation powers. Wang Teng's time reversal was an astounding 6 seconds, whereas Hit's time skip could only achieve 0.1 seconds, resulting in a significant difference in effectiveness. Once the time skip failed, one's inherent strength became paramount. At that moment, the large screen began to scroll once more. Shortly thereafter, Hit's visage appeared opposite Wang Teng. The referee announced, following Wang Teng's victory, "His next opponent is Hit from the 6th universe." Hit rose, his expression remaining impassive, devoid of any emotional turbulence. He leaped off the arena and stood before Wang Teng. Pampa anxiously gazed at the stage, for Hit was the final contestant from the 6th universe. Now, Wang Teng and Hit locked eyes, each pondering their thoughts in silence. In the resting area, Wukong, having regained consciousness after treatment, turned his gaze towards the arena. That is Lord Wang Teng's opponent. How composed he is. Even after witnessing the preceding battles, I sense that although he is making a concerted effort to conceal his presence, an aura as sharp as a needle still emanates from him. How formidable. Wukong murmured softly, while Vegeta, with a grave expression, inquired, "Hey, Kakarot, what just happened? How did you get caught off guard?" In response to Vegeta's question, Wukong scratched his face and replied, "I have no idea, but it felt quite strange. Every time it seemed I was about to land a hit, he inexplicably vanished, as if time itself had ceased. Indeed, it was as though time had come to a standstill." Upon hearing Wukong's words, Vegeta appeared even more pensive. Then, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Whatever. I shall never be defeated. At that moment, Beerus began to doze off again. Whis, this fellow named Hit. I feel like I've heard that name before. Do you know his background? Whis, still wearing a cheerful expression, replied, "Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, you're dozing off again. Let us hope the inspector doesn't catch you." As for Hit, it is said that he is one of the top assassins from the 6th universe. His targets have never eluded him. Upon hearing the mention of the inspector, Beerus became noticeably more alert, casting his gaze towards the arena. An assassin? Surely the inspector would not pose a problem. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the referee's voice rang out, signaling the commencement of the match. As the battle began, Hit adopted a rather compact stance, which piqued Wang Teng's interest. Wang Teng waved at Hit. Observing Hit's dismissive demeanor, he immediately sprang into action, his speed astonishing. The spectators gasped in unison, exclaiming, "So fast." Chapter 35, Vegeta vs. Hit delivered a rapid punch, but as soon as it made contact with Wang Teng, it was eerily evaded. In the next moment, an incredible aura erupted from Wang Teng. With a resounding boom, Hit was sent flying. Whis beamed with delight. Ho ho ho. The inspector truly is formidable. Meanwhile, Vegeta was engulfed in turbulent thoughts, for he could hardly comprehend the exchange of blows between the two. So swift. Their strikes were practically invisible. As Vegeta contemplated the impending battle against one of them, he quickly strategized in his mind, gazing at the fallen Hit. Wang Teng shook his head in disappointment. He had initially hoped to witness the might of the time skip technique, but after acquiring the ability to reverse time, he realized that the time skip was trivial in comparison. His time manipulation could extend an astonishing 6 seconds, while Hit's time skip was merely 0.1 seconds. Wang Teng felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. Perhaps influenced by his Saiyan heritage's combative nature, he craved a contest with a worthy opponent. Finding no excitement in a one-sided battle, Wang Teng turned his attention to the resting area where Bardos and Whis were situated. He could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. They had promised him a match after the competition concluded. Upon contemplating this, Wang Teng promptly raised his hand. "Referee, I forfeit." The arena fell into a hushed silence upon hearing the rather subdued declaration. Hit gazed in astonishment at Wang Teng, who had just announced his forfeit. Why? Victory was within his grasp, and having just witnessed his remarkable time-skip ability, it was evidently far superior to his own. Truly, an unfathomable individual. Upon hearing Wang Teng's forfeit, the referee immediately declared, since contestant Wang Teng has forfeited, the next match will be between contestant Hit and contestant Vegeta. This shall also be the final bout. The victor shall emerge as the champion of this competition. At this moment, a look of shock filled Beerus's eyes. Whis, why? Why would the esteemed prosecutor concede defeat when victory was easily attainable? Whis's expression took a surprisingly serious turn. Lord Beerus, this is a chance granted by the prosecutor. Soon, we shall witness the battle between the 7th and 6th universes. The consequences of defeat are grave. Upon hearing these words, Beerus immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He turned to Vegeta, saying, "Vegeta, this match allows for no defeat. You must secure victory." Wukong exclaimed, "Keep going, Vegeta." Vegeta slowly rose and made his way to the arena, his mind replaying the movements of Hit from moments before. He understood that this would be a formidable battle. At that moment, Beerus suddenly recalled something and said to Whis, "Whis, quickly impart the strategy to deal with that fellow from Universe 6 to Vegeta." Whis lifted his gaze and replied, "Lord Beerus, rest assured, entrusting it to Vegeta is all that is needed." Beerus' expression darkened ominously if Vegeta should falter. "Do you comprehend the consequences? The prosecutor will undoubtedly hold me accountable." Whis chuckled heartily. "Oh, Lord Beerus, do not be so pessimistic. Have you forgotten that Vegeta has surpassed his limits? The one you should truly be concerned about is that Saiyan from Universe 6. Vegeta and Hit stood at the center of the arena. As both contestants took their positions, the referee promptly announced, "The match begins." Vegeta immediately unleashed his energy, an astonishing wave radiating outward. With a fierce shout, a blue divine aura erupted forth, enveloping the entire arena in a terrifying energy. Transformed, Vegeta brimmed with confidence. "Come on." He sprang into action, swiftly maneuvering around the arena, launching an attack from an unpredictable angle. In response to Vegeta's rapid assault, its form became indistinct. In a flash, its fist struck powerfully against Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. That guy. His attacks are indeed imperceptible and formidable. Yet, through the previous exchange, Vegeta seemed to have grasped a hint of understanding. In the next moment, Vegeta surged forward once more, executing a breathtaking punch aimed at Hit. With a resounding impact, Hit effortlessly caught Vegeta's fist in his palm. A calm voice emerged from Hit. "You cannot win. Concede." Hearing Hit's words, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. "Concede? You expect this prince to surrender? What a jest." Unmoved by Vegeta's defiance, Hit swiftly retaliated with a punch. Vegeta was sent flying. Thud, thud, thud. After soaring for over 10 meters, Vegeta barely managed to steady himself. At that moment, his mind replayed Hit's attack patterns incessantly. His eyes widened in realization, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. So that's how it is. To confirm his newfound insight, Vegeta charged again towards Hit. With a roar, his fist surged forward, aimed directly at Hit. Hit merely shook his head lightly, futile. His body became ethereal once more, akin to a ghostly fist that surprisingly circumvented Vegeta's own and struck at him. In the face of this oncoming blow, Vegeta slightly tilted his head, successfully evading Hit's fist for the first time. With a resounding clash, the two swiftly separated. At that moment, Hit was equally astonished, having failed to connect. Was it mere coincidence? Standing opposite him, Vegeta's face radiated confidence, proclaiming, "Your attacks are nothing extraordinary." Yet internally, he was filled with disbelief. For the opponent's ability to manipulate time, albeit for a fleeting instant, was truly remarkable. Recognizing the trick allowed him to dodge, yet the power concerning time was indeed extraordinary. It refused to believe that Vegeta had deciphered his time-skip technique and launched another assault. Vegeta immediately focused his mind intensely, his eyes narrowing sharply. There. He unleashed a powerful punch that collided heavily with Hit's fist. An immense force erupted, dispersing outward. With a thunderous sound, both fighters recoiled. The eyes of Kappa, observing from the 6th universe's spectator area, widened in disbelief. How could this be? He actually clashed with Hit? Vegeta chuckled. "Your technique has faltered. What will you do now?" Hit's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. Before he retorted, it was merely a coincidence. Upon hearing this, Vegeta displayed a mocking smile. Coincidence? In that case, allow me to let you experience it once more. Vegeta's body surged forward again, moving at an astonishing speed, leaving only fleeting shadows across the arena. Hit quickly discerned Vegeta's attacking style and activated his time-skip technique to counter. The two engaged in rapid exchanges mid-air, and only then did Hit's eyes widen in realization, as every one of his attacks was deftly intercepted by Vegeta, with a series of resounding impacts. Vegeta seized the opportunity and landed a heavy punch squarely on Hit's chin. "Ah!" It cried out in agony, hurtling sideways. His body crashed forcefully to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Gasping for breath in the air, Vegeta laughed. "Have you now realized my prowess, you scoundrel?" Meanwhile, the 7th universe's spectator area erupted in cheers. "Well done, Vegeta," Bulma shouted, waving her fist in encouragement. "Daddy," Trunks exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. A smile finally graced Beerus's face, recognizing that Vegeta was performing admirably. "Once this match concludes, I shall reward him handsomely." At this moment, Wukong was utterly astonished. Could it be that Vegeta has discerned Hit's movements? Indeed, he is remarkable. Chapter 36. Growth. Hit was currently oblivious to how his opponent could accurately pinpoint his location. Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk. "It's not too late for you to concede." Hit gazed at Vegeta's confident visage, his eyes radiating an icy indifference. In the next instant, an astonishing aura erupted from Hit, a purple flame surging upwards. Observing Hit's unleashed formidable energy, Vegeta remarked, "At last, you are willing to unleash your full power. Allow me to ascertain your true capabilities." With that, Vegeta erupted with energy and rapidly charged towards Hit, who was enveloped in a shroud of purple flames. His fists, propelled by incredible speed, aimed directly at Hit, leaving a vivid blue trail upon the arena that lingered in the air. In response to Vegeta's swift onslaught, Hit met him head-on, and the two began to exchange blows mid-air. Boom, boom, boom. A series of white energy waves radiated through the atmosphere. Vegeta's strikes accelerated with each passing moment, yet Hit remained undaunted. With astonishing strength and the technique of instant transmission, he deftly countered Vegeta's rapid attacks. Hit's eyes widened in realization. He swiftly seized the opportunity amidst Vegeta's offensive to retaliate, launching his fierce punches towards Vegeta. Caught in a defensive stance, Vegeta evaded Hit's relentless barrage of fists. In the 7th universe's resting area, Wukong's eyes were locked onto the two combatants, murmuring, "That guy is incredibly strong." Managing to overpower Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, the battle in the sky intensified, with Hit's attacks accelerating, and although Vegeta was struggling, he managed to hold his ground. However, it was evident that Vegeta was profoundly dissatisfied with the current state of affairs. His teeth were clenched, and his fists were tightly balled. I have clearly deciphered his time-skip technique, yet why am I still finding it so arduous? Observing Vegeta's increasing difficulty on the arena, Whis in the resting area suddenly remarked, "It seems Vegeta is growing anxious. Although he has unraveled the mechanics of my opponent's time skip, Hit's innate strength should not be underestimated." Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression turned serious as he intently focused on the arena, for the outcome of this match could very well determine his fate. On the stage, Hit regarded Vegeta coolly, stating, "While you have grasped the principle of my time skip, you must still enhance your speed to overcome that fleeting moment, which is exceedingly challenging for many. Moreover, you must anticipate my movements. In this regard, you are the only opponent I have encountered who is capable of such." However, this is where it ends. Hearing Hit's words, Vegeta's face flushed with anger. A tremendous aura immediately erupted from him, the blue flames soaring, evolving into a deep azure hue. "You dare to underestimate me? I am Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans." Vegeta charged forward. Bang! Ugh! Hit was clearly taken aback by Vegeta's sudden surge in speed and caught off guard. He was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Hit suddenly burst into laughter. What a thrill! I can scarcely remember the last time I engaged in such exhilarating combat. You are the only one who has deciphered my time skip, but this is not my limit. I grow stronger in the face of adversity. In the next moment, I shall become even more formidable. In an instant, Hit vanished from his position. Bang! Vegeta's fist collided heavily with Hit's. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows repeatedly, fierce gusts of wind radiating outward. Vegeta was astonished to discover that his opponent's speed had increased. Just as he was processing this shock, Hit's fist struck him unexpectedly on the chin, staggering back several paces. Vegeta regained his footing. Vegeta. Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief evident in his eyes. Hit's time skip duration had increased from the original 0.1 seconds to 0.2 seconds. Had that guy truly become stronger when faced with strength? Wang Teng murmured. Upon hearing this, Whis chuckled and remarked, "Lord Wang Teng, it is true that Hit has experienced growth. In a remarkably brief period, it has indeed evolved." The surrounding crowd was left in a state of astonishment, unable to fathom the extraordinary talent that could manifest such growth so effortlessly. Hit withdrew his fists and placed his hands in his pockets, reflecting, "I never anticipated growth before. But after encountering you today, I realized that perhaps even I should embrace it. My instant transmission technique has now indeed expanded to 0.2 seconds. Vegeta seethed with rage, exclaiming, "You scoundrel!" Caught off guard, he had always assumed that Hit's ability was limited to 0.1 seconds, but upon witnessing the increase to 0.2 seconds, he found himself ensnared. As he observed Hit's newfound prowess, Kappa from Universe 6 expressed his excitement, exclaiming, "Truly, it is remarkable." Quickly defeat him and seize victory for the 6th universe. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Hit remained unfazed, extending his right hand and beckoning to Vegeta. The latter, perceiving this provocatively, erupted in fury. He swiftly leapt backward, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. As the blasts hurtled toward him, Hit sprang into action. Vegeta had anticipated this movement, launching another energy blast skyward, followed by an onslaught of countless blasts, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds filling the air. Amidst the fiery spectacle and billowing smoke, Vegeta cackled. "Ha! Perish! The Saiyans' hallmark in battle has always been to ascend. How dare you grow rapidly and surpass me? Now you comprehend your limitations." In that moment, Hit instantaneously appeared behind Vegeta, activating his instant transmission technique. In the blink of an eye, he landed several punches upon Vegeta. Caught off guard by such a rapid assault, Vegeta was unable to react in time and was sent flying. Subsequently, an energy blast erupted from Hit's hand. The ensuing explosion was astounding, engulfing the arena in a thick cloud of flames and smoke. At that moment, Hit cast a glance at the referee and declared, "Hey, referee, shouldn't you verify his state of being?" Gohan, with a tense expression, inquired, "Is Uncle Vegeta all right?" Upon hearing Gohan's words, Wang Teng softly reassured him, "Do not worry. Gohan, Vegeta is not one to be easily defeated. Remember, he is the proud prince of the Saiyans." As Hit called out, the referee immediately began searching the smoke for Vegeta's silhouette. Just then, a blue figure burst forth from the haze. He hovered in the air, teeth clenched, and bellowed, "You think I would concede to such a level? You underestimate me, Vegeta." As soon as he finished speaking, the azure aura surrounding Vegeta intensified, deepening in hue. Hit gazed at Vegeta in the air, astonished. "I never expected you to have grown. It seems Saiyans can indeed evolve in battle. Your obsession with victory is remarkable." In response, Vegeta roared, "You overestimate yourself. Compared to a Saiyan, you are but a mere grain of sand." Chapter 37. The Brutality in an Instant. Vegeta vanished like a flash of lightning, his speed reaching unprecedented heights. Hit's eyes darted, desperately searching for Vegeta, feeling utterly at a loss. "This is impossible." Just then, Vegeta's blue figure suddenly materialized before Hit. Cold sweat broke out on Hit's forehead, his mind reeling in shock. What is this speed? He has grown even stronger. 7th Universe Rest Area. Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "It seems that Vegeta has transcended the super blue barrier." Beside him, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes and smiled. Indeed, he is evolving towards deep blue. With just one more growth, he may well reach the realm of deep blue. Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, certainly possesses a measure of innate talent. Upon hearing this, Gohan exclaimed in shock, "Deep blue? Vegeta has actually broken through his limits. It appears that the 7th universe is destined to triumph." Beerus chuckled. As Hit faced the onslaught of Vegeta's fierce punches, he swiftly retreated. However, Vegeta's speed was so staggering that evasion was futile. A powerful blow struck Hit squarely, sending him hurtling aside. Hit's eyes were filled with disbelief. His speed had increased at least threefold. It was truly astonishing. Vegeta erupted with energy, a cerulean aura rising around him, and an overwhelming presence unleashed forthwith. After amplifying his energy to its zenith, he charged at Hit, intent on concluding the battle while Hit was still recovering. As Hit had just risen, Vegeta's fierce punch connected with his chin once more. Thud, thud, thud. Hit staggered backwards several paces, and as he lifted his head, Vegeta was already upon him again. He attempted to adjust his stance and activate his instant transmission, but at this moment, Vegeta's power had surpassed Super Blue, and his speed was now more than 3 times what it had been, rendering Hit utterly unable to track his movements. Hit gasped in astonishment. "His speed is astonishingly ahead of my instant transmission. This is impossible." Before he could finish his thought, Vegeta's fist struck him once again. The surrounding onlookers were engulfed in profound shock. Wah! Hit spat out white saliva, his body trembling uncontrollably. "The power of the Saiyans is beyond your imagination. Our pride forbids failure. With the next move, I shall determine the victor." As Vegeta's words echoed, he reappeared before Hit, delivering yet another crushing blow. Hit was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Zampa stood up and shouted, "Hit, get up. What are you doing? Is this how the #1 assassin of the 6th universe behaves?" Hearing Zampa's roar, Hit shakily rose to his feet. His strength and speed had increased tremendously. How was this possible? He had never encountered such a Saiyan before. Hit murmured to himself. Gazing at the standing Hit, Vegeta sneered, with the next move. "You shall not rise again. This is the fate of those who underestimate the Saiyans." The sacred blue aura surged continuously with Vegeta's roar, as if his energy had ascended to new heights. At this moment, Vegeta's power was teetering on the brink of Super Saiyan Blue, poised to reach the profound depths of deep blue with just a single opportunity. His strength had reached the pinnacle of his capabilities, and the terrifying energy emanating from him caused the entire arena to tremble. Vegeta's might was astonishing, rivaling even that of a Super Saiyan Blue utilizing the Kaioken technique. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Has Vegeta surpassed his limits once more? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead, his complexion seemingly greening further than before. Wang Teng gazed at the fully unleashed Vegeta, a smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that Vegeta could evolve so significantly in the midst of this battle, progressing in his own unique manner. Indeed, Vegeta was a formidable warrior. At this moment, Vegeta's power had reached an almost godly level, albeit the weakest tier. Still far from the pinnacle of an angel like Beerus. Whoosh! Vegeta surged forward, leaving a deep blue shadow lingering in the air. He swiftly concentrated energy into a sphere in his hand. Boom! It evaded with a nimble leap, witnessing it ascend into the sky. A smirk crept across Vegeta's face. Perish, he declared. Another astonishing energy sphere was launched, and Hit's eyes narrowed in realization. He understood that there was no evading this attack. Thus he crossed his arms defensively before his chest. Wayayaya. Vegeta's royal combat technique was unleashed from his hands. Countless energy spheres shot forth with incredible speed. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the thunderous echoes of explosions. The sky was engulfed in flames, smoke billowing everywhere. Zampa rose to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on the heavens. At that moment, Vegeta's final strike arrived. His hands crackled with golden lightning. Die, he shouted. Ultimate flash. Whoosh. The golden super energy sphere erupted with a tremendous blast. Rumble, rumble. Krillin and the others shut their eyes tightly. The sky was ablaze with light. Thick clouds of black smoke swirling. Huff, huff. Vegeta gasped for breath. Victory. Vegeta had performed admirably. With exhilaration, Wukong exclaimed, sensing the dwindling power within him. A relaxed smile graced Vegeta's face, signaling the impending end. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed. Ah! A magnificent purple aura erupted from the flames, dispelling the thick black smoke, revealing the disheveled figure of Hit. His body was marred with numerous wounds, yet the purple flames surrounding him remained formidable. What? That fellow still has strength left. Vegeta's expression was one of sheer astonishment. At that moment, Hit swiftly charged, crashing his head heavily into Vegeta's body. Ugh! Blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth as both combatants fell to the ground. The onlookers around the arena, witnessing the brutal confrontation, clenched their fists in anxious anticipation. Wang Teng, observing the two sprawled on the stage, was utterly astonished. Their endurance and strength exceeded all expectations. At this juncture, both warriors were nearly depleted, and the contest was now a matter of sheer willpower. Wang Teng's voice resonated softly. Gohan, the resolve of these two is incredibly strong. They are both worthy warriors. I hope you can learn from them and become a guardian of the universe. Upon hearing this, Gohan nodded earnestly. Having vowed to become a formidable force akin to Wang Teng, and he was resolute in his determination not to falter. The resting area of Universe 6 was steeped in an eerie silence, with Xiang Pa's heart racing with anxiety. Wang Teng's forfeiture had ignited a flicker of hope for Universe 6, yet Vegeta's strength surpassed their predictions. At this moment, both fighters had reached their limits. The outcome was anyone's guess. Hit possessed immense potential, and this battle had indeed pushed him beyond his limits. Should he cease to grow further, he risked defeat in this contest. Bardos remarked with a serious demeanor. Chapter 38, The Battle Against Bardos. Hit. Get up quickly. That Vegeta is clearly running on fumes. Xiang Pa called out from below. Upon hearing Xiang Pa's words, Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling to rise. That insufferable fat pig dares to underestimate me. I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. Perhaps inspired by Vegeta's tenacity, Hit also began to grit his teeth and push himself upward. Moments later, astonishingly, Hit stood up before Vegeta could. Gasping for breath, Hit struggled to regain his composure. Vegeta stared at Hit, astonished, murmuring, I never expected this guy to rise before me. I must concede. You are indeed a strong warrior. I, Vegeta, acknowledge you. However, I refuse to surrender just like that. Vegeta, with both hands braced against the floor, let out a fierce roar as azure flames surged once more. He forcefully rose to his feet. Panting heavily, it was evident that standing had exhausted all his strength. At this moment, neither of them was in a particularly favorable condition. Vegeta, Wukong exclaimed, Father. Trunks gazed intently at the arena, his eyes unblinking. Well done, Vegeta. This is how my Bulma's husband should be. At that moment, Bulma, with tears streaming down her face, raised her fists and declared, both of them have reached their limits. Whoever can seize the initiative may very well win the match. Whis murmured softly. In the next instant, Vegeta and Hit sprang into action, charging towards one another. Their fists poised for impact. Ha! They roared, unleashing their full strength in a powerful clash. Ugh! Their fists collided with each other's faces, sending them both reeling backward. The sound of their falls echoed loudly. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Who has emerged victorious? Kappa asked uncertainly. Yet, Everyone remained tense, their gazes fixed on the ring. The referee rushed onto the stage, closely monitoring the state of both fighters, who lay on the ground, gasping for air. Then, the referee announced, "I will count down from 10. Whoever stands first will be declared the winner." With every count, the crowd's hearts raced. However, as the countdown reached 0, neither fighter had risen. Just as the referee was at a loss, a figure descended from the resting area onto the arena. Wang Teng's voice echoed. "This tournament has been remarkably successful. The warriors of both the 6th and 7th universes deserve commendation. Of course, Beerus and Kampa have also played crucial roles, and in light of their diligent efforts, the previous issues shall be overlooked." Upon hearing this, Kampa and Beerus exhaled in relief, knowing that their positions as gods of destruction were secured. At that moment, Wang Teng's voice rang out again. "Bardos, Whis, shall we commence our battle?" Bardos and Whis exchanged glances, smiled at each other, and then descended onto the arena. "Sister, it's your turn to face the esteemed inspector. I have already experienced the might of your prowess," Whis remarked with a grin. In response, Bardos maintained her radiant smile. "Whis, you truly are something else, tossing the challenge to your sister like that. Such a sibling." Whis chuckled silently. Observing their intentions, Wang Teng furrowed his brow but soon relaxed. After all, his strength was merely at the peak of a level 1 angel, on par with Beerus at best. If faced with 2 formidable angels simultaneously, he would likely be swiftly defeated. However, against just one, there might be a chance to contend. Moreover, if his opponent were Bardos, perhaps he could show her some affection. Upon reaching this conclusion, Wang Teng declared, "In that case, let us engage in battle, Bardos." The 2 individuals on the field, it seems, would require Whis to escort them away. Whis shook his head, surprised that he was the only one tasked with such labor. With a radiant glow emanating from his angelic staff, Vegeta and Hit swiftly ascended, following him to the... As Wang Teng watched Whis depart, he softly uttered, "Bardos, let us commence." Bardos responded with a sweet smile. "As you wish, Lord Wang Teng." How long could Lord Wang Teng withstand Bardos's prowess? Beerus murmured contemplatively. In response, Whis smiled and remarked, "Perhaps Lord Wang Teng will surprise us." Ha 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 ha. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Teng unleashed his power, a deep roar resonating from his throat. In the next instant, a golden aura erupted from his being. Boom. Whoosh. The entire planet trembled violently, as waves of golden energy reverberated through the air. An astonishing force erupted from Wang Teng, with silvery lightning intertwining with the golden flames. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Yet he did not cease. That terrifying energy continued to escalate. This overwhelming power seemed to envelop the entirety of the 6th universe in an instant. Meanwhile, Bardos maintained her cheerful demeanor. Gulp. Wukong swallowed hard, murmuring, "Incredible. Master Wang Teng's power is still on the rise." Beside him, Piccolo stood in stunned silence, his expression grim. This was no joke. The energy emanating from Wang Teng was monstrous. Beerus, Kampa, and Whis gazed gravely at the continuously escalating power of Wang Teng. Wang Teng's roar grew increasingly thunderous. Simultaneously, his astonishing power surged once more, causing the entire 6th universe to tremble in response to his shout. The sky darkened ominously, intermittently illuminated by flashes of golden lightning. The scene on the arena resembled an apocalyptic spectacle. Wang Teng's hair began to turn white, and the golden aura surrounding him became ever more formidable. Crackling sounds echoed around, as tendrils of lightning, resembling silver serpents, coiled around his form. At that moment, Wang Teng radiated an overwhelming brilliance. How terrifying! Is this truly the might of Master Wang Teng? It was unfathomably strong, causing the entire 6th universe to quiver. Kampa murmured in disbelief. When he first faced Wang Teng, the latter's strength was nowhere near as astonishing as it was today. Now, even if he were to engage, he could only expect defeat. The sheer terror and pressure were enough to make Kampa swallow hard. Indeed, Master Wang Teng's strength has significantly increased again. It seems my sister's victory won't come easily. Whis observed in astonishment, realizing that Wang Teng's power had grown tremendously since their last encounter. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Teng had invested considerable effort in honing his foundational combat strength, coupled with the system's enhancements, making his current prowess quite normal. The stronger the foundational combat ability, the more terrifying the enhancement of Super Saiyan 5 would be. Thus, even a slight increase in his foundational combat power would result in exponential growth upon transforming into Super Saiyan 5. As he beheld the terrifying energy radiating from Wang Teng, Battos's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal. Master Wang Teng, shall we begin? Chapter 39, The Might of Battos approaches. As soon as Wang Teng's words left his lips, his body shot forward with astonishing speed, faster than lightning itself. Piccolo and the others could barely catch a glimpse of his movements. In an instant, Wang Teng stood before Battos, delivering a powerful punch. This strike was fueled by the fearsome strength of Super Saiyan 5, and Wang Teng was utterly earnest in his attack. Master Wang Teng's power is indeed extraordinary, Battos murmured, feeling the weight of Wang Teng's assault. Yet she dared not show the slightest disdain. Subsequently, she extended her delicate hand to defend. Bam! Crash! In the next moment, fists collided, and a tremendous force immediately radiated outward. Battos's expression remained unchanged. Yet she distinctly felt the terrifying power emanating from that fist upon impact. Lord Wang Teng likely possessed the strength of a peak-level first-tier angel, truly astonishing. Thereafter, an indomitable softness emanated from her palm, sending Wang Teng staggering backward. Stumble, stumble, stumble. Upon steadying himself after a few steps, Wang Teng accelerated once more with great speed. A swift, slicing strike was aimed at Battos. At this moment, Wang Teng's reversal of time was activated. Possessing the combat power of a peak-level third-tier angel, Battos immediately sensed the impending danger and soon found herself enveloped by a mysterious force, retreating backward. Wang Teng's astonishing blow struck nothingness in an instant. At this juncture, Battos's expression had transformed. Her demeanor finally turned serious. She had not anticipated Wang Teng's mastery over time to reach such profound depths, although he was still inferior to Whis. He had already surpassed the majority of the lesser angels. She evaded the attack. Wang Teng was equally astonished, for he had exerted all his strength in the assault. Yet he was unexpectedly countered with ease. This left him, who had been dominating his opponents recently, with a sense of despondency. Battos, too, had begun to regard Wang Teng as a peer-level expert. Wang Teng regained his composure and delivered a powerful kick toward Battos, his terrifying whip-like leg sweeping through the air with fierce momentum. In response to the onslaught, Battos struck his leg with her palm, causing Wang Teng to fly off at an angle. As he soared away, a radiant light flickered in Battos's hand, and an energy orb swiftly shot forth. Whoosh! The energy orb was instantly unleashed, hurtling toward Wang Teng. Wang Teng quickly steadied himself, delivering a ferocious punch against the energy orb. Boom! An astounding explosion reverberated throughout the arena. Hee, Lord Wang Teng's creation is not to be trifled with, lest it explodes. Battos chuckled softly. Billowing smoke swiftly engulfed Wang Teng. Lord Wang Teng. Gohan gasped in concern. At that moment, Whis' voice resonated. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, such a level of attack cannot harm Lord Wang Teng. Upon hearing this, Gohan's anxiety subsided. Indeed, the law of no harm from smoke applies universally. As the dust settled, Wang Teng swiftly darted away. At that moment, aside from appearing somewhat disheveled, he had not sustained any significant injuries. Wang Teng clenched his teeth, and with a powerful roar, a remarkable golden aura surged forth. He then rapidly unleashed countless energy blasts. This is my return gift. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Teng hurled the swiftly condensed energy orbs at an astounding speed. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled with resounding explosions, and black mushroom clouds ascended into the sky. He understood that these energy blasts would certainly not inflict any damage on the formidable Battos. Nevertheless, they could at least bolster morale, as he had been in a passive position continuously pressured by the opponent. The thick smoke from the explosions gradually dissipated, revealing Battos's exquisite form once more in Wang Teng's line of sight. Indeed, a thin protective shield enveloped Battos, and the previous attack had not only failed to injure her but had not even soiled her attire. Subsequently, Battos remarked with a smile. Such energy blasts are merely a waste of power. Lord Wang Teng's actions are rather unwise. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's expression grew increasingly serious. Whoosh! No sooner had she spoken than Wang Teng's figure vanished like a phantom. When he reappeared, it was already behind Battos. His speed was so astonishing that even Goku and the others could not react in time. How swift! With a startled exclamation, Wukong unleashed a powerful punch directed at Battos. Sensing the imminent danger approaching from behind, Battos swiftly pivoted, retaliating with a punch of her own. As a formidable being among the ranks of angels, Battos commanded immense strength, and Wang Teng held her in the highest regard, never underestimating her capabilities. Indeed, Battos's power surpassed his expectations, compelling him to pour every ounce of his energy into each strike. The collision of their fists produced a resounding impact. Wang Teng felt an overwhelming force surge through him, pain radiating from his wrist to his arm. Subsequently, his body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing against the ground with a thud. He stumbled several paces before regaining his balance. Upon lifting his gaze, he found Beerus's foot sweeping toward him with alarming speed. Momentarily taken aback by the height of her leg, Wang Teng was caught off guard as a heavy kick landed squarely on his face, sending him hurtling to the side. Stunned, he steadied himself with a few palms against the ground, hastily wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Regaining his focus, he prepared to confront the advancing Beerus, and the two quickly resumed their fierce battle. The sky crackled with white energy ripples as gusts of wind cascaded downward. Suddenly, a smirk graced Beerus's lips. Seizing an opening during Wang Teng's aggressive assault, she delivered a crushing stomp to his chest. The point of her elongated high heel seemed to concentrate all the force into a singular point, inflicting genuine damage. With a swift whoosh, Wang Teng's body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the arena below. The impact created a substantial crater, sending countless shards of stone flying in all directions. Cradling his aching chest, Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel at the ferocity of women, particularly those who are both beautiful and powerful. This was indeed a true manifestation of damage. Nevertheless, Beerus's strength was undeniably impressive, distinct from that of Whis. Igniting a fervor within Wang Teng, quickly regaining his footing, fueled by a fiery spirit for battle, he returned to the arena, standing resolutely opposite Beerus. Observing Wang Teng, who had withstood her relentless assaults seemingly unscathed, Beerus expressed her astonishment. Truly, Lord Wang Teng exemplifies the resilience of the warrior race of Saiyans. Your capacity to endure is remarkable. The clash between the two ignited a fervor among the spectators in the resting area, who erupted in excitement, exclaiming the prowess of both Wang Teng and Beerus. In Gohan's eyes, excitement sparkled. The awakening Vegeta slammed his fist into the ground, expressing his frustration. Damn it. I never anticipated that my strength would be so vastly outmatched by theirs. At this moment, Kampa was gripped by a sense of dread. The prolonged master-servant relationship had caused him to forget the formidable power of Beerus. What astonished him even more was that Wang Teng could actually contend with Beerus, a display of strength far exceeding his own. Ha ha ha. Sister remains as formidable as ever, Whis remarked with a smile. Lord Beerus must step up his game, or he shall be surpassed by Lord Wang Teng. Upon hearing this, Beerus merely snorted coldly and turned his head away. Chapter 40. Triumph. Wang Teng and Beerus locked eyes, gazing intently at one another. Remarkably, neither of them showed any signs of heavy breathing, completely concealing the intensity of their recent battle. Lord Wang Teng's prowess is truly astonishing. I initially thought the battle would conclude swiftly. However, to everyone's surprise, no significant damage had been inflicted despite the prolonged conflict. Since that is the case, I shall now get serious. A smile graced Beerus's face as he addressed Wang Teng. He had not expected Wang Teng to withstand her attacks. Originally, he assumed Wang Teng's strength was merely on par with Kampa's, but now he realized he had severely underestimated him. Beerus, do not hold back. Unleash your full repertoire. Wang Teng replied calmly, though he appeared to have exhausted his energy. Nevertheless, he still possessed hidden reserves yet to be revealed. If he were to utilize all of his trump cards, victory might still be within reach. Yet, he understood that Beerus's strength was far beyond that. She possessed the might of a third-level angel, while Wang Teng had barely attained first-level angel status. To emerge victorious, he would need to employ unconventional tactics. Very well. Lord Wang Teng, do take care. Beerus nodded with a smile, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Having abandoned any intention of further probing, she prepared to unleash her full might. An astonishing white energy began to envelop her, and in that instant, the divine aura permeated the entire arena. At that moment, Beerus resembled an inviolable goddess, floating gracefully in the air, her sacred radiance gently enveloping her being. Ha ha ha, sister has become serious. Now Lord Wang Teng is in peril. Whis chuckled. As the prosecutor of the divine realm, Wang Teng immediately sensed the terrifying divine power emanating from Beerus, an overwhelming pressure that filled him with exhilaration. Feeling the astonishing divine energy, Wang Teng clenched his fists, fully bracing himself for what was to come. Subsequently, he clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his body rapidly bulging, and the power of the realm immediately enveloped him. A golden aura radiated a profound divine presence. Bardas's expression momentarily faltered. This was the power of the realm. Only a select few gods could comprehend such power. However, The ability to wield it also depended on one's own combat strength, just like the destroyer of the second universe, who had grasped the realm's essence. Yet when it came to a confrontation with Beerus, he would truly be no match for him. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, both figures vanished from their original positions. Crash, crash. The air was instantly filled with the sounds of their collision, as ripples of white energy reverberated explosively. Two silhouettes intertwined in midair, leaving the onlookers below utterly astounded. Bang! A fierce gust of wind swept downward. In the resting area of the seventh universe, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta gaped in astonishment. The intensity of this battle was simply overwhelming. They were already among the pinnacle experts of the seventh universe, even ranking high among the entire cosmos. Yet, at this moment, the strength exhibited by Beerus and Wang Teng made them acutely aware of their own insignificance. Each of them could easily crush the duo's combined efforts. This was impossible? How infuriating, those two rascals. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with frustration. Wang Teng and Beerus were simply too formidable, seemingly surpassing even Lord Beerus. Wukong was taken aback. Beerus, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth and bellowed, "Hey, Wukong, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Have you ever witnessed my full power?" Gazing into Beerus' fierce eyes, Wukong immediately waved his hands in a flustered manner, too apprehensive to say more. Incredibly, Lord Wang Teng had already begun to apply his comprehension of intent in battle. Moreover, he was able to engage in a fierce exchange with his sister. This was utterly astonishing. Whis' voice resonated softly, stating that with the prowess Wang Teng displayed at this moment, he had surpassed all the gods of destruction, including Beerus himself. It was likely that only by fully mastering the Ultra Instinct could Beerus hope to compete with Wang Teng. However, in comparison to his strength, it was Lord Wang Teng's culinary skills that were truly unforgettable. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. As the battle between the two intensified, the arena had become dilapidated, with the protective barrier cracking in numerous places. White gusts of energy flickered in the air. Boom, crash, crash. The two clashed repeatedly, and the air was filled with resounding booms. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a massive energy blast plummeted from above, and the entire arena was instantaneously reduced to nothingness. Leaving behind a bottomless pit, Wang Teng and Beerus floated in the air, gazing at one another from a distance. Wang Teng was overwhelmed with shock, for he had exerted all his strength and yet gained no advantage, sensing that his opponent had only utilized about half of their power. At that moment, Beerus raised her delicate hand and pointed. Wang Teng felt an irresistible force rapidly approaching, moving at such speed that he could not evade it in time. He could only cross his arms in front of his chest. Boom. A deafening crash echoed as Wang Teng felt immense damage coursing through his body. When the flames subsided, he shot up from the thick smoke, his entire body charred and looking quite disheveled. His clothes were in tatters, and as he grasped the fabric, it tore apart, revealing his well-defined physique. Beerus's eyes sparkled slightly, and she remarked, "Lord Wang Teng, you maintain a fine physique." Wang Teng let out a cold chuckle, his entire strength promptly converging towards his palms. A gigantic white-blue energy sphere materialized in his hands, raised high, radiating astonishing power. Badass. How about you try this move? Looking at the terrifying energy sphere capable of obliterating the planet, Beerus shook her head with a smile, saying, "It is futile, Lord Wang Teng. You should conserve your energy." Disregarding Beerus's advice, Wang Teng hurled the energy sphere forward. Whoosh. As the energy sphere descended, the air within the battlefield immediately became tumultuous. Countless small stones began to rise from the deep pit. Gazing at the energy sphere that continued to fall, Beerus simply extended her finger and lightly tapped the air. Astonishingly, the energy sphere remained suspended in midair, unable to advance even an inch. In the next moment, the energy sphere transformed into scintillating starlight and vanished into the void. A smile graced Beerus's beautiful visage. "See, I told you it was futile." However, Wang Teng had already disappeared from sight, and a voice suddenly resonated beside Beerus's ear. "My objective has been achieved." Startled, Beerus quickly turned around, only to find Wang Teng approaching with outstretched arms. Having never been in such close proximity to a man, Beerus instantly panicked. In her fluster, she forgot to defend herself, and her body was tightly embraced by Wang Teng. Their eyes locked. The distance between them was less than a centimeter, and they could feel each other's breath. Impudence. A delicate cry echoed, and an astonishing divine power erupted from Beerus, sending Wang Teng flying away. Chapter 41. Beerus. Unleashing full power. Beerus floated in the air, Her cheeks flushed, quickly realizing she had momentarily lost composure. After all, Wang Teng was her superior. Her instinctive shout had unleashed her utmost strength. Is Wang Teng all right? Beerus inquired softly. After dissipating the terrifying force, Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively. No worries, how could I possibly be injured? Let us continue. Upon hearing this, Beerus gently replied, all right. Then, a deep growl emanated from Wang Teng's throat, which instantly transformed into a golden beam of light, vanishing from sight. Whoosh! When he reappeared, Wang Teng was already before Beerus, launching a torrential assault toward her. His speed was astonishing, catching Beerus off guard, and she had no choice but to evade backward. It seems Wang Teng's strength has increased. Has he grown stronger? Is he enhancing his power in battle? If that is the case, we must conclude this swiftly. Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. In that moment, Wang Teng's punches grew increasingly formidable, as if his strength were inexhaustible. For the first time, Beerus encountered such an opponent. Bang! The two collided once more, and then quickly separated. Just then, Beerus delivered a swift kick, her long leg rising rapidly, momentarily stunning Wang Teng. Another powerful kick struck his chest, and a fleeting vision of the beautiful scenery he had just witnessed flashed in his mind. Though captivating, the impact was undeniably significant. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, rubbed his chest, and swiftly retreated. He did not anticipate the overwhelming strength of Beerus, no matter how he attacked. He could not triumph over her. If he were to rely solely on his physical prowess, Wang Teng felt utterly incapable of defeating Beerus. In light of this, he had no choice but to take a perilous risk. Although it was fraught with danger, there was no other option but to attempt it. King Kai Fist. A terrifying crimson aura erupted around him, and at that moment, Wang Teng felt an unparalleled agony coursing through his body, gritting his teeth and roaring in fury. His power intensified, the dread energy causing the sixth universe to tremble violently. Wang Teng was unleashing the King Kai Fist. Wukong immediately exclaimed. For no one understood the King's Fist better than he did. How could this be? His King's Fist was even more terrifying than Kakarot's. What a wretched thing. Vegeta gritted his teeth. The King's Fist? I never imagined that Lord Wang Teng would master the same technique as Wukong. This complicates matters for Beerus. Beerus remarked softly. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus. Although Lord Wang Teng's power has indeed increased exponentially, so too has the burden on his body, rendering the situation quite intricate. Moreover, my sister is not so easily defeated. Whis chuckled. Beerus looked at Wang Teng, who suddenly radiated astonishing energy, her face awash with astonishment. How could this be? Lord Wang Teng is also capable of such a technique that demands a great toll on the body? She had not anticipated witnessing such a phenomenon again. Aside from that scion from the seventh universe. Tenfold King's Fist. A layer of mysterious red aura enveloped Wang Teng's golden flames. And at this moment, his might surpassed that of Sun Wukong by an unfathomable magnitude. Just then, the protective barrier surrounding the arena finally succumbed to the overwhelming force, shattering into fragments. Observing this, Beerus found herself in a quandary. The price for indulging in Lord Wang Teng's culinary delights was far too great. It turned out to be so troublesome. Subsequently, a faint layer of divine white aura appeared around her, equally formidable and not to be underestimated. At this moment, Wukong's heart was filled with profound astonishment. He had painstakingly mastered the tenfold Kaioken during his Super Saiyan Blue transformation, a feat that required immense training and a considerable amount of time. Yet, the transformation of Wang Teng into Super Saiyan 5 far surpassed even the might of Super Saiyan Blue, and to his utter disbelief, he was capable of amplifying the Kaioken to tenfold. The impact of this revelation on Sun Wukong was nothing short of monumental. Wukong found himself questioning whether Wang Teng was truly human, for his performance was extraordinarily monstrous. As Wang Teng stabilized his power, he hovered in the air, appearing majestic to those around him, but only he knew that he could scarcely endure for a few minutes longer. Therefore, Wang Teng resolved to end the confrontation swiftly. In the next moment, he raised his palm, and a golden energy sphere materialized instantaneously, growing ever larger. In a short while, a colossal energy sphere floated in Wang Teng's hand, emanating an aura of devastating power capable of annihilating worlds. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the energy sphere was unleashed. Beerus's eyes sharpened with intensity as she beheld the swiftly approaching energy sphere. She did not intend to evade it. Otherwise, the planet would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Raising her right hand, a rose-colored energy sphere appeared from her palm, expanding at an incredible rate until it matched the size of Wang Teng's sphere. Surrounding the pink energy sphere were flickering sparks of lightning, exuding an astonishing might. Go! A soft voice emerged from Beerus. The rose-colored energy sphere surged forward to meet the golden one. Boom! The two energy spheres collided with tremendous force, unleashing an ear-splitting roar. The entire planet trembled violently from the terrifying impact. The ferocious gusts of wind made the distant resting area sway like a fragile boat in a tempest. Witnessing this, Whis immediately stood up. An overwhelming power enveloping the resting area, providing a protective barrier for everyone inside. Then came a deafening explosion. The two formidable energy spheres erupted violently, their immense energy soaring into the heavens. The scene before the onlookers resembled the apocalypse. Wang Teng and Beerus ascended rapidly into outer space, for the planet could no longer withstand such a cataclysmic clash. Should another collision occur, it would likely be reduced to mere dust. Since Lord Wang Teng possesses such formidable power, I too shall summon my strongest abilities to engage in battle. Otherwise, it would be difficult to determine a victor. The solemn voice of Beerus echoed softly, aligning perfectly with Wang Teng's intent. As he too realized that the Kaioken he was currently employing could not endure for long and necessitated a swift resolution. Be cautious. As soon as the words left her lips, Beerus vanished like a phantom, her speed astonishingly swift, leaving behind only a faint white afterimage. Her form was utterly undetectable. Wang Teng sensed the overwhelming divine energy emanating from her, understanding that she had unleashed her full might. Whoosh! When Beerus reappeared, she was already behind Wang Teng. He reacted quickly, yet it was still a moment too late. A fierce blow landed heavily upon him. Whoosh! Wang Teng was immediately sent flying. Under the full force of Beerus' strike, he was propelled away. Chapter 42. The Arrival of the Omni-King. Whoosh! Beerus vanished once more, her presence impossible to capture. Her speed was beyond comprehension. Wang Teng struggled to control his body, murmuring to himself, "Is this the power of an angel?" Indeed, Beerus' strength had transcended ordinary limits. The peak combat prowess of an angel was terrifyingly formidable. Both her speed and her attacks were overwhelmingly powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Beerus unleashed a flurry of strikes. And at that moment, Wang Teng had no capacity for resistance. He could only endure the onslaught passively. He could not even catch a glimpse of her form, forced to watch helplessly as each blow struck his body. The speed was too rapid, even with his current strength multiplied tenfold through the Kaioken. It was a challenge to match Beerus' velocity. Is this truly the power of an angel? As Wang Teng pondered rapidly, he thought that if he could comprehend the ultimate instinct technique, coupled with his current prowess, perhaps he could stand against Beerus and defeat her. Although he had acquired the method to cultivate ultimate instinct upon his arrival, he had only barely scratched the surface over the years, not even achieving minor proficiency, let alone mastery. Through his battle with Beerus, Wang Teng was resolute in his determination to perfect the ultimate instinct technique. For only then could he stand at the pinnacle of combat power in the Dragon Ball world. It seemed imperative to engage in combat with a strong opponent who had mastered ultimate instinct. Perhaps only through first-hand experience could he glean some insight. Crash, crash, crash. Beerus continued her relentless assault. Each strike inflicted immense pain upon Wang Teng. Beerus was astonished that Wang Teng could withstand so much punishment, sustaining numerous hits while still maintaining that astounding transformation. Wang Teng's mind raced with strategies to counter her attacks, for if this continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. He felt an overwhelming urgency. He yearned to retaliate, unwilling to remain a passive victim any longer. In the sixth universe's nameless star, onlookers watched the aerial battle broadcasted by Whis, their eyes fixed on the beleaguered Wang Teng, who seemed to be receiving relentless blows. They swallowed hard, not daring to utter a word. Although only the blurred silhouette of Beerus was visible on screen, the reality of Wang Teng's predicament was clear to them all. Son Gohan clenched his fist tightly, witnessing for the first time Wang Teng's unexpected defensiveness, a sign of dire straits indeed. At this moment, Wang Teng found himself at a distinct disadvantage, continuously under assault. If this continued, his chances of victory would vanish entirely. Oh dear! How is my sister wielding such formidable angelic power? Wang Teng is in grave danger. Whis remarked gravely. Hey, Whis, think of a way to halt this battle. If the Grand Minister were to suffer any harm, Lord Zeno would not spare us. Beerus exclaimed fiercely. Upon hearing Beerus' urgent tone, Whis' expression shifted, for he understood the truth behind Beerus' words. If the Grand Minister were to perish here, the wrath of Lord Zeno could obliterate both the sixth and seventh universes in an instant, while he and Beerus might escape death. Beerus and Kappa would certainly face dire consequences. However, at this level of conflict, Whis was likely the only one capable of intervening. Anyone else would merely be fodder. Swiftly annihilated. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. Wang Teng's body became enveloped in a brilliant red hue. An unparalleled crimson aura surged forth. After enduring countless strikes, Wang Teng resolved to make one final stand. A deep roar emanated from his throat, 20-fold Kaioken. As he unleashed the Kaioken, he felt an overwhelming, cataclysmic power radiating from his being, as if he were on the brink of combustion. Fiery red flames erupted from his form, and an indescribable agony coursed through him, causing his eyes to widen in determination. This was it, the decisive moment. Whoosh! Wang Teng's body vanished from sight. Beerus, hurtling towards him at high speed, gasped, "What? How is this possible?" Just then, her eyes widened as a blazing red fist struck her abdomen with tremendous force, causing her to feel as though her last meal would resurface, and she expelled a mouthful of gastric acid. In the next instant, Wang Teng vanished once more. Anger surged within Beerus as her speed escalated, now nearly akin to instantaneous movement. Their fists clashed violently. Whoosh! Both were propelled backward. At this juncture, Wang Teng's body could hardly withstand the strain. Even the slightest movement became an arduous challenge. He gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into his palm. The turtle school's Kamehameha. In that moment, Wang Teng, engulfed in a fiery aura, unleashed a terrifying attack. Faced with this formidable onslaught, a look of astonishment washed over Beerus's face. She swiftly gathered her own energy, conjuring a remarkable energy sphere. Whoosh! The astonishing energy sphere was propelled forward. Witnessing this, Whis's eyes widened in alarm. "Sister, stop." In the next instant, he found himself in space, but it was already too late. The two forces collided violently. Boom! An incredible energy storm erupted, wreaking havoc in the cosmos. As Whis beheld the irreversible situation, he prepared to utilize time reversal in a desperate attempt to rectify the chaos. Just then, the two horrifying energy spheres detonated, and the nearest Wang Teng was instantly engulfed. Realizing there was no time to save him, Whis could only shield Beerus as they vanished into the void. Boom! Rumbling. The astonishing explosion generated a powerful shockwave throughout space, followed by a deafening roar. The cosmos transformed into a blinding white from the terrifying blast. As the explosive energy gradually dissipated, countless fragments filled the void. On an unnamed planet in the 6th universe, Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground. Although the scene had vanished when Whis disappeared, the memory of that cataclysmic energy collision remained vivid in his mind. Concern etched across the faces of all present. Beerus and Compa wore expressions of deep worry. They hoped fervently that Lord Wang Teng was unharmed. Just then, Whis and Beerus reappeared in an instant. Beerus's eyes widened in horror, his voice trembling. "Where is Lord Whis?" Upon hearing this, Whis clenched his teeth, struggling to find words. Compa rushed forward. "Hey, Beerus, what happened to the Grand Minister?" To his astonishment, Beerus mirrored Whis's expression. After a moment, she softly replied, "Lord Compa, it seems that Wang Teng." Hearing her fragmented words, a cold sweat trickled down Compa's brow, causing him to collapse in shock. At that moment, a figure emerged not far from them. Compa, Beerus, Whis, and Beerus's eyes all widened in disbelief. Subsequently, both Compa and Beerus's expressions shifted dramatically, their foreheads glistening with sweat. The Grand Minister. Two guards of the Grand Minister ascended from the ground, standing on either side of him. The surrounding deities erupted into a frenzy of panic. Vegeta crossed his arms, bewildered. Who is this suddenly appearing little figure? Who is it? Beerus murmured, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Omni-King, the sovereign who reigns supreme over all 12 universes. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Vegeta and the others widened in astonishment. Whis softly urged, "Lord Beerus, please greet him promptly." Compa swiftly stepped forward as well. In the next moment, Beerus and Compa stood in perfect alignment, then immediately bowed and proclaimed, "We pay our respects to you, Lord Omni-King." Whis and Beerus positioned themselves to the sides, inclining slightly. Whis inquired, "How have you been, Lord Omni-King?" Beerus followed suit, expressing, "I trust you are in good health." In response to the reverence displayed by the two angels and the god of destruction, the Omni-King's voice, tinged with a childish tone, echoed, behind them. A multitude of deities knelt in submission. The Omni-King scanned the assembly and queried, "Where is little Ting Ting?" Upon hearing the familiar endearment, Whis and the other three felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it seemed that doom was imminent for both the 6th and 7th universes. Just then, a feeble voice emerged. "I am here, Lord Omni-King." With a swift motion, Wang Teng materialized before the gathered crowd. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, increasingly perplexed by this inspector. After the terrifying explosion, which they had narrowly avoided, Wang Teng stood before them unscathed, though it was evident he had suffered the backlash of the power-enhancing technique. Remarkably, that fearsome energy had not harmed him in the slightest. Wang Teng's survival was entirely attributed to the substitute awarded by the system. At the moment that dreadful energy surged towards him, he had decisively activated the substitute, allowing it to absorb the catastrophic force, thus escaping a dire fate. As Wang Teng appeared, the Omni-King swiftly ascended, hovering in front of him. Little Ting. Oh. Why are you injured? Upon hearing the Omni-King's concerned words, Wang Teng felt a warmth in his heart. This little sovereign finally exhibited some compassion, validating his prior efforts to curry favor. It's nothing, Lord Omni-King. I merely used a technique with side effects during a spar. I will recover shortly. Wang Teng's voice resonated gently. The Omni-King glanced backward, and his attendant immediately understood, stepping forward to extend a finger towards Wang Teng. In that instant, Wang Teng felt a wondrous force coursing through his body, as the adverse effects of using the Kaioken technique dissipated entirely, feeling the invigorating power surging within his body, which had grown even stronger than before. Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel at the uniqueness of the Saiyan constitution. Lord Zeno, I was unaware of your esteemed presence today. What brings you here? Wang Teng inquired. Zeno's childlike voice echoed once more. Today, I noticed some unauthorized activities taking place here, and I wanted to remind them that they must not slack off in their responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Kappa and Beerus broke into a cold sweat. Zeno continued. Since Little Ting is here to oversee things, there should be no issues. With a sigh of relief, Beerus and Kappa wiped the sweat from their brows. Little Ting, what are your thoughts on the two gods of destruction? Zeno suddenly asked. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Teng replied, Lord Zeno, as for Beerus, he seems more inclined towards slumber and indulgence in gourmet delights rather than destruction. And Kappa, well, his lack of concern for his meals has led to quite a change in his physique. Upon hearing this, Zeno casually remarked, perhaps we should consider replacing one of the gods of destruction. Kappa and Beerus felt despair wash over them. Wang Teng was not one to simply agree with them. Then, Wang Teng's voice resonated again. Fortunately, both of them possess ambition, and under my supervision, they have been quite diligent. At this, Zeno nodded approvingly. Then I shall entrust this matter to you, Little Tung. I look forward to your inspection report in a few months. With that, Kappa and Beerus felt a weight lift from their hearts. Zeno's voice returned. Actually, I merely intended to offer a reminder, but as I observed further, I found it quite entertaining. So, I thought it would be delightful for the contestants from other universes to join in a friendly competition. What do you think? Little Ting? Wang Teng smiled and replied, Lord Zeno, it seems our thoughts align perfectly. It will undoubtedly be an exhilarating experience. Just then, Goku, who had overheard the prospect of a tournament, lit up with excitement. Really? That sounds fantastic. I can't wait to compete with the masters from other universes. Beerus and Kappa exchanged alarmed glances at Goku's enthusiasm. To their astonishment, Goku strode confidently towards Zeno. Cold sweat dripped from Beerus's brow. Goku, you fool. Stop right there. As Goku approached, Zeno's guards vanished in an instant, reappearing to block his path. Beerus and Kappa found themselves utterly flustered and at a loss for what to do. Wukong murmured, Are we not allowed to approach? It's just a few words. Lord Wang Teng is over there as well. The guards of the Omni-King shook their heads resolutely. Beerus, drenched in cold sweat, urged softly, Wukong, return quickly. Do you think you are worthy of speaking with the Omni-King? Your status cannot be compared to that of Wang Teng. The Omni-King inquired, Little Ting, is he your friend? Wang Teng chuckled, I suppose so. Upon hearing this, the Omni-King immediately smiled at Wukong, saying, let him come over. It's perfectly fine. As soon as the Omni-King's voice resonated, his guards promptly vanished, positioning themselves behind him. Wukong approached with great enthusiasm. The Omni-King exclaimed, what an exhilarating match. I witnessed your battle with the young Tung. It was truly remarkable. Let us organize another competition in the near future. Upon hearing this, Wukong's face immediately brightened, and he declared, it is settled. At that moment, however, Wukong unexpectedly extended his hand. The expressions on Beerus and Kappa's faces turned ashen, dread seeping in as cold sweat trickled down their brows. As Wukong reached out, the guards behind the Omni-King adopted a more menacing demeanor. Wang Teng shook his head at the two, prompting them to halt their impending actions. Clearly pleased, the Omni-King exclaimed, Little Ting, let us join hands. The three placed their hands together, and their voices resonated in unison. It is settled. Following this exchange, the Omni-King waved his hand to the crowd, stating, then I shall take my leave. Little Ting, I shall await your return. Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. Beerus and Kappa immediately bowed deeply once more, respectfully proclaiming, we bid farewell to the esteemed Omni-King. Subsequently, the Omni-King and his guards vanished from sight. Once he departed, Beerus and Kappa collapsed onto the ground, exhaling in relief. After catching his breath, Beerus shouted, Wukong, you are far too reckless. Had it not been for Wang Teng's presence, we would have been done for. Mark my words, should the Omni-King wish it, he could erase all 12 universes with a mere blink. Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, is that really so impressive? However, the Omni-King does not appear to be a malevolent figure. Surely, he would not act in such a manner. Beerus interjected. Lord Wang Teng has spoken. The competition has reached a temporary conclusion. The next tournament organized by the Omni-King will be the true battle of life and death. Consider this merely a practice match. Upon returning, everyone must train diligently. Upon hearing this, Kampa was ready to make his exit. Kampa, leave the Super Dragon Balls to me. Wang Teng's voice resonated immediately. Kampa replied with a grin, I intended to offer them to you anyway. However, I am just one short. Subsequently, Wang Teng collected the 6 Super Dragon Balls into his possession. Chapter 44, The Super Dragon Balls as Kampa and Vados departed with the members of Universe 6. Wang Teng gazed at the 6 Super Dragon Balls glimmering in the starry sky, contemplating what wish he might realize. At that moment, Bulma produced her specially designed Dragon Ball radar. The device was ablaze with the unique signals emitted by the Super Dragon Balls. After a prolonged examination, Bulma murmured, I can't seem to find any more. Even after expanding the range, there are still only reactions from these 6. It appears we must search for the cosmic center across the 2 universes. Krillin wore a reluctant expression. Must we really go there? I am beginning to long for home. Android 18 approached, saying, wait, isn't there already a signal for 7 Dragon Balls? Bulma quickly magnified the radar scope, exclaiming, indeed, there are 7. But upon lifting her gaze, she saw only 6. Just then, Wang Teng approached and whispered a few words to Whis. Whis nodded in response, addressing everyone, please, step into the transdimensional cube. Beerus was momentarily stunned. Whis? Ha ha ha, everyone, hurry inside. This is Lord Wang Teng's directive. At this, Beerus promptly sealed his lips. Once everyone entered the transdimensional cube, it swiftly ascended into the cosmos, with Whis at the helm, skillfully navigating their course. Wukong murmured, what exactly does Lord Wang Teng intend to do? Upon arriving in the starry sky, Wang Teng nodded toward Whis. In an instant, Whis comprehended the signal and brandished his angelic scepter. Immediately, a series of tornadoes manifested on the nameless planet where the recent competition had taken place. As time elapsed, the surface of this uncharted sphere was soon riddled with countless fissures, from which golden radiance erupted forth. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a multitude of debris soared into the cosmos, and the nameless planet unleashed a torrent of golden light. Once the blinding brilliance faded, the spectators were left with only 7 Dragon Balls before them. The nameless planet had vanished without a trace. Bulma exclaimed in disbelief, incredible. I never imagined that the planet itself was a Super Dragon Ball. Wang Teng's voice echoed. It must be that after the last wish was granted, the Super Dragon Balls scattered and shattered the original asteroid, with the ensuing dust coalescing into what was previously the nameless planet. Wukong murmured, now that we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, how do we summon the Eternal Dragon? Wang Teng cast a glance at Bulma, recalling that in the original tale, it was she who uttered the incantation to summon the dragon. Yet, at this moment, she remained silent. Thus, Wang Teng turned to Whis and declared, addressing the 7 Super Dragon Balls in the divine tongue, I call forth the Eternal Dragon to grant my wish. Upon hearing this, Whis immediately responded, as you wish. Master Wang Teng. He then spoke the divine language towards the Super Dragon Balls, his words resonating like an enchanting foreign melody. However, after Whis finished, nothing transpired. Whis paused in surprise. Yet, mere seconds later, the crimson stars of the Super Dragon began to radiate a dazzling brilliance. As the onlookers gazed in astonishment, the 7 Super Dragon Balls emitted a resplendent golden light, growing ever more intense, as if the entire cosmos were trembling. Vegeta exclaimed, hey, this doesn't seem good. Whis, standing calmly upon the arc of time, reassured, is that so? There will be no issue. As the luminosity intensified, everyone shielded themselves from the blinding light. Gradually, The radiance began to wane, revealing a colossal entity manifesting in the universe. The arc of time appeared as insignificant as an ant before it. The eternal dragon slowly opened its crimson eyes and began to speak in the divine tongue. Krillin murmured, "Could it be that it is speaking in the divine tongue?" "Urging you to voice your wish." Wang Teng cautiously stepped forward, gazing at the colossal dragon, which was as vast as a universe, his heart filled with awe. His voice then reached Whis's ears. Upon hearing it, Whis paused momentarily, then smiled knowingly. Master Wang Teng certainly has his heart set on his sister. "Very well. Allow me to make the wish." Whis then addressed the eternal dragon once more in the divine tongue, and the foreign melody resonated once again. Suddenly, the eternal dragon's eyes shone brilliantly. It uttered an elaborate passage of divine language incomprehensible to the crowd, followed by a mighty roar, transforming back into the 7 super Dragon Balls that scattered across the 12 universes. Bulma turned to Wang Teng, inquiring, "What wish did you make?" Wang Teng replied with a smile, "A secret." Wukong muttered, "What will happen if you tell us, you miser?" Wang Teng chuckled but offered no response. Meanwhile, Bardoss, controlling the traversal arc as they returned to the 6th universe's God of Destruction realm, felt her angelic staff shimmer. A message from Whis echoed in Bardoss's ears. "Sister, Lord Wang Teng has created a culinary planet for you using the Super Dragon Balls. The coordinates are the nameless planet where we just held our competition." Bardoss appeared momentarily stunned, and the traversal arc hesitated for a brief moment. She promptly entered the vessel, nearly causing Xiangpa to stumble, who then shouted, "Can you even pilot this thing?" In response, Bardoss shook her head. "I was going to share some good news with you, but since you seem uninterested, never mind." She returned to the upper deck of the traversal arc. With a whoosh, the vessel vanished into the cosmos. In her heart, Bardoss whispered, "Thank you, Lord Wang Teng." Whis, accompanied by the others, journeyed toward the 7th universe. "You truly care for your sister," Whis's calm voice resonated. Wang Teng smiled and replied, "It was merely a gesture." He had no desire to grow stronger using the Super Dragon Balls. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball world through his own efforts. Shortly thereafter, after Whis returned Wukong and the others to Earth, Wang Teng and Gohan followed Beerus and Whis back to the God of Destruction realm. "Beerus, how about making Gohan the candidate for the 7th universe's God of Destruction? You have no objections, I assume?" Wang Teng stated calmly. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Beerus felt a flurry of confusion, yet, with Wang Teng speaking, he found it difficult to refuse. His mouth began to mumble incoherently. Wang Teng's expression grew stern as he said, "Beerus, do you have objections? Besides, you cannot step down anytime soon. This is merely a nominal position. It's just a matter of convenience in your duties as a candidate for God of Destruction." Faced with Wang Teng's insistence, Beerus reluctantly nodded in agreement. Whis, observing the kind and diligent Gohan, felt no resistance toward this arrangement. Subsequently, Wang Teng took Gohan back to their residence. He then chose to enter seclusion. Despite his current strength being at the pinnacle of a first-level angel, capable of momentarily contending with angels using the Kaioken technique, he still felt insufficient in life and death battles. His first objective was to attain second-level angelic combat power, allowing the Kaioken to genuinely pose a threat to angels. Alternatively, he aimed to comprehend the Ultra Instinct to a minor degree. With his foundational strength, the power he could unleash would far surpass that of Sun Wukong. Thus, Wang Teng began his period of seclusion. Chapter 45, Hellas vs. Beerus. On the 3rd day of Wang Teng's seclusion, within the realm of the Destroyers of Universe 7. Angel Sava, alongside Destroyers Hellas and Beerus, sat together with Whis, around a table laden with 4 buckets of instant noodles. The aroma of the noodles was utterly delightful. Sava took a bite, his face brimming with satisfaction. After countless years, he was savoring such delectable fare for the very first time, feeling that his journey to Universe 7 had not been in vain. Observing the 2 naive individuals, Beerus felt a swell of pride. "Ah, the noodles are indeed delicious. But they pale in comparison to the dishes prepared by Lord Wang Teng," Whis remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Whis's words, Sava's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is Lord Wang Teng's culinary skill truly that remarkable? Yet, we have been here for quite some time and have yet to see him. With a smug expression, Beerus replied, "Lord Wang Teng is undoubtedly busy with affairs of state. He must be resting at this moment." At that moment, a feminine voice interjected, "Humph. Do you think he is like you?" "Lord is certainly occupied with his duties," Hellas quipped, while munching on her noodles. This remark instantly ignited Beerus's temper. "Hellas, do you wish to fight?" Gazing at the still irritable Beerus, Hellas let out a cold chuckle. "Huh, do you truly believe I fear you?" She slammed her hand on the table and stood up. The eyes of the two destroyers ignited with intensity as they exchanged fierce glares. While she was aware that she could not overpower Beerus, the disparity between them was not insurmountable. The outcome of a full-fledged battle was uncertain. Hellas, I have noticed that since you attained the comprehension of the realm, you have become increasingly arrogant, although we cannot engage in a full-force battle as destroyers. In a typical skirmish, you are likely not my match, Beerus declared, undeterred by Hellas' newfound abilities. Indeed, the comprehension of the realm is formidable, but it is contingent upon one's foundational combat strength. If the foundation is too weak, the power of the realm cannot be fully realized. Hellas replied with a faint smile, Beerus, the last time we fought was millions of years ago. I assure you, I am not the same being you once faced. While she had previously been no match for Beerus, her relentless training and foundational combat strength since her enlightenment had instilled her with confidence. Oh, Beerus paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face. To be honest, among the 12 destroyers, he held a degree of respect for Hellas' strength. Intrigued by her assertion, he felt compelled to test her prowess. Beerus, come forth, Hellas called out, launching herself into the air with explosive speed. Humph, Beerus scoffed, propelling himself skyward as well. In the lofty heights, Beerus and Hellas gazed intently at one another. Beerus, it has been millions of years since we last clashed. This time, I shall make you aware of the profundity of my essence. As the words left his lips, Hellas vanished from sight. Sensing the imminent confrontation between the two gods of destruction, Whis and Sava swiftly conjured a protective barrier with their angelic powers, enveloping the realm of destruction. Without the safeguard, the engagement of the two deities would spell annihilation. In the next moment, Beerus surged forward, his aura exploding with ferocity. Their fists collided with a resounding crash. Boom. The two swiftly separated, unleashing terrifying waves of energy and fierce winds that cascaded downward. Suddenly, Wang Teng, who had been in meditation, opened his eyes wide. Who could be fighting with such immense energy fluctuations? Whoosh. At that moment, a sound pierced through the air, and Wang Teng appeared before Whis and Sava, instantly becoming the center of attention. Sava promptly bowed, saying, Greetings, esteemed inspector. Hellas in the air also executed a deep 90-degree bow, addressing him as salutations, honorable inspector. Recalling their encounter during the tournament in the 6th universe, Wang Teng smiled and said, Very well, continue your duel. I am quite intrigued by your battle. He then settled beside a stone table. With Wang Teng's approval, Hellas turned his gaze back to Beerus. A deep roar erupted from Hellas' throat, and astonishing purple flames exploded around him, accompanied by flickering lightning. In that instant, the divine aura surged forth. Beerus snorted disdainfully, So you're serious? Then I shall not hold back. His own body ignited with a formidable purple blaze, radiating immense power. Whoosh. In the next heartbeat, the two swiftly propelled themselves into action. Crash. Crash. The profound sounds of their collisions resonated through the air, with white waves of energy reverberating continuously. Each strike and clash sent tremors through the surrounding barrier, while the ground was scattered with debris and figures danced through the skies. Meanwhile, Wang Teng observed the aerial battle intently, nodding occasionally. This confrontation was indeed fierce and exhilarating. With both combatants being top-tier gods of destruction, their movements decisive and devoid of hesitation. Their speed was astonishing. Indeed, Lord Beerus is genuinely serious this time, Whis remarked with a smile, covering his mouth. Wang Teng nodded, evidently in agreement with Whis' observation, while the angel Sava remained fixated on the duel above, his expression inscrutable, leaving his thoughts a mystery to all. Ah, how remarkable it is that Lord Hellas has made such significant strides in power. He seems to have gained the upper hand, albeit subtly, in his battle against Lord Beerus. Furthermore, it appears that both combatants are still conserving their strength. Lord Beerus, I trust you are prepared to take this seriously. Vados sipped her drink and continued. Boom, boom, boom. As the two engaged in relentless clashes, the very fabric of the god of destruction realm trembled. The white sonic boomerangs in the sky shimmered incessantly. Bang, crash. A series of thunderous collisions erupted, followed by an overwhelming roar. The atmosphere above the realm was instantly engulfed in thick black smoke. Beerus and Hellas separated, each retreating from the fray. Destruction. A purple orb of destructive energy materialized in Hellas's palm. Wang Teng was momentarily stunned, then remarked, This is the exclusive destructive power of the gods of destruction. Whoosh. The purple orb shot towards Beerus with great velocity. Humph. Such feeble destructive energy. Do you truly believe you can harm me? You are merely daydreaming. A faint voice emanated from Beerus, who swiftly conjured his own purple destructive orb. The two orbs collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. Rumble. The violet energy surged skyward, and a fierce gale swept outward. Dense clouds of dust materialized in an instant. Whoosh. Helase's figure darted through the smoke, appearing before Beerus with the swiftness of a tempest. Her onslaught was relentless and astonishingly rapid, forcing even Beerus to evade continuously. Step, step, step. With passive maneuvers and swift retreats, Beerus sought to create distance. How vexing. This adversary has indeed progressed significantly. It seems I can no longer underestimate her. If this persists, it could spell trouble. Beerus furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Chapter 46. Beerus, Vados, instruct me in the Ultra Instinct technique. Just as Beerus was momentarily distracted, Helase executed a sweeping kick. He seized her ankle with determination. TCH. You wretch. Beerus gritted his teeth, astonished by Helase's newfound prowess. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my true capabilities. Beerus suddenly let out a chilling laugh and flung Helase away. Suspended in midair, Helase wore a grave expression. She understood that Beerus was not merely boasting. He indeed possessed such formidable power. As an old rival, she was acutely aware of Beerus's strength. Among the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus had always been the most powerful, and he had mastered the Ultra Instinct technique. Although the mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique is not yet flawless, it remains extraordinarily potent. Even when confronted by the other 11 gods of destruction, Beerus possesses the confidence to emerge victorious. Caution is advised. A confident smile graced Beerus's face as a milky aura of divine energy suddenly enveloped him. In an instant, his form vanished like a specter. Moving with a speed that defied comprehension, Wang Teng abruptly rose, murmuring, "Is this the Ultra Instinct of Beerus?" In response, Whis offered an explanation. Though Lord Beerus has not fully perfected the Ultra Instinct, it is nonetheless immensely powerful. Most gods of destruction stand no chance against him. At this, Wang Teng's gaze remained fixed on the air above, fearful of missing any detail. Whoosh. When Beerus reappeared, he was already behind Helase. She had no time to react before Beerus delivered a crushing blow to her back. Bang. Whoosh. Helase was sent flying. Beerus's figure moved with unbelievable swiftness, transforming into a mere shadow before vanishing once more. The speed was incomprehensible. The Ultra Instinct technique provides a comprehensive enhancement, elevating both speed and strength to a qualitative degree. Bang. Bang bang. Beerus's relentless assault struck Helase time and again. She could not even begin to track his speed. Such velocity. At my current pace, I stand no chance against him. The Ultra Instinct truly is fearsome. With this thought, Helase gritted her teeth as a surge of extraordinary power coursed through her. A violet flame erupted in an instant. This is the power of intent. Wang Teng immediately sensed the mysterious energy radiating from Helase, yet it felt distinct from his own. It dawned on him that the power of intent varies, as do its amplifications. Lord Helase's intent amplifies her speed. The previously silent Sava suddenly spoke, and then they witnessed Helase's figure transforming into something spectral. The two figures began to intertwine in the air, a mesmerizing display. Wang Teng watched the duel, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Over the years, he had been striving to comprehend the Ultra Instinct, yet he had only barely scratched the surface, without guidance from others. Achieving enlightenment on his own was indeed a formidable challenge. However, witnessing Beerus's execution of the Ultra Instinct today seemed to illuminate certain revelations for Wang Teng. Bang bang bang. The two figures, like phantoms, continued their intricate dance in the air. At that moment, their speeds had leveled, and their astonishing fists clashed repeatedly. Bang. After yet another thunderous collision, whoosh, Helase's body crashed heavily into the ground, while Beerus remained suspended in the air. Is this truly the extent of your power? He taunted. Though your speed has matched mine, your strength pales in comparison. If you possess no other hidden cards, victory will surely be mine. Beerus's words ignited a fierce anger within Helase. With a furious punch, she struck the ground, fully aware that his words held a painful truth. She had never anticipated that Beerus, despite his penchant for slumber and culinary delights, could remain so formidable without any apparent effort. What should she do? Was she destined to lose to this insufferable opponent once more? The sight of his smug expression filled her with frustration. Numerous thoughts raced through Helase's mind as she gritted her teeth and charged at Beerus once again, their forms vanishing from sight. It seems Helase is in dire straits. Wang Teng murmured. In response, Whis chuckled. After all, Lord Beerus has mastered Ultra Instinct. While Lady Helase possesses a remarkably rare mastery of speed, Her strength still lacks. Should she awaken her power further, there may yet be a slim chance of victory. Wang Teng's eyes widened in astonishment. Whis, can one truly comprehend two different realms? At this, Whis erupted into laughter. Indeed, when one transcends the power of a god of destruction, the potential to grasp different realms arises. Each realm embodies an experience of power, leading to various types. The ability to comprehend a specific type depends entirely on one's innate understanding. There are also extraordinary geniuses capable of mastering multiple realms. Moreover, it is worth noting that the power of these realms can be combined with ultra instinct. Wang Teng felt as though he had unearthed a new world of possibilities. It seemed there were numerous paths to becoming stronger, and he realized his previous perspective had been far too narrow. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed nearby, sending thick clouds of dust swirling across the battlefield. Wang Teng focused his mind and glanced toward the commotion, finding Hyli's once again plummeting to the ground, while Beerus, still suspended, was panting heavily, clearly drained by the exertion of ultra instinct. Beerus, I concede. I acknowledge your strength, but I assure you, I shall not fall to you again next time. Hyli's declared defiantly. As Beerus descended, a glimmer of admiration shone in his eyes for Hyli's. Yet, she stood up, snorted in disdain, and turned away, unyielding to his respect. Her face was a mask of frustration and discontent. It is important to note that over the course of these several tens of millions of years, she has continually sought out formidable beings to hone her strength. Yet what of Beerus? As far as she knows, he has spent the majority of this time slumbering. Thus, she finds herself quite dissatisfied with the outcome of today's events. Healers approached and bowed respectfully to Wang Teng, feeling little inclination to linger any longer. Sava, Healers called out. Yes, Lord Healers. Sava replied with unwavering composure. Let us depart. Upon finishing her statement, she soared towards the exit of the God of Destruction realm. Sava gave a slight bow to Wang Teng, saying, Honorable Inspector, we shall take our leave. You are welcome to visit the second universe. He then hastily followed her. Thus, Healers and Sava departed from the God of Destruction realm of the seventh universe. After their exit, Beerus sensed an impending threat. First, he was surpassed by Wang Teng. Then, Wang Teng was confirmed as a candidate for God of Destruction, and now, Healers had grown so powerful. Beerus had become acutely aware of a looming crisis. Hence, he resolved to forego sleep in favor of cultivation. Whis, please continue to guide me in the ultra instinct. Upon hearing Beerus' renewed commitment to training, Whis smiled broadly. Yes, Lord Beerus. Wang Teng also nodded with a smile, for such developments were indeed intriguing. Chapter 47. The banquet 3 days later, within the God of Destruction's castle. A banquet was being held. This meant tables laden with an array of delectable dishes, correct? How splendid. Whis and Bulma were engaged in conversation. The moment Beerus, who was practicing ultra instinct in the adjacent room, caught wind of the word delicacies, he rushed over. Grasping Whis' angelic staff, he declared, Of course, I must attend. Bulma's voice chimed in. Please ensure you and Lord Wang Teng arrive before noon tomorrow. Oh, and don't forget to bring Gohan back. Chi-Chi has been mentioning it for quite some time. Very well, see you tomorrow. After concluding the call, Beerus returned to his training. Whis chuckled softly to himself. Lord Beerus has been increasingly diligent lately. I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to this change. Subsequently, Whis conveyed this news to Wang Teng. Wang Teng pondered for a moment. Let Gohan accompany me. I seem to have neglected to inform Chi-Chi. I shall seize this opportunity. On Earth, at Bulma's banquet venue, tables were already overflowing with gourmet dishes. Bulma was busy welcoming the arriving guests. Chi-Chi, Goten, and Trunks were seated at the table, awaiting everyone's arrival. I wonder when Gohan will show up? He leaves without so much as a word, that child. Chi-Chi murmured. Bulma approached and inquired, Chi-Chi, has Goku not arrived yet? Chi-Chi expressed her helplessness, saying, after going to the field, he hasn't returned. Perhaps he will suddenly appear. Bulma replied with a smile, I see. Then let us begin. Vegeta, with a serious expression, stated, let us wait until Wang Teng and Beerus arrive. Do not forget, their words alone can obliterate the earth. We must strive to keep them pleased. Tien Shinhan concurred. It would indeed be troublesome if they were to throw a tantrum. Bulma cast a glance at Vegeta, conceding. All right then. Meanwhile, Majin Buu was engrossed in his feast, completely indifferent to the others. At that moment, a beam of light flashed across the sky. Vegeta paused. It seems they have arrived. Once the light dissipated, the four appeared at the banquet hall. Wang Teng greeted, Hello everyone. It is wonderful to see you again. Whis covered his mouth and chuckled. Ho ho ho, my apologies for keeping you waiting. Wufan greeted everyone with a smile. Beerus surveyed the surroundings and remarked, it seems that Goku has yet to arrive. Just then, Goku's figure materialized behind him. Hello, Lord Beerus. Beerus was taken aback. Hey, could you refrain from appearing so suddenly? Such surprises may startle the elderly. Upon seeing Wang Teng, Wukong immediately rushed over. Lord Wang Teng, you have arrived as well. Recently, I feel that I have made some progress. Shall we engage in a contest? Faced with Wukong, the martial arts enthusiast, Wang Teng let out a sigh of relief and shook his head. Father, why are you dressed in such attire? Wufan murmured softly. Upon noticing, Wukong realized he was still clad in the clothes worn while working in the fields, his body covered in mud. Chi-Chi immediately rushed over, exclaiming, Wukong, how could you come here without changing your clothes? Such rudeness. Quickly return and change. Wukong wore an expression of sheer anxiety and exclaimed, all right, I shall go at once. He hastily departed from the banquet. Shortly thereafter, Chi-Chi noticed Gohan standing beside Wang Teng. Gohan, where have you been? It's been so many days without a word from you. Gohan wore a look of sheer panic. Mom, please listen to me. Yet, Chi-Chi completely disregarded Gohan's plea, striding over and seizing his arm, intent on whisking him away. Gohan, you are already a married man. You must not wonder about recklessly anymore. Do not emulate your father. Just then, Wang Teng interjected. I wish to instruct your son in martial arts and have him train under my guidance. What? Absolutely not. I vehemently oppose this. Chi-Chi retorted fiercely. Resembling a protective mother tiger, Beerus cleared his throat twice. Please speak to Lord Wang Teng with a bit more respect. Furthermore, you might want to consider the adult's perspective. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi bellowed, stop right there. No means no. I will not consent, no matter what you say. Wang Teng and Beerus exchanged glances, and in the next moment, Beerus's expression turned icy. Bulma, noticing the shift in Beerus's demeanor, was instantly reminded of the scene from her birthday celebration. She quickly pulled Chi-Chi aside to begin her persuasion. Wang Teng slowly continued. At the upcoming martial arts tournament hosted by Lord Zeno, a plethora of formidable warriors will be present. If the seventh universe were to lose in this competition, it would be difficult to predict what fate awaits Earth. My training of Gohan is essential for the survival of our planet. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi reluctantly nodded her agreement. Just then, Goku reappeared, clad in his customary martial arts attire. I'm back. Lord Wang Teng, let us engage in a match. However, Beerus immediately restrained Goku. No. You cannot act so recklessly. Lord Wang Teng does not have the time to indulge in your sparring. Wukong immediately clasped his hands together and implored, I beseech you. Lord Beerus, allow me to spar with Lord Wang Teng once more. Ever since his defeat at the hands of Wang Teng's time reversal, Wukong had been deeply troubled, particularly as his opponent had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan during their encounter. After returning, he devoted himself to extensive study and now yearned for another confrontation with Wang Teng. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng stepped forward and remarked, while I would not be opposed to a match, your current strength is simply insufficient to pique my interest. At these words, Wukong's spirits immediately plummeted. Just then, Wang Teng suddenly suggested, you might consider merging with Vegeta. Only then would I be inclined to accept your challenge. Wukong immediately exclaimed with excitement, is that true? Wang Teng nodded in affirmation. In an instant, Wukong dashed to Vegeta's side. Vegeta, let us fuse. Vegeta clenched his teeth in response. You fool. Kakarot. Why must you insist on sparring with the king? Infusion with me is out of the question. Wukong immediately clasped his hands together once more, pleading. I beg of you, Vegeta, just this once. In response, Vegeta bellowed, impossible. Don't even think about it. Unperturbed by their quarrel, Wang Teng chuckled. Whis, Beerus, shall we indulge in some delightful cuisine? Upon hearing this, smiles instantly graced the faces of Whis and Beerus. Yes, Lord Wang Teng. As Wang Teng and his companions reveled in their feast, Wukong's voice echoed, Lord Wang Teng, Vegeta has agreed to fuse with me. We can finally engage in a match. Hearing this, Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that the proud Vegeta would acquiesce. After all, in Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta had vehemently opposed any notion of merging with Son Wukong, only resorting to it when faced with dire circumstances. With Vegeta's consent now secured, Wang Teng dismissed any pretense and promptly rose to his feet. Then let it be. Whis, I entrust the protection of Earth to you. Reluctantly, Vegeta approached, grumbling, Kakarot. You scoundrel. This is the last time. If you dare to bother me again, I shall show you no mercy. Wukong chuckled. Understood, Vegeta. Immediately thereafter, the two positioned themselves to either side. Vegeta's face flushed crimson, his heart brimming with resistance. How infuriating it was to be compelled to perform such a humiliating act in front of so many onlookers. Wukong urged, hurry up, Vegeta. Chapter 48, The Mighty Gogeta. On Earth, at Bulma's banquet, Vegeta bellowed, enough noise, Kakarot. With gritted teeth, he struck the fusion pose alongside Wukong. Fusion, they exclaimed in unison. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling light erupted. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, an unfamiliar figure materialized. A terrifying aura immediately surged forth. Bulma murmured, is that the warrior resulting from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta? Trunks gasped, such a formidable presence. Indeed, it resembles Gotenks' attire perfectly. Chi-Chi pondered, stroking her chin. What shall we call the fusion of Goku and Vegeta? Gita-Kong, Vegeto? None of them seem quite right. Wang Teng chuckled, what does it matter? Just ask him directly. Upon hearing this, the dashing Gogeta smirked and declared, I am neither son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who will defeat you. Listening to Gogeta's boastful words, Wang Teng felt a twinge of exasperation. Raising his hands in surrender, he replied, then let me experience how you intend to defeat me. Subsequently, the two soared into the sky. Gogeta and Wang Teng exchanged a distant gaze, with excitement gleaming in Wang Teng's eyes. This was Gogeta, the warrior renowned as the strongest in the universe, and indeed, he possessed an extraordinary presence. Observing the confident Gogeta, Wang Teng dashed forward without hesitation. Bang! The two collided with a resounding impact. The air erupted with a series of explosive sonic booms. In the next moment, Wang Teng transformed into a streak of white light, instantly appearing before Gogeta, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, Gogeta merely raised his hand, effortlessly blocking the strike with a casual flourish. What? The fusion had endowed them with such formidable strength. Wang Teng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He had not anticipated that Gogeta could so easily intercept his attack. And most astonishingly, his body remained completely unmoved. Lord Wang Teng, do you believe I am still the same as before? I am now the mightiest warrior. With a chill in his voice, Vegeta declared. Subsequently, his other fist shot forth like lightning. Boom! Wang Teng swiftly evaded, barely escaping the onslaught of his opponent's fist at such incredible speed. The velocity was indeed astonishing. Whoosh! Wang Teng rapidly propelled himself backward, creating distance between himself and Vegeta. In the next moment, Vegeta executed a sudden flash, appearing directly above Wang Teng, followed by a powerful kick sweeping towards him. Wang Teng quickly extended his arm, seizing Vegeta's foot. With a fierce shout, he forcefully hurled Vegeta away. Gogeta's body spun through the air several times before finally stabilizing. The onlookers below were left utterly astonished. Whis, this Gogeta is indeed formidable. I had never previously heard of such a fusion technique. Beerus remarked slowly. Whis replied with a smile, Lord Beerus, to be candid, this is the first time I have witnessed it as well. Beerus cast a glance at Whis, clearly taken aback by his response. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, and at that moment, no one could fathom the tumultuous emotions he was experiencing. Vegeta gazed at Wang Teng across from him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, a golden aura surged forth as Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now, he was Super Vegeta. Whoosh! As the words left his lips, Vegeta rapidly lunged towards Wang Teng, delivering a powerful punch that struck with incredible force. At that moment, Vegeta's speed was unfathomable, leaving even Wang Teng momentarily stunned. The heavy blow landed squarely on Wang Teng's back. Whoosh! Boom! Subsequently, Wang Teng's body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the ground. The earth trembled violently beneath them. Vegeta, with a grin on his face, looked at the massive crater that had formed on the ground. Due to their fusion, his strength had undergone a qualitative enhancement, allowing him to dominate even Wang Teng. Primarily, Wang Teng had wished to ascertain just how formidable this Vegeta truly was, the unrivaled warrior from the Dragon Ball saga. Moreover, Vegeta boasted a legendary record of defeating both the evil containment wave and Broly. Quite impressive indeed. His power exceeded all expectations. Slowly, Wang Teng emerged from the deep pit, his voice calm and composed. Then, a radiant golden light began to emanate from him. Simultaneously, Wang Teng's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Such overwhelming power, truly worthy of Lord Wang Teng. Feeling the astonishing force unleashed by Wang Teng's transformation into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta couldn't help but express his admiration. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, an incredible energy rapidly radiated outward. A fierce gale swept downwards. Soon after, the Super Saiyan Wang Teng and Super Vegeta locked eyes from a distance. At this moment, Wang Teng had begun to harbor a modicum of admiration for Vegeta. In the next heartbeat, both of them surged forward. Their speeds were akin to lightning. Wang Teng instantly appeared before Vegeta, swiftly launching a punch. Watching the incoming fist, Vegeta merely smiled. With a deft flick of his toes, he showcased his astonishing speed, leaping effortlessly into the air to evade Wang Teng's attack. What? How is this possible? This kid actually dodged my strike. Could his speed surpass mine? Wang Teng's face registered sheer astonishment at his attack being evaded. However, his expression quickly shifted as he chuckled. It was merely a fluke. Miracles do not happen twice. Following this, he propelled himself forward once more. Whoosh! A lightning-fast punch hurtled towards Vegeta again. This time, Vegeta did not flinch or evade. Instead, he met the attack head-on. Their fists collided with tremendous force. Bang! The astonishing power instantly dispersed. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a flurry of punches, with the sky merely witnessing the silhouettes of their fists colliding incessantly. Remarkably, they managed to withstand every blow. A renewed sense of astonishment surged within Wang Teng's eyes. His foundational combat strength had already ascended to the divine level. Yet he was astounded to find that in his Super Saiyan form, he could not overpower Gogeta. This indicated that Gogeta's fundamental combat prowess had also reached at least the divine tier. Gritting his teeth, Wang Teng charged once more towards Gogeta. Boom. The next moment, a crisp sound resonated as their fists clashed again. A colossal white shockwave rapidly expanded. Both could sense the overwhelming force emanating from each other's fists, pouring forth in torrents. Indeed, Master Wang Teng's strength was remarkably formidable. It appeared that one could not afford to be negligent in the slightest. As Vegeta murmured, Wang Teng retracted his fist and, in the blink of an eye, launched a kick towards Vegeta. Sensing the fierce gust of wind, Vegeta swiftly extended his arm to defend himself. A resounding smack echoed as Wang Teng's kick struck Vegeta's forearm, the two of them suspended in a tense standoff. Their teeth clenched, they exerted relentless force against one another. With a sudden explosion, they were thrust apart. Once Wang Teng regained his balance, he showed no intention of granting Vegeta a moment's respite. In an instant, his right hand coalesced a ball of energy. With a swift motion, the energy orb was released, hurtling towards Vegeta with remarkable speed. Vegeta once again exhibited his remarkable speed, swiftly maneuvering his body to evade the attack. Observing this, Wang Teng summoned a brilliant radiance in his hands, channeling energy towards them with great urgency. The prince's combat technique held forth. Astonishing energy spheres were launched in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed relentlessly. As Vegeta deftly dodged the barrage of energy blasts in midair, his form was elusive, akin to a phantom. Chapter 49, A Captivating Battle. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous detonations continued to resonate in the sky. Vegeta evaded with astonishing speed in the air. Boom. The sky was engulfed in thick clouds of dust. Below, the crowd shielded their eyes with their arms as a terrifying gust of wind swept down, making it impossible for them to open their eyes. As the dust gradually settled, Wang Teng gasped for breath. In the next moment, a sudden voice called out from behind him, "Lord Wang Teng, I am here." Startled, Wang Teng swiftly turned around. Whoosh! A fist was already hurtling towards him, and he immediately retaliated. The two engaged in fierce combat, but as time passed, Wang Teng found himself struggling more and more. It was evident that Vegeta's strength was growing stronger. Take this! Vegeta's voice rang out, and he swiftly unleashed a blast of energy from his hand. Wang Teng was taken aback, realizing it was too late to evade, so he crossed his arms defensively over his chest. Boom! In the next moment, a thick plume of black smoke erupted, sending Wang Teng hurtling backwards, breaking free from the haze. Lowering his arms, Wang Teng looked at Vegeta and smiled. "You certainly have some skill." A triumphant smile spread across Gogeta's face. "However, I have indulged enough. It is now time for me to strike with earnest intent." Wang Teng clenched his fists tightly and let out a thunderous roar, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy. A golden aura erupted instantaneously. With power pouring forth from within his being, the entire earth began to tremble violently. Are they truly going too far, intent on annihilating the planet? Piccolo murmured to himself. "Whis, you must think of a solution." Bulma shouted anxiously. "Oh, let us observe a bit longer. Interrupting now would only anger Lord Wang Teng. Whis replied, all the while continuing to indulge in his delectable treats, seemingly unfazed by the monumental crisis unfolding. Wang Teng transformed into Super Saiyan 4, a red glow flickering around him. This contest was not merely a game. The clash between Dream and Gogeta represented a splendid opportunity for his own advancement. Here it comes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he launched his assault, appearing before Gogeta in an instant and delivering a punch that sent the unprepared Gogeta flying. Ouch! That hurts, it really hurts. Lord Wang Teng, how can you be so unscrupulous, resorting to a sneak attack? Gogeta covered his face and said, isn't it obvious? Wang Teng shrugged and replied, did I not mention that I have arrived? As Gogeta hovered in the air, he declared, then I shall unleash my full power. Super Saiyan Blue. Immediately, a radiant blue divine aura erupted from within Gogeta's being. A deep, resounding roar echoed, and the surrounding sky grew dim. At that moment, Gogeta's energy surged to an astonishing level. Wang Teng's expression gradually became grave, for he understood that the decisive moment was upon them. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, transformed Gogeta warned, be cautious. In an instant, he vanished from his position, only to reappear before Wang Teng. His fingers darting forward like sharpened blades, relentlessly striking towards him. In response to the rapid assault, Wang Teng swiftly retreated. The two figures intertwined in the air, their golden and blue silhouettes constantly flickering, lingering in the atmosphere. They were overwhelmingly powerful. Krillin gazed up at the spectacle, murmuring in awe. Around them, the onlookers lifted their heads, their eyes fixated on the sky, not daring to utter a sound. Only Beerus and Whis, indulging in a gigantic cake, savored each bite with delight. As Gogeta launched another rapid assault, King Teng swiftly condensed an energy sphere in his hand, then hurled it towards the swiftly approaching Gogeta. Astonished by the intensity of the opponent's onslaught, Gogeta promptly reacted, swiftly conjuring an even more formidable energy sphere in his hands. Boom! An astonishing explosion erupted in the sky. Thick clouds of smoke billowed outward, dispersing in all directions. Subsequently, the two individuals plunged into the haze, and a cacophony of sounds ensued. Aya, aya, aya. Both combatants rapidly assailed one another, their fists colliding incessantly in the air. Rings of white sonic booms materialized around them. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, whoosh. Suddenly, Gogeta vanished, only to re-emerge above Wang Teng. With his fists clenched tightly, he unleashed a formidable strike that descended with tremendous force. Whoosh! Boom! Wang Teng's body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, crashing into the earth. The planet trembled slightly. It must be noted that since the onset of their battle, the earth has been quaking in trepidation. Lord Wang Teng, I trust you now comprehend the gravity of the situation. Before Goku could finish his words, a shadow shot forth with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch directly to Goku's chin. As Gogeta swiftly executed a series of backflips in midair, he regained his composure and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Infuriated, he launched into a counterattack. With a resounding clash, the two warriors collided once more, unleashing a formidable surge of energy that reverberated through the atmosphere, engaged in a rapid and fierce duel. The residual energy from their encounters caused the very fabric of space to tremble. The battle was fiercely contested, with Wang Teng employing the might of Super Saiyan 4 alongside the essence of his domain, matching Gogeta blow for blow. As the intensity of their confrontation escalated, Wang Teng gradually discerned that his domain amplified his defensive capabilities. Upon activating his essence, he felt the pressure from Gogeta's strikes diminish significantly. Even when struck, the force would rapidly dissipate under the influence of his domain. With another powerful impact, the two adversaries separated once again. In Gogeta's heart, astonishment prevailed. From the moment he had engaged, he realized that his opponent had transformed into an unyielding boulder. Every attack he unleashed seemed utterly ineffective. Steeling himself, he resolved inwardly, if this is the case, then let us settle this with a single decisive blow. Prolonging the confrontation could indeed spell disaster. With that, he concentrated all his strength into his fist. The fists of Goku and Vegeta shimmered with astonishing energy, and Wang Teng immediately sensed their intent. At this juncture, Wang Teng could not afford to show weakness, so he too gathered his strength to confront them. The extraordinary power unleashed by the two caused the earth to tremble once more. "Ha! Bring it on!" they both shouted fervently. An astonishing scene unfolded as their fists surged toward each other, causing the very ground to quake violently. Crack! A crisp sound of impact echoed. Wang Teng and Goku were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Whis appeared between them, effortlessly catching their fists. Do you wish to destroy the Earth? Let us put an end to this contest for today. The banquet is about to commence. They exchanged glances and then withdrew their fists, concluding their battle. Goku and Wang Teng returned to the banquet hall. As Goten and Trunks gazed upon the approaching figures, their eyes sparkled with admiration. The formidable strength of these warriors had firmly etched itself in their hearts. Wang Teng, too, found himself increasingly intrigued by Gogeta, sensing that Gogeta still possessed untapped power. To defeat him, it seemed, would require the transformation into Super Saiyan 5. Approximately 10 minutes later, Gogeta reverted back to Goku and Vegeta. Through this battle, Wang Teng gained a deeper understanding of his own strength, reaping invaluable insights. With the sparring concluded, the festivities resumed, and several Saiyans indulged in a hearty feast. Their appetites truly boundless. What a hearty bunch! Krillin exclaimed with a chuckle. Chapter 50. Goku falls ill after the banquet. Whis and Beerus departed from Earth. Gohan chose to remain on Earth to spend time with his daughter, Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, his master, Wang Teng, has taken up temporary residence in Gohan's home. The news of Wang Teng's decision not to return to the realm of the gods of destruction brought a sense of delight to Beerus, lingering in his heart for quite some time. At Wukong's residence, I am satiated. Goku clasped his abdomen and exclaimed, while Chi-Chi, who was serving the dishes, quivered at the corners of her mouth. She gasped, "What on earth is the matter with you, Goku? You have consumed only half of your usual portion." Wukong appeared utterly preoccupied, lost in thought. Beside him, Goten wore an expression of concern and inquired, "Father, what troubles you?" Wukong softly said, "For some reason, I have no appetite." Chi-Chi immediately pressed her forehead against Wukong's and inquired, "Are you running a fever?" Wukong remarked, "Not at all." With a sorrowful expression, Chi-Chi inquired, "Does that mean you're going to die?" Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Wukong responded nonchalantly, "I have already died twice. This time, I do not feel as though death is imminent." Yet, Chi-Chi remained visibly concerned, exclaiming, "But you can't even eat. This is utterly absurd. What could possibly be happening?" In truth, Chi-Chi's anxiety stemmed from her deep care. Wukong had already consumed an entire table of empty bowls. Perhaps the Saiyan physiology differs significantly, for indeed, Wukong had already ingested enough to sustain an ordinary person for an entire month. Wukong softly remarked, "In truth, I did not wish to cause you any distress." He then recalled the moment when, during a shopping excursion, his body suddenly ceased to obey his commands. Even his sky dance technique faltered, causing him to plummet from the air and sustain a significant bump on his head. Upon hearing Wukong's account, Chi-Chi's concern deepened. "Can you fathom the cause of this?" She pondered. "A typical physician would surely overlook the peculiarities of your extraordinary physique." Suddenly, an idea sparked in Chi-Chi's mind. Why not consult the king of the realm? Wukong, with an air of indifference, remarked, "I have already stated that it is nothing. There is no need to make a fuss over trivial matters." At that moment, Wu Tian, resting on Wukong's lap, gazed up at him, while Chi-Chi also looked towards Wukong. Wukong had no choice but to rise. "Very well, I shall return shortly." The instant transmission commenced. Wukong found himself in an unfamiliar bedroom. He surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "This certainly does not resemble King Kai's abode. Where am I?" Surprised by the unexpected situation, he casually took a seat on the bed. At that moment, Bulma emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. "Hey, Vegeta. Tomorrow is Trunks Sports Day. You should at least make an appearance." As she turned on the light, she was startled to discover Wukong gazing at her. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wukong greeted, "Hi." Bulma let out a piercing scream, hastily wrapping herself in a towel. Vegeta rushed in swiftly, exclaiming, "What happened?" Upon noticing son Wukong seated on the bed, he exclaimed, "Kakarot." Wukong squinted and said, "Oh." Bulma pressed a button on the wall, and Wukong was immediately surrounded by an array of advanced technological weaponry. "Are you ready?" Wukong, with an expression of innocence, exclaimed. "I have already stated that it was not my intention." Bulma retorted, "Then what is the explanation for this?" Wukong remarked, "I truly have no idea." He would never deliberately venture to another's abode merely to witness the flushed faces of Vegeta and Bulma at this moment. Vegeta bellowed, "Kakarot," realizing his slip of the tongue. Son Wukong promptly apologized and vanished in an instant. He subsequently materialized before Krillin and Aral, ultimately finding himself atop the Karentai, murmuring, "What a predicament. It is far more severe than I had anticipated." Eventually, he arrived at the Kaioshin's domain, where the Kaioshin conducted a thorough examination of Wukong. "You are afflicted with latent erratic energy syndrome. Should you recklessly manipulate your energy, You may find yourself unable to control it in a few days' time. Wukong was taken aback. Indiscriminate usage? He recalled that during his match against Wang Teng, he had recklessly employed the tenfold Kaioken while in the Super Blue form. As for the Kaioken, after consulting medical texts, the Kaioken concluded that he would recover after a period of time, although recovery was assured. The excessive use of the tenfold Kaioken was utterly inadvisable. Wukong, with a puzzled expression, inquired if Lord Wang Teng also employed the Kaioken technique, and moreover, utilized it at 20 times the Super Saiyan level. How is it that he remains unharmed? Wukong's inquiries left the Kai perplexed, yet Wukong continued to press for answers. The exasperated Kai bellowed, "Enough already. How can you possibly compare yourself to the esteemed inspector? They are a magnificent deity, even greater than Lord Beerus, while you are merely a mortal." Upon hearing the Kai's response, Wukong's expression turned somber. What am I to do then? There will be another tournament hosted by the Omni-King. The Kai insisted he must return home and lie down obediently, forbidding any further growth in strength. Left with no alternatives, Wukong resolved to seek counsel from Wang Teng. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi and Goten remained at home, awaiting Wukong's return. Gazing at the slumbering Goten, Chi-Chi murmured, "I wonder if Wukong is facing difficulties? In times like these, I must become stronger. I need to prepare a delightful meal that will entice him to finish it in one breath, to lift his spirits." Just then, the house began to tremble. Chi-Chi instinctively tightened her embrace around Goten. Suddenly, with a deafening explosion, the house was engulfed in chaos. Wukong emerged from the haze, clearly struggling to master both teleportation and flight. At that moment, Chi-Chi, holding the awakened Wu Tian, cast an irate glance at Wukong. In the next instant, a deafening crash resonated as their home behind them was instantly reduced to rubble. With a forced smile, Wukong exclaimed, "I have returned." The veins on Chi-Chi's forehead throbbed with intensity. Wukong. Their home lay in ruins, dismantled by Wukong himself. Wukong had no choice but to accompany Chi-Chi and Wu Tian to Gohan's residence. At this moment, Gohan was engaged in training with Wang Teng. The two of them floated gracefully in the air, their bodies radiating a mysterious glow. Meanwhile, Piccolo wore a tender, motherly smile as he tended to Gohan's daughter. Wukong immediately greeted Gohan and Wang Teng. "Hello, Gohan. Lord Wang Teng." Upon hearing his voice, Wang Teng and Gohan swiftly ceased their training and gently descended to the ground. "Oh, it's Wukong. What brings you here?" Wu Fan immediately rushed over, exclaiming with excitement, "Father." Wukong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Something has transpired, and I intend to stay for a few days." Subsequently, he recounted to Wang Teng the recent events that had befallen him. Upon finishing his tale, both Wukong and Gohan gazed at Wang Teng with palpable anxiety. Wang Teng, taken aback, gradually closed his eyes. This was a consequence of the Kaioken technique, and more importantly, it could signify the successful mastery of the Zizai Ji Gong. During the martial arts tournament, he had already grasped the rudimentary form of the Zizai Ji Gong. It seemed he was not mistaken. As he reopened his eyes and looked at the visibly tense Wukong and Gohan, Wang Teng contemplated for a moment and slowly reassured them. "It is not a grave issue, so there is no need for concern. Come, have a seat." He promptly assisted Wukong in regulating the chaotic energy swirling within his body. Wukong felt a surge of joy as he exclaimed, "I am healed. How marvelous. Thank you, Lord Wang Teng." Upon hearing Wukong's declaration of recovery, Gohan's face instantly brightened with a smile. Wang Teng looked at Wukong and said, "You shall train with me and Gohan for the next few days. Once your technique reaches a certain level, this condition will fade away. I have merely assisted you in calming your chaotic energy temporarily." Wukong, upon realizing he could resume training, became even more exhilarated. When the king of the other world advised him to refrain from training and to rest, he truly felt quite unwell. Chapter 51. The disappearance of Xiaofang. Chi-Chi gazed at her granddaughter with a beaming face. However, it seemed that Xiaofang only wanted to be held by Piccolo. The moment she was in Chi-Chi's arms, she would immediately burst into tears. Wukong, Gohan, and Wang Teng entered. Upon seeing the three, Piccolo immediately stood up. Chi-Chi inquired, "Piccolo, where are you going?" Piccolo replied softly, "I am returning home." Gohan needed to train, and I reluctantly agreed to assist him with his child. "I shall leave the matter in your capable hands. I am not so idle myself." Subsequently, Piccolo pointed at Chi-Chi, "You can manage the weaning meals, right?" Chi-Chi, taken aback, responded, "I have raised 2 children, so you can rest assured." Piccolo continued, "Xiaofang enjoys big thin pancakes with tuna and tofu scraps. Be sure to chop the carrots, onions, spinach, and broccoli beforehand. Chi-Chi stared at Piccolo in astonishment. Piccolo glanced at Xiao Fang and remarked, "She can move around on her own now. You must keep a watchful eye on her." He then pointed again, "The picture books are over here. And the toys are over there. Play her some music when she cries at night." Wukong was momentarily taken aback. "Listening to music? Are you singing to her?" Piccolo's cheeks bore a faint blush. Wang Teng was utterly astonished during his few days here. He had been so focused on his training that he had failed to notice that the once formidable Demon King Piccolo had now transformed into a devoted father. Gohan and Goku escorted Piccolo to the entrance. Just as they were about to part ways, Piccolo added with a hint of pride, "One last thing. Xiaofang is timid around strangers. She only calms down when I hold her. If you truly find yourselves in need, do not hesitate to call for me." With that, he turned and walked towards the horizon. "Farewell, Piccolo. To visit us again, Uncle Piccolo." As Wukong, Gohan, and Piccolo bid farewell, Piccolo paused after taking just a few steps, only to turn back once more. "Moreover, do not forget to brush your teeth before bed. It is essential to instill that habit early on." Observing Piccolo chattering away in the yard, Wang Teng chuckled and shook his head, realizing that Piccolo truly regarded Gohan as his own son. In contrast to Wukong, Piccolo resembled a devoted grandfather. Ultimately, Piccolo decided against leaving, embracing little Fang with a beaming smile. Another brand new day dawned. Wang Teng, Wukong, and Gohan were training diligently in the backyard when suddenly, Chi-Chi rushed over. "Mom, what is it?" Gohan inquired, confusion etched on his face. Chi-Chi's eyes brimmed with tears, and she struggled to contain her sobs. "What is it, Chi-Chi?" Wukong and Gohan both wore expressions of perplexity. Just then, Piccolo, who had gone out to procure ingredients, returned. Wang Teng glanced at Chi-Chi and gently urged, "Do not weep. What has transpired? Speak swiftly." Chi-Chi, her voice trembling, replied, "Xiao Fang is missing." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's complexion darkened even further. He bellowed, "How could you fail to keep an eye on her? I had warned you to be vigilant. She is capable of wandering off on her own." Meanwhile, not far off, the trio of Pilaf was taken aback by Piccolo's thunderous voice. In her arms, the infant Xiao Fang murmured, "Baiku." In a moment of distress, Gohan exclaimed, "What should I do? When Biddy returns from work, he will surely kill me." Wang Teng retorted coldly, "Hurry and find a solution. Complaining now is futile." Subsequently, the group dispersed to search. Meanwhile, the roar of Piccolo had already frightened Pilaf and his companions, who immediately rushed towards their robot. The trio hurried into the cockpit, and the hatch promptly sealed shut. Pilaf began frantically tapping the screen. "Take off." The robot ascended slowly, and before long, it soared into the sky. With a swift whoosh, it vanished into the horizon. Pilaf, drenched in cold sweat in the cockpit, muttered, "That was terrifying." Ashu, seated beside him, murmured, "We haven't even begun our misdeeds. There's no need to flee." Shiwu sighed helplessly, "King Pilaf, I brought her along too." Xiao Fang playfully extended her small hand. Pilaf immediately sprang up, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Throw her out." Xiao retorted unwillingly, "How could I possibly do that? If anyone should be thrown out, it should be you." Pilaf shouted, "How could I commit such an act?" Shiwu was so frightened by Pilaf's outburst that she began to wail uncontrollably. Wang Teng's divine power enveloped the earth, and soon he detected a faint Saiyan presence. This weak response seems to belong to Gohan's daughter, Xiao Fang. But what is she doing at such a height? In the next moment, Wang Teng vanished from his location. A gentle voice reached the ears of Goku and Gohan. "Leave Xiao Fang to me. I will ensure her safe return." Inside the robot, Ashu's keen nose caught a foul odor. "King Pilaf, was that you who farted?" Shiwu quickly realized the implication. "Could it be?" Ashu yelled, "Open a window quickly. I can't bear this stench." Xiao Fang glanced at Ashu and burst into laughter. She then lunged at Ashu, colliding heavily with his belly. However, the odor was too much for Ashu to tolerate. "Don't face me," he cried. "Oh no." Pilaf glared at the laughing Xiao Fang. "Why are you still laughing?" In a fit of anger, he slammed his fist onto the control panel, causing cracks to appear instantly. The robot emitted a red alarm sound. As the crisis unfolded, the faces of the trio turned pale. Ashu, nauseated and on the verge of vomiting, swallowed hard in fear. Meanwhile, the robot's engine had ceased functioning. At that moment, Wang Teng had already ascended to the sky. Just as he was about to reach out to save her, an extraordinary force suddenly emanated from the infant's body. "Ah, Gohan's daughter is truly remarkable. How intriguing." Subsequently, Wang Teng's figure vanished into the air. After the engine ceased its roar, a more terrifying barrage of firepower erupted forth. The robot surged rapidly into the sky. Pilaf and his companions were huddled together in fear, exclaiming, "It's over. The machine has gone out of control." Xiao cried out, "Oh heavens, we beg you, save this child." As the robot ascended, Xiaofeng stood at the control panel, radiating a mysterious white energy. She burst into joyous laughter, and immediately a wave of white energy surged from her body. Pilaf and his companions were left dumbfounded. The white light then streamed through the robot, ascending into the heavens. Whoosh! Xiaofeng shot forth like a comet. The robot was instantly obliterated. Pilaf and his companions clung onto Xiaofeng, who was elevated into the sky. Xiaofeng transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing into the vastness above. In the cosmos, Xiaofeng, enveloped in a cascade of white energy, floated in space. With Pilaf and his companions desperately hanging on to her feet, Wang Teng observed this spectacle, astonished, murmuring, "To master energy in just 3 months? This talent is more terrifying than Gohan's." Xiaofeng gazed at the cosmos with delight, her tiny hands reaching out to grasp the twinkling stars. Pilaf, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed, "We're floating in the air." "But she's still an infant," Ashu interjected, "yet she is a scion." At that moment, Wang Teng appeared beside Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, come back with me." Upon seeing Wang Teng, Xiaofeng immediately smiled and leapt into his embrace. Wang Teng then cast a glance at the three below, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Whoosh! A brilliant white light flashed, and Wang Teng, accompanied by the others, vanished into the cosmos. Chapter 52. The Powerless Vegeta on Earth. A white light streaked across the sky. At that instant, Wang Teng glanced at the trio grasping Xiaofeng's ankle. They immediately felt as though they had plunged into an ice cavern, releasing their hold on her and plummeting towards the ground, embedding themselves into a large tree. Xiao murmured. That guy's gaze was terrifying. Ashu echoed, "I never want to be near these scions again. They are too frightening." Meanwhile, Biddy opened the door, exclaiming, "I'm back." Xiaofeng immediately called out, "Mommy." Biddy quickly embraced Xiaofeng, gently asking, "Did you behave well at home? Where have Wukong and the others gone?" It is evident that they have been worn out by this fellow. Looking at everyone, Dilly asked in confusion, "What happened?" Wufan stood up, anxiously waving his hands and exclaimed, "It's nothing, it's nothing." However, Biddy sensed that something was amiss and quietly remarked to Xiaofeng, "Xiaofeng, have you caused trouble for everyone? Grandpa's health is not good. We shouldn't let him worry." Xiaofeng smiled and called out, "Grandpa, Grandpa," as she continuously waved her small hands in search of him. Wukong immediately sprang to his feet. Brimming with excitement, Chi-Chi chimed in with a smile, remarking on how much the child had grown during their brief separation. Even Piccolo wore a maternal smile on his face. At that moment, Wukong's family was enveloped in joyous laughter. Meanwhile, the architect of the recent turmoil, Wang Teng, was diligently practicing his supreme technique in the backyard. 2 days later, at Bulma's residence in West City, she was scrutinizing the surveillance footage due to the mysterious disappearance of Trunks and Goten, who had come over to play. Consequently, Bulma sought out Vegeta and recounted the unfolding events. Vegeta exclaimed in surprise, "Did Trunks and the others board a spaceship?" Bulma expressed her concern. "They should have returned home by now, yet I can't find them anywhere. I feared something might have gone awry, so I reviewed the security footage, only to see them boarding the Time Courier Monaka spaceship." Vegeta snorted disdainfully, "Humph, whose fault is it that you keep buying unnecessary things?" Bulma's expression shifted dramatically as she retorted, "Oh, so you're blaming me now?" Vegeta, sweat trickling down his forehead, quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant." Bulma, looking aggrieved, responded, "You say Trunks is missing and blame me for ordering desserts." At that moment, the Time police officer Jack interjected, "I apologize for interrupting your quarrel, but I must return." Bulma quickly replied, "Wait, Jack. Don't be upset. You are the only one who can assist me. I implore you to fetch Trunks and Goten. I heard the next stop is at the Boiling Star. They should be there." However, Jack expressed his reluctance, stating he was quite busy and did not wish to help. Thus, Bulma employed her trump card, declaring, "In that case, I shall reveal your embarrassing photo with the Galactic King." Jack, realizing the implications, reluctantly conceded, "Fine. I'll bring them back. Is that satisfactory?" Bulma beamed, "Thank you so much." Jack climbed aboard the spaceship, a grimace on his face, lamenting, "Being associated with Bulma never leads to anything good." Vegeta scoffed, "Humph, you were so easily dispatched." Bulma insisted, "Vegeta must come too." Vegeta, taken aback, questioned, "I must go as well?" Bulma reminded him, Of course, we need to retrieve Trunks and Goten. Thus, Jack and Vegeta set off towards the boiling star. Subsequently, Bulma informed Chi-Chi of Goten's journey to the boiling star, which sent Chi-Chi into a panic. She rushed to Gohan's backyard to relay this news to Wang Teng and the others. Upon hearing that Goten had ventured to the boiling star, Wang Teng instantly deduced that the super water must have appeared. He then calmly proclaimed, "You calm, Gohan, let us go together." At the boiling star, a group of pink aliens wielding high-tech weaponry was relentlessly pursuing Goten and Trunks. In their valiant struggle to protect an elderly man and Monaka, Goten and Trunks found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. At that moment, a beam of golden light surged forth from a high-tech weapon aimed directly at Trunks. Wu-Tian exclaimed, "Trunks!" Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief as he found himself devoid of any means of resistance at that moment. Suddenly, a golden beam was forcefully repelled, erupting into a brilliant explosion in the air. Boom! A figure materialized before Trunks. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a smile instantly brightened Trunks' face, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Father!" Vegeta, with a suave turn, replied, "We'll discuss this later." Yak was taken aback, realizing that the one pursuing Trunks was none other than the notorious supervillain, Griller, whom they had been seeking. Wu-Tian also landed beside Vegeta, who gazed gravely at the adversary before him and immediately assumed a combat stance. Trunks cautioned, "Father, do not approach them." Before Trunks could finish his warning, Vegeta charged forward. Whoosh! He vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he stood behind an enemy, delivering a swift kick. With a piercing scream, the foe was obliterated. Vegeta swiftly moved, each strike claiming the life of another enemy. Hovering in the air, he surveyed the remaining foes and declared, "Disperse at once." With a thunderous shout, a golden energy sphere formed in his hand. Whoosh! The energy sphere was unleashed. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted on the battlefield, the sounds of detonation and agonized cries intertwining. As the shockwaves of the energy dissipated, only the enemy leader, Greel, remained. The slain foes had transformed into a pink liquid, cascading onto the ground, yet Vegeta remained oblivious to the peculiar nature of this liquid. Slowly descending from the air, Vegeta stood before Greel and coldly remarked, "A bunch of rabble. You are the last one left." However, Greel exhibited no signs of trepidation, instead mocking him with a smirk. At that moment, the pink liquid began to envelop Vegeta. Trunks exclaimed in alarm, "Father, be careful." In no time, the pink super water completely ensnared Vegeta. Astonished, he cried, "What is this substance?" As the super water enveloped him entirely, Vegeta found it difficult to even breathe. Gak stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The next instant, Vegeta was hurled out of the super water. He crouched on the ground, gasping for air. Rising to his feet, a wave of weakness spread throughout his body. "My power." Greel approached slowly, chuckling. "I told you. You were too complacent." The super water soon took on Vegeta's form. Vegeta seethed. "Who are you to dare impersonate me?" The super water Vegeta replied, "I haven't taken on your appearance. I have absorbed all your power. I am now Vegeta. You are merely my discarded shell." Vegeta could not fathom this reality, roaring, "To call me a shell? Utter nonsense. You imposter." Unsteadily, Vegeta rose to his feet. "You shall meet your end." He assumed the stance for his signature attack, only to realize he could not unleash it. Vegeta trembled uncontrollably. The super water Vegeta wore a mocking grin. "Do you intend to employ this tactic?" Instantly, he summoned an astonishing violet energy in his hand. Sky Cannon. With a thunderous roar, an incredible shockwave surged forth. Boom! The terrifying sound of the explosion reverberated behind Vegeta and the others. Chapter 53. Gotenks vs. Super Water Vegeta. The astonishing explosion echoed behind Vegeta and his companions. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead as he murmured, "What in the world is happening?" Super Water Vegeta chuckled, "At last, you understand. I am the true Vegeta." Just then, Griller, standing in the rear, hurried forward to flatter, "Your power is truly remarkable. I never imagined anyone could possess such strength. Continue to absorb the power of others as well." "What about that fellow?" Griller's gaze shifted towards Trunks. Super Water Vegeta murmured, "Trunks." Subsequently, he wore a troubled expression, which Vegeta observed keenly. Griller exclaimed, "Go for it. Absorb their power." At that moment, Super Water Vegeta unleashed several beams of super water from his hand. Vegeta shouted, "Stop." Trunks and Goten stood frozen in fear. Just then, Jack clenched his teeth and fired several beams from his pistol, shattering the incoming super water. Jack grinned, in a moment of utmost peril. Coming to the rescue is what defines a true elite. Vegeta yelled, Trunks. Trunks immediately signaled Goten with a glance. Wu Tian, accompanied by Monaka and Trunks, alongside the Elder and Vegeta, swiftly fled into the distance. After Gak's moment of triumph, he realized that he was utterly alone, save for two adversaries who loomed menacingly. The superhuman water charged towards Gak, his face turning an ashen green with fear. In the ensuing chaos, he collapsed to the ground, unleashing a shockwave that radiated brilliant light, momentarily obscuring the enemy's vision. He propelled himself away like a mechanical hero, evading capture just in time. Yet, mere meters into his escape, the shockwave dissipated beneath him. Gak, in a panic, exclaimed, "This technique can only be utilized once a day. However, had I refrained, my demise would have been certain." A piercing scream echoed as Gak plummeted from the sky. The ground erupted with a deafening crash, creating a deep crater shrouded in dust. Superhuman water and Vegeta shielded themselves from the billowing debris. Damn it, their powers must be harnessed. In a secluded valley, Gak utilized an array of superpowers to finally escape. Gazing at the fleeing figures of Vegeta and others, murmuring to himself, how could they have forgotten their savior? Meanwhile, hidden in the valley, Vegeta remained visibly astonished. Who on earth are those individuals? He pondered, noting that the energy blast he had witnessed did not merely resemble a simple replication. An elder nearby rose and declared, "Allow me to elucidate. It was the super water that attacked us." Gak, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? Super water?" The elder responded with surprise, "You are familiar with super water?" After a lengthy explanation, Gak still seemed unclear, prompting the elder to elaborate. "Super water is merely a weapon created by us, the inhabitants of Fire Boiling Star, for self-defense." Vegeta, astonished, interjected, "You claim it to be a weapon?" The elder affirmed, "Indeed, it is a most fearsome weapon." He proceeded to narrate the terrifying nature of this liquid weapon capable of absorbing human energy and transforming into replicants. He continued, "These villains, believing that consuming super water would amplify their strength exponentially, were subsequently devoured by it, leading to our present predicament." Upon hearing this, Vegeta rose and proclaimed, "I comprehend everything now, but I have two inquiries. The replicant possesses both my appearance and abilities, which implies that super water has taken hold of my essence." The elder nodded in agreement, confirming, "Absolutely correct." Vegeta pressed on, yet that individual hesitated when absorbing Trunks' power. Why would someone embodying super water act thus? The elder chuckled. "This exemplifies the exquisite technology of the fire-boiling star. It has faithfully replicated your inner self." Vegeta muttered, "My inner self? Indeed, I would never desire to seize another's power to enhance my own." The elder, crossing his arms, replied, "However, his inner self is under the dominion of super water." Vegeta roared, "That scoundrel! To be a reflection of me yet obey the commands of a malevolent entity." He then inquired, "What fate befalls those stripped of their power by super water?" The elder, now flustered, exclaimed, "They perish. Their bodies begin to turn transparent, leaving only 3 to 5 minutes. The first victims consumed by super water, Gak and his companions, had already vanished." Gak gasped, "Is there no way to counteract this? Should Vegeta disappear, Bulma will surely blame me." The elder resolutely stated, "There exists but one solution, to defeat super water." Vegeta murmured, "Just as one would defeat me, then?" Ultimately, after much deliberation, the group resolved to have Gotenks confront this formidable foe. In the skies, Super Saiyan Vegeta and Super Saiyan Goku were persistently searching for Vegeta and his companions. Suddenly, a voice echoed from below. "We are right here," exclaimed Trunks and Goten in unison. Instantly, Super Saiyan Vegeta and Goku appeared above them. "You actually came out yourself," remarked Super Saiyan Vegeta, knowing you would lose, yet still stepping forward. "You truly are my son, but how could you possibly defeat me?" At that moment, Goten turned to Trunks and said, "Trunks, let's teach this impostor a lesson." Trunks promptly replied, "All right, Goten, let us do this together." They immediately assumed the fusion stance. Fusion, as their fingertips touched, a brilliant light erupted on the battlefield. The radiance intensified, and from within the glow, Gotenks emerged. Gotenks raised his head and declared, "You impostor, I shall teach you a lesson you will never forget." The expression on Super Saiyan Vegeta's face was one of disdain. In the blink of an eye, Gotenks vanished from his previous position, only to reappear right in front of Super Saiyan Vegeta. Gotenks immediately launched a rapid assault towards Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, his fists raining down like a tempest. However, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta effortlessly evaded every strike with his arms crossed. In the next moment, with a swift motion, he caught Gotenks' fist and chuckled. Is this what you call an attack? Without hesitation, he retaliated with a single punch, sending Gotenks flying. Boom. Gotenks crashed heavily onto the ground. A thick cloud of dust instantly enveloping the area. How painful. It truly proved to be futile. Wukong slowly rose to his feet. Very well. Ha 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 ha. A deep roar emanated from Wukong's throat, and instantly, a golden aura surged forth with great intensity. The entire planet of Fire Up was shaken violently. As astonishing energy erupted from Wukong's being, Gotenks' hair continued to lengthen, and the golden aura around him grew increasingly intense. With a powerful shout, Gotenks elevated his energy to its zenith. Silver lightning flickered within the golden blaze. In that moment, Gotenks transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. High above, Grell gasped in astonishment. Will the fusion upgrade as well? I yearn for that power. Superman Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Grell. The Super Gotenks erupted in fury. In an instant, he materialized before Superman Water Vegeta. Chapter 54, Wang Teng arrives. Super Gotenks pointed at Superman Water Vegeta and declared, "Witness as I defeat you with a single move. Super Tornado Strong Leg." An astonishing kick connected with Vegeta's neck, sending a wave of golden energy radiating outward. Superman Water Vegeta smirked, futile. Super Gotenks paused, quickly retracting his leg and shouting, "Then I shall employ this technique. Super Special Smash Hammer." With fists clenched, Super Gotenks leapt high into the air, aiming to strike down upon Superman Water Vegeta. Boom. A tremendous energy surged downward, causing the ground to tremble violently, dust swirling everywhere. Yet, Superman Water Vegeta remained unmoving in midair, chuckling, like a mosquito's bite. Super Gotenks, taken aback, swiftly retreated into the sky, striking a series of flamboyant poses before exclaiming, "Flash Power Bomber." Countless golden energy orbs materialized around him. With a thunderous shout, the golden orb sped towards Superman Water Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive detonations filled the air as fireballs rained down, shrouding the area in thick smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Superman Water Vegeta's voice echoed, "Such childish tricks. You think you can challenge me?" Suspended in the air, Super Gotenks exclaimed in panic. It had no effect at all. The elder hid behind Vegeta, murmuring, "This is hopeless. The disparity in power is too great." Gak also muttered, "I wish to assist them, but I too am in peril." At that moment, they noticed Vegeta's body beginning to shimmer with transparency. Superman Water Vegeta scoffed, "The skin I shed shall soon vanish." Grell above urged, "Quickly absorb Gotenks' power." Super Gotenks unleashed a surge of energy, the golden aura rising steadily. "I must not lose." No sooner had he spoken than he charged towards Superman Water Vegeta. As his fist neared Vegeta, a startling scene unfolded. Superman Water Vegeta retaliated with lightning speed, delivering a punch to Super Gotenks' abdomen. The Super Gotenks was immediately engulfed by an unimaginable wave of pain that coursed throughout his entire being. Subsequently, a flurry of pink shadows danced in the air, accompanied by the relentless cries of Super Gotenks. Under the onslaught of Superman Vegeta, Super Gotenks found himself utterly powerless to retaliate, forced into a position of passive suffering. Boom, boom, boom. Super Gotenks was struck multiple times. Crash. His form plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground, sending a thick plume of dust soaring into the atmosphere. In the next instant, Super Gotenks disintegrated into Goten and Trunks. Whoosh. Superman Vegeta instantaneously materialized before the two, chuckling, "Truly impressive, my sons." However, this must come to an end. As his fist was unleashed, Wang Teng appeared in a flash, seizing Superman Vegeta's arm, declaring, "I shall not allow you to prevail." Vegeta gasped, "Wang Teng." Soon after, Goku and Gohan also emerged beside Vegeta. Wukong inquired, "Vegeta, are you alright?" Vegeta exclaimed, "Kakarot." Gohan and Wang Teng. Son Wukong glanced at the Vegeta beside him, then at the Vegeta captured by Wang Teng, furrowing his brow and questioning, "Are there two Vegetas?" Vegeta pointed and shouted, "That one is an imposter." Wukong gazed intently and murmured, "That is peculiar. It is a purplish-red Vegeta." Wutian pointed at the Super Water Vegeta and exclaimed, "Uncle Wang Teng, quickly defeat this fiend." Trunks urgently added, "If we delay, Dad will perish." Wang Teng nodded in agreement. He possessed extensive knowledge about this super water phenomenon and was well aware that this doppelganger wielded all the powers of Vegeta. Gazing at Wang Teng, Super Water chuckled, Wang Teng, I never imagined I would have the chance to face you in combat. Wang Teng retorted with a smile. You don't actually believe you can triumph, do you? The two locked eyes, each assessing the other. In the sky, Greer chuckled. Ah, here come three remarkably powerful individuals once more. In the celestial arena, Wu Tiandao warned. Uncle Wang Teng, be cautious. This foe has the capacity to absorb your power. The formidable Super Water Vegeta retorted, I shall never resort to such tactics. This is a genuine battle of life and death. Wang Teng, I intend to vanquish you. And once you are defeated, it shall be Kakarot's turn. From the skies, Greer bellowed, cease your foolishness and absorb his power at once. Super Water Vegeta cast a disdainful glance upwards, declaring, those who dare impede my resolve shall face annihilation. Enraged, Greer shot back, do you dare defy my command? Very well. A radiant glow emanated from Greer's abdomen, and below, Super Water Vegeta writhed in agony, howling in torment. What is happening? Vegeta exclaimed, bewildered. The elder from the fire pot star remarked, Super Water wishes for the replicant to obey his orders. Vegeta seethed. Who dares issue commands to me? Super Water Vegeta muttered defiantly, I shall not submit to anyone. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Super Water Vegeta appeared before Greer, exclaiming, perish. You worthless scum. With an astonishing punch, Greer was struck with tremendous force, plummeting backward. The ground shook as he crashed through 3 mountain peaks. Buried beneath a pile of rubble, the electricity coursing through Super Water Vegeta vanished instantly. Wang Teng observed this spectacle with a chuckle. Ah, the proud Saiyan Prince remains unchanged. History is indeed astonishingly repetitive, much like the days of Babidi. The elder from the fire pot star, incredulous, remarked, unbelievable. He has freed himself from Super Water's control. Super Water Vegeta murmured, now that there are no disturbances, let us commence. It is time to erase the disgrace of our last encounter. With arms crossed, Wang Teng smiled. Vegeta, come forth. I stand ready to engage you at any moment. In a flash, Wang Teng appeared before Super Water Vegeta, while below, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, lamenting. Damn it, I yearn to battle Lord Wang Teng too. Vegeta has stolen my chance. Beside him, Vegeta protested vehemently. Hey, Kakarot. That is merely an impostor. He is no true Vegeta. Super Water Vegeta launched a swift kick, yet Wang Teng effortlessly countered with a single hand, absorbing the force of his attack. Vegeta's teeth were clenched tightly, his face a mask of fury, yet he realized that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the grip of his opponent. In an instant, Wang Teng reappeared above Super Water Vegeta, delivering a devastating punch that sent a piercing scream echoing through the air. Downward he fell, crashing into the earth with a resounding impact. The ground erupted, creating a massive crater, dust and debris billowing into the atmosphere. Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm, impressive, truly deserving of the esteemed Lord Wang Teng. Gohan's face was radiant with smiles. Super Water slowly rose to his feet. Impressive, Wang Teng, you remain as formidable as ever. However, I shall not concede defeat so easily. He gradually ascended into the air. Meanwhile, as the two faced off, the Super Water Vegeta, previously vanquished, transformed once more into a crimson flow, retreating to the side and hiding. Trunks glanced at his now translucent father and immediately shouted, Uncle Wang Teng, there is no time to waste. Swiftly defeat that fellow. Vegeta gazed into the sky, murmuring, what on earth is Wang Teng dawdling about? Chapter 55, Wang Teng vs. Super Water Vegeta. Super Water Vegeta was immediately enveloped in a surge of white energy, a powerful aura spreading through the air. Wang Teng surveyed his opponent with a smile, remarking, it seems I have been underestimated. In that case, allow me to reveal a fraction of my power for you to witness. He then provocatively beckoned towards Super Water Vegeta. Anger flared in Super Water Vegeta's eyes as he charged forward with remarkable speed. His rapid fist flew towards Wang Teng with ferocity. In the face of such a swift assault, Wang Teng remained motionless in the air, allowing Vegeta's fists to strike his face. Upon landing a hit, a grin spread across Super Water Vegeta's face. However, Wang Teng nonchalantly tilted his head back, effortlessly deflecting the punches. Shock rapidly replaced the smile on Vegeta's face. Looking at Wang Teng floating above, Vegeta angrily exclaimed, Wang Teng, you scoundrel, even now you choose to toy with me. This is impossible. Super Water Vegeta's expression darkened as he retreated. Fists are not to be used like this. Wang Teng's calm voice echoed. Whoosh. In an instant, he appeared before Super Water, delivering a devastating punch to Vegeta's abdomen. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Super Water Vegeta's body as he clutched his stomach, unable to stand upright. Master Wang Teng's strength is astonishing. It seems he has grown even more powerful, truly remarkable. Goku observed the scene in the sky, evidently stirred by Wang Teng's prowess. Damn it! Super Water Vegeta furiously straightened his posture, energy immediately coalescing into his hands. Final flash. Whoosh! A violet energy sphere erupted forth. Wang Teng extended his right hand and pressed down upon the energy sphere. The entire sky transformed into a shade of purple. Watching the familiar technique, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, murmuring, "That imposter." In the next moment, as the brilliance gradually faded, black smoke emanated from Wang Teng's palm, and the energy sphere vanished without a trace. Super Water Vegeta, infuriated, unleashed his power, transforming into a Super Saiyan. He then swiftly charged towards Wang Teng. As the enemy approached with alarming speed, Wang Teng swiftly reacted, landing a powerful punch squarely in the abdomen of Super Water Vegeta, followed by a kick that sent him hurtling away. Whoosh! Boom! Super Water Vegeta crashed into a small mountain. Wang Teng dusted off his hands and chuckled. I never expected that our powers would be so similar. I was looking forward to a grand spectacle. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face flushed with anger as he bellowed, Wang Teng, what do you mean? Am I weak? Wang Teng glanced at the now translucent Vegeta and replied with a smirk. Just a tad. Otherwise you wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Vegeta seethed with fury. Bang! Super Water Vegeta sprang from the rubble, proclaiming, I will kill you. Aya! A deep roar erupted from his throat, and a blue divine aura instantly surged forth. An astonishing energy exploded, causing the entire fire-up pot star to tremble. Wang Teng gazed at Super Water Vegeta. Although his body bore a purplish hue, it was enveloped in a blue aura, identical to that of a true Saiyan. It seemed that Vegeta had been utterly consumed, leaving nothing behind. Wang Teng, prepare to meet your end. Super Water Vegeta shouted arrogantly. In the next moment, Wang Teng appeared before him. As he watched the rapid punch being thrown, Super Water Vegeta swiftly dodged to the side, believing he had evaded the attack. But alas, Wang Teng's fist struck heavily against Super Water Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to spew forth stomach acid and bile. What just happened? I clearly dodged. Super Water Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Wukong and Vegeta gazed upon the battle unfolding in the sky. They exchanged a glance, and three words echoed in their minds. Instant transmission. Indeed, Lord Wang Teng was employing instant transmission. This time, that imposter Vegeta was doomed. With a chuckle, Wukong declared. Meanwhile, Wang Teng had no intention of granting Super Saiyan Vegeta a moment's respite, swiftly charging forward once more as time reversal activated again. He delivered a heavy blow to Vegeta's visage, sending Super Saiyan Vegeta hurtling away. Wang Teng's form vanished once again, reappearing instantaneously above the rapidly retreating Super Saiyan Vegeta. His fists clenched tightly, he unleashed a powerful strike upon Vegeta's body. Whoosh! Boom! The plummeting Super Saiyan Vegeta crashed through 3 mountain peaks. Rumbling. He was immediately buried beneath a pile of rubble. It seemed to be over. Wang Teng's calm voice echoed, as a golden energy sphere swiftly formed in his hand. Whoosh! The energy sphere was propelled forward in an instant. Boom! A staggering explosion erupted amidst the debris, a towering column of fire reaching skyward. The terrifying destructive force obliterating the surrounding 3 hills. Rumbling. Thick clouds of dust swiftly enveloped the epicenter of the explosion. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his expression devoid of any delight at the enemy's defeat. The imposter possessed identical strength to his own, yet he had not even grazed Wang Teng with a single finger, leaving him exceedingly dissatisfied. Subsequently, Vegeta bellowed, Hey, imposter, do you really consider yourself Vegeta like this? The elder from Planet Fire, hidden behind Trunks, suddenly interjected, Hey, why are you cheering for the enemy? Vegeta turned sharply, seething. Shut up. What do you know? The elder immediately sealed his lips, too intimidated to utter another word. Wukong and Gohan, along with the others, could only manage bitter smiles. In the next moment, a startling shout erupted from below. Ah! A brilliant blue flame surged upward, causing the sky to darken abruptly, as an astonishing aura ascended into the heavens. Wang Teng gazed down curiously, observing the blue flames rising incessantly. What could this be? Wukong cast a surprised glance at Vegeta and inquired, Vegeta, what is this power? Vegeta clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on the swirling dust below. Gradually, Super Water Vegeta began to ascend. At this moment, his aura was not merely blue, but a profound shade of deep blue. Wang Teng exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. It is the Super Saiyan Deep Blue. This imposter has actually surpassed the limits that even Vegeta could not breach. Vegeta, filled with rage, retorted, "Damn it, this counterfeit scoundrel." Super Water Vegeta hovered opposite Wang Teng. Wang Teng remarked with a grin, "I never expected you could transform into Super Saiyan Deep Blue." A triumphant expression adorned Super Water Vegeta's face as he declared, "Haven't I already stated that I am Vegeta? I have merely transcended my limits. Are you ready? This time will be different from before." As he beheld the transcendent Super Water Vegeta, Wang Teng's demeanor grew serious. "If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my strength." A deep roar erupted from Wang Teng's mouth, and a golden blaze of energy surged forth, rapidly escalating. The entire planet trembled violently, fissures cracking open in the ground below. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng's form began to transform, his energy reaching its zenith. Master Wang Teng was about to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Gohan gazed into the sky, murmuring softly. The expressions on Vegeta and Goku's faces grew grave. With a thunderous roar, a crimson warrior materialized upon the battlefield. Chapter 56. The Deep Blue Imposter Vegeta. A staggering aura erupted in the air, as golden flames soared skyward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Wang Teng transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his body adorned with a coat of red fur and perfectly sculpted muscles, exuding an overwhelming presence that instilled fear in all who beheld it. "Let us commence," Wang Teng declared with a smile. The golden flames and deep blue aura painted the sky in two contrasting hues, each vying for dominance. At that moment, Gak exclaimed, "Hey, Vegeta. It seems your body has grown a bit paler." The Super Water Vegeta retorted, "Your time of demise has finally arrived. But fear not, before you perish. I shall ensure you witness Wang Teng's wretched form." Just then, the elderly man, with a fiery demeanor, extended his hand, saying, "Quick, hold this. It is the key to sealing the super water. Perhaps it can buy us a moment of reprieve." Vegeta paused in surprise, swiftly taking it and placing it within his mouth. Wukong, Gohan, Trunks, and Goten were all utterly astonished. To their disbelief, Vegeta was sucking on a pacifier. Gazing into the sky with the pacifier in his mouth, Vegeta silently vowed to persevere until the conclusion of the climactic battle. Wang Teng was taken aback. Nearly bursting into laughter at the sight of the proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, with a pacifier. Gak quickly pulled out his camera, recognizing the rarity of this moment. Just as he was about to snap a photo, the camera inexplicably indicated it had no battery. How unfortunate to run out of power at such a critical moment. Wang Teng turned his gaze back to the Super Water Vegeta and murmured, "Vegeta, considering you possess such an adorable side, I shall assist you in vanquishing this imposter." In the next instant, Super Water Vegeta executed a swift kick. Wang Teng instantly blocked it with his left arm. Bang! Following this, Super Water Vegeta launched a rapid punch. But Wang Teng deftly evaded it and extended his palm, seizing Super Water Vegeta's face. Whoosh! Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, Wang Teng propelled his face into the distant mountain peaks, penetrating through 3 mountains in an instant. Countless fragments cascaded from the summits, and thick clouds of dust billowed downward. Whoosh! Super Water Vegeta swiftly emerged from the mountains, with Wang Teng hot on his heels. Crash, crash, crash. The two engaged in a rapid aerial clash, producing concentric rings of white sonic booms in the atmosphere. Their battle intensified with each passing moment. Super Water Vegeta unleashed another punch, and Wang Teng seized the opportunity to drive his knee into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta immediately clutched his stomach, while Wang Teng's fists, clenched tightly, came crashing down upon him. Whoosh! Boom! Super Water Vegeta was driven forcefully into the mountains, causing one peak to shatter into fragments. With debris tumbling downward, a long fissure promptly appeared on the ground. Wukong and Vegeta, along with the others, swiftly took to the skies. For the ground where they had previously stood had been reduced to rubble. Whoosh! The Super Water Vegeta charged once more at Wang Teng. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of fists colliding. Bang, bang, bang. Circles of white sonic booms erupted again. The group landed atop a towering peak. The elder from the fire pot star exclaimed in panic, "Is this place truly safe?" Trunks, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concern. "Their battle is becoming increasingly fierce. I wonder how long it will be before we can rescue my father. What if it's too late?" Upon hearing this, Gohan reassured him, "Have faith in Lord Wang Teng." "Gohan, brother?" Trunks replied, his face contorted in despair. The elder from the fire pot star suddenly recalled, "I just remembered, we only need to defeat the main body. If we shatter the core of the super water entity, all the replicas will weaken. Trunks exclaimed. Why didn't you say so earlier? The elder smacked his forehead. That was a century ago. It slipped my mind. Everyone instantly recalled the super water Vegeta's defeat of Greer, and with the elder's confirmation, they realized that Greer was indeed the core of the super water. Gohan and Goku soared through the skies alongside the elder, determined to vanquish Grail. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained rooted in place, his gaze fixated on the heavens. Upon reaching the site designated for Grail's defeat, Goku and Gohan were astonished to discover that the super water had vanished. The elder stepped forward to offer his parting words. Do not fret. The super water likely yearns for that power as well, and I surmise it is lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. With a swift kick, Wang Teng sent super water Vegeta hurtling through the air. Thud. Regaining his composure, super water Vegeta charged towards Wang Teng once more. He unleashed a fierce punch. But Wang Teng seized his fist and retaliated with a powerful kick to his abdomen. Super water Vegeta was immediately propelled backward. Wang Teng concentrated his energy into his hands. The prince's battle technique surged forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless energy blasts erupted forth. Boom, boom, boom. Astonishing explosions illuminated the battlefield. Wang Teng relentlessly fired energy blasts towards the epicenter of the blast. The air was filled with thunderous roars. Flames engulfed the area, and smoke billowed everywhere. Wang Teng surveyed the thick smoke at the explosion's center, knowing full well that since this adversary was Vegeta, he would not succumb so easily. As expected, the smoke dissipated to reveal Super Water Vegeta, who now appeared quite disheveled, stripped of his earlier bravado. He lowered his arms that had shielded him. His face twisted in fury. Damn it! Why am I still losing? I have clearly surpassed my limits. Why can't I defeat that guy? Such a reality. I refuse to acknowledge it. Suddenly, an astonishing deep blue aura surged forth, sending gusts of wind swirling around him. Observing the newly invigorated Super Water Vegeta, Wang Teng murmured. I almost had him. Truly, the counterfeit Vegeta is remarkably resilient. Since there is nothing else to do, I might as well indulge in a little more playtime. Fortunately, Wang Teng was high above, and Vegeta could not hear his words. Otherwise, he would surely weep in despair. Thinking he was on the brink of demise while his opponent toyed with him, the two then charged at one another, their deep blue and golden fists colliding with a resounding impact. Bang! Whoosh! They engaged in rapid combat mid-air, the deafening sound of sonic booms reverberating once more. Vegeta, perched atop a high platform, wore an expression of bitter dissatisfaction. Damn it! Why am I not the one battling up there? I should be the one to defeat Wang Teng. Meanwhile, the core of the Super Water pursued Goku and Gohan, for the Super Water's power attacks proved ineffective. And they dared not approach, knowing that proximity would result in the draining of their strength. Wukong exclaimed, Gohan, run. This thing is too peculiar. Following this, the two unleashed their energy and soared into the sky. The Super Water Vegeta was once again sent flying by a single punch. He gasped for breath, clearly exhausted. I had no idea you were this powerful. Your strength is indeed captivating. However, I will not yield. I intend to defeat you completely. For I am Vegeta. Wang Teng, observing the impostor before him, chuckled. I never anticipated that a counterfeit would completely inherit Vegeta's proud demeanor. Truly unexpected. Super Water Vegeta roared in response. Aya. A deep blue aura surged upwards, filling the air with an astonishing presence. Wang Teng remarked, It seems you wish to settle this once and for all. Come. Chapter 57. Harvest. An incredible aura erupted from Super Water Vegeta as the deep blue flames ascended. Let us determine the victor. Wang Teng shouted, mirroring the call to battle. The two charged at each other, their immense power coalescing into their fists. The collision of the deep blue and golden fists created a blinding flash, transforming the surrounding space into a sea of white. A terrifying gust of wind and energy rippled outward, shattering the boulders and peaks below. Goten and Trunks, positioned near Vegeta, could barely open their eyes amidst the chaos. At that moment, Super Water unexpectedly abandoned his pursuit of Wukong and Gohan, stealthily making his way towards Vegeta. In the next instant, he materialized behind the mountain where Vegeta and the others stood, his sights set on Trunks. By the time Trunks noticed, it was too late. He gasped in alarm. Hearing his son's cry, Vegeta shouted, Trunks! The pacifier fell from his mouth. As it flew through the air, a shimmering purple-red energy enveloped Vegeta, rendering his form ethereal. Trunks, witnessing his father rushing towards him, extended his arm, calling out, Dad. Their hands barely grazed each other before passing through as Vegeta became translucent. Trunks gasped, his eyes widening in shock. Vegeta surged past Trunks, positioning himself protectively in front of him. Super water promptly consumed the vanishing Vegeta. "Dad!" Trunks cried out, his voice filled with anguish. At that moment, Wang Teng, locked in a standoff with Super Water Vegeta, sensed the perilous situation unfolding. Realizing he must eliminate this threat or risk Vegeta's demise, Wang Teng let out a fierce roar, unleashing his full power. An astonishing surge of energy erupted from the fist of Superman Water Vegeta. Oh! With a piercing cry, Superman Water Vegeta was utterly obliterated. In this critical moment, the once ethereal Vegeta regained his corporeal form. Vegeta stared blankly at his own body, exclaiming, "Behold my form." Trunks immediately embraced Vegeta, weeping, "It's wonderful, Father." Just then, Goku and Gohan returned, accompanied by the Elder from the planet Fire Up. Wukong, with a bewildered expression, inquired, "Has Vegeta recovered?" It appears that Lord Wooding has emerged victorious. As Wooding descended from the sky, Trunks immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, Uncle Wooding." Wu Tian chuckled, exclaiming, "Uncle Wang Teng is truly remarkable and incredibly handsome." Meanwhile, Vegeta averted his gaze, murmuring a soft, "Thank you." Wang Teng smiled and nodded at the crowd. He then approached the temporarily dazed Super Water, which had become momentarily incapacitated due to the destruction of its clone. Once it recharged, it would once again be capable of absorbing others' powers. Observing it, Wang Teng furrowed his brows and began to communicate with the system. "System, is it possible to absorb this super water?" Wang Teng's voice echoed in his mind. Before long, the system's mechanical voice responded, "Greetings, host. This low-tier planetary weapon can certainly be absorbed." Wang Teng's heart soared with joy. It could indeed be absorbed. "System, absorb the super water," he commanded decisively. In the next instant, a beam of white light illuminated the area, and the super water vanished from sight. Mere seconds later, the system's mechanical voice resounded once more. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Fire Boiling Star. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the combat skill Dragon Fist. Congratulations, host, for receiving a foundational combat power of 100 million points. Congratulations, host, for gaining an additional second of time reversal." A series of notifications flooded Wang Teng's mind. He had not anticipated that his visit to the Fire Boiling Star would not only allow him to reclaim the super water, but also bestow upon him such an abundance of sign-in rewards. Truly a tremendous profit. The Elder of the Fire Boiling Star grasped Wang Teng's hand, continuously expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Wang Teng. It is thanks to you that the super water has vanished from the Fire Boiling Star." Wang Teng nodded, saying, "You're too kind." The Elder then turned to Trunks and Wu Tian, adding, "Thanks to your presence, super water would have been seized by the oil fryer long ago. You are always welcome to visit again." Wu Tian nodded with a smile and said, "All right." Wukong pondered, stroking his chin. It was Lord Wang Teng who subdued the superhuman water. Truly impressive. However, it is regrettable that I did not have the opportunity to engage with Lord Wang Teng directly. I envy Vegeta. Vegeta turned and exclaimed, "What did you say, Kakarot? This time, you have not been of any assistance at all." With a mischievous grin, Wukong remarked, "Vegeta, it is rather amusing to see a man of your stature sucking on a pacifier." Vegeta's face flushed crimson as he turned away, murmuring, "What did you say? I didn't catch that." Soon after, the group returned to Earth. In Bidelai's arms, little Xiaofang continued to suck contentedly on her pacifier. "Xiaofang, you'll no longer need that pacifier when you grow up." Vegeta watched this scene, rendered speechless, his heart suffering 1,000 genuine wounds. As Goten returned, Chi-Chi rushed out, embracing him tightly. "My Goten, you have finally come back. Are you all right? You weren't hurt, were you?" Wukong murmured softly, Yet Trunks faced criticism from Bulma. "Trunks, you are being quite mischievous, sneaking into someone else's spaceship without permission. Everyone has been terribly worried about you." Goten and Trunks exclaimed in unison, "I understand my mistake." Vegeta stood trembling in place, utterly aghast. "Is that contraption truly a pacifier?" Wang Teng approached, chuckling, "Were you not aware?" Vegeta bellowed in response, "Who could possibly know? Had I been informed, I would have resolutely refused, even at the cost of my life." Wukong interjected, "Do not speak like that, Vegeta. If you were to perish, there would be no contest of life and death. Moreover, would you truly resign yourself to defeat at the hands of Lord Wang Teng?" Vegeta let out a disdainful snort. Following their adventure on the flame-boiling star, Wang Teng's strength had once again ascended. Not only had his base combat power increased, but his time reversal ability had also augmented to 7 seconds, and he had mastered the Dragon Fist, enhancing his prowess in every conceivable manner. Throughout the subsequent week, Wang Teng and Gohan devoted themselves to training in the Ultra Instinct technique, engaging in rigorous sparring that yielded substantial progress for both. At this moment, Gohan's foundational combat strength had significantly escalated, rendering him a worthy sparring partner for Wang Teng, especially while transformed into Super Saiyan 4. A day later, as the two continued their practice of the Ultra Instinct technique, Whis and Beerus arrived at Gohan's residence. Upon their arrival, they swiftly made their way to Gohan's backyard. Beerus immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to the esteemed inspector." Wang Teng gradually opened his eyes and inquired, "Beerus, what brings you here?" Beerus respectfully replied, "I have come to inform you about Son Gohan." Wang Teng was taken aback. "Son Gohan? Pray, elaborate." In response, Beerus continued, "As you are aware, Gohan has been appointed as the candidate god of destruction for the 7th universe. In 3 days, an event known as the First God of Destruction Martial Arts Tournament will take place in the realm of the First Universe's Gods of Destruction, and I wish to take Gohan to participate." Wang Teng's interest was piqued. The First God of Destruction Martial Arts Tournament? How intriguing. "Very well, I shall accompany Gohan." Beerus smiled. "Then Whis and I shall await your arrival in the realm of the Gods of Destruction." With that, they took their leave. After exchanging words with Wukong and the others, Wang Teng escorted Gohan back to the realm of the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe. Chapter 58, The First God of Destruction Martial Arts Tournament. Upon their return to the realm of destruction, Beerus and Whis were already awaiting them. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Teng, he gently said, "Let us depart." Subsequently, Whis lightly tapped the ground with his angelic staff, and the transport vessel enveloped the three of them, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from the 7th universe's realm of destruction. During their journey, Wang Teng inquired with some confusion, "What exactly is this First God of Destruction Martial Arts Tournament you speak of?" He was well aware of the plot of Dragon Ball Super and found no reference to such an event. Beerus, appearing contemplative, explained, "This tournament was established as an exchange event among the 12 gods of destruction, where the champion shall earn the esteemed title of the First God of Destruction. The reason it is called the Tournament of Power is that the gods of destruction from other universes also bring their candidates to participate, and they engage in contests among themselves, the outcomes of which directly impact the future of their respective universes." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded slightly, finding it rather intriguing. After their conversation, Beerus settled into a meditative posture, and a faint aura of mysterious energy enveloped him. To Wang Teng's astonishment, it was the Ultra Instinct technique. It was unexpected that Beerus was diligently training. It seemed that this martial arts tournament would be anything but simple. With a sigh of admiration, Wang Teng exchanged a glance with Gohan, and in the next moment, both of them mimicked Beerus and sat cross-legged. Whoosh! In the 7th universe, a beam of white light flashed by. A day later, propelled by Whis' incredible speed, they finally arrived at the First universe. Before long, they reached the realm of the Gods of Destruction in the First universe. At first glance, it bore little difference from the realm of the 7th universe. However, the colossal tournament stage suspended in midair, and the luxurious seating around it immediately captured Wang Teng's attention. Whis, noticing his gaze, began to explain, "Lord Wang Teng, this stage was constructed by the previous Grand Minister, and its age is beyond estimation. Only here can withstand the cataclysmic battles of the gods of destruction." At that moment, a familiar voice rang in Wang Teng's ears. "Greetings, esteemed inspector." Following the direction of the voice, he saw the 2nd universe's god of destruction, Hellas, resembling an Indian maiden, smiling as she paid her respects, with the angel Sava standing beside her. "No need for such formalities," Wang Teng replied with a smile. He then surveyed his surroundings and noticed several unfamiliar gods of destruction had already arrived. His presence immediately became the focal point of the gathering. The angels from various universes whispered into the ears of the gods of destruction, and soon every one of them hurried over, bowing deeply at a perfect 90-degree angle. "Greetings, esteemed inspector." Gazing at the neatly arranged gods of destruction, Wang Teng looked around and nodded, saying, "Everyone, please rise. There is no need for excessive formality." The gods of destruction breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the angels from each universe also inclined their bodies in greeting, offering their salutations to Wang Teng. Notably, the angel Margarita from the 11th universe caught Wang Teng's eye. With her twin pigtails, she appeared like a charming little girl, captivating all who beheld her. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed by, and soon the god of destruction from the sixth universe, Kappa, along with the beautiful Vados, arrived. As soon as they appeared, they made their way toward Wang Teng. Lord Wang Teng, how have you been lately? Vados' soft voice reached him. Wang Teng smiled and replied, indeed. Vados, you have grown even more beautiful. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile immediately spread across Bardos' face. As for Xiangpa's greeting, Wang Teng merely nodded lightly and disregarded it, leaving Xiangpa feeling a twinge of disappointment. Oh, what is this aura of profundity? The formidable Margarita gradually approached, scrutinizing Wang Teng from head to toe. Her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowing in surprise, exclaiming in astonishment. To think that the esteemed inspector is also a prodigy of cultivation. Margarita's words instantly captured everyone's attention. As many angels turned to gaze at Wang Teng, gradually realizing that this inspector was not merely a figure elevated by connections, as rumors suggested. Subsequently, as time progressed, one by one, the gods of destruction from various universes, angels, and even candidate gods of destruction arrived in succession. All eyes were fixed on Wang Teng, as he had undeniably become the focal point of this martial arts tournament. Meanwhile, the presence of Son Gohan, who lingered beside Beerus and Wang Teng, sparked further discussion. The young man accompanying the esteemed Wang Teng must surely be the candidate god of destruction from the seventh universe. Standing so close to Beerus, it cannot be mistaken. His strength seems commendable, though perhaps his visage is rather too youthful. Yet, that fellow Beerus is also one to speak in contradictions. He previously declared that he would absolutely not nominate a candidate god of destruction. It appears that this inaugural tournament for the title of god of destruction is anything but simple. As the murmurs gradually subsided, all awaited the commencement of the first God of Destruction martial arts tournament. This event is titled the First God of Destruction Tournament because the God of Destruction who secures victory for 3 consecutive years earns the esteemed title of the First God of Destruction. Holding this title signifies a supremacy above the other 11 gods of destruction, hence its immense significance to all involved. Beerus has already claimed victory twice. Should he triumph once more, the title of First God of Destruction will undoubtedly belong to him. This prospect is intolerable for all other gods of destruction. The contest among candidate gods of destruction represents the potential and future of a universe, as well as the dignity of the gods of destruction. Whoosh! A figure descended from the heavens. In the next moment, under the watchful gaze of the multitude, a silhouette gracefully took its place at the head of the assembly. The Grand Priest. Wang Teng immediately recognized the descending figure as the Grand Priest, the chief steward of the Omni-King. Greetings, Grand Priest. With the Grand Priest's appearance, all the gods of destruction bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Gohan, quickly pay your respects. Beerus, observing Gohan's momentary daze, could not help but display a look of alarm on his face, then quietly urged him. However, his seemingly hushed reminder caught the Grand Priest's attention instantly. Beads of cold sweat broke out on Beerus' forehead. This is not good. A calm voice emanated from the Grand Priest. Inspector, since you have arrived, might I invite you to ascend and engage in a discourse? Wang Teng chuckled softly and said, Gohan, please remain by Beerus' side. There is no need for apprehension, for I shall handle everything. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng appeared before the Grand Minister. It has been quite some time, Wang Teng exclaimed with a smile. You have certainly not changed much. However, your aura is far more formidable than when you departed. The Grand Minister, adorned with a gentle smile, replied, You are rather ungracious. You promised to prepare a delectable dish for me upon your departure, yet you left without a word. I sincerely apologize. I shall make amends upon my return. Upon hearing this, the Grand Minister nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, the seating arrangement on the platform transformed from 1 seat into 2. Since the inspector has arrived, let us observe how these destroyers have progressed. Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. The Grand Minister then turned his gaze towards the bowing destroyers. His calm voice resonating, Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Chapter 59, Provocation Yes. The destroyers responded as they slowly rose to their feet. Observing Wang Teng seated beside the Grand Minister, Beerus felt a sense of relief wash over him. He understood well the consequences of provoking the Grand Minister's wrath and, recalling that Gohan was under the inspector's protection, he believed no significant issues would arise. Gohan, do take care in the future. Do not bring trouble upon me and Lord Wang Teng, Beerus whispered. In response, Gohan could only manage a wry smile, as he was unaccustomed to such situations, compounded by his struggle to adapt to the role of a candidate for the destroyer position. Ladies and gentlemen, for this first Destroyer Martial Arts tournament, I, along with the inspector, shall serve as judges. The Grand Minister's voice echoed in the ears of all present. The attendees were once again reminded of the inspector's immense authority, as even the Grand Minister showed him deference. Although both the Grand Minister and the inspector held the rank of first-class deity, their spheres of influence differed. Lord Beerus. The Grand Minister has announced the commencement of the tournament, yet no one has taken the stage. What exactly are the rules for this first Destroyer Martial Arts tournament? Inquisitively, Gohan posed a question. Upon hearing his words, Beerus chuckled. Rules? If you wish to challenge someone, simply step onto the stage. Gohan, upon receiving Beerus's explanation, found himself even more perplexed. Was the divine competition truly so informal? Wasn't this akin to a chaotic brawl? At that moment, Topo had already ascended the arena. That lad from Universe 7, care to join me for some fun? The voice of Topo, the candidate for the God of Destruction from Universe 11, resonated throughout the entire realm of destruction, unexpectedly targeting Gohan first. Upon hearing Topo's challenge, Gohan gritted his teeth and leapt onto the stage. Observing Gohan's boldness, Beerus's face illuminated with admiration. Who would have thought that the seemingly timid Gohan would rise to the occasion? Indeed, he upheld the esteemed reputation of Universe 7. Beerus murmured with a smile. Whoosh. On the arena, Gohan swiftly approached Topo. As he drew nearer, a smirk of disdain appeared on Topo's face as he remarked, "A mere whelp, seeking death." Topo prided himself on being one of the most formidable candidates for the God of Destruction among the 12 universes. Yet the boy before him exhibited not a trace of fear. How utterly absurd. In the next moment, Topo moved, his form vanishing like a specter from his original position, only to reappear behind Gohan. With astonishing force, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Gohan. In response to the impending attack, Gohan swiftly reacted, grasping Topo's fist with both hands. With sheer determination, he hurled Topo away. Whoosh. Boom. Topo's massive frame crashed heavily onto the arena floor. Laughter erupted from below. The other candidates for God of Destruction from various universes finally witnessed this arrogant individual suffer a significant setback, their faces adorned with mocking expressions. Great Priest? What do you think of this young lad? Wang Teng suddenly inquired with a chuckle. The Great Priest paused momentarily, then responded with a smile. It seems you share a rather special connection with this young man. Wang Teng knew he could not hide anything from this overseer of the universe, who had presided for countless years, and replied with a grin, Indeed, the Great Priest possesses an astute eye. The other gods of destruction from surrounding universes were astounded by the spectacle. They had not anticipated the sudden emergence of such strength from a newcomer of Universe 7. Just then, Topo slowly rose to his feet. His expression darkened, clearly teetering on the edge of fury. The violet aura surged forth, causing Topo's shirt to explode. Enveloped in the purplish flames, Topo intoned gravely, I had intended to spare your life, but since you seek death, I shall not hold back. Wu Fan was taken aback, surprised to discover that the other party concealed such formidable power. Indeed, those capable of becoming candidates for the God of Destruction were not to be underestimated. Wu Fan's gaze fell upon Wang Teng at the podium, who acknowledged him with a subtle nod. Gohan's heart soared with joy, and a deep roar erupted from his throat. An astonishing surge of energy burst forth, and a golden aura ascended rapidly. The entire realm of destruction trembled, and the sky darkened ominously. With Gohan's shout, his form began to transform. In one breath, he ascended to Super Saiyan 4. The golden flames were interspersed with flickering silver lightning, and his overwhelming presence stunned everyone present. The faces of the surrounding gods of destruction displayed expressions of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the immense power possessed by this mere candidate for the role of God of Destruction. Topo, gazing at the transformed Gohan, was equally astonished. However, it was now or never, and he had to give it his all. Whoosh! Just as Topo stood in shock, Gohan had already appeared before him in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that struck Topo's chin. Topo was sent flying through the air. Nanny! The crowd was in disbelief. Not only candidates for God of Destruction, but even some weaker gods of destruction felt a chill run down their spines. Gohan's speed was simply extraordinary. The expression on the face of the God of Destruction from Universe 11, Vermout, was exceptionally grim. Suddenly, Topo rose again, and an immense surge of power erupted from within him. The ground around them began to tremble, and a fierce aura burst forth from Topo's being. This was the essence of a God of Destruction. He had been underestimated. Beerus' expression also grew serious. Where did Vermout find this prodigy? Truly a rarity. Who would have thought that a mere mortal could possess the power of a god of destruction? Whis chuckled. Vermaud realized that the truth of Topo's power could no longer be concealed, and he shouted, "Topo, unleash your full strength and hold nothing back." Upon hearing this, Topo finally released all of his power, and a purple aura erupted forth. Waves of energy rippled across the arena. In the next moment, Topo charged directly at Gohan, clearly intent on reclaiming his honor. The transformed Super Saiyan Gohan swiftly noticed his movement. He moved with remarkable speed while energy surged in his hands. Countless energy blasts shot forth, and the astonishing projectiles swiftly engulfed Topo. Boom, boom, boom. The arena echoed with the sounds of explosions. However, Topo, now wielding the power of a god of destruction, was not so easily subdued. As the rapidly approaching and exploding energy blasts rained down upon him, he retreated swiftly, quickly condensing a purple destructive energy blast in his hands. Destruction. Whoosh. In the next instant, a destructive energy blast was unleashed, instantly annihilating the energy blasts fired by Gohan. The distant Troffer vanished into thin air, only to reappear behind Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful punch with great force. As Wufan realized he could no longer evade, he crossed his arms protectively over his chest, bracing himself for the heavy blow that came crashing down upon his forearms. Whoosh. Gohan was immediately sent flying. Destruction. Topo seized the opportunity to once again condense a violet sphere of destructive energy. In an instant, the purple energy orb was cast forth. Gohan, who had quickly risen after being knocked down on the arena, leaped upward with great force, narrowly evading Topo's destructive assault. In midair, Gohan swiftly raised both hands above his head. Magical Flash. Chapter 60. Topo vs. Gohan. Gohan's hands shimmered with a brilliant radiance. The gathered energy sphere was swiftly unleashed. As the energy sphere hurtled towards him, Topo retaliated with a powerful punch, sending the sphere flying away. A thunderstorm echoed, and thick black smoke billowed into the sky. Topo shook his tingling hands and remarked, "This kid possesses considerable strength. My arm is numb." Just then, Wei Mei bellowed, "Topo, what are you doing? Hurry up and deal with that kid." At her command, Topo nodded. Raising his hands above his head, a colossal purple destruction sphere was immediately formed. "Kid, I initially had no intention of killing you, but your presence has disrupted my sense of justice, so do not blame me." Destruction. Whoosh. A purple-black destruction sphere sped towards Gohan. Faced with a destruction sphere that was several times more powerful than before, Gohan erupted with rage, golden flames of energy surging forth. "I promised Lord Wang Teng that I would become the strongest warrior. I cannot falter here." Kamehameha. Observing Gohan as he concentrated his power, Topo sneered, "Little brat. Your strength is but a flickering candle to me. Perish." Topo pressed down with both hands, and a heavy pressure emanated from the destruction sphere. Sensing the overwhelming force above him, Gohan elevated his energy to its peak, the white-blue glow in his hands pulsating vigorously. "What you say, I shall not accept." Wave. Whoosh. The white-blue energy wave shot forth instantaneously, colliding with the black-purple destruction sphere amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. The fierce wind generated by the destruction sphere surprisingly halted in midair as terrifying energy radiated outward, causing debris to rise from the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Teng remained composed above. While the high priest cast a casual glance at him, Gohan relentlessly channeled energy into the Kamehameha. Amidst his fierce roar, the dark purple energy sphere was gradually pushed back. "Whis, did you see a figure within Gohan?" Beerus inquired, astonished. In response, Whis smiled and said, "Are you referring to Lord Wang Teng?" Beerus nodded solemnly and replied, "Indeed." For a fleeting moment, it seemed as if the presence of Lord Wang Teng manifested within Son Gohan. Tropo gazed at the repelled destructive energy sphere, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never anticipated that his amplified destructive force could be thwarted by a mere human. He then bellowed, "In that case, allow me to demonstrate what true destructive power entails." As soon as he finished speaking, Tropo's hands coalesced into an even larger purple destructive energy sphere, pulsating with astonishing energy. Destruction. Tropo thundered as he hurled the massive purple sphere forward. Boom. The colossal purple energy sphere crashed down upon the previous destructive sphere, causing Gohan to immediately feel an overwhelming surge of pressure. "This is bad. It seems Son Gohan is in a precarious situation," Beerus exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, Whis' voice resonated. "Lord Beerus, do not be alarmed. Perhaps Gohan still possesses a hidden card." Observe Lord Wang Teng's composed demeanor. Beerus turned his gaze to the podium. noticing Lord Wang Teng seated calmly above, exuding tranquility without an ounce of concern. Only then did he redirect his attention back to the arena. Gohan was relentlessly pushed back by the terrifying energy blasts, leaving a long scar on the arena behind him as he stumbled. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like pearls. T-Boku sneered, "Give up, you have no chance of victory. Do not engage in futile struggles." Upon hearing this, Gohan's eyes widened in shock, and a series of low growls erupted from his throat. "I have worked too hard to reach this point. How could I possibly give up? I aspire to become a formidable warrior like Lord Wang Teng. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall pay the price." Tenfold Kaioken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A golden aura was immediately enveloped by a crimson flame as an overwhelming force erupted forth. Wu Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How can a mere mortal possess such terrifying power? Wang Teng gazed at the erupting Gohan with a sense of pride, for he was the one who had meticulously trained him. After teaching Gohan the Kaioken technique, he never anticipated that he would master it so swiftly, surpassing even Goku in terms of speed. Tenfold Kaioken. Gohan's cry resonated throughout the realm of destruction. The azure and white Kamehameha instantly received a formidable surge of power, pushing back against the two destructive energy spheres, albeit at a gradual pace. Terror filled Tao's eyes as he bellowed in disbelief. How is this possible? How can this be happening? How can a human withstand the force of destruction? Following this, he unleashed a fierce roar, exerting all his strength to forcefully push against the destructive energy spheres. Gohan instinctively stepped back, his expression transforming into one of resolute determination. With Gohan's deep, resonant shout, a cerulean shockwave erupted with astonishing force, completely repelling the destructive energy sphere that threatened to engulf him. Just at that moment, whoosh, the figure of Videl appeared unexpectedly in front of the impending threat. Destruction. A soft voice emanated from her lips. In an instant, the energy sphere in the air was utterly obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Wu Fan was suddenly startled, gazing at the abrupt appearance of the god of destruction, whose jester-like demeanor stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Was there no shame left? The thunderous voice of Beerus resonated sharply through the air. In an instant, Beerus found himself standing upon the arena. The two adversaries exchanged a long, penetrating stare, as the atmosphere itself seemed to freeze in that moment. Both Beerus and Whis inclined their heads slightly towards the two figures behind them, and stepped down from the arena. Beerus, exercise mercy where it is due. You have already achieved victory. Why resort to complete annihilation? Wei Maida spoke in a somber tone. Enough with the nonsense. Beerus bellowed, clearly incensed by Wei Maida's intervention. In the next moment, Beerus sprang into action. Whoosh! He vanished from sight, unleashing the full force of his ultra instinct. A halo of white divine energy enveloping him. When he reappeared, he stood before Wei Maida. Slap! A resounding slap echoed through the arena. To the astonishment of all, Wei Maida was inexplicably struck, sent flying backward. What? The other gods of destruction exclaimed in shock. For even the mighty gods of destruction had failed to perceive Beerus's move. This underscored the extraordinary speed at which Beerus was operating. Boom! Wei Maida crashed heavily onto the ground. He gazed at Beerus with disbelief, unable to fathom how casually Beerus had dispatched him. A wave of indescribable humiliation surged within him. As a fellow god of destruction, to be so effortlessly felled by a mere slap was a disgrace that would ruin his reputation among his peers. At that moment, as he stared in shock, Beerus vanished once more. Whoosh! When he reappeared, he delivered a powerful kick to Wei Maida. A cry of anguish escaped Wei Maida as he was sent tumbling off the stage, crashing into a massive boulder. He lay buried in the rubble. Beerus's cold voice resonated. In my eyes, you are even less than a mere insect. Chapter 61. The first god of destruction. Beerus stood on the arena like a war deity, exuding an air of disdain toward the onlookers. Yet the gods of destruction below dared not voice their anger. A faint smile graced Wang Teng's face. Beerus certainly commands respect. However, he mused that the other gods of destruction were woefully weak, lacking even a capable contender. In response, the Grand Priest nodded with a smile. Clearly in agreement with Wang Teng's assessment, Beerus surveyed the assembled gods below and spoke casually. If you are afraid, feel free to come at me all at once. I am unafraid. He stood on the stage, radiating an astonishing aura, an oppressive force that stifled the atmosphere. Under the weight of his overwhelming presence, a pin drop could be heard in the silence that enveloped the arena. Time ticked by slowly. 5 minutes had elapsed since Beerus had taken the stage. Yet no one dared to challenge him. At that moment, it felt as though the entire realm of destruction was devoid of life. Suddenly, A voice cut through the tension. Beerus, do not go too far. As Beerus has ascended to the astonishing pinnacle of a level 1 angel. Among the numerous gods of destruction below, only Quitella from Universe 4 and Hellas from Universe 2 possessed the strength to challenge him. Whoosh! In an instant, 2 violet beams of light flashed by. Both Lord Quitella and Lord Hellas launched their attacks simultaneously, indicating that Lord Beerus has truly provoked them this time. Whis observed the sudden appearance of the 2 combatants on the arena and murmured softly. Upon the arena, Beerus chuckled. Do these 2 defeated subordinates truly believe that they can triumph by joining forces? It is indeed somewhat disgraceful for 2 gods of destruction to unite against a single opponent. Yet they could no longer tolerate Beerus's previous actions. However, approaching him alone seemed too daunting, thus leading to the current predicament. Retracting his gaze, Beerus stepped forward and vanished from his position. Quitella and Hellas immediately fell into a state of vigilance. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Beerus reappeared before the 2, leaving the other gods of destruction below utterly unprepared. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated. Thud, thud, thud. Quitella and Hellas were unexpectedly sent flying by Beerus's strike, stumbling several steps before regaining their balance. Expressions of profound shock adorned the faces of the gods of destruction below. How has Beerus become so formidable? Kampa exclaimed in disbelief. In response, Beerus' attendant, Beerus, smiled slightly and remarked, Lord Beerus's mastery of Ultra Instinct has advanced further. Perhaps Lord Kampa should consider a rigorous training regimen to shed some weight. Upon hearing Beerus' comment, a wave of anger surged across Kampa's face as he bellowed. Silence, Beerus. On the arena, the 3 combatants had already engaged in an intense battle, the air filled with the incessant sound of white sonic booms. Bang, bang, bang. The staggering clamor of their clashes echoed continuously. A fierce gale rushed downward. Suddenly, 2 figures plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. The angel sob aghast. Lord Hellas. As everyone focused their gaze, it was indeed Hellas and Quitella who had been knocked to the ground. Beerus floated above, surveying the 2 with an air of indifference. A calm voice suddenly broke the tension. Destruction. A massive violet orb of destructive energy materialized in Beerus's palm. The expressions of Hellas and Quitella shifted between uncertainty and determination, as they had not anticipated Beerus's enhanced strength since their last encounter. However, retreating now would lead to utter humiliation. Thus, the 2 quickly rose to their feet, unleashing their energy, their violet auras soaring dramatically. A furious roar erupted from their throats. Destruction. Together, they conjured a violet orb of destructive energy. A terrifying gale relentlessly ravaged the entire arena. Whoosh! The destructive energy spheres from both sides were unleashed simultaneously. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, they collided with a thunderous boom. Boom. Rumble. A colossal sound reverberated instantly. The horrifying energy shockwaves spread outward, engulfing everything around. Boom. The deafening explosion echoed momentarily. Bang. Hellas and Quitella were hurled away, crashing heavily onto the arena hundreds of meters away. Meanwhile, Beerus hovered in the air, maintaining his attacking posture, remarkably motionless. The Ultra Instinct technique provided a comprehensive enhancement of abilities, significantly amplifying speed, strength, and defense at this moment. Beerus's power towered far above theirs. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. The 2 had yet to rise. It was uncertain whether they were injured or had surrendered. Witnessing this scene, the remaining gods of destruction gasped in disbelief, quickly calculating their odds of contending against Beerus. Ultimately, a bitter smile surfaced on the faces of all the gods of destruction. There was simply no chance of victory. Their calculations revealed that even 2 gods of destruction facing Beerus had no hope. However, to unite all remaining deities in a collaborative effort was an affront to their pride. The gods of destruction were inherently equal beings. If they joined forces against Beerus, the Grand Minister above would surely intervene. Yet, they had overestimated their own capabilities. Even if all remaining gods of destruction banded together, they might not stand a chance against Beerus. After exchanging glances, the remaining gods of destruction spoke in unison. We concede. Beerus, standing in the arena, let out a disdainful laugh. How utterly boring. There isn't a single opponent worth facing. As soon as he spoke, silence descended once more. The gods of destruction exchanged glances, feeling an inexplicable flush of heat on their faces. Beerus had single-handedly subdued all the gods of destruction. After today, his prestige among the deities would soar to unprecedented heights. At that moment, the Grand Minister stood up and announced, Since the match has concluded and the outcome is clear, I declare that the victor of this first tournament of destruction is Beerus. Beerus shall become the foremost god of destruction in the divine realm. The crowd below wore somber expressions, whether it was the recently defeated Whis or the angel Makari from Universe 11. Their faces were exceptionally grim as they gazed at Beerus in the arena. No one had anticipated that this battle would end in such a manner, and Beerus had completely surpassed them all. After this battle, the name of Beerus as the premier god of destruction would resonate throughout the 12 universes. Thus, the inaugural tournament of the God of Destruction is nearing its conclusion. As the Grand Minister rises, preparing to depart, it signifies the event has reached a satisfactory end. At that moment, Wang Teng's voice resounds. Grand Minister, please hold on. I have a request. The Grand Minister casts a puzzled glance, softly inquiring, "Oh?" A smile instantly graces his face. Has my younger brother's enthusiasm resurfaced? Since Wang Teng's arrival, he has spent considerable time with the Grand Minister, who is exceedingly familiar with his character. Having previously encouraged him in training, witnessing the victorious Beerus now stirs his ambition. Wang Teng chuckles. Only the Grand Minister truly understands me. With thoughts of Beerus having mastered the Ultra Instinct, Wang Teng indeed contemplates a challenge. After all, such a splendid opportunity is not one he wishes to squander. The Grand Minister retakes his seat, his voice calm yet authoritative. Let there be one more match. An inspection between the first god of destruction. Upon hearing the Grand Minister's announcement, the deities who were preparing to exit halt in their tracks. Wang Teng's figure transforms into a streak of light, appearing on the arena. As he materializes, Beerus immediately bows in respect. Beerus, unleash your full power without restraint. You cannot harm me. Wang Teng's commanding words reverberate through the arena. Chapter 62. Wang Teng versus Beerus. Wang Teng and Beerus stand opposite each other on the arena, gazing intently. Beerus, reveal your utmost strength to me. I hope your power will satisfy me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Wang Teng casts a scrutinizing glance at Beerus, who is instantly drenched in cold sweat. In the next instant, an astonishing aura erupts from Beerus, a violet flame soaring into the air. In truth, Wang Teng harbors no animosity towards Beerus. Although he frequently mentions destruction, Beerus is inherently warm-hearted. Observing the overwhelming energy emanating from Beerus, Wang Teng lets out a fierce roar. In an instant, golden flames explode from within him, forming a colossal pillar of light that pierces the heavens. Silver lightning flickers around the golden aura as Wang Teng's form begins to transform. Whoosh! The incredible energy intensifies, causing the entire realm of destruction to tremble violently. The sky suddenly darkens, and with Wang Teng's thunderous shout, golden radiance breaks through the clouds. The surging flames spread from beneath him, creating minute fissures in the otherwise unyielding arena. With a final roar, he transforms into Super Saiyan 5, his silver hair shimmering, and a white tail swaying freely. Beerus, we may commence. Although it is not the first time witnessing Lord Wukong's transformation, Beerus still feels a thrill of trepidation. Whis, do you think Lord Wukong will be all right? After all, Lord Beerus is now the foremost destroyer god. Wukong, filled with concern, inquired, "Oh dear, Wukong. There is no need for worry. It is Lord Beerus who should be concerned." Beerus chuckled softly. In the next moment, Wang Teng launched an assault. A flash of golden light illuminating the air as he swiftly closed the distance to Beerus, delivering a straightforward yet powerful punch. Whoosh! The fierce momentum of his punch erupted instantaneously, and Beerus, fully aware of the threat, utilized his ultra instinct with remarkable agility. With a subtle shift of his body, he deftly evaded Wang Teng's strike. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Wang Teng altered his trajectory and unleashed a torrential flurry of attacks towards Beerus. Crash, crash, crash. The two figures collided mid-air at a breathtaking pace, their movements so rapid that they seemed almost inconceivable. Below, the gods of destruction stood in stunned silence, astonished that this seemingly youthful inspector was, in fact, a master whose capabilities rivaled those of Beerus himself. At that moment, a sense of reverence washed over all the gods of destruction and angels present. Bang! The two fighters swiftly separated. A smirk appeared on Wang Teng's lips. Be cautious, he warned, as the power of his intent surged forth, initiating a reversal of time. Whoosh! Wang Teng's form began to dart across the arena with astonishing speed, his movements so swift that the gods of destruction struggled to comprehend them. Only the angels from various universes could keep pace. My brother Wang Teng's strength has escalated dramatically. He is entirely different from when he departed, murmured the Grand Priest above. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng was before Beerus, delivering a heavy punch. This assault was unlike any prior, as he not only harnessed his intent, but also maintained the time reversal, causing Beerus's movements to appear agonizingly slow. Beerus quickly assessed the direction of Wang Teng's attack and nimbly sidestepped. Suddenly, a powerful punch landed unannounced on Beerus's abdomen, sending a jolt of pain coursing through his body. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Beerus retaliated with a swift kick. Smack. Boom. The impact of Beerus's kick collided violently with Wang Teng's arm. In that moment, a sharp sound rang out, followed by a massive sonic boom that reverberated through the air, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Beerus's expression shifted dramatically. At the moment of collision, he sensed an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. Damn it. I never anticipated the inspector's prowess to be so formidable. I thought I had overestimated him, but it seems I have still underestimated him. Beerus thought grimly to himself. Wang Teng would not relinquish such a splendid opportunity for attack. As he unleashed his power, he struck fiercely at Beerus, sensing the overwhelming force emanating from his opponent's fist. Beerus swiftly retreated. Enhanced by the mastery of Ultra Instinct, Beerus's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he had distanced himself from Wang Teng. How remarkably swift. Truly, the mastery of Ultra Instinct is impressive. Though not yet perfected, it is indeed formidable. Wang Teng, observing his opponent's extraordinary speed, murmured to himself. As Beerus continued to retreat, he contemplated his countermeasures. Just then, Wang Teng's assault surged forth once more. A sphere of energy shot from Wang Teng's hand in an instant. Whoosh! Realizing the imminent danger, Beerus ascended into the sky, while Wang Teng's energy sphere detonated explosively at the edge of the arena. With remarkable agility, Wang Teng locked onto Beerus's figure, and his hands soon glowed with radiant energy. Golden flames erupted forth. Ha ha ha. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless energy spheres were unleashed in rapid succession. The prince's combat technique manifested once again. The multitude of energy spheres swiftly surged towards Beerus. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions ensued as Beerus was engulfed by thick clouds of smoke. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Teng offered no respite to Beerus, relentlessly launching energy spheres at breakneck speed as countless projectiles darted into the swirling darkness. Boom, boom, boom. The sky reverberated with thunderous blasts. Flames erupted, and black smoke billowed outward. Below, the gods of destruction grimaced, their hearts filled with profound sympathy for Beerus. Huh! With a resounding shout, a violet protective barrier appeared above the arena. All attacks were instantly repelled by the barrier. Phew, phew, phew. Beerus gasped for breath as the violet barrier expanded outward. The smoke was rapidly dispersed. Wang Teng gazed at Beerus, who had retracted the barrier, his expression shifting dramatically. Just then, a resigned voice from Beerus reached him. Lord Wang Teng's attacks are simply too formidable. I had no choice but to activate the barrier. Please be cautious moving forward. Suspended in the air, Beerus conjured the signature power of a god of destruction. A violet sphere of destructive energy materialized instantly. Destruction. Whoosh. The destructive sphere raced towards Wang Teng with astonishing speed. Observing the rapidly approaching force, Wang Teng activated his time rewind ability. In his eyes, the destructive sphere slowed to a crawl. Whoosh. In an instant, Wang Teng vanished from his original position. Boom. Rumble, rumble. A resounding explosion emanated from the arena. Purple energy expanded outward relentlessly. Wang Teng harbored no doubt that if this destructive energy sphere were to strike a planet, it would undoubtedly be obliterated into dust. Beerus hovered in the air, his gaze fixed intently on the epicenter of the explosion. At that moment, a surge of urgency filled his heart. Having activated the Ultra Instinct technique, he was virtually impervious to ambushes from any angle. Yet, Wang Teng was a notable exception. Having mastered the power of time, Beerus's movements appeared to Wang Teng as if they were slowed to a crawl. Boom. A heavy punch landed squarely on Beerus's face. Whoosh. Beerus plummeted downward like a cannonball. Chapter 63. Fierce collision. Seizing this opportune moment, Wang Teng would not let it slip away. His right hand swiftly coalesced a sphere of energy. Whoosh. The energy sphere was instantly launched towards the descending Beerus. Boom. Before Beerus could even react, the sphere erupted. In an instant, flames soared skyward, and thick smoke enveloped the arena. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Teng unleashed 3 more energy spheres at blinding speed. Boom, boom, boom. The spheres detonated in succession, casting dark plumes of smoke into the air. Below, The gods of destruction gaped in astonishment. They had clearly not anticipated that Beerus, freshly ascended to the throne of the first god of destruction, would be in such a disheveled state. My dear brother Wang Teng has made astonishing progress. He has only been away from the divine realm for a few days. Yet his combat prowess has reached this level, the Grand Priest remarked with a hint of surprise. Wang Teng understood that such an assault would not be sufficient to vanquish Beerus. The smoke generated by the explosions gradually dissipated over time, revealing Beerus's figure once more. Although the previous attack had not inflicted any harm upon him, his god of destruction attire was now dust-laden and rather disheveled. However, excitement flickered in Beerus's eyes. It had been ages since he had experienced such an exhilarating battle. Wang Teng, let us continue, he exclaimed. Whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward, his body radiating a mysterious white energy, moving with unparalleled speed. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of white light. Prepared for Beerus's swift assault, Wang Teng deftly sidestepped, meeting him head-on. Whoosh! Beerus's fist struck the air, creating a series of sonic booms as it sliced through. After the initial strike, Beerus realized he had only struck Wang Teng's afterimage. Clenching his teeth, he mobilized himself once more at high velocity. Bang, bang, bang. The air reverberated with the remnants of their energetic clashes, fierce gusts sweeping downward. Wei Mei looked up at the terrifying battle above, her teeth clenched tightly in anticipation. It is evident that even Beerus, who effortlessly defeated his opponents, unexpectedly finds himself entangled in a fierce struggle. Lord Wang Teng, persevere. Gohan gazed anxiously at the fierce battle unfolding in the sky. Beerus, increasingly alarmed, had not anticipated that even when pushing the Ultra Instinct to its limits, he would still find himself at a disadvantage. The might of Wang Teng astonished even him. With each clash, the air reverberated with a sound reminiscent of explosive ruptures. The deep, resonant impacts grew more frequent, as their speeds accelerated and their attacks became increasingly rapid. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless exchange of powerful blows sent tremors throughout the God of Destruction realm, generating gusts that swept toward the ground, creating numerous deep craters. The realm was on the verge of collapse. A white sonic boom manifested in the air, followed by a thunderous crash that heralded the descent of a figure from the sky. Beerus stood at the edge of the arena, his expression grave as he watched the unfolding chaos. A faint voice echoed from above, announcing the Kamehameha. The entire sky was illuminated with a dazzling display of white and blue light. At this moment, Wang Teng unleashed the Kamehameha of the Turtle School, its power now cataclysmic. With a shout, Wang Teng propelled the white-blue shockwave toward Beerus. Do you think you can defeat me with this move? You underestimate me. Destruction. A calm voice emerged from Beerus's throat as he coalesced a massive purple sphere of destructive energy in his palm. The next instant, that purple orb collided with the Kamehameha, unleashing a formidable wave of destructive force that battered against the Kamehameha's might. Huh! Wang Teng shouted with fervor, a brilliant golden aura igniting around him as his power surged, amplifying the Kamehameha's impact. Beerus felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Damn it! He found himself being pushed back on the arena, leaving a long trail in his wake. Let destruction reign. The white divine aura surged as Beerus maximized the Ultra Instinct. The destructive energy sphere began to exhibit astonishing power, and Wang Teng's Kamehameha showed signs of faltering. Witnessing this scene, Wang Teng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Beerus's combat prowess to be so formidable. His destructive force overwhelmingly potent. If this continued, it would not bode well. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened with resolve. Upon observing Wang Teng's expression, Gohan instantly discerned his thoughts. It is the first time I have witnessed Lord Beerus in such earnestness. Indeed, Lord Wang Teng's combat prowess has grown increasingly formidable, likely having surpassed the threshold of a first-tier angel. Moreover, he conceals a technique for amplifying his power, rendering the outcome of this battle truly unpredictable. Whis murmured softly. Boom. The collision of two immense forces produced a series of astounding sonic booms in the sky, with waves of energy radiating outward, compelling all present to summon their own powers to shield against the relentless onslaught of energy surges. The entirety of the God of Destruction realm trembled incessantly. The Grand Priest's eyes sparkled with intensity, shrouded in mystery regarding his thoughts. Tenfold King Kaifist. Ha! A resounding roar echoed from the heavens. Instantly, a crimson aura enveloped Lord Wang Teng, surrounding the golden flames emanating from him. A terrifying energy erupted forth. The Kamehameha surged forth like a tempest, radiating an increasingly brilliant white-blue light. Boom. As the Kamehameha gradually pushed back the violet destruction sphere, Thunderous roars resonated throughout. The entire first universe seemed to quiver slightly. Boom. The dreaded energy finally detonated at the center of the arena, flames leaping skyward. As the terrifying energy spread outward from the epicenter, Beerus, Kampa exclaimed in alarm, evidently shaken by the preceding force. He did not believe that Beerus could emerge unscathed from such an impact. Lord Kampa, please observe closely. Bardas's voice resonated gently. Wang Teng gasped for breath. His eyes fixed on the astonishing explosion below, his lips murmuring, to have managed to evade that, you truly possess remarkable skill. No sooner had he spoken than, whoosh. Beerus's figure abruptly materialized behind him, delivering a powerful punch. Astonishingly, in that critical moment, Beerus's ultra instinct unleashed an incredible velocity, effortlessly evading the terrifying shockwave in an instant. As Beerus's formidable fist came hurtling towards him, Wang Teng boldly met the challenge head-on. Their fists collided with a resounding impact. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted, radiating outward from the point of collision. In the next heartbeat, Wang Teng's form vanished like a specter, his speed, bolstered by the King Kai fist, becoming utterly unfathomable. Only a fleeting red afterimage remained in the air, while he himself had completely disappeared. When he reappeared, it was already behind Beerus. The god of destruction was taken completely off guard as Wang Teng landed a heavy punch squarely upon him. Bang! Whoosh! Beerus was sent flying through the air. Chapter 64. Narrow Victory. Beerus's body plummeted downward. Whoosh! Wang Teng's form vanished once more, and in that instant, he moved with the swiftness of lightning. His speed was so astonishing that it defied capture. This was the terrifying power of the tenfold Kaioken layered upon the foundation of Super Saiyan 5, amplified by Wang Teng's recent endeavors in signing in, battling, and cultivating, all of which had significantly elevated his fundamental combat prowess. Bang! Bang bang bang! Wang Teng unleashed a flurry of strikes, rendering Beerus akin to a mere punching bag, utterly powerless to retaliate. Under the overwhelming force and speed, combined with the manipulation of time, Beerus found himself bereft of any capacity to defend, reduced to a mere target for relentless assaults. So swift. At my current velocity, I cannot possibly keep up with Lord Wang Teng. Has he been concealing his true strength all along? As he endured the onslaught, thoughts raced through Beerus's mind. Prior to attending the first God of Destruction martial arts tournament, he had elevated his ultra instinct to a consummate level, merely a step away from perfection, never once anticipating defeat at Wang Teng's hands. Bang bang bang. Wang Teng continued his relentless barrage against the defenseless Beerus. Each strike landed with precision, inflicting unimaginable pain upon Beerus's form. Beerus, what is amiss? Have you exhausted your strength? If this is your limit, it is indeed rather disappointing. Wang Teng taunted, all the while launching his attacks. Having long occupied the exalted position of God of Destruction, he was unaccustomed to such humiliation. A tide of inexplicable shame surged within him. He had never yearned for strength as he did now. At that moment, a surge of dreadful white power erupted from within Beerus. A radiant, divine energy enveloped him, instantly transforming his aura. Crack! Wang Teng's fist was firmly grasped by Beerus. An astonishing force erupted forth, propelling Wang Teng away with tremendous force. Stunned, Wang Teng gazed at Beerus, struggling to utter a few words. Perfect ultra instinct. The Grand Priest's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, has he surpassed his limits? Remarkable. Whoosh. Wang Teng's form vanished yet again, his fist striking out like a bolt of lightning. With the velocity of his attacks compounded by the reversal of time, Wang Teng's punches became inconceivably swift, reaching Beerus in an instant. As he beheld the oncoming fist, Beerus's gaze sharpened with newfound intensity. He tilted his head slightly and miraculously evaded the strike. What? How is this possible? This fellow Beerus managed to dodge my attack? Has the perfect ultra instinct enhanced him to such an extent? A look of shock and disbelief marred Wang Teng's face. To comprehend the gravity of this assault, he had exerted himself to the utmost, bolstered by the forces of time, yet miraculously, Beerus evaded it with ease. What a farce. I refuse to accept defeat. Wang Teng roared within, charging once more at Beerus. Whoosh. A punch was hurled with fervor. Once again, Beerus effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A flurry of rapid strikes ensued. Yet, unsurprisingly, each and every one was deftly dodged by Beerus. At this juncture, Wang Teng began to lose his composure. Astonished that achieving perfection in the ultra instinct would yield such a significant enhancement. Moments ago, he had been dominating the battle. Remarkably, the tides of combat had shifted. Lord Beerus had entirely matched Lord Wang Teng's speed. In the blink of an eye, Lord Beerus had comprehended the flawless Ultra Instinct. Such talent was indeed extraordinary. Even Whis expressed his astonishment. The other gods of destruction stood frozen, their complex emotions beyond the capacity for words, as Beerus's power loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. In mere minutes, the already formidable Beerus had experienced yet another breakthrough, leaving some of the weaker gods of destruction bereft of any desire to engage in conflict. Healers and Katra clenched their fists tightly, their faces etched with resentment. Whis, what on earth transpired? Wasn't Lord Beerus perpetually on the defensive? How could his strength and speed have surged so dramatically? Does Lord Beerus possess some form of technique to instantaneously amplify his power? With a perplexed expression, Gohan inquired. In response, Whis chuckled, Lord Beerus has merely transcended his limits. Upon hearing that Beerus had indeed surpassed his limits, Gohan clenched his fists, filled with concern for Wang Teng. In the aerial battlefield, Wang Teng launched several more attacks against Beerus. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Each strike was effortlessly evaded by Beerus, indicating that his speed had far surpassed Wang Teng's. How infuriating it was to confront such a predicament, realizing that even with the enhancement of the Kaioken tenfold, he could inflict no harm upon him. At that moment, Wang Teng's countenance was exceedingly grim. Lord Wang Teng, your strength should be greater than this. If this is your limit, then victory is mine. Beerus remarked softly, gazing at Wang Teng. He felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, having initially presumed defeat in the match, only to witness a complete turnaround after comprehending the perfected Ultra Instinct. It was evident that he had thoroughly deciphered Wang Teng's movements. Beerus, do not become overly complacent. Even if you have mastered the perfected Ultra Instinct, it will be 100 years too soon for you to claim victory over me. The final outcome of this match will remain unchanged. No sooner had he uttered these words than Wang Teng's fists clenched tightly. 20-fold Kaioken. With a low growl, an unimaginable force erupted from within him. The crimson aura soared ever higher, casting a shadow over the entire god of destruction realm, as if the apocalypse were upon them. HAAA. At Wang Teng's exclamation, the golden aura enveloped in red flames shot skyward, piercing through the clouds, and gradually, the sky began to brighten. Whoosh. Wang Teng surged forward. Yet, the Ultra Instinct required no cerebral deliberation. His body instinctively assessed and evaded danger. Whoosh. Wang Teng's punch was instantaneously predicted by Beerus. However, Beerus soon realized that the opponent's speed had become too swift to evade. In astonishment, he swiftly retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided with a thunderous roar. Boom! An unfathomable force radiated outward. Wang Teng and Beerus locked eyes. Bang! The two swiftly retreated. Understanding that their powers were unsustainable, both resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. They then charged towards each other, the crimson flames and the white divine aura erupting simultaneously. Beerus! Wang Teng roared. Beerus bellowed in response, come. The astonishing power immediately caused the entire god of destruction realm to tremble. Even the very fabric of the universe trembled violently at this moment, as countless mortals gazed up at the sky in terror. Whoosh! Both individuals had pushed their powers to the utmost limit, and amidst the astonished gazes of all, the crimson and white luminescence converged, crashing together with tremendous force. Chapter 65. The Crisis of the Future World Boom. A terrifying tempest of energy instantaneously surged outward, causing the very realm of the destroyer god to quiver. The clash of red and white forces continued unabated. With their thunderous shouts, the two powers reached their absolute zenith. As time progressed, it was the one who had comprehended the perfect state of the ultimate technique, Beerus, who gained the upper hand. The white energy gradually devoured the red force entirely. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted upon the battlefield, flames engulfing the entire space, while thick black smoke billowed forth. The terrifying energy relentlessly spread outwards. Huff, huff, huff. Beerus gasped for breath, clearly having reached his limit. Lord Wang Teng. Gohan remained rooted in place, then shouted aloud. Whis closed his eyes, while Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind racing with potential strategies. He murmured, this is trouble for the skeletal one. The Grand Minister will not let him off easily. The expression on Beerus' face was one of profound despondency. Among the surrounding destroyers, expressions ranged from shock to schadenfreude. The Grand Minister's gaze was gravely serious. Although Wang Teng's aura had dissipated, he sensed something was amiss. As Beerus descended slowly onto the arena, a sense of dread enveloped him. He had never anticipated that, in the throes of his full power, he would truly be responsible for Wang Teng's demise. His spirits plummeted to an abyss, devoid of any triumph. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in his ears. "Beerus, you have grown too complacent." In the next instant, Wang Teng, enveloped in crimson flames, materialized behind Beerus. His finger poised menacingly at the latter's head, fully capable of extinguishing his life at a whim. Beerus' eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Impossible." I had already, simultaneously. Relief surged within him. The surrounding destroyers were left dumbfounded, their expressions laden with incredulity. Even the angels from other universes exhibited astonishment in their eyes. At that moment, the only one whose expression remained largely unchanged was the Grand Minister, for he understood that anyone favored by the Omni-King would not perish so easily. Wang Teng recalled the earlier circumstances with a shudder. Had it not been for his substitution technique, he would have surely sustained grave injuries, if not death. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Beerus' forehead. His strength had been depleted, leaving him utterly unable to continue the fight. Yet, he could hardly fathom how Wang Teng had evaded such a devastating strike. Taking a deep breath, for words escaped from Beerus' clenched teeth, "I concede." Upon hearing Beerus' admission of defeat, Wang Teng gradually retracted his Kaioken and Super Saiyan Blue transformations, reverting to his ordinary self with a long sigh of relief. With the match reaching its conclusion, the inaugural Destroyer tournament had come to an end. After the Grand Minister proclaimed the successful conclusion of the tournament, the gods departed from the realm of the first universe's destroyers, casting respectful and wary glances at Wang Teng as they left. Following a brief exchange with the Grand Minister, Wang Teng, accompanied by Whis, Gohan, and Beerus, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the cosmos. Within 2 days, the quartet returned to the realm of the seventh universe's destroyer. Wang Teng felt immense satisfaction with the tournament, as he had gleaned invaluable insights into the Ultra Instinct technique through his battle with Beerus. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Whis and Beerus, taking Gohan back to Earth. Upon returning to Gohan's residence, Wang Teng immediately chose to enter seclusion. The recent martial arts tournament had a profound impact on son Gohan, with every moment of the battle etched into his heart, significantly contributing to his growth. In the future world, the city lay in ruins, a wasteland scattered with the remnants of civilization. The last remaining warrior, Trunks, was fleeing into the distance. At that moment, a dark shadow swept through the sky, crackling with golden lightning, an ominous sight indeed. In the shadow's massive hand, golden light flickered incessantly, and in the next instant, countless energy blasts were hurled forth from it. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blasts erupted throughout the city, transforming the desolate landscape into an inferno. Trunks, taking refuge behind a colossal rock, bore witness to the devastation unfolding before him. The future world resembled a hellish nightmare. Moments later, the shadow hastily retreated into the distance. Once it had departed, Trunks gradually began to move. Gasping for breath, he hurriedly reached the entrance to Bulma's laboratory. Inside, Bulma was diligently operating the machinery. Just then, Trunks called out, "Mom." Bulma turned in surprise, her eyes lighting up as she spotted Trunks not far away. A radiant smile graced her face. "It's Trunks." Trunks, too, wore a smile as he approached her. "Great to see you. Are you all right?" Bulma exclaimed. "I'm fine. How about you, Mom?" Trunks replied with a grin, his gaze shifting to the fuel for the time machine on the console. "This is only enough for a one-way trip. After a year, this is all we have." Bulma lamented, sensing Trunks' disappointment. "Don't be disheartened. A one-way trip means there's a way to figure it out." She reassured him. "But if I go one way, I can't come back." Trunks protested. Bulma, exuding confidence, replied, "There will be a way back, though it might involve some risk." Hearing this, a smile returned to Trunks' face. "You've been working tirelessly. You should take a break. Don't worry about me. Time is of the essence." Bulma replied cheerfully, swiftly operating the control panel. The fuel for the time machine separated from the machine. "We need to get this to Capsule Corp as soon as possible," she declared. "I'll run it over." "You stay here and rest," Trunks insisted. "You haven't had any sleep, have you?" "Don't be silly. I'll go with you. It's better to face whatever comes together." Bulma responded with a smile. "Should you be assaulted by that individual, and if this container were to be destroyed, all the efforts of this year would be in vain." With that, Bulma lifted the jar containing the time machine's fuel. Witnessing Bulma's unwavering determination, Trunks had no choice but to relent, saying, "Very well." Upon hearing Trunks concede, a smile reappeared on Bulma's face, only to be replaced by a serious expression as she continued, "And Trunks, countless lives were sacrificed to produce this energy. Do not forget that. Some matters necessitate that you sacrifice everything to fulfill them, for you are the hope of many. At this, Trunks' countenance turned gravely serious. Yes, immediately. Bulma urged, then let us depart. Mai is waiting. Just then, a horrifying explosion reverberated from above the laboratory. Flames erupted, and thick smoke billowed. Trunks cried out, Mom, instinctively shielding Bulma behind him. After the explosion, Trunks pushed aside the debris before him. In the next moment, Bulma, who had been sheltered behind Trunks, wore an expression of sheer shock as the equipment lay in ruins. At that moment, sensing imminent danger, Bulma thrust the fuel into Trunks' arms and shouted, Trunks, hurry. No sooner had she spoken than another deafening blast resounded, and the laboratory erupted once more. Chapter 66. The arrival of Black Goku in the aftermath of the explosion. Trunks realized that Bulma had vanished from his side, and he frantically searched for her, calling out, Mom. Just then, a shadow materialized at the laboratory's entrance, holding Bulma aloft. Trunks sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Mom. Bulma urged, Run quickly. Trunks. Clenching his teeth, Trunks trembled with rage. At that moment, the shadow unleashed an energy blast. Seeing this, Trunks swiftly leaped aside. Boom! The energy blast detonated instantly, enveloping the entire laboratory in thick black smoke. Trunks emerged from the haze in a disheveled state, only to behold the laboratory transformed into a sea of flames, the explosions continuing unabated. Confronted with the terrifying reality that Bulma could not possibly survive such devastation, Trunks wept profusely, yet he understood he was the last hope. With tears in his eyes, he turned and fled into the distance, vowing, Mom, I will return. I will save this world, Earth. Since participating in the first God of Destruction martial arts tournament, Wang Teng had been in seclusion. Through his battle with Beerus and his personal experience of the Ultra Instinct technique, he had grasped certain insights and resolutely decided not to emerge from seclusion until he comprehended Ultra Instinct. Aware of the significance of this period for Wang Teng, Gohan took on the role of guardian, ensuring that no one would set foot in the backyard during this time. The training of Gohan and Goku, along with their companions, has now shifted to the front yard. Upon discovering that Wang Teng resides here, Vegeta has visited several times with Trunks. Ever since being effortlessly defeated by Wang Teng on the planet of fire boiling, he has sworn to conquer him. However, with Wang Teng now in seclusion, Vegeta has sought the guidance of Whis in the realm of the gods of destruction. In a future world, Trunks approaches a dilapidated building. Clutching the fuel for the time machine, he quickly enters and arrives at the door of a room, knocking gently. As the sound of his knocking resonates, a familiar female voice emanates, Trunks. Hearing this, Trunks turns and smiles, responding, Xiao Wu. A radiant smile appears on Xiao Wu's face as she exclaims, You're back. She gazes at the fuel in Trunks' arms and softly inquires, Where is Aunt Bulma? Noticing the change in Trunks' expression, Xiao Wu's demeanor shifts dramatically. Trunks' voice, filled with sorrow, reaches her ears. She sacrificed herself to help me escape. That bastard from the dark realm was able to sense my energy. As he speaks, Trunks clenches his fists tightly, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, he opens his eyes wide and declares, But Xiao Wu, the energy that my mother extracted with her life can allow us to return to the past. No sooner had he spoken than a howling sound filled the sky. Trunks, startled, quickly concealed his energy and hid at the stairwell. At that moment, a swirling black vortex appeared in the sky. Instantly, Trunks understood that the dark realm was about to descend once more. He thrust the time machine fuel into Xiao Wu's hands and unsheathed his sword. Charging out of the building, the sky crackled with golden lightning and a shadow darted from the clouds. Observing this, Trunks raised his sword and charged forward. The figure from the dark realm emitted a brilliant light, unleashing energy blasts at an astonishing speed. Trunks evaded rapidly, leaping into the air while swinging his sword. A beam of light shot upward as several energy blasts surged toward him. Faced with the approaching blasts, Trunks swung his sword with fervor. The air was filled with explosive sounds, and fiery light illuminated the sky. In that instant, the figure from the dark realm surged through the flames, launching another energy blast with blinding speed. Trunks found himself unable to evade. He had no choice but to raise his sword to meet the incoming blast. The impact was thunderous, sending Trunks crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Xiao could no longer remain a mere observer. She rushed out, calling, Trunks. Trunks, seeing her approach, shouted, Stay back. You must escape. Ignoring his plea, Xiao hastened to his side, insisting, What are you saying? I will draw him away. You are the one who must survive. Subsequently, She placed the fuel into Trunks' hands, then rose, brandishing her firearm and firing relentlessly into the darkness. The shadowy figure moved ceaselessly through the air, evading the bullets entirely. At that moment, a powerful energy blast surged forth, engulfing her in a moment of sheer terror. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and flames erupted all around. She was violently hurled backward, crashing into a nearby building, her fate uncertain. Enraged, Trunks dashed out, swiftly scooping her up. And as he gazed upon her unconscious form, his face was etched with fury. At that instant, the shadowy figure descended slowly nearby. Trunks bellowed, "You scoundrel!" The figure finally revealed his true visage, astonishingly resembling Sun Wukong. If Wang Teng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him, Black Wukong. Black Wukong chuckled, "The time has come. Today marks the end of your breath, Scion." Trunks glared fiercely. Black Wukong continued, "Bid farewell to this world, Scion." Trunks surveyed his surroundings, contemplating. The structures were not yet entirely destroyed. The enemy likely remained unaware of the time machine. Perhaps he could activate it successfully. Very well. Observing Trunks' unwavering determination, Black Wukong taunted, "Do you wish to oppose me? Knowing full well you cannot win, yet you refuse to relent. Indeed, Scions are truly foolish." The two locked eyes from a distance. Black Wukong added, "Fear not, I shall soon reunite you with that girl. For the foolish, death is a mercy." Trunks could no longer contain himself, a deep, furious roar emanating from his throat. Oh! A golden aura erupted instantaneously, a formidable energy surging forth. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. "You wretch! How dare you kill her?" Enveloped in the golden flames, he set her down and, fueled by rage, charged forward. His speed surged, delivering a heavy blow to Black Wukong's abdomen. Seizing the momentum, Trunks launched a swift kick, but Black Wukong effortlessly blocked it with his arm. In the next moment, Trunks unleashed a flurry of attacks, yet each was easily deflected. Bang! Trunks was sent sprawling. Whoosh! Black Wukong vanished from sight, reappearing right before Trunks, delivering a crushing kick that struck him hard. Acid and bile erupted from Trunks' mouth. Trunks retreated steadily, leaving a long mark on the ground beneath him. Black Goku afforded him no respite, launching another attack without hesitation. Observing this, Trunks swiftly braced himself, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. The air crackled with sound as shockwaves radiated outward from their clashes, intensifying the skirmish. At that moment, Black Goku seized an opportunity during Trunks' assault, delivering a powerful kick that sent Trunks crashing into the wall of a nearby building. With relentless aggression, Black Goku unleashed a flurry of kicks, driving Trunks deep into the structure. The ground trembled ominously as he retreated, his hand glowing with energy, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. The ensuing explosions filled the air with thick black smoke, causing the earth to quake beneath them. As the dust settled, Trunks found himself kneeling on the ground, clearly in disarray. Chapter 67. Back to the past floating in the air, Black Goku chuckled, "Is this the end? For a proud warrior, this is rather pathetic." Trunks glared furiously at him. In the next instant, Black Goku concentrated a golden energy sphere in his hand, declaring, "Let it be your end." Trunks stumbled back, falling to the ground, his palm brushing against a fallen sword. With a fierce shout, Black Goku prepared to unleash the golden energy blast. In a moment of desperation, Trunks seized the sword and hurled it toward Black Goku. The blade flew with astonishing speed, catching Black Goku off guard. The sword collided with the energy sphere in his hand, resulting in a tremendous explosion that illuminated the sky and sent debris flying. The sword executed a swift arc before returning to Trunks' grasp, and with seamless grace, he sheathed it behind him. With a powerful shout, Trunks proclaimed, "Die!" Magic flash. Instantly, golden energy surged from his palms. Black Goku, unable to evade in time, crossed his arms defensively. The golden blast engulfed him completely, creating a thick cloud of smoke and shaking the ground beneath them. As the smoke began to clear, it revealed Black Goku unscathed, his teeth clenched in frustration. "Where did he go?" he exclaimed, realizing that Trunks had vanished from sight. Trunks, meanwhile, had swiftly arrived at the Capsule Corporation, standing before the time machine. He inserted the blue energy capsule into the device, which immediately radiated with a brilliant blue light. Trunks clenched his teeth and instantly leaped onto the time machine. He deftly manipulated the controls on the main panel, and the machine roared to life, releasing a cloud of white mist from beneath. The time machine gradually began its ascent. Meanwhile, Black Goku hovered in the air, bellowing, thinking of hiding. "Don't waste your effort." An otherworldly glow enveloped him as he sought out Trunks' energy signature. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply and beheld the time machine suspended in the air, completely shrouded in radiant white light. Trunks murmured from within the machine, "Dark person." Black Goku's hands sparkled with brilliance as a purplish-black energy sphere rapidly coalesced. "Don't think you can escape just by boarding a craft. It's over for you, Trunks." The purplish-black light flickered intensely and, with Black Goku's thunderous roar, shot forth with great velocity. The energy sphere sped towards the time machine where Trunks was seated. Whoosh! The time machine vanished from sight. Black Goku exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Boom! The energy sphere detonated within the city, engulfing the area in flames and billowing smoke. Black Goku searched frantically for Trunks' presence. Where could he have fled? There? He immediately sensed Trunks' energy again. However, to his astonishment, he found that the entire future world was devoid of Trunks' energy. It had vanished, completely gone. On Earth, Trunks was enjoying lunch with Pilaf and his companions. Suddenly, a beam of golden light appeared in the sky, and a fierce gust of wind swept through the surroundings. Trunks stood up in shock, gazing skyward. Whoosh! The time machine suddenly materialized in the air. In the next moment, it crashed heavily onto the ground. Trunks rushed towards the time machine. He wiped the dust from the window and discovered someone unconscious inside. "There's a person here." Pilaf and his companions gasped. "What?" "Be careful, it might be an alien." Trunks confidently declared, "No need to panic, I can handle a mere alien." Little Wu pointed at the time machine, saying, "Trunks, look. The machine is marked with the Capsule Corporation logo." Trunks exclaimed in surprise, "It's real. Do we have such a product at home? Quickly call my mom." Hearing this, Pilaf replied, "Asu, could you run and fetch her?" Shortly after, Bulma arrived in a hurry. Trunks asked, "Mom, do you recognize the person inside?" Bulma stood below and inquired, "Is it a boy with blue hair?" Trunks, floating in the air, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's right." Bulma exclaimed in alarm, "This is serious." With the collective effort of several individuals, the large figure was swiftly transported to a room. Bulma urged, "Hold on. I will call Vegeta right away." She dashed towards another room with urgency. Ashu, taken aback, inquired, "Why do you need to summon Vegeta?" Shiwu shouted, "What does he have to do with Uncle Vegeta?" Pilaf's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that he is an illegitimate child? The three of them turned their gazes towards Trunks. Are the two of them brothers? Xiaowu looked at little Trunks and then glanced at the large figure. They bore a striking resemblance, almost identical. Trunks felt as if struck by lightning, muttering, "No, it can't be." Inside the room, Bulma frantically searched for the device to contact Whis. After some effort, she finally located the instrument. Bulma immediately spoke into the device. "Whis, hello Whis. Please pick up quickly." In the realm of destruction, Whis, Beerus, and Vegeta were enjoying a feast when suddenly the angel's staff began to glow. Whis cheerfully picked up the staff. "I'm here." Bulma's face appeared on the staff screen. "Whis, is that you?" Whis replied with a smile. "It seems my communication device has come in handy sooner than expected. Are there any other delicacies?" Bulma was taken aback. "What?" Whis continued, seemingly oblivious. "Thank you for your kindness. However, we have just finished our meal." Bulma, in a state of urgency, insisted, "I have something important to discuss. Please call Vegeta." Vegeta, nearby, promptly responded, "What is happening?" Meanwhile, Beerus grew impatient and bellowed, "What nonsense! Who allowed you to use that device for such trivial communication?" In response, Bulma retorted, "This is anything but trivial. It's an urgent matter." She then rushed into the room where the large figure lay, presenting its image on the communicator. Trunks returned in this state. The large figure displayed an expression of agony, prompting Vegeta to shout, "What?" Trunks, feeling increasingly agitated, thought, "Why is he also called Trunks?" Pilaf's forehead broke into a cold sweat at the realization. Both brothers have the same name. Trunks' expression darkened further. At that moment, Bulma shouted at everyone, "Be quiet." Vegeta, observing Trunks' pained expression, began to feel anxious. Bulma asked, "Vegeta, do we have any senza beans?" Vegeta responded, "Unfortunately, we don't have any at the moment. By the way, Bulma, have you tried contacting Kakarot? He must have some senza beans." Beside them, Beerus chuckled, "Hey, Whis, it seems quite entertaining. Let us join in." Whis stroked his chin and replied, "What a splendid idea. We might as well enjoy a meal." Thus, Whis guided the two of them in a swift streak of light towards Earth. Bulma immediately dialed Gohan's home, succinctly explaining the situation. As soon as Gohan hung up the phone, Wang Teng emerged from his seclusion. Upon seeing Wang Teng stepping out of the backyard, Gohan exclaimed with delight, "Lord Wang Teng, you have come out. How was your harvest?" A smile graced Wang Teng's lips as he replied softly, a modest gain. Yet, the expression on his face suggested that his achievements were far from trivial. Subsequently, Gohan recounted the news relayed by Bulma in general terms. Wang Teng chuckled. That sounds quite intriguing. Gohan, Goku, let us pay a visit. Chapter 68. Big Trunks and Little Trunks Whoosh. Wang Teng immediately sensed Trunks' energy and activated instant transmission, transporting the three of them to Bulma's residence in an instant. Upon the sudden appearance of the trio, Bulma exclaimed with joy, Lord Wang Teng, Gohan. Goku has also come. How wonderful! Wang Teng approached slowly, only to find Big Trunks in a state of agony. With a flick of his wrist, a senzu bean appeared in his hand. When he first arrived on Earth, he had collected a few senzu beans from Korin Tower, which had remained unused until today when he offered one to Big Trunks. In the future world, Black Goku hovered in the air, his teeth clenched, his visage contorted with rage. How could this be? That fellow's energy has suddenly vanished from this world. He seethed. No matter, I will surely find you. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? In an instant, Black Goku erupted in fury, his dark purple aura flaring up as a fierce gale swept downward. Back on Earth, Wang Teng tossed the senzu bean to Bulma. She approached Trunks with a face full of concern, troubled by the severity of his condition. Gently, she lifted Big Trunks' head and said, Trunks, this is a senzu bean. You must eat it. Little Trunks, observing his mother's deep concern for Big Trunks, began to question his own existence. As Big Trunks consumed the senzu bean, his eyes slowly fluttered open. Bulma anxiously inquired, Are you all right? As Wukong approached, he urged, Trunks, hold on. Meanwhile, Wang Teng stood with his arms crossed, patiently awaiting Trunks' recovery. Suddenly, as Trunks opened his eyes, the first sight that met him was Wukong's face. Instantly, memories of Black Wukong slaying his mother and his beloved Xiaowu ignited a furious blaze within him. Without hesitation, Trunks erupted, launching a powerful punch toward Wukong. However, with remarkable speed, Wukong grasped Trunks' wrist, unleashing a formidable gust of wind that rippled outward. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. You bastard! Trunks roared. Witnessing Trunks' desperate fervor, Wukong was equally astonished, left bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Wukong, with an expression of innocence, asked, What is it, Trunks? It's me. In response, Daitai bellowed. You scoundrel! At that moment, Bulma delivered a resounding slap across Daitai's face. What are you doing? Daitai was instantly jolted awake. Is that really you, Uncle Wukong? Are you truly the living Uncle Wukong? I thought you perished alongside Cell. With a gentle touch to his head, Wukong chuckled and said, In truth, many events transpired subsequently. I found myself alive once more. At that moment, a radiant flash of light appeared. Whis, Beerus, and Vegeta had already arrived. Vegeta swiftly dashed in, and upon seeing Trunks unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Whis and Beerus promptly approached to pay their respects to Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded and remarked, Everyone's here. Let us listen to the tale of this young man. All eyes then turned to focus on Trunks. Trunks continued to gaze intently at Wukong. Uncle Wukong, he exclaimed, bowing deeply. I sincerely apologize for my sudden attack earlier. Wukong chuckled. You startled me. It has been quite a while since we last met. Bulma replied in a serious tone, Trunks, what is happening? Date turned to Bulma, exclaiming Mom. Upon hearing Date call her Mom, little Trunks instantly felt disconcerted. Pilaf and his companions huddled together, whispering, Something has happened, and it seems quite serious. Date trembled as he approached Bulma, then knelt before her. Mom, Bulma gently inquired. What is wrong, Trunks? What has occurred? Beerus, lying beside little Trunks, remarked, Hey kid, your name is also Trunks, isn't it? Little Trunks nodded, Uh-huh. Whis stroked his chin, observing, Ah, I see. Time has been tampered with. Beerus blinked in surprise. What? Meanwhile, Date, still kneeling before Bulma, murmured, I have finally arrived. I have come to the past. Mom, Bulma softly reassured him. Have you calmed down now? Date rose and turned to Vegeta, exclaiming, Dad. Pilaf and his companions once again huddled together, whispering, He called him Dad. Little Wu quietly remarked, I sense a complex situation. Ashura added, So he is indeed an illegitimate child? Pilaf chuckled, We must uncover this secret. All three wore smiles. Pilaf then called out, Hey, you adults. Pointing at little Trunks. He continued, Look how anxious this young man is. This young master is Trunks. And this fellow is also named Trunks. Both Trunks have the same parents. The child simply cannot comprehend. Bulma silenced them with a fist, exclaiming, Enough noise. Both are my and Vegeta's children, so what? Pilaf and his companions were left stunned. Huh? Bulma then patted Date, saying, "This child is from the future." She pointed to little Trunks. Beerus remarked, "Indeed." Little Trunks gazed at Date in astonishment, murmuring, "This person is my future self?" Date replied, "I look forward to your guidance." Little Trunks echoed softly, "I look forward to your guidance." At that moment, Wang Teng walked toward the courtyard, gazing at the colossal time machine. The others followed him into the courtyard. Whis observed the time machine, stating solemnly, "One astonishing revelation after another." Beerus expressed his astonishment. "I never expected there would actually be a time machine." Whis continued, "I thought it impossible for humans to construct one." Wang Teng hurried forward, continuously examining the time machine. Time has always been a force wielded solely by angels. It is astonishing that Bulma has managed to create a machine capable of distorting time through advanced technology. Wang Teng then exclaimed, "Bulma, you truly are a genius." Bulma replied with a smile, "Are you beginning to see me in a new light?" In response, Wang Teng stated solemnly, "This is indeed remarkable. Traversing the past and future. Manipulating time. However, this constitutes a grave crime. Do you understand?" Both Bulma and Dida were taken aback. Vados, standing in the background, nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Wang Teng's words. In the future world, Black Goku relentlessly scoured the entire planet. "What is happening? I have searched every corner of this planet. Yet I still cannot sense his energy. Trunks, where are you?" Enraged, Black Goku unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions erupted throughout the dilapidated city, instantly transforming the already ravaged landscape into a sea of flames. Suddenly, Black Goku recalled that Trunks had vanished in an instant. In that very moment, he had disappeared. Pointing his finger, he wondered aloud, could it be the time ring? On Earth, Vados reiterated, although Lord Wang Teng has already mentioned it. Allow me to emphasize once more. Manipulating time, traversing the past and future, is a serious offense. Time must flow in a singular direction. If one were to reverse it and alter the past, even the slightest action, such as plucking a flower, could profoundly impact future history, altering cities and causing monumental shifts in civilization. Ultimately, it could even lead to the obliteration of a planet from the cosmos. Chapter 69, Vegeta, where has your pride gone? Upon hearing the gravity of Vados' words, Bulma glanced at Wang Teng and softly said, "I understand this is a significant matter." However, Vados continued, "Thus, even the gods are strictly forbidden from tampering with time lightly." Wang Teng nodded in agreement, stating, "You are correct." Dida murmured, "Gods?" Little Trunks explained, "These three hail from the realm of the gods." Dida was taken aback. Suddenly, Beerus interjected, "Even if you face annihilation, you cannot complain." Dida was stunned. Annihilation? Bulma exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? The time machine was constructed by me, but not by the current version of myself." Beerus chuckled, "There is no difference." Anger flared on Bulma's face as she shouted, "There is a difference." Unexpectedly, Dida knelt before Vados, pleading, "No, please wait a moment, esteemed deity." Vados pointed at Beerus and Wang Teng, stating, "These two are the true gods. I am merely a subordinate." Bulma hurriedly approached, softly exclaiming, "Trunks, it is not the deity, but the esteemed inspector and the god of destruction." Trunks sincerely knelt upon the ground, saying, "Esteemed inspector, god of destruction, my mother is not at fault. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me." Wukong implored, "I beseech you, Lord Wang Teng and Lord Beerus, please show mercy." Whis softly inquired, "What is your perspective, Lord Wang Teng?" In response, Wang Teng cast a glance at Trunks and gently remarked, "Considering Trunks' filial piety, I shall overlook this instance, but let it be known that there shall be no second chance." Upon hearing Wang Teng's declaration, Beerus, eager to voice his thoughts, was compelled to restrain himself. At that moment, Piccolo and Krillin were busily gathering vegetables at Wukong's home. They sat atop the vegetable crates, wiping the sweat from their brows. Krillin mused, "This reminds me of our training under Master Roshi." Just then, Chi-Chi flew in with Goten, exclaiming, "Oh no, we are in big trouble." Piccolo, taken aback, asked, "Is Gohan in danger?" Chi-Chi landed on another crate and shook her head. "Wu Tiandao, the time machine has arrived." Krillin exclaimed in surprise, "Are you referring to the time machine?" Upon hearing this, Piccolo murmured, "Oh, is it Trunks?" Kiki immediately interjected, "It must be quite lively at Capsule Corporation right now. I heard that Goku and Vegeta have all gone there." Piccolo swiftly realized that something significant must have occurred in the future, declaring, "There must be something extraordinary happening in the future." Krillin turned to Piccolo and said, We should go take a look as well. Piccolo nodded in agreement, and the two ascended into the sky. In an instant, they unleashed a surge of white energy and vanished from sight. Wu Tuan soared into the sky, exclaiming, "Wait for me." However, Chi-Chi, swift and nimble, leaped up and grasped Wu Tuan, saying, "No, you cannot go. You must stay home and study." Wu Tian, with a pained expression, remarked, "However, this may be of great significance to Earth." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi decisively countered, "In comparison to Earth, the upcoming examination holds greater importance." The Universal Capsule Corporation. The group sat across from Trunks. Wang Teng inquired, "What transpired in the future?" Vegeta speculated, "Could it be Majin Buu?" Date, with a serious demeanor, responded, "No. The emergence of Majin Buu is fraught with peril. Yet I followed the instructions of the Supreme Kai and ultimately defeated Dabura and Babidi. I managed to avert the rise of Majin Buu. However, soon after, an even more terrifying foe emerged." Wukong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What kind of adversary are we facing?" Date once again rose and bowed apologetically to Wukong, saying, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. I should not have attacked Uncle Wukong so abruptly." Wukong waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Don't pay it any mind." Date raised his head and remarked, "In truth, I mistakenly believed I could not return to the past, yet here he stands before me." Wukong was taken aback and exclaimed, "Are you saying?" Vegeta, with a grave expression, inquired, "What is happening?" Date replied, "He claims to be son Wukong." Vegeta's countenance changed instantly, and he gasped, "What?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wukong's forehead as he questioned, "Is it truly me?" Upon hearing this, an image of the cold and ruthless Wukong clad in black instantly materialized in Wang Teng's mind. Indeed, it was him. Both Whis and Beerus turned their gaze towards Trunks. Vegeta pointed at Wukong and inquired, "Are you suggesting that the enemy claims to be son Wukong and bears an uncanny resemblance to this fellow?" Daiteon nodded affirmatively, precisely. Wukong's expression turned comically absurd. "Is it possible that such a thing exists?" Date continued, "We refer to the individual clad in black as Black Wukong." Wukong was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "How outrageous. It seems even more stylish than I am." Just then, Bulma approached. "That name is rather cliché," Dotto remarked with a helpless expression. Yet, it was indeed chosen by the mother from the future. Bulma's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "It is me." But not entirely. Dotto continued, "Then, that individual, upon his arrival on Earth, declared that for the sake of justice, he would annihilate all of humanity. He boasted of having obliterated several planets along with their inhabitants. Subsequently, after a year of conflict, there were almost no humans left on Earth. My mother, too. Right before I came to this era." Upon hearing this, Bulma shouted, "Am I dead?" Dotto nodded sorrowfully. Vegeta retorted angrily, "So you shamelessly fled to this era?" Dotto was taken aback, exclaiming, "Father." Wukong immediately attempted to mediate, saying, "Do not speak in such a manner, Vegeta." However, Vegeta was unyielding, pointing at son Wukong and commanding, "Silence." The proud scion had actually turned his back on the enemy and fled to this place. In response to Vegeta's accusation, Deet's face flushed with agitation as he exclaimed, "That's not true." Hearing this, Vegeta retorted angrily, "Do not make excuses." At that moment, Bulma presented her future notebook before Vegeta, saying, "Do not misunderstand, Vegeta. The answers are all inscribed here. My future self has left a message." Upon seeing Bulma, Vegeta immediately softened. Bulma opened the notebook for everyone, stating, "My future self says to refuel in this era and organize the machines. Then we shall return to the future together." Vegeta exclaimed with excitement, "So it's about me going to deal with future Kakarot." Hearing this, Wukong responded with resignation, "That's not me. He merely resembles me." Wang Teng suddenly stood up, saying, "That sounds quite interesting. I shall join in the fun." Vegeta, taken aback, anxiously replied, "Lord Wang Teng, you must not intervene. Leave the task of defeating Kakarot to me." Just then, Bulma joyfully raised her fist and declared, "Then it's settled. We shall fly to the future and avenge me." Smiles spread across everyone's faces, clearly indicating their unanimous decision to embark on this journey. During the time Bulma prepared the fuel, Wang Teng directly summoned Trunks to an open area, stating, "Trunks, let me witness your strength. If you are too weak, you will not be able to protect the future world." Wu Fan immediately burst into laughter. How wonderful that Lord Wang Teng intends to train Trunks. A smile also appeared on Vegeta's face, clearly reflecting his anticipation. Wukong sighed with a resigned smile. expressing his desire to engage in combat with Lord Wang Teng. Wang Teng and Trunks stood facing each other in the open space, locked in a silent challenge. "Make your move, Trunks," Wang Teng urged. Trunks' eyes suddenly sharpened with intensity. "I understand now," he exclaimed, a deep growl emanating from his throat. A golden aura erupted around him, a powerful force surging forth. With each shout from Trunks, his energy intensified, lightning crackling within the golden flames. He pushed his power to the limit, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 70. Testing the waters. As Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged. The transformation sent ripples through the very earth, creating violent storms in nearby cities. Bulma, observing the two in the sky, murmured, "This is not good. I hope you don't take this too seriously." She then retrieved a remote control and pressed a button, causing a green beam of light to shoot from the roof of the Capsule Corporation, enveloping the two combatants in a protective net. "Now you can unleash your full potential without worry," Bulma declared with a smile. "All right, go ahead," Wang Teng responded. "Don't disappoint me," little Trunks encouraged. "Give it your all, future me." Trunks charged fiercely at Wang Teng, delivering a rapid series of punches. Wang Teng, eyes closed, began to sway side to side. Despite Trunks' astonishing speed, he could not land a single blow on Wang Teng. The fierce winds generated by his attacks dissipated upon hitting the protective barrier, vanishing without a trace. Little Trunks gasped in disbelief. "What? So many attacks? And not a single hit?" Trunks unleashed another powerful punch. Smack. Wang Teng effortlessly blocked Trunks' fist with his palm and chuckled. "Is that all the power you possess, Trunks? No wonder you couldn't protect the future world." Trunks, retracting his fist, wore a look of dejection. It felt reminiscent of his encounters with Black Goku. His efforts seemed futile. "Am I truly this powerless?" he pondered. Noticing Trunks' despondency, Wang Teng spoke gently. "You are a Saiyan. Regain your spirit. Give it everything you have." At those words, a flicker of confidence returned to Trunks' face as he grasped the sword at his back. "If that's the case, I will unleash my full strength." Wang Teng nodded in approval. Trunks drew his sword, a fierce aura radiating from him as he leapt high into the air, thrusting the blade toward Wang Teng. The surrounding protective barrier strained under the pressure, beginning to crack. The remote control in Bulma's hand instantly sparked to life. Beerus gazed into the sky and remarked with a smile, "That child possesses quite some skill, doesn't he? Even so, can he truly overcome that dark figure?" Vegeta and Goku were astonished as they watched the scene unfold in the air. There, Wang Teng extended a single finger to effortlessly block the formidable strike from Date. Trunks, straining with all his might, found himself utterly immovable. A tempest of emotion surged within him. To withstand such a powerful blow with merely a finger. A smirk graced Wang Teng's lips as he applied a slight pressure with his finger. Boom. Trunks was immediately sent flying. Whoosh. Wang Teng appeared above Trunks in an instant, extending his finger once more and gently pressing down. Trunks felt an immense force bearing down upon him. With a cry of despair, he plummeted downward. Crash. Trunks crashed heavily into the ground. Wang Teng descended gracefully from the sky. Trunks, having reverted to his normal form, struggled to rise from the deep crater. As Wang Teng turned to leave, his voice echoed softly, "Gohan, I entrust Trunks to your training. Take him to the hyperbolic time chamber." Whoosh. Wang Teng vanished from sight. Bulma and the others rushed over. Trunks. After a brief respite, Trunks slowly rose to his feet. This divine being is truly formidable. His strength far surpasses that of the dark entity. Vegeta scoffed, leaning against a nearby pillar. Gohan swiftly assisted Trunks to his feet. Tears immediately welled in the corners of Trunks' eyes as he exclaimed, "Master Gohan." Gohan was taken aback for a moment, only to suddenly recall that future Trunks' strength was a result of the training conducted by future Gohan. Gohan murmured, "Let me continue training Trunks for my future self." At that moment, Krillin descended from the sky. "Long time no see, Trunks." Trunks exclaimed with excitement, "Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin." Krillin extended his right hand, greeting, "Hey, how have you been lately?" Piccolo, cutting straight to the point, asked Trunks, "Has something happened in the future?" Trunks' expression immediately shifted. "Yes, to be honest." Just then, a flash of golden lightning appeared in the sky. Beerus and Whis gazed up in astonishment. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly emerged in the air. Black Goku materialized before them. He murmured, "Where is this?" Trunks cried out, "Dark Goku." Black Goku looked down and remarked, "Trunks is here." Then he spotted Goku and chuckled. "Isn't that Son Goku?" Wukong stepped forward and inquired, "Are you the being of darkness?" The lightning surrounding Black Wukong gradually dissipated, He then glanced at the ring adorning his hand and exclaimed, "I see now. I have traversed through time." Bulma gazed at the figure of Black Wukong in the sky. Astonished, it's truly identical. But Lord Wang Teng has just departed. Krillin looked up and questioned, "Who is that guy?" Trunks' face was already contorted with rage. Suddenly, Whis spoke, "Lord Beerus, please observe that man's right hand." Beerus cast a glance at the ring worn by Black Wukong. Indeed, it was unmistakable. Black Wukong surveyed his surroundings, first spotting Vegeta, then noticing the two individuals behind him, exclaiming in surprise, "Even the god of destruction Beerus is here." Trunks shouted, "Hey, how did you get here?" A sinister smile crept across Black Wukong's face as he replied, "It seems I have followed the temporal passage you created to arrive here. Did you summon me with the intention of having me eliminate you?" Trunks retorted angrily, "What?" He prepared to strike. At that moment, Vegeta's voice rang out, "Stop. You cannot defeat him now." In the next instant, Wukong soared into the sky, declaring, "I shall not hold back." Wukong stood opposite Black Wukong, chuckling. "You truly are my exact likeness." Black Wukong replied with a grin, "I have long admired your reputation, son Wukong." As the impending clash loomed in the skies above, Gohan swiftly retrieved the communicator that Wang Teng had given him, attempting to establish contact. However, after a considerable wait, there was no response. In truth, Wang Teng had experienced a sudden epiphany regarding the ultimate freedom technique during the recent battle, prompting him to return to Gohan's home for seclusion. Upon emerging from his retreat, he would undoubtedly be the first to notice Gohan's message and rush to his side. Goku gazed at his dark counterpart and remarked, "Though I am unaware of your identity, let that be of no consequence for now. I have heard tales of your prowess. Allow me to test my skills." The eyes of the onlookers were fixated on the sky. The Dark Goku replied, "It is a privilege. I too am eager to engage in a contest with this body." Upon hearing this, Goku expressed his astonishment. "Huh? What is happening?" The Dark Goku chuckled, "There is no need for you to know." In that instant, a golden energy sphere rapidly coalesced in the palm of the Dark Goku's hand. Whoosh! The golden energy sphere hurtled towards Son Goku with incredible speed. Wukong's expression shifted in alarm as he swiftly crossed his arms before his chest. In an instant, the two forces collided. The golden energy sphere unleashed an astonishing pressure, forcing Wukong to stagger backward. A trail of dust and smoke marked the air around him. Chapter 71. Wukong vs. Black Wukong. The golden energy sphere relentlessly propelled Wukong backward. The terrifying sense of oppression rendered him utterly incapable of escape. Boom! Wukong was forcefully propelled into a grand mountain by a golden energy orb. The resounding explosion reverberated through the air. The Dark Wukong swiftly rushed towards the source of the blast. Gazing skyward, Piccolo inquired, "Who is that individual?" In response, Bulma remarked, "He is my adversary." Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. Adversary? The group then pursued the direction in which their foe had fled. Beerus murmured, "Wukong is battling against Wukong? This is becoming increasingly entertaining." However, he was taken aback to discover that Lord Wang Teng had indeed departed. The Dark Wukong halted beside the mountain, as the epicenter of the explosion was now shrouded in dust and smoke. As the haze began to clear, Wukong was seen embedded in the mountainside, appearing quite disheveled. Yet, shortly thereafter, a smirk graced his lips as he nonchalantly lifted his head and soared to confront the Dark Wukong. Wukong chuckled, "Your prowess must surely exceed this level." It is astonishing to realize that their earlier skirmish was merely a preliminary test of each other's abilities. Black Wukong's lips curled into a smirk. "It truly delights me to receive such commendation from you." Wukong smiled faintly. "Huh." Suddenly, he erupted with fury, a golden aura instantly ascending, with silver lightning manifesting within the flames. A terrifying energy continuously surged forth. Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Observing Wukong's transformation, Black Wukong murmured, "It must be Super Saiyan." With a grin, Wukong charged fiercely towards Black Wukong. "Now it's my turn," he declared, unfazed by the rapidly approaching Wukong. Black Wukong met him head-on. The clash of fists resonated through the air, punctuated by a series of explosive sonic booms. Seizing an opportunity while Wukong was momentarily distracted, Black Wukong delivered a powerful kick to the outer side of Wukong's thigh, causing him to lose his balance. In that split second, Black Wukong launched a fierce punch. However, Wukong swiftly reacted, trapping Black Wukong's fist between his legs. He then brought his fists together, delivering a crushing blow to Black Wukong's torso. Whoosh! Black Wukong plummeted downward. With a brilliant radiance emanating from both hands, Wukong unleashed a dazzling display. The prince's battle technique howled through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless energy projectiles were instantaneously released. Just as Black Wukong steadied himself, the energy blasts reached him. Boom, boom, boom. The astonishing sound of explosions erupted forth. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, enveloped by thick smoke. A colossal crater immediately manifested upon the ground. Piccolo and the others gradually arrived at the battlefield, gazing at the smoke billowing from the depths of the pit. In the very next moment, a dark flame shot skyward. The dense smoke was swiftly dispelled. Black Wukong emerged unscathed from the center of the crater. Wukong gazed upon the emerging Black Wukong, a subtle smile gracing his visage. Below, Black Wukong erupted into a hearty laughter. Remarkable. Is this the true power of the Super Saiyan Son Wukong? As Wukong floated in the air, he chuckled. You and I are quite alike. We both become exhilarated in the presence of formidable opponents. In the next moment, Black Wukong erupted with a fierce energy. A dark aura surging forth in an instant. A blackish-purple light enveloped his entire being, and his power surged dramatically. Observing this, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with realization. His aura has indeed intensified. Black Wukong, cloaked in the swirling blackish-purple flames, ascended slowly, proclaiming, Allow me to witness the might of the strongest warrior of the battle-hardened race. In the blink of an eye, Black Wukong launched himself toward Wukong with remarkable speed. His ferocious fists rained down upon Wukong, forcing him into a defensive stance. The sound of fists colliding echoed through the air, generating turbulent shockwaves. With each passing moment, Black Wukong's punches grew increasingly rapid, and before Wukong could react, he was struck forcefully in the abdomen. Almost immediately, a powerful kick connected with Wukong's body. Wukong immediately soared into the distance. Black Wukong raised his right hand, and an array of energy spheres was instantly unleashed towards Wukong. Wukong swiftly adjusted his body, maneuvering through the air to evade the energy orbs. Boom, boom, boom. The energy orbs detonated from the sky down to the ground. With a swift spin upon the ground, Wukong ascended into the sky once more. Krillin, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, exclaimed, The energy of that dark Wukong is steadily increasing. Daz, murmuring, questioned, What's wrong with Uncle Wukong? Why isn't he unleashing his full strength? Vegeta chimed in, It is his unfortunate flaw to hold back at the outset. Daz, taken aback, responded, A flaw? The dark Wukong clashed again with Wukong, their battle intensifying with each moment. A fierce gale erupted from their collisions, sweeping downward. Their fists collided, knees met with force, each struggling for dominance. Remarkably, they were evenly matched. As they each withdrew their fists, they slowly separated, gazing at one another from a distance. Wukong chuckled. What are you probing for? Upon hearing this, Black Wukong retorted angrily, I was just about to ask you the same. To Black Wukong's words, Wukong replied, I await the display of your full strength. Black Wukong grinned. No need to be so impatient. Let us take our time and enjoy this. Whis murmured. This dark figure is indeed formidable. In response, Beerus nodded, saying, He resembles Sun Wukong, yet he is not quite the same. The aura emanating from that dark being feels rather peculiar. Wukong, poised in the air, proclaimed, It appears I must exert myself to the utmost, compelling you to unleash your full potential. Come forth. With a sudden surge of energy, he charged towards Black Wukong, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. His fists became a blur, landing several heavy blows upon Black Wukong. Suddenly, Black Wukong seized Sun Wukong's fist with a fierce grip, and in an instant, his dark aura erupted, sending Wukong hurtling away. Wukong plunged heavily into a towering mountain. Boom! The ground shook violently, and dust billowed into the air. At that moment, the dark Wukong, having traversed through the skies, unleashed a torrent of purple lightning, while waves of white energy continuously radiated outward. He felt as though his very being was being torn back into the void. Just then, Wukong launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick that struck the dark Wukong with tremendous force. Instantly, the dark Wukong was sent hurtling backward, soaring several meters before finally regaining his balance. Wukong gradually soared through the air. The dark Wukong clutched his chest, wailing incessantly. Then he suddenly lifted his head and exclaimed with a laugh, Wonderful! This pain will once again forge my strength. Wukong was taken aback and exclaimed, You truly make me uncomfortable. Black Wukong erupted with fury, his dark aura surging ominously, his power escalating in a strange manner once more. Krillin gasped, That guy's strength has increased again. Black Wukong swiftly gathered a golden energy sphere in his right hand, one significantly larger than before. Whoosh! In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the energy sphere was launched with great speed. As the sphere hurtled towards him, Wukong extended both hands, bracing against the incoming energy sphere. With a thunderous roar, Wukong unleashed an astonishing golden aura that propelled the energy sphere into the sky. However, just as he averted his gaze from the shimmering orb, Black Wukong had already closed the distance, delivering a swift and forceful kick towards him. With a piercing scream, Wukong plummeted downward. Boom! He crashed directly into the ground, and a thick cloud of dust instantly enveloped the entire space. The astonishing shockwave rapidly swept to the sides. Little Trunks stood protectively in front of Bulma, shielding her from the relentless gusts of air. Meanwhile, the time machine on the ground was toppled by the fierce winds. Big Trunks exclaimed, "The time machine!" Upon hearing this, Black Wukong's expression shifted dramatically as he cast a glance at Big Trunks before directing his gaze towards the time machine below. The time machine? Is that it? Chapter 72. Black Wukong. As long as I understand him, I can grow stronger. It was finally amidst Trunks' cries that Black Wukong discovered the time machine. And he grasped how Trunks had returned to the past. He murmured while gazing at the time machine below, "Is that the vehicle that brought him here?" Just then, a tremendous noise erupted, and Wukong, enveloped in a golden aura, shot out from the deep pit. "You let your guard down." A powerful punch landed squarely on Black Wukong's abdomen. Instantly, a searing pain coursed through his body, and the contents of his stomach were violently expelled. Wukong, seizing the opportunity, let out a thunderous roar and unleashed a powerful punch. Observing this, Black Wukong swiftly gathered his energy, his dark aura surging dramatically. In response to the astonishing force of his opponent's strike, he too extended his fist to meet it. With a resounding clash, the two formidable forces collided. A tremendous roar echoed through the air as terrifying waves of energy radiated outward. The two combatants relentlessly channeled their strength into their fists, their fierce shouts reverberating continuously. Their fists remained locked in a fierce struggle in midair, the overwhelming force engaged in a relentless contest. At that moment, the time ring adorning Black Wukong's hand emitted a blinding light. Instantly, a black hole materialized behind him. In the next heartbeat, Black Wukong was drawn inexorably towards the vortex. Wukong, having absorbed the power of the Super Saiyan, murmured, "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Black Goku, exerting all his strength, continued to struggle. However, the black hole exerted a tremendous gravitational pull, causing his body to tremble incessantly before it. In astonishment, Black Goku exclaimed, "Perhaps this distorted space-time seeks to restore itself." At that moment, he cast his gaze upon the time machine, gritting his teeth as a radiant light surged from his hands, swiftly coalescing into a golden energy sphere. The sphere shot forth with great speed, and a sinister smile crept across Black Goku's face, prompting exclamations of alarm from the onlookers. "This is bad." Just then, with a whoosh, Wang Teng's figure abruptly appeared. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the energy sphere, he extended his right hand and effortlessly deflected it away. The sphere was sent soaring into the sky, followed by a thunderous explosion. Black Goku could no longer withstand the force and was ultimately drawn into the black hole. The sky returned to its normal state. Observing the figure that had appeared, Wukong rejoiced. "Wonderful! It is Lord Wang Teng." Piccolo gazed at the spot where Black Goku had vanished, stating, "He has disappeared. That fellow has completely vanished." With narrowed eyes, Whis remarked, "He did not disappear of his own accord. This is likely a reaction of the time ring to the temporal distortion caused by the time machine's traversal, pulling the dark entity into this era. However, the distortion is akin to a wound striving to heal itself. Hence, the time ring forcibly dragged the dark being back to his original era. It is as if time has reset itself. In the future world, Black Goku reappeared in the sky, gazing at the familiar surroundings as he murmured, "So, I have returned," feeling a sharp pain in his chest. A frenzied grin suddenly spread across his face. At that instant, the excruciating agony caused him to lose control of his body, and he gradually fell from the sky. Crashing to the ground, clutching his chest, he lay on the ground, wailing in despair before whispering, "Son Goku. This is the power of Super Saiyan Son Goku. I have successfully etched his combat style into my being. This should render my strength impeccable." He stared at the vanishing black hole, lamenting, "I can no longer return to that era." Subsequently, Black Goku rose to his feet, ascending slowly into the air, his face contorted with rage. "Just a little more. Who was that last person? They actually thwarted my attempt to destroy the time machine. Soon, Trunks will return here again, How infuriating. On Earth. Trunks descended slowly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much, Lord Deity. Wang Teng smiled, replying, it was merely a casual act. He surveyed the area, noting the absence of any trace of Black Goku. Have I arrived too late? That rascal Black Wukong has managed to escape. Suddenly, Wukong inquired, Trunks, how did that fellow perform in comparison to our encounter in the future? Trunks, reflecting upon the future, recalled that he was utterly defenseless against Black Wukong. In that timeline, he appeared to possess even greater strength. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, not much, just a little. Upon hearing this, Trunks nodded in agreement. A smile instantly appeared on Wukong's face. At that moment, Vegeta's voice resonated. You can rest assured. Kakarot's true fighting power far exceeds this. By the way, I am the same. Trunks wore an expression of astonishment. Just then, Piccolo suddenly interjected. The Dark One's aura is continuously strengthening as he engages with you. Upon hearing this, Wukong replied earnestly, Ah, it feels profoundly enigmatic. Wang Teng slowly approached. Whis and Beerus immediately bowed in respect. He gently nodded and remarked, Beerus, Whis. Did you notice the ring that shone on the Dark One's finger just before he vanished? It does not seem like something a mere human could possess. Trunks exclaimed in shock. What? Hearing Wang Teng's inquiry, Whis respectfully responded, Lord Wang Teng, that is known as the Time Ring. A ring that only the Kaishin can wield. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Time Ring? Piccolo exclaimed, Is that Dark One a Kaishin? Beerus pondered for a moment and stated, Not quite. None of the Kaishin resemble Wukong. Wang Teng glanced at Whis. Whis continued, It is generally believed that the Time Ring can only transport one to the future or bring one back from the future to the present. It is strictly forbidden, even in the realm of gods, to return to an earlier past. Wukong scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. The future, the past, the present, all have left me bewildered. Trunks inquired, So, as long as I possess that ring, I can return to the future? A calm voice from Wang Teng interrupted. Only the Supreme Kai is permitted to wield the Time Ring. Moreover, to traverse against the flow of time bears grave consequences. Humanity cannot be allowed to wield such power. Trunks murmured, I am sorry. Excitedly, Wukong exclaimed, That dark figure possesses the Time Ring. Will he not come again? In response, Whis remarked, Who can say? I sense that the dark being traversing time is not of his own volition. With a gaze filled with disappointment, Wukong remarked, It seems we must await Bulma's creation of the fuel. Only then can we confront him in the future. In the future world. Black Wukong incessantly recalled his battles with Wukong. The memories of combat were indelibly etched into his body and soul. His physique began to adapt to Son Goku's fighting style. And in an instant, a wave of energy surged forth, obliterating a building into mere rubble. Clenching his fists, Black Wukong murmured, These movements meld seamlessly with the body. Is this truly Son Goku? Shortly thereafter, a more potent golden energy sphere materialized in his palm. Whoosh! The energy sphere was rapidly propelled forward. Boom! An astonishing explosion resonated throughout the city. Flames erupted skyward as the already dilapidated city faced further devastation, reduced to ruins once more. Floating in midair, Black Wukong whispered, I yearn to understand Son Goku even more, for if I grasp his essence, I shall grow stronger. Chapter 73, Journey to Universe 10. Once matters were resolved, Trunks accompanied Gohan to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Meanwhile, King Vegeta, Beerus, Whis, and Goku were en route to Universe 10. Along the way, Wukong exclaimed with excitement, Whis, is that fellow truly from the 10th universe? What kind of individual could he be? I am utterly thrilled. In response, Whis smiled and remarked, Based on the analysis of his aura, it bears a striking resemblance to that of the beings from the 10th universe. Wang Teng replied nonchalantly, Let us hasten our journey. Under Whis' guidance, the group swiftly made their way towards the realm of the god of destruction of the 10th universe. They had traversed approximately half the distance. Wukong trembled with excitement, exclaiming, Oh, I can hardly contain myself. Lord Wang Teng, who is that Zamas? Wang Teng shook his head and replied, Whis. Upon hearing this, Whis immediately responded, Indeed. This individual, by the way, previously held the position of god of destruction in the 10th universe. Due to his prodigious combat abilities, he garnered great admiration and is being groomed to become the next god of destruction. Wukong was taken aback. Is this true? Looking at the excited Wukong, Whis chuckled, Indeed. It's correct. Observing Wukong's eagerness, Wang Teng felt a wave of anxiety. He understood that in the original narrative, Wukong's combative nature led to the defeat of Zamasu. which subsequently triggered a series of calamities. In the 10th universe, in the realm of the Kaioshin, Zamasu poured a cup of tea for Whis. "Please enjoy this tea," he said. Whis inhaled the aroma and remarked, "It has a hint of sweetness, delightful and fragrant. I shall indulge without hesitation." After taking a sip, Whis smiled. "The tea brewed by a pure-hearted individual is crystal clear and extraordinarily delicious." Zamasu immediately responded graciously, "Thank you for your kind words, Lord Whis. There is something I have contemplated for quite some time," Zamasu began. "I ponder whether humanity is truly deserving of protection. Thus far, I have witnessed countless human endeavors, prosperity, conflict, and demise, an endless cycle. To me, this seems exceedingly foolish." Whis replied calmly, "Such is humanity." Zamasu abruptly stood, his excitement palpable. "Is an existence that mindlessly repeats such foolishness truly worthy of protection? Perhaps it would be better for us to bring this erroneous cycle to an end." In response, Whis stated, "The duties of the Kaioshin and the kings are to create, not to intervene directly. You should be aware of this." Upon hearing this, Zamasu remained fervent. "Are you suggesting that I watch humanity's mistakes with indifference?" Whis glanced at Zamasu. "It is not indifference. You must safeguard and nurture them. That is our duty. Only the god of destruction is permitted to intervene." Zamasu's expression shifted dramatically. Whis's tone became suddenly stern. "Zamasu, listen well. Be clear about your position and strive to understand humanity better." Zamasu closed his eyes, seemingly ignoring Whis's words. Whis raised his voice slightly. "Zamasu?" Reluctantly, Zamasu replied, "Yes." At that moment, a flash of light illuminated the space. Wang Teng and his companions arrived at the Kaioshin realm. Whis gazed up in astonishment. Upon recognizing Wang Teng and Beerus, both Whis and Zamasu immediately knelt. "We pay our respects to the esteemed inspector." Wang Teng nodded, "Greetings." It was only then that Whis turned to Beerus. "I apologize for the lack of proper welcome, Lord Beerus." Beerus, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded slightly. Whis, with a smile, greeted, "It's been a while." After the formalities, Whis respectfully raised his head. "Inspector, this is my disciple Zamasu." Zamasu promptly lifted his head, exclaiming, "It is truly a fortune to meet you, my lord." At that moment, Wukong swiftly approached Zamasu, who, upon seeing the suddenly appeared figure of Wukong, exclaimed in astonishment, "A human?" Wukong exclaimed with excitement, "You must be the king of the universe, renowned for your genius and prowess." Immediately, a look of fury crossed Zamasu's face. "How could a human possibly be here?" Whis whispered softly into Wang Teng's ear. "It seems this is his first encounter with Wukong." Wang Teng nodded in agreement and said, "Wukong, you mustn't be disrespectful. Be sure to extend a proper greeting." Wukong immediately straightened his posture in a comical manner and introduced himself. "I am Sun Wukong. A pleasure to meet you on this auspicious day, despite the long journey. It is but a trivial matter for me." Whis gazed at Wukong in astonishment, exclaiming, "Sun Wukong." Gradually, Wang Teng's voice resonated. "Please rise, King Kai." Only then did Whis and Zamas dare to stand up respectfully at the side. Zamas, bending slightly, furtively glanced at this human who could actually step into the sacred realm, harboring deep disdain within. Noticing their keen interest in Wukong, Whis gently remarked, "He resides on planet 4032 of the green 874 line in the 7th universe." Beerus interjected, "Indeed. He is a scion from the culinary planet, Earth." Zamas murmured, "Scion? Who is this fellow to be in the company of the inspector and the god of destruction?" In the next moment, Wukong began to rummage around Zamas's body. "You have quite the impressive training in the King Kai's realm." Anger flashed across Zamas's face as he retorted, "Do not touch me recklessly, human." Just as he raised his right hand, Whis seized it. "Cease, Zamas. One must not be disrespectful in front of the inspector." Upon hearing Whis's admonition, Zamas regained his composure and respectfully stood aside. Whis immediately knelt again. "My apprentice lacks manners. I beseech the inspector to dispense punishment." Wang Teng observed Zamas silently, and the entire realm of King Kai seemed to fall into a hushed silence. Whis was drenched in sweat, while Zamas kept his head bowed low, lost in thought. After a while, Wang Teng finally donned a smile. "Rise, King Kai. I shall not hold it against you." Whis, relieved, stood up and resumed his respectful position. Then, Whis's voice rang out, "What directives do you have, esteemed inspector?" At that moment, Wukong, oblivious to the unfolding formality, approached Zamas and proposed, "How about a friendly match? I traveled a great distance just for this." Upon hearing this, anger flared once more on Zamas's face. "How dare you? As a human, Wang Teng extended his right hand, swiftly pulling Wukong back, sending him flying. Do not delay us with trivialities. Wukong was abruptly hurled away, crashing heavily onto the ground. The pain was excruciating. Dear sir, please refrain from striking so suddenly. As Wukong rose, he complained, Wang Teng, with a nonchalant tone. Wang Teng replied, Whis. Whis slightly inclined his body, responding, yes. To be candid, a certain individual has arrived on Earth in the 7th universe, adorned with a time ring. Zama's muttered, a time ring? Whis continued, moreover, this individual is not a Supreme Kai. A look of astonishment crossed Gavas's face. How is that possible? Beerus spoke in a grave tone, and what is more, this person's visage bears an uncanny resemblance to that of another. As he spoke, Beerus gestured toward Wukong behind him. Gavas gazed at Wukong in surprise. Beerus added, so, what do you think? Any leads? Gavas scratched his head, pondering, this matter is indeed perplexing. Upon hearing the response, Wang Teng softly inquired, do you still possess the time rings here? Gavas respectfully assured, rest assured, esteemed inspector. I have kept them in meticulous safekeeping. Chapter 74. Gohan's training special. Hearing Gavas's assurance, Wang Teng smiled. Then let us take a look. Gavas immediately assumed a gesture of invitation, his respectful voice echoing, please. Esteemed inspector, proceed to the temple. Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. Under the guidance of Gavas and Zamas, Wang Teng soon arrived at a structure marked prominently with the character for realm. Once inside, Wang Teng seated himself within the temple, awaiting Gavas to retrieve the time rings. Whis quietly remarked, it seems Zamas is unaware of the existence of the time rings. Wang Teng nodded, let us observe further. Shortly thereafter, Gavas's voice resonated from afar. Forgive the wait. He approached, holding a box with reverence, followed closely by Zamas. Gavas placed the box on the table and opened it, revealing 5 rings, 1 white and 4 green. Please, esteemed sir, see for yourself, they are all here. Wang Teng glanced at them and softly beckoned, Beerus, Whis, come take a look. The two immediately stepped forward, exclaiming, it's genuine. No doubt about it. Gavas, upon hearing their affirmations, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, now I can rest easy. However, with troubles arising in the 7th universe, why would you all come to our 10th universe? Whis, with a glint in his eye, replied, we were also intending to conduct her across other universes. Gavas then wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exclaiming, so that's the case. Nonetheless, I feel immensely honored by your visit. Subsequently, Wang Teng and the others departed from the realm of the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe. On the return journey, Wang Teng inquired, Whis, have you discerned anything? Upon hearing this, Whis softly inquired, are you referring to that Zamasu? Beerus and Goku appeared utterly perplexed, completely at a loss as to what issues might pertain to Zamasu. Wang Teng nodded affirmatively and remarked that Zamasu, as the trainee Kaioshin of the 10th universe, is imbued with a palpable sense of malice and harbors significant prejudice against humanity. At this juncture, Whis stroked his chin, contemplating for several moments. Are you suggesting that this dark entity is connected to Zamasu? Observing Whis's keen intellect, Wang Teng smiled and affirmed, indeed, Zamasu is inextricably linked to the dark entity. Beerus, taken aback, promptly responded, what are your orders, my lord? Wang Teng's gaze sharpened ominously. Go and eliminate Zamasu. Upon hearing this, a look of shock crossed Beerus's face. However, recognizing the resolute intensity in Wang Teng's eyes, he understood there was no room for negotiation. Thus, he replied respectfully, understood. A flicker of unspeakable brilliance shone in Wang Teng's eyes as he mused. I must prevent the 3 Zamasus across different timelines from converging. Otherwise, the situation could become exceedingly dire. With Beerus tasked to eradicate the Zamasu of the primary timeline, while the Zamasu from the timeline where Goku perished has already transformed into Black Goku, the next concern is the Zamasu from the future timeline. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Teng gazed towards the starry sky, his eyes sharp and focused. Meanwhile, on Earth, within the hyperbolic time chamber, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, and a figure was sent hurtling downward, crashing heavily onto the ground. The figure of Gohan gracefully descended from the sky. Trunks, are you all right? Gohan inquired. Observing Trunks, who had suddenly ceased his actions, Trunks shook his head and replied, I am fine, Master Gohan. Please, feel free to unleash your power. With a fierce cry, Trunks instantly surged with astonishing energy, his golden aura rising fervently around him. Subsequently, he launched into a frenzied assault against Gohan, his strikes raining down like a torrential storm. In the face of Trunks' relentless onslaught, Gohan remained composed, expertly defending against each attack. Trunks, astonished, realized that his strikes were either deftly evaded by Gohan or easily blocked, proving utterly ineffective. With a swift motion, Trunks distanced himself from Gohan, a radiant light gathering in his hands as he conjured a golden energy sphere. With a whoosh, the golden sphere shot towards Gohan at an alarming speed. As the sphere loomed larger before him, Gohan unleashed a powerful shout. Ah! The golden aura erupted around him, emanating a terrifying force akin to a mountain's roar or its tsunami surge. Gohan clenched his fists tightly and struck forcefully at the golden energy sphere, sending it hurtling away. Boom! An astonishing explosion resonated through the air, illuminating the sky with fiery brilliance and billowing dark smoke. Gohan shouted, "Trunks, unleash your full power." Trunks nodded, placing his hand on the sword at his back, an intense aura surging forth. Here it comes. He raised his sword and swiftly lunged toward Gohan. As Gohan's expression abruptly transformed, he extended his hand to grasp the swiftly thrust sword, its edge sharp enough to instill a sense of dread. However, the relentless force emanating from the blade was indeed alarming. Although Trunks currently possessed only the strength of a Super Saiyan 2, wielding the sword seemed to elevate his power, subtly surpassing that of a Super Saiyan 2. With a tremendous surge of energy, a low, resonant roar erupted from his throat as golden flames of ki surged forth, causing the entire hyperbolic time chamber to quiver in response. In an instant, Gohan felt the sword in his hands emanating a fierce aura. Observing this, a smile crept upon Gohan's lips as he unleashed his power. His golden hair elongated instantaneously, marking his transformation into a Super Saiyan 3. Daz, astonished, realized that with Gohan's metamorphosis, his sword remained utterly unmoved. Trembling, he murmured, "Is this the transformation that transcends the Super Saiyan? How remarkable!" As Gohan withdrew his hands, Daz felt an immediate lightness, nearly losing his balance. It became evident during the battle between his father and Black Goku that the latter could grow stronger amidst combat. But with such formidable power, before he could finish his thought, Gohan's deep roar resounded. At that moment, an astonishing surge of energy erupted forth, and the golden flames of his aura intensified. His power was escalating at an astonishing rate. Impossible! To think that energy could increase to such an extent was terrifying. Daz muttered in shock, unconsciously taking several steps back. As Gohan's continuous shouts echoed, a red warrior materialized in Daz's line of sight. With black hair adorned with red edges, a body covered in crimson fur, and a tail swaying freely, his fearsome aura instilled dread in all who beheld him. The voice of Gohan gradually resonated. This is the fourth transformation of the Super Saiyan. Gazing at Gohan, whose aura was astonishingly immense, Trunks felt his mouth quiver in disbelief. The fourth Super Saiyan transformation. How terrifying. Observing Trunks' astonished expression, Gohan chuckled. This is nothing. The fifth transformation of Lord Wang Teng is truly earth-shattering. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks felt as though he were a frog at the bottom of a well, having always believed that Super Saiyan 2 was the pinnacle of Super Saiyan transformations. Yet, the spectacle before him shattered his previous understanding. Are you saying that this divine being can transform into a form even more powerful than Master Gohan? Trunks exclaimed in shock. Have my father and Uncle Goku also become so formidable? Gohan pondered for a moment and replied, Father and Uncle Vegeta have forged a new path, surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan and entering the divine realm of Super Saiyan, which they refer to as Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue? Trunks stammered. At that moment, he felt overwhelmed, encountering an abundance of realms beyond his comprehension. Chapter 75. A letter from the Omni-King. Looking at Gohan's astonishing power, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Master Gohan, why haven't my father and Uncle Goku pursued the fourth Super Saiyan transformation? Gohan contemplated briefly before responding. Perhaps it is due to the circumstances at play. Trunks mumbled to himself. Circumstances? Gohan recounted in full detail the arrival of Beerus on Earth. Beerus was in search of the Super Saiyan God, and to safeguard the planet. Goku and the others inquired of the dragon about the transformation method to attain this form. Subsequently, Goku and Vegeta made further advancements based on this knowledge, ultimately achieving the Super Saiyan Blue form. Trunks nodded in understanding, realizing the situation. Master Gohan, please subject me to the most rigorous training. Upon hearing this, Gohan gazed into Trunks' resolute eyes and nodded in agreement. Then let us commence. Thus, Gohan's intense training regimen for Trunks began. Meanwhile, at Capsule Corporation on Earth, Beerus, who had previously disrupted the main timeline with Zamasu, returned to Capsule Corporation. He and Whis sat at a table, awaiting a sumptuous dinner. King Kai floated nearby, practicing his techniques in serene solitude. Suddenly, his communicator emitted a sound. King Kai slowly opened his eyes and activated the device, revealing the projection of the Grand Zeno in the air. Upon seeing the sudden apparition, King Kai bowed slightly. "Greetings, Lord Zeno. How have you been?" Upon hearing the mention of the Grand Zeno, Beerus' demeanor shifted drastically. He stood rigidly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He quickly composed himself, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. "On this auspicious day, I apologize for any inconvenience caused by my travels." As Beerus stumbled over his words, Whis appeared beside him. "My apologies, Lord Zeno. I hope you are well." The childish voice of the Grand Zeno resonated. "Ah, little King Kai, it's been a while. I contacted you because I have something to discuss." Beerus kept his head low, too anxious to speak. King Kai smiled and asked, "What is it, Lord Zeno?" The Grand Zeno got straight to the point. "I wish to see Son Goku." Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed King Kai's face, while Beerus and Whis behind him widened their eyes in shock, letting out a gasp. Shortly thereafter, King Kai ended the call with the Grand Zeno. "Beerus, please locate Son Goku," King Kai stated calmly. With sweat still glistening on his forehead, Beerus nodded in response. Before long, Wukong appeared directly at the Universal Capsule Company, gazing at Beerus, who sat in a chair, still drenched in sweat. "Lord Beerus, what brings you here?" "I have matters to attend to, and will be quite busy shortly." Beerus replied in a deep voice, "Lord Wang Teng will inform you." Wukong was filled with questions. Noticing that Beerus had no intention of addressing him further, he could only proceed towards Wang Teng, who stood nearby. As Wukong approached Wang Teng, his eyes gradually fluttered open. The entirety of the realm expressed a desire to meet you. Wukong was taken aback and asked, "Are you referring to the Omni-King?" Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded and replied, "Indeed, the Omni-King has issued a decree for you to proceed to the royal palace immediately." At this moment, Wukong's expression grew solemn. Could it be regarding the martial arts tournament? Wang Teng shook his head. "Then I am at a loss." Just then, Wukong uttered a shocking statement. "Could we possibly delay until next time? The fuel for the time machine will soon be ready." Beerus could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Fool! The Omni-King has commanded you to go at once, and you must comply without delay." Wukong paused for a moment and chuckled. "Lord Beerus, please do not be angry. I shall set off immediately. By the way, Lord Wang Teng, is it far?" Wang Teng glanced at Wukong and replied, "If we fly, it may take us 2 days." Upon hearing this, Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, 2 days? But there is no time to foolishly run so far." At this, Wang Teng felt a wave of headache wash over him. "Beerus, it's up to you now. Take Son Wukong to meet the Omni-King while I focus on my training." Upon hearing this, Beerus was taken aback. He never anticipated that Wang Teng would pass the critical challenge directly onto him at such a pivotal moment. "Lord Inspector, aren't you coming?" Wang Teng chuckled. "Do you not grasp my meaning?" Beerus immediately broke into a cold sweat, replying, "I understand now. I shall leave this matter to the little deity." At these words, Wang Teng closed his eyes, and a creamy white, mysterious energy began to emanate from him. Observing this dismissive attitude, Beerus cast an unkind glance at Son Wukong, feeling a surge of frustration. "I wonder what the Omni-King sees in this fool." Suddenly, Whis interjected. "By the way, Wukong, aren't you friends with the Kaishin as well?" Wukong nodded and said, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Whis smiled and remarked, "With the guidance of the Supreme Kai, one can reach the Omni-King in but an instant." Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, "In an instant? Is that truly the case?" Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately interjected, "A splendid idea. If you accompany that fellow, I can rest assured." "Whis, you shall accompany Wukong." Whis, taken aback, responded, "What about Lord Beerus? Lord Wang Teng has permitted your presence as well." Beerus cast a glance at Wang Teng, noting no sign of dissent, and turned back to say, "I shall refrain from joining. I suddenly realize there are matters I must attend to." Hearing that Beerus would not accompany them, Wukong sought clarification. "What? You aren't going?" In a fit of vexation, Beerus seized Wukong by the collar, his voice low and stern. "Listen well. Do not create any trouble while you are there. I mean it. The fate of the entire universe hinges on your demeanor. Remember, should you provoke the Omni-King's ire, both you and I, along with this world, shall be obliterated. Keep that in mind." Wukong chuckled. "Lord Beerus, your expression is simply delightful." At these words, Beerus regained his imposing demeanor and cast Wukong aside. "You truly do not comprehend." He then glanced at Wang Teng, pondering to himself, if Wukong truly provokes the Omni-King, it may well fall upon the Grand Minister to intercede on his behalf. With a smile, Wukong patted his head and said, I have already assured you that everything is fine. I shall be back swiftly. So do not fret unnecessarily while I am away. Meanwhile, Bulma was diligently crafting fuel, making notable progress, which elicited cheers from the trio of Slavs who had come to assist her. Beerus glanced at the martial arts attire worn by Wukong and remarked, Are you truly intending to meet the Omni-King dressed in that manner? Wukong was taken aback. Is that not permissible? Beerus replied nonchalantly, Hurry and change into formal attire. Upon hearing this, Wukong retorted, What a bother. I might as well not go at all. Beerus was left speechless. Whis immediately intervened, stating, I shall apologize on his behalf, claiming he was pressed for time. Reluctantly, Beerus acquiesced. Listen, the matters concerning the Dark Man and the Time Machine must remain confidential. If the Omni-King hears of this, it would undoubtedly incite his wrath. You comprehend the consequences that would ensue. Acknowledging Beerus's warning, Wukong recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Beerus turned to Whis, adding, One more thing, Whis. Ensure that the Kaioshin remains unharmed. I entrust this to you. Whis smiled, I am aware of that. Wukong was utterly astonished. It was remarkable that Lord Beerus would express concern for others. At this juncture, Whis burst into laughter. Ho ho ho. The Kaioshin and the God of Destruction are interconnected. Should the Kaioshin perish, the God of Destruction would follow suit. Hearing Whis's words, Wukong exclaimed, Is that true? Are you saying that to defeat Lord Beerus, one merely needs to vanquish the Kaioshin? Wait, that sounds utterly dull. Beerus's face contorted with rage. Whis, how could you carelessly divulge such critical information? Chapter 76, Encounter with the Omni-King. Whis, observing the irate Beerus, chuckled, How impolite of me. However, it was merely to inform Wukong, so there is no need for concern. With a smile, Wukong gently touched his nose. Indeed, rest assured, my lips are sealed tighter than anyone's. Beerus gazed at the unreliable Wukong, his heart filled with a myriad of concerns. In an instant, Whis appeared by Wukong's side, placing a hand upon his shoulder. Let us hasten our departure. Whoosh. The two vanished from their location, in the realm of the seventh universe. The Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment, What? You intend to venture to the palace of the Omni-King? Wukong implored, Indeed, we would be grateful if you could guide us. Whis added, We appreciate your assistance. Upon hearing their words, King Kai responded, That is certainly not an issue. At that moment, the old Kai, who stood behind Kai, interjected, But you are not a deity at all. Wukong pondered, I find this quite perplexing. Meanwhile, standing at the rear, Jebbet wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Even I have never set foot in the palace of the Omni-King. The old Kai looked at him and remarked, Of course, I have only visited it thrice myself. Jebbet appeared utterly bewildered. Is that so? The old Kai scrutinized Wukong and said, I beg you to be mindful of your demeanor. Wukong, feeling helpless, remarked, Why do you all say such things? Do I appear to be impolite? The old Kai, without hesitation, responded, Indeed, you do. Wukong chuckled softly, dismissing the joke. Observing Wukong's expression, the old Kai sighed in resignation, remarking that it seemed all words had been in vain. At that moment, the Kaioshin spoke directly, urging, Let us be on our way. He positioned himself between Whis and Wukong, placing his hands upon their backs. With a flash and a whoosh, the trio vanished from their location. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves at the entrance of the King of All's palace. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, Is this truly the residence of the Omni-King? At that moment, the Grand Minister was already awaiting him not far away. The Grand Minister smiled and said, Having come from afar, I regret not being able to greet you properly. The King of All and Whis immediately bowed and replied, We have been well. The Grand Minister then remarked with a smile, Your esteemed name must be Sun Wukong. Goku extended his right hand and greeted, Hello. The King Kai promptly prodded Goku with his left arm. Upon sensing the sharp gaze of the King Kai, Goku immediately stood upright. Indeed, that is my illustrious name. Subsequently, Whis spoke, Please forgive his casual attire, as we departed in haste. Upon hearing this, the Grand Minister chuckled, There is no need for concern. For you, this attire is indeed formal, is it not? Wukong nonchalantly remarked, Indeed, you speak the truth. He then displayed a beaming smile. How do you know all this? The King Kai quickly stepped on Wukong's foot, casting him a knowing glance. At that moment, the Grand Minister chuckled, Please, follow me. The three of them proceeded to accompany the Grand Minister toward the palace of the Omni-King. Along the way, Wukong murmured, that individual appears ordinary. Perhaps they possess great strength. Whis replied, you do grasp it well. The Grand Priest ranks among the top 5 in combat prowess throughout the entire universe. Renowned indeed. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, incredible. Whis immediately placed a finger to his lips, hushing him, Sho, please, do not be disrespectful. Refrain from uttering anything about wanting to compete. Wukong gazed at Whis and remarked, but I care deeply. In response, Whis stated, I can only tell you that even I am not as formidable as his little finger. Wukong was filled with exhilaration. How remarkable. This special journey was indeed worthwhile. Whoosh! In an instant, they vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they stood before the Omni-King. There he sat upon his throne, flanked by 2 attendants. The Grand Priest immediately knelt on one knee. Sun Wukong approached to pay his respects to the Omni-King. The Omni-King's cherubic voice resonated immediately. Ah, Sun Wukong, you have arrived. In the next moment, the Omni-King soared down from his throne. He approached Wukong with delight, exclaiming, I am truly overjoyed that you could come. The King of all, Shin, promptly fell to the ground in reverence. Before the Omni-King, Wukong extended his right hand and greeted, Hi. The King of all, Shin, cast a glance at Wukong. Wukong had no choice but to retract his right hand and smiled, saying, I should say hello. What brings you to me? The Omni-King gradually levitated into the air. He reached out with his tiny hand and grasped Wukong's hand directly. You see, he exclaimed, I really wish to make a friend. I circled around you because I have taken a liking to you and would like to invite you to be my friend. Wukong was taken aback, and the expression on the face of the Omni-King also froze. Is there an issue? Wukong immediately frowned and asked, what should one do after becoming friends? The Omni-King chuckled. Let's play together. Upon hearing this, Wukong softly replied, that's fine, but did you summon me for this? The Omni-King maintained his cheerful demeanor. Is that not acceptable? Meanwhile, the kneeling Kaishin Shin was drenched in sweat and exclaimed, that is absolutely out of the question. The thought of Wukong becoming the Omni-King's friend filled him with overwhelming gratitude. The Omni-King glanced at Kaishin Shin and said, do not speak. At this, Kaishin Shin quickly bowed his head low, trembling all over. The Omni-King turned his attention back to Wukong and asked, what do you wish to say, Son Goku? Wukong said, you may call me Wukong. The Omni-King chuckled and replied, Wukong? Then what shall you call me? Wukong immediately found himself in a quandary, scratching his head and pondering. Well, let me think. He then chuckled and inquired, what about a Quan? The attendants behind the Omni-King sharpened their gazes, their eyes glinting with intensity. The Grand Priest's eyes sparkled with mirth, resembling crescent moons. Whis's eyes widened in astonishment, while the god of destruction, Shin, felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow, sensing impending doom. To everyone's surprise, the Omni-King responded with a smile, a Quan? Quite delightful. What shall we play? With his hands clasped together, Wukong said, I apologize, but I am currently quite occupied. Once I have completed my tasks, I shall accompany you. Is that acceptable? Just then, the guards of the Omni-King swiftly approached. Speak not so rudely. The Omni-King turned around immediately, his voice low and commanding. Prattle on. And do you wish to vanish? The 2 guards of the Omni-King broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, we dare not. The Omni-King then turned to Wukong with a smile and inquired, will you be able to play with me once your matters are settled? Wukong immediately replied, indeed. I can introduce you to an even better friend of mine. The Omni-King exclaimed in surprise, is that so? Wukong chuckled, leave it to me. Upon hearing Wukong's assurance, the King of all smiled and said, then it is settled. Let us repeat what we agreed upon last time. Wukong was taken aback, exclaiming, what is this? In an instant, the Omni-King grasped Wukong's hand. Wukong immediately recalled, chuckling, so that's it. He then grasped the Omni-King and began to sway him up and down. The Omni-King instantly burst into laughter, exclaiming, this is it. How delightful. No one else can do this. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, surely, this cannot be. It is far too simple. The Omni-King continued, I wish to gain a deeper understanding of such matters. Wukong glanced around and remarked, it appears rather dull here. Why not come to Earth for a visit? The Omni-King immediately handed Wukong the button to summon him. Splendid. This is a gift for you. Wukong was taken aback. What is this? The Omni-King chuckled. Just press this button, and I shall be there instantly. Wukong promptly pressed the button. The Omni-King, with a troubled expression, stated, pressing it now is futile, for I am right here. Wukong promptly stowed the button away, gazing at Wukong's actions. The King of all immediately chuckled. Do remember to introduce me to your friends. Chapter 77, Arrival in the Future World. Wukong immediately extended his right hand. All right, see you. Their hands clasped together. The Omni-King chuckled. Until next time, Wukong. Wukong immediately turned and said, Hey, King Kai, let us head back. The King Kai was already exhausted. Lying on the ground. Is it over? Wukong effortlessly lifted the Kaishin. It was over. It was truly over. The Kaishin finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Wukong hoisted the Kaishin onto his shoulders and turned, saying, Ah Quan, farewell. The Omni-King waved his little hand in response. The Grand Minister then led a few individuals away from the Omni-King's palace. Upon returning to the entrance of the palace, Wukong gently set down the exhausted Kaishin and inquired, Kaishin, are you all right? The Kaishin softly replied, sigh. The Grand Minister remarked quietly, Your friend is quite amusing. In response, Whis acknowledged, Indeed. The Grand Minister glanced up at Whis and added, I also look forward to meeting him again. Whis smiled and said, He will be pleased to know. The two exchanged slight bows as the Grand Minister's farewell echoed, No need to see me off. As Whis approached, the Kaishin immediately began to chant a spell. Kai, Kai, and the three vanished from sight. In the realm of the seventh universe's Kaishin, the old Kaishin breathed a sigh of relief, saying, It is good to have returned safely. The Kaishin then softly addressed Wukong. By the way, Wukong, you promised the Omni-King that you would bring friends to meet him. Whom do you wish to bring? Wukong chuckled as he scratched his head, saying, I haven't decided whom to bring either. Does anyone have any recommendations? The expression of the King of Worlds shifted dramatically, his face a picture of astonishment. At that moment, the voice of Whis echoed in, Really? Have you already spoken before reaching a conclusion? Wukong furrowed his brows and said, If I do not express it that way, will he truly allow me to return? The King of Worlds displayed a look of deep concern, exclaiming, If the Omni-King were to discover that you merely spoke in jest, it would spell doom for our world. Wukong chuckled, I shall ponder it further in a moment. Whoosh. Wukong and Whis returned to the Capsule Corporation. Upon seeing the two, Beerus exclaimed with excitement, You're back? Wukong replied, Don't be so frightened. Zeno is quite amiable. Beerus's eyes widened in shock, his entire being quivering momentarily. Zeno? Upon hearing this title, he felt as if his mind was overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Wang Teng remained in a meditative state, showing no signs of awakening, as if he had already comprehended the outcome of their visit to the Zeno's palace. After a while, Wukong, Vegeta, Wang Teng, and Trunks boarded the time machine. As they ascended into the sky, the onlookers gazed in awe. Wang Teng decided to leave Gohan on Earth to ensure the safety of this timeline. As the time machine gradually soared, Bulma watched them depart, her heart whispering, Lord Wang Teng, Vegeta, Son Goku, Trunks, I entrust you to protect our future. In an instant, the time machine vanished into thin air. Whoosh. The group found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. Upon landing, they leaped out of the machine, and Trunks pressed a button, transforming it into a universal capsule. Wang Teng surveyed the surroundings, and a single word echoed in his mind. Grim. Wukong exclaimed, Everything has been destroyed. Is this the future? Subsequently, Trunks recalled something and swiftly dashed forward. Wang Teng and the others immediately followed suit. Trunks picked up a hat, and Vegeta inquired, What is this? Trunks scanned the surroundings, his face etched with anxiety. When I left, Xiao was lying here. Yet, at that moment, there was nothing around. Just then, Wang Teng's voice slowly echoed, Wukong, Vegeta, you two stay behind to confront the Dark Ones. I shall deal with Zamasu in the future world. Make sure you don't perish. No sooner had he finished speaking than Vegeta roared, Stop underestimating others. You should be more concerned about the Dark Ones. In response, Wang Teng smiled and vanished from sight. Goku gazed upon the desolate remnants of the future world and softly inquired, Will Trunks join the battle as well? Trunks nodded affirmatively, yes. Just then, Vegeta's voice resounded with certainty. He is merely an apprentice. I am sufficient on my own. As soon as he finished speaking, Goku turned to Vegeta and insisted, Vegeta, that simply won't do. Trunks may choose not to fight, but you must share some of the burden with me. Vegeta firmly retorted, No way. This time it is my turn. Yet Goku remained undeterred, declaring, Let us decide through rock, paper, scissors. Vegeta coldly replied, I refuse. The two began to bicker, leaving Trunks standing in bewilderment. He had never anticipated that the formidable dark entity, which instilled fear in him, would merely be perceived as a slightly stronger adversary in the eyes of Uncle Goku and his father. The sounds of their playful contest echoed as they engaged in rock, paper, scissors. resulting in Goku's defeat to Vegeta. Vegeta chuckled. How could I lose to such a despicable tactic? At that moment, Trunks interjected. Father, allow me to participate as well. This is my home, our world. I wish to fight for it. Vegeta resolutely countered, absolutely not. If the situation turns dire, you must swiftly return to the past or seek King Kai. Do you understand? Beside them, Goku chuckled. I never imagined that fellow would utter such words now. It seems he has matured. With their resolve solidified, the three prepared for the impending confrontation. With a clenched fist, Wukong declared, Very well, let us embark on our journey. We cannot allow ourselves to be outdone by Lord Wang Teng. Whoosh! A wave of white energy erupted from the trio, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from their original location. Black Wukong stood atop a towering structure, gazing out over the desolate remnants of a future world. The sight was indeed sorrowful, yet I discerned that the earth had liberated itself from the scourge of humanity. Its future shall radiate with resplendent brilliance. The establishment of the peach blossom spring is within our grasp. Foolish humans, prepare yourselves for judgment. At that moment, a golden energy sphere surged into the sky, instantly transforming the heavens into a canvas of gold. Black Wukong was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the sudden manifestation of this golden luminescence. Not far away, Vegeta maintained a poised stance, ready to strike. Wukong chuckled. This way, he will discern our location. Indeed, the very next moment, golden lightning illuminated the clouds, and thick fog rushed forth. Vegeta gazed at the heavens, exclaiming, At last, it has arrived. As the mist dissipated, the figure of Black Goku materialized in the sky. Upon witnessing the newcomer, Trunks clenched his fists, seething with rage. Dark One. Black Goku's expression shifted in surprise. I never anticipated your arrival would be so swift. Vegeta, consumed by fury, unleashed a brilliant blue aura, a divine energy that erupted with astonishing force. He proclaimed confidently, Let me impart one truth. You shall ultimately perish at the hands of this Super Saiyan Blue. Trunks, astonished by Vegeta's sudden transformation, reflected. This is the Super Saiyan Blue Master Gohan spoke of. Indeed, it embodies a divine realm, a presence I cannot even sense. He then turned his gaze towards Black Goku, who remained unfazed by the sight of Super Saiyan Blue, as if he had encountered it before. To Trunks' astonishment, Black Goku began to applaud. Quite impressive. Is this what it means for a warrior race to don the essence of the divine? In an instant, Black Goku appeared before Vegeta, lifting his chin with a finger. You've trained long, haven't you? Chapter 78. A slap to Vegeta's pride in a flash. Black Goku stood directly before Vegeta, his finger resting on the latter's chin, grinning. You've trained for quite some time, yet at your core, you remain human. With a jolt of alarm, Vegeta swiftly retreated, creating distance between them, gritting his teeth. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta muttered, Cursed be this wretch. He has exploited my moment of weakness. His power has indeed escalated since our bout with Kakarot. Yet, in the face of Super Saiyan Blue, all of that proves inconsequential. Vegeta then lunged fiercely at Black Goku, unleashing a barrage of rapid punches. Black Goku's eyes widened in shock, for Vegeta's speed was utterly remarkable, leaving him no time to evade. He raised his arms to shield his body. Yet Vegeta's relentless fist struck him with tremendous force. Boom, 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 boom. Black Goku was propelled backward, crashing through multiple skyscrapers. Whoosh! In an instant, Vegeta reappeared before the retreating Black Goku, launching a tempest of strikes once more. Ya. Boom! Black Goku found himself utterly defenseless, continuously subjected to the onslaught. With his arms crossed and a furrowed brow, Wukong remarked, Seeing someone who resembles me being beaten brings forth a rather complex array of emotions. I finally comprehend the feelings of Vegeta during the incident with the fire on the stove star. Trunks gazed at Wukong and said, Uncle Wukong. Yet, at the core, he is still human. From the tone of his voice, it seems his true identity is that of a deity? Could it be Zamasu? Wukong pondered. It seems to be the case. Lord Wang Teng has indeed mentioned such words. Suddenly, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to Black Wukong. Before he could touch the ground, Vegeta reappeared behind him, launching a fierce punch that struck with tremendous force. Black Wukong was forcefully embedded into the stone wall. Vegeta, now enveloped in a blue divine aura, erupted with rage. He unleashed a flurry of rapid assaults upon Black Wukong, shattering the stone wall behind him into fragments. Yet, amidst Vegeta's tempestuous onslaught, Black Wukong not only showed no signs of pain, but instead bore a sinister smile. This eerie grin startled Vegeta, prompting him to leap back in alarm. A chill ran down Vegeta's spine as he recalled the moment Black Wukong had approached him like a zombie, grinning as he brushed the dust off his attire. In the next instant, Black Wukong launched a swift attack. With an unexpected velocity, he delivered a crushing kick to Vegeta's abdomen. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Vegeta's body, causing him to expel the contents of his stomach. Vegeta was sent flying backward, but with clenched teeth. He forcefully stomped the ground. A cloud of dust erupted as he barely managed to halt his backward trajectory. "Father!" Trunks exclaimed in alarm. Just then, Black Wukong reappeared directly opposite Vegeta. With a furious glare, Vegeta confronted him. Black Wukong spoke slowly. "The human body can be honed to such an extent. As a reward, I shall show you something remarkable." Vegeta blinked in confusion. "What?" In the next moment, Black Wukong erupted with rage. A tremendous aura surged forth, sending debris flying into the air. Golden lightning struck from the heavens. The entire future world began to tremble violently. A rosy flame ascended skyward. Vegeta exclaimed in shock. "What is happening?" Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. The dark figure transformed before them. Black Wukong's hair shifted to a rosy hue, and his entire being radiated with a divine, pinkish aura. Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks exhibited a myriad of complex emotions. The transformed Black Wukong extended his arms and proclaimed, "What do you think of this hue? Isn't it splendid? According to your tastes, let us name it Peach Pink. Henceforth, it shall be known as Super Saiyan Peach Pink." Trunks gasped in astonishment. Super Saiyan Peach Pink. In the next moment, a wave of laughter resonated as Black Wukong ascended slowly into the sky. "At last, I have completely claimed the power of Son Wukong for myself. Son Wukong, you ought to rejoice. You have reached the most exquisite pinnacle through me." Wukong gazed into the sky and remarked, "I cannot fathom what you are even saying." Black Wukong clenched his fist, his face beaming with pride. "You are merely a human. How could you possibly comprehend the noble virtues embedded in my words? My aspirations, my beauty. Indeed, everything that constitutes my existence is the epitome of solitude and grandeur." Wukong furrowed his brows and remarked, "That fellow is indeed repugnant." At that moment, Vegeta bellowed, "Dark One, who are you addressing?" "Your opponent is me." In response, Black Wukong replied nonchalantly, "Do you not comprehend? Your time on stage has concluded." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. "What did you say?" Black Wukong's indifferent voice echoed once more. "It is time for you to exit the stage." His words ignited an inferno of fury within Vegeta. Vegeta erupted with rage, swiftly charging toward Black Wukong. Whoosh! His lightning-fast punch was evaded by Black Wukong with a mere sidestep. Black Wukong coldly remarked, "You truly are oblivious to your own limitations." No sooner had he spoken than he launched a swift punch at Vegeta. Smack! Without even turning his body, Vegeta raised his palm to block Black Wukong's fist. Black Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. How infuriating. The pink aura surged once more, and Vegeta felt an abrupt heaviness in his fist. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful blow. His fist struck heavily against Black Wukong's face, and in the next instant, Vegeta launched a flurry of rapid attacks against him. Countless heavy punches rained down upon Black Wukong. He was sent sprawling backward. A terrifying force coalesced around Vegeta's fist. "I shall shatter you. Perish." Gazing down at the beleaguered Black Wukong, Vegeta raised his fist to deliver a decisive blow. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A smirk crept onto Black Wukong's lips, and a pink lightsaber materialized in his right hand. Caught off guard, the pink lightsaber pierced through Vegeta's body. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. "What is happening?" Wukong and Trunks stared wide-eyed, as if their eyes were as large as brass bells. A calm voice emanated from Black Wukong. "The role I assigned you earlier needs adjustment. You shall be the appetizer, Vegeta." "A delectable appetizer indeed." Vegeta murmured, "You scoundrel." No sooner had he spoken than Black Wukong drew the pink lightsaber embedded in Vegeta's body. A spurt of fresh blood immediately gushed from Vegeta's mouth, and the azure aura dissipated in an instant. Vegeta plummeted downward. Thud! The ground was instantly enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. In a moment of treachery, Black Wukong had successfully struck down Vegeta without him unleashing his full power. Had Vegeta transformed into a deep blue Super Saiyan from the very beginning, the outcome might have been drastically different. Trunks, witnessing his father's fall, cried out, "Father!" Black Wukong's laughter echoed from the heavens. "Thanks to the appetizer, my power has increased. Well then, I shall now devour the main course and ascend to an even higher realm." Trunks seethed with rage, Damn it. Wukong stepped forward decisively. Step back. Trunks murmured, Uncle Wukong. Chapter 79, Wang Teng. So, you are here. With a decisive step forward, Wukong let out a thunderous roar, instantly transforming into the formidable Super Saiyan Blue, his divine azure aura soaring with intensity. Trunks, taken aback, exclaimed, This is Uncle Wukong's Super Saiyan Blue. He has unleashed his full power from the very beginning. A faint voice of Wukong echoed, Trunks, take good care of your father. Immediately after, Wukong soared into the sky. In the next moment, the Super Saiyan Blue Son Goku stood face to face with Black Goku. You once said that pain would make you stronger. Now I understand what you meant. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Black Goku pointed his pink-hued energy sword at Wukong, declaring, I now exist in a realm beyond the reach of humanity. Surely you yearn to experience this power as well. With a laugh, Wukong remarked, Indeed, perhaps. Shortly thereafter, he unleashed a myriad of energy blasts directed towards Black Wukong. In response to the swiftly approaching energy orbs, Black Wukong brandished his pink-hued lightsaber. Boom, boom, boom. A series of astonishing explosions erupted in the sky, as dense black smoke engulfed the entire battlefield. As the smoke began to dissipate, Wukong appeared before Black Wukong, his fist hurtling forward with remarkable speed. Black Wukong immediately raised his pink lightsaber to defend himself. Bang! The two collided instantaneously, unleashing an incredible force that radiated outward. A fierce gust of wind swept downward, while the air was filled with the sounds of intense impacts. The pink and blue figures darted through the air like twin comets, colliding intermittently, locked in a fierce battle. Trunks swiftly reached Vegeta's side, yet his gaze remained fixed on the aerial clash, exclaiming in astonishment, It's a stalemate. A faint voice from Vegeta responded, No, that's not it. Just then, Black Wukong skillfully wielded his pink lightsaber, catching Wukong off guard, and instantly shredding the fabric of his chest. Wukong cast a glance at his chest, and in that fleeting moment, Black Wukong seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that struck him with tremendous force. Boom! Wukong plunged heavily into the ground, instantly enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. The dark Wukong gradually descended onto the roof of a dilapidated building. Wukong struggled to rise, gazing at the dark Wukong on the ceiling, exclaiming, What immense strength! In an instant, the dark Wukong surged forth, a rosy flame ascending gracefully, as his power converged into his hands. The pink energy orb swiftly materialized in the hands of the dark Wukong. This must come to an end. Wukong gazed in astonishment at the stance of Black Wukong. Kamehameha? At that moment, a voice resonated from the heavens. You shall not be permitted to act with such impudence any longer. Upon hearing this voice, Black Wukong immediately dissipated the energy sphere he had been gathering in his hands. A brilliant golden light flashed as Zamasu materialized in the sky. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, Zamasu? How could he possibly be here? Where is Lord Wang Teng? Vegeta, straining to turn his head, bellowed, That scoundrel Wang Teng. Where has he fled? Zamasu promptly descended beside Black Goku, both wearing expressions of delight as they gazed down at Son Wukong. Zamasu spoke, We once made a pact. Ultimately, it shall be by my hand that Son Wukong meets his demise. Wukong and the others fixed their gaze intently upon the two individuals. Subsequently, Wukong swiftly composed himself and rose to his feet. Zamasu, I never anticipated your presence here. Upon hearing this, Zamasu replied with a smile, Are you surprised? After all, we are partners. It is only natural for me to be here. Within Wukong's heart resided a profound sense of bewilderment as he pondered the whereabouts of Wang Teng. Logically speaking, given Wang Teng's formidable prowess, dispatching a foe like Zamasu should have been a mere trifling task. Subsequently, he cast a grave gaze towards the two individuals before him. Regardless of the circumstances, they were undeniably adversaries. Vegeta, sitting upright, muttered, That scoundrel Zamasu. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to collapse once more onto the ground. Trunks, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, Father. After a final check of his nasal passage, he exhaled slowly, relieved to sense a lingering breath. He was merely unconscious. Zamasu, with a sinister smile, proclaimed, Before long, the world I have long anticipated will soon come to fruition, a world of righteousness. Upon hearing this, Wukong erupted in fury. What are you uttering? Yet Zamasu continued, oblivious to Wukong's outrage. In that righteous world, humanity has no place to exist. Wukong roared, I shall not allow you to succeed. The sacred blue energy surged forth in an instant. Meanwhile, Zamasu in the sky immediately manifested a purple energy sword in his right hand, thrusting it towards Wukong. Wukong also extended his fist, preparing to confront the enemy. At that moment, a figure appeared in an instant. Without any warning, a kick struck directly at Zama's abdomen. Zama's was sent flying through the air. Boom, boom, boom. His body crashed through several skyscrapers. Gazing at the newcomer, Wukong exclaimed with delight, "Lord Wang Teng." Trunks' face immediately brightened with joy as well. Wang Teng looked at the black Wukong standing on the rooftop, his expression a mix of uncertainty, then glanced at the fallen Vegeta. As a calm voice resonated, "There is not a soul in the Kaioshin realm. So, you have fled here, Zamasu." Then, with a flick of his hand, a Senzu bean materialized in his grasp. "Trunks, catch." He tossed the Senzu bean over. Trunks caught it, yet his eyes remained fixed in a daze upon the sky. Wang Teng's voice echoed once more, "Trunks, that is a Senzu bean. Quickly administer it to Vegeta." Fortunately, when he first arrived on Earth, he had visited Karen Tower, and there were still plenty of Senzu beans in the system space. The next moment, whoosh, Zama shot upwards, instantly reaching the side of Black Wukong. Gazing at the suddenly appearing Wang Teng, he murmured, "Are you a deity? Why do you assist humans?" In response, Wang Teng chuckled, "I act solely based on my preferences. I help whomever I choose, and it's none of your concern." Upon hearing Wang Teng's blunt words, Zama's gaze sharpened instantly. "Then perish." "Huh." Zama's lunged once more at Wang Teng, but to Wang Teng, his attack appeared as sluggish as a tortoise, for the flow of time had already reversed. Boom. Wang Teng delivered a kick to Zama's nose. Blood cascaded from his nostrils. Zama's felt as if he were on the brink of insanity. "Hey, partner, let us strike together." Upon hearing this, Black Wukong nodded. The next moment, both surged toward Wang Teng simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The air erupted with the sounds of fierce battle. Circles of white sonic booms continuously emerged, a gust of wind sweeping downward. Boom. The three rapidly separated. At this moment, shock was etched on the faces of Black Wukong and Zama's. For in the recent clash, their combined attack had yielded no advantage whatsoever. Trunks fixed his gaze on the sky, murmuring, "Is this the power of the divine? Truly astonishing." Just then, Wukong shouted, "Trunks, hurry and give Vegeta the Senzu bean." Trunks suddenly realized he had been so captivated by the aerial battle that he had forgotten to save his father. What a pitiful display of strength. He swiftly shoved the Senzu bean into Vegeta's mouth. Gulp. After swallowing the mystical bean, Vegeta's eyes gradually fluttered open. He rose to his feet, stretched his limbs, and then gazed skyward, murmuring, "Since Wang Teng has arrived, it appears I shall not have the opportunity to strike. How infuriating." Trunks, witnessing his father's revival, exclaimed with joy, "That's wonderful, Dad." Vegeta merely snorted in response, choosing silence over words. Chapter 80. The Tragic Fate of Zamasu. Wang Teng, Zamasu, and Black Goku regarded one another from a distance. In the next instant, Zamasu and Black Goku exchanged a knowing glance before launching themselves forward once more. Confronted by the rapid assault of the two, Wang Teng promptly met them head-on, and the three engaged in fierce combat anew. Zamasu and Black Goku relentlessly wielded their energy blades, striking at Wang Teng, yet each attack was thwarted by his powerful fists. Boom, boom, boom. The astonishing energy shockwaves radiated outward, causing the surroundings to tremble. Subsequently, Wang Teng unleashed a staggering punch from an unexpected angle, sending Zamasu hurtling through the air. With a piercing scream, Zamasu plummeted downward. Meanwhile, Black Goku gritted his teeth and charged at Wang Teng once again. At that moment, Black Goku felt a sudden blur before his eyes. Whoosh! The silhouette of Wukong suddenly materialized before him. "Your opponent is me." Gazing at the abruptly appearing Wukong, Black Wukong was filled with fury, brandishing a pink-hued sword of light as he charged forward. Unyielding, Wukong met the oncoming blade head-on, and in an instant, the two were locked in combat. Wang Teng's gaze lingered on the duo for merely a few seconds before shifting to the figure of Zamasu below. It was evident that Zamasu had regained his composure, slowly emerging from the deep pit. At that moment, a radiant glow erupted from Wang Teng's hand, and several energy blasts shot forth, catching Zamasu off guard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the energy blasts detonated upon impact with the ground. Zamasu scrambled desperately to evade the onslaught from above, utterly beleaguered. The cacophony of explosions filled the air, as smoke enveloped the entire scene. As time passed, the haze gradually dissipated. Just as Zamasu burst forth from the smoke, Wang Teng was already before him. Boom! An energy blast struck him squarely in the abdomen. He was sent flying, akin to a fallen kite. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. Zamasu was buried beneath the rubble. Vegeta, witnessing Wukong engage in battle, clenched his teeth in frustration. How despicable, Kakarot. At that moment, Trunks interjected, Dad, let us join forces and defeat the Dark One. Upon hearing this, Vegeta roared in anger. Silence. How can you utter such words? Where has your pride gone? Where is the pride of a Saiyan? Seeing Vegeta's fury, Trunks dared not speak further, directing his attention to the aerial skirmish instead. A thunderous roar erupted from Zamasu's throat, and in the next moment, he soared from the ruins. Hovering in the air, his teeth gritted in rage, he thought, how infuriating. To be attacked from my blind spot. Observing Zamasu's resurgence, Wang Teng remarked with a faint smile, quite tenacious, but I wonder if you can rise again next time? Don't let me down. Whoosh. As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Teng vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Zamasu. A powerful kick landed squarely on Zamasu's abdomen, so swiftly that he had no time to react. Whoosh! Boom! Zamasu crashed heavily into a dilapidated building. Instantly, dust and debris filled the air. Wang Teng hovered above, gazing at the clash between Wukong and Black Wukong, where the two fought with equal ferocity. One moment Wukong plummeted from the sky, only for Black Wukong to be sent reeling moments later, creating an impression of evenly matched prowess. Just then, a soft voice whispered in Wang Teng's ear. Where are you looking? As Wang Teng turned around, he immediately spotted an energy blast closing in. Faced with the unavoidable projectile, he swiftly extended his right hand. Boom! The astonishing energy blast was instantaneously deflected. Wang Teng chuckled, a mere parlor trick. Yet, before he could mount a counterattack, several more energy blasts surged toward him. In light of this, he maneuvered swiftly in midair, and with the aid of time reversal, he effortlessly evaded all the incoming blasts. A terrifying explosion echoed through the sky, and thick clouds of dust enveloped the entire space. Whoosh! In the next moment, Wang Teng materialized behind Zama's, delivering a rapid kick. Zama's gaze sharpened, and he vanished in an instant, causing Wang Teng's fierce kick to strike nothing but air. At that moment, Zama's conjured an energy blast in his hand, pressing it toward Wang Teng's abdomen. Whoosh! In this perilous situation, Wang Teng activated his instant transmission. His figure reappeared before Zama's, landing a powerful uppercut squarely on his chin. Zama shot upward into the sky. Wang Teng unleashed a surge of energy, a white wave erupting around him as his hands emitted a dazzling radiance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless energy blasts erupted from his palms. The reverberating explosions filled the air. Dense black smoke shrouded the sky. As the explosions gradually subsided, Wang Teng remarked, Hey, Zama's. Could you take this a bit more seriously? It's rather dull otherwise. In the next instant, Zama's burst forth from the haze. Trunks, witnessing Zama's emergence, gasped in astonishment. His wounds were healing at an alarming rate. Observing this remarkable sight, Wang Teng remained unfazed, simply gazing at Zama's. His calm voice echoed forth. It seems you have attained immortality through the Super Dragon. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Zama's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you possibly know? This is impossible. Who are you? You are clearly a deity. Why would you assist humanity? Wisdom is the greatest gift bestowed upon humanity by the gods, yet mankind has misused it. Do such beings deserve assistance? Wang Teng's voice, tranquil yet resolute, resonated as he regarded the increasingly frenzied Zama's. Such a disgrace. A god consumed by obsession and desire can no longer be deemed a god. Today, I shall cleanse the divine realm. At this proclamation, Zama's erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha! What do you understand? Only immortality embodies the essence of a god. With such a flawless body, how dare you claim you can kill me? Wang Teng and Zama's locked eyes, each silently challenging the other. Zama's was acutely aware that his strength paled in comparison to his adversary. Despite possessing an immortality that shielded him from death, he recognized that continuing the battle would yield no favorable outcome. At that moment, a piercing howl echoed from the distance, drawing both Wang Teng and Zama's attention. To their astonishment, Goku was swiftly approaching, urging, Flee, Lord Wang Teng. Meanwhile, the sinister Goku nearby was gathering a terrifying surge of energy in his hands. The Kamehameha, radiating a vibrant pink glow, illuminated the entire battlefield. As the ominous shockwave threatened to engulf them, Zama's offered a faint smile before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he had astonishingly positioned himself behind Wang Teng, seizing both of his arms with fervor. Strike now. he bellowed with urgency. In response, the Dark Goku accelerated the accumulation of his shockwave, racing towards Zama's. Goku unleashed a powerful punch. Yet, before Goku's blow could land, Wang Teng had already collided headfirst with Zama's, delivering a tremendous impact. Wukong was taken aback. Coming to an abrupt halt in midair, Zama's immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. At that moment, Black Wukong had finally completed the gathering of his Kamehameha. A wave of energy surged forth. It came with astonishing speed, a pink shockwave hurtling towards them. Upon witnessing the terrifying force, panic washed over Wukong's face. "Flee! Lord Wang Teng!" he exclaimed, darting towards Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng remained unfazed, extending his right hand to grasp the somewhat disoriented Zama's, shielding him in front of himself. "Wukong, retreat to my rear." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong activated his instant transmission and appeared directly behind Wang Teng. Boom! The overwhelming Kamehameha engulfed the three of them. In an instant, flames soared skyward, and thick black smoke billowed up. A grin spread across Black Wukong's face. "At last, I have vanquished them." But the next moment, Wang Teng emerged from the smoke, carrying Zama's. Black Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. "What?" Observing the astonished look on Black Wukong's face, Wang Teng chuckled. "So, you intended to eliminate your partner. Yet, it seems he possesses an immortal body, thwarting your desires. Here, take him back. Do as you wish." With that, Wang Teng tossed Zama's towards Black Wukong. Zama's arced through the air, descending towards Black Wukong. Just then, a swift motion ensued. Boom! A powerful energy blast was hurled by Wang Teng, detonating upon Zama's. Instantly, the air before Black Wukong was shrouded in black smoke. Chapter 81. The fusion of Zama's. Black Wukong gazed in astonishment at the sky, witnessing Zama's being propelled from the clouds of dust before crashing heavily to the ground. With a sense of astonishment, Wukong exclaimed, "We won. Lord Wang Teng has vanquished Zama's." However, Trunks wore an expression of grave concern, devoid of any semblance of triumph. In the next moment, Zama's slowly rose to his feet, his injuries astonishingly mending at an incredible pace. Gazing at the rapidly recovering Zama's, Wukong gasped, "What is happening?" In response, Wang Teng chuckled, "It is merely an immortal body." Upon hearing this, Wukong was taken aback, exclaiming, "An immortal body? That is utterly unfair." The restored Zama's spoke in a deep, resolute tone, "To eradicate you humans, such power is necessary." Subsequently, he ascended swiftly, hovering beside Black Wukong. "Our opponent is formidable. Let us join forces." Upon hearing Zama's words, Black Wukong nodded in agreement. In the next instant, both Black Wukong and Zama's raised their palms. A crimson energy sphere materialized in Black Wukong's palm, while a violet energy sphere appeared in Zama's. In a mere moment, the two spheres coalesced into one. Wukong gazed into the sky, exclaiming in alarm, "Oh no." Black Wukong and Zama's held aloft a colossal pink energy sphere, which grew in size with each passing moment. Zamasu's face had regained its confidence as he chuckled. "Now, let's see how you withstand this. As a deity, mingling with mere mortals, prepare to perish." However, Wang Teng's expression remained utterly unchanged. With a resounding cry from Black Wukong and Zamasu, the gigantic energy sphere descended rapidly towards them. As the enormous orb approached with alarming speed, Wang Teng erupted with energy. Oh! The golden flames surged instantly, and an overwhelming force radiated forth, causing the entire future world to tremble. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. With the Kamehameha technique, Wang Teng's hands glimmered with a radiant white-blue light as he faced the imminent pink energy sphere. He hastened the concentration of his power. Wave. With a commanding shout, the white-blue shockwave collided fiercely with the colossal energy sphere. The terrifying force caused the entire city to shake violently, sending countless fragments soaring into the air. The sky was split, one half bathed in a vivid peach hue, the other in a serene white-blue. Wukong and his companions gazed up into the sky, their expressions filled with astonishment. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion reverberated through the air. Flames and black smoke enveloped the heavens, while the entire battlefield trembled violently. Wang Teng swiftly retreated to stand beside Wukong. In the midst of the chaos, Zamasu and Black Wukong were immediately engulfed by the flames. As time passed, Zamasu waved his right hand, breaking through the thick haze. The silhouettes of Black Wukong and Zamasu re-emerged in the sky, both panting heavily. Zamasu slowly remarked, "It appears we have completely misjudged our enemy. They are not as simple as we had presumed. Even we, if we let our guard down." may see our ideals wither like dew. Black Wukong's gaze was equally grave. There's no other choice. We must resort to that technique. Upon hearing this, Zamasu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Black Wukong burst into laughter. It's time to show this unexpected intruder our true power. Zamasu concurred. Indeed, the moment has come. Wukong gazed in astonishment at the sky. What could they possibly be up to? Observing the two figures above, Wang Teng remarked with a smile, they are likely about to fuse. Upon hearing the term fuse, Wukong and Vegeta exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment beyond measure. Fusion had always been their strategy for confronting formidable foes, and they never anticipated that their adversaries had concealed such a tactic. Wukong exclaimed, Vegeta. Upon hearing this, a flicker of rage instantly crossed Vegeta's face as he gritted his teeth and bellowed, Kakarot, give up. I shall never fuse with you. Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then shouted, Vegeta. However, Vegeta merely turned his head away, ignoring him entirely. Zamasu laughed derisively, declaring, foolish being, kneel before our radiance. As soon as he finished speaking, he removed the earring from his left ear and placed it on his right, causing it to emit a dazzling brilliance. The earring on Black Wukong's left ear also shone with a resplendent light. In the next instant, the two were drawn together, colliding and spinning in the air. The luminosity intensified, and their figures began to blur. Subsequently, the entire sky transformed into a brilliant white. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the two fused into a singular entity. A new warrior, radiating golden light, emerged in the sky. The golden figure extended its arm, and a soft voice resonated. My form embodies justice. My essence embodies the world. Worship and praise. This exalted and resplendent, immortal embodiment of the strongest deity. Zamasu. As the golden light faded, the fused Zamasu appeared, enveloped in a divine, white glow. At that moment, the combined Zamasu exuded an enigmatic aura. Trunks gazed upward, seething with rage. That bastard. How can such immense power exist? Wukong murmured in disbelief. The Dark One has actually fused with Zamasu. Wang Teng raised his gaze to the figure in the sky, feeling a twinge of astonishment within. He had not anticipated that their amalgamation would result in such a tremendous surge of power. Yet, this revelation only ignited his fighting spirit further. Above, Zamasu extended his arms, enveloped in a radiant, divine aura, and spoke slowly. I can sense two forces intertwining within this singular vessel. Subsequently, the fused Zamasu emanated an even more astonishing energy, transforming the sky into a brilliant expanse of white. While a fierce gale relentlessly swept downward, Wang Teng braced himself against the oncoming tempest with his right arm. Wukong furiously exclaimed, this wretched fiend's aura is once again intensifying. As the white radiance dissipated, a divine halo appeared behind the fused Zamasu. Wang Teng murmured, a halo? The laughter of the fused Zamasu echoed from above. Behold, this infinitely augmented physique and immortal form. This power envelopes my entire being, bringing unparalleled delight. Indeed, this is justice. As the fused Zamasu gradually ascended, two strands of peach-colored lightning shot forth from the halo behind him. Wang Teng shattered one bolt with a single punch, while the other struck the ground directly. Boom. A thick cloud of dust engulfed the battlefield. Both Vegeta and Wukong shielded themselves with their arms. Nearby, Trunks whispered, such an overwhelming aura. Wang Teng stepped forward, declaring, your transformation is complete. Now, it is my turn. The fused Zamasu glanced at Wang Teng, his voice cold and detached. Ignorant fool. In the next moment, a deep roar erupted from Wang Teng's throat. Golden flames surged, causing the entire future world to tremble. Countless stones circled around him as his aura grew ever stronger. The golden light intensifying. With Wang Teng's thunderous cry, his hair elongated and turned white, while white fur sprouted across his body. His tail also transforming to a snowy hue, swaying freely. The golden flames blazed brighter, and Wang Teng's power reached its zenith as he transformed into Super Saiyan 5. This was the Super Saiyan 5. Trunks felt parched and overwhelmed. Chapter 82. Fierce Battle. Gazing at the transformed Wang Teng, the expression of fused Zamasu turned cold. Foolish wretch. Witnessed the power of divine light. Subsequently, a deep crimson glow emanated from behind fused Zamasu. Blade of Judgment. Instantly, red light blades pierced the ground. Wang Teng, aware of the technique's potency, quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest. The red light blades radiated a blinding brilliance, transforming the entire space into a sea of red. Boom. An astonishing explosion resounded. The trio of Wukong was abruptly propelled away by the explosion, the blast radius expanding relentlessly. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as a fierce gale swiftly spread into the distance. Dust and smoke engulfed the entire space, gradually dissipating with the passage of time. Trunks lifted his head, murmuring in disbelief. I never anticipated Zamasu's strength to be so formidable. Wang Teng slowly lowered his arms, surveying the chaos wrought by Zamasu, and pondered. Is this the so-called power of the divine light? Meanwhile, Zamasu hovered in the air, a triumphant smile gracing his features. You must concede that this light embodies justice. I, Zamasu, am the wisdom of the universe, the law of the cosmos. I am also the power of the universe. Wherever this light shines, you shall all cease to exist. Once I eliminate you, this troublesome being, an unprecedented ideal world shall unfold. Wang Teng retorted gravely, such utter nonsense. Have you become overly inflated with arrogance? In the next instant, Wang Teng charged towards the fused Zamasu. As he approached with remarkable speed, the divine halo behind Zamasu unleashed a barrage of pink lightning. Zing, zing, zing. Faced with the onslaught of lightning, Wang Teng exhibited astonishing agility, deftly evading the attacks with swift direction changes in midair. At that moment, a brilliant light surged from Wang Teng's hands, and a tremendous energy sphere was propelled forth. Boom! An explosion echoed through the sky, enveloping the atmosphere in thick smoke. Below, Wukong exclaimed, did it hit? As the smoke gradually cleared, the fused Zamasu appeared unscathed in the air. Wang Teng gazed upward, chuckling, quite resilient, aren't you? Just then, Zamasu's calm voice echoed, it seems you still cannot comprehend the disparity in our strengths. Allow me to demonstrate the essence of true power. Suddenly, Zamasu erupted with a terrifying aura, and a purple monstrosity materialized behind him. Wukong gazed into the sky, murmuring, what is that? Zamasu replied in a deep voice. The essence of this new era has taken root on this planet. Absolute thunder. In an instant, the purple monstrosity behind the fused Zamasu unleashed an even swifter bolt of lightning. As the rapid lightning approached, Wang Teng maximized his speed, swiftly maneuvering through the air. Whoosh! In a mere heartbeat, Wang Teng appeared behind Zamasu, delivering a fierce punch with remarkable velocity. Zamasu could scarcely fathom that such a swift manifestation of absolute thunder could be evaded. He swiftly turned, but Wang Teng's fist was too rapid. The terrifying blow struck Zamasu's body with immense force. Whoosh! The fused Zamasu was instantly propelled backward. Boom! In the next moment, his body crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a deep crater and sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. Ha ha ha! With a thunderous roar from Wang Teng, radiant energy surged in his hands, and several energy orbs shot forth immediately. Boom boom boom! The battlefield erupted with terrifying explosions, engulfing the site where Zamasu had landed in flames and thick smoke. The entire future world trembled amidst the cacophony of violent detonations. Goku and his companions fixated their gaze intently on the epicenter of the explosion. Did we defeat him? Trunks murmured softly. In response, Goku shook his head, stating, this fellow is not so easily vanquished. Vegeta, gritting his teeth in fury, exclaimed, this monster. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, the fused Zamasu slowly emerged from the deep pit. Wang Teng gazed at the reappearing Zamasu and remarked with a smile, it seems things are getting interesting. Zamasu's indifferent voice echoed, you are the sinner. How dare you lay hands on me, the great god? You shall face punishment. In the next moment, countless red energy orbs erupted from Zamasu's body. Wang Teng was enveloped in a golden aura, rushing swiftly towards Zamasu. As the incoming energy orbs approached, he swiftly waved his right hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Boom! The air resonated with a tremendous explosion as Wang Teng charged through the flames. His fearsome fist aimed at Zamasu. Zamasu, facing the oncoming Wang Teng, remarked coolly, foolish. He extended his left hand, and with a clash, their fists collided. The golden and red energies clashing fiercely. A sharp wave of energy radiated outward. In that moment, Zamasu bellowed, you will pay for your grave mistakes. As he raised his right hand, a brilliant light surged forth, and a terrifying shockwave erupted. Just then, Wang Teng vanished in an instant. Boom! The dreadful shockwave reverberated through the air. Wang Teng managed to distance himself from the fused Zamasu. That was close. This guy has quite the speed. Zamasu regarded Wang Teng, now positioned a short distance away, and coldly stated, you are remarkably tenacious. However, you cannot fathom my power. A golden energy orb began to coalesce behind Zamasu, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Behold, my magnificent power. The sacred reverse scale. The colossal golden energy orb was hurled towards Wang Teng. As the fearsome energy orb hurtled towards him, Wang Teng's aura surged. Aha! Such power, I acknowledge you. Let me show you my technique. Kamehameha. A brilliant white-blue light materialized in Wang Teng's hands, an astonishing force emanating from him. Here it comes. The white-blue wave of energy shot forth. Two tremendous forces collided violently. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed, fierce winds sweeping downward, enveloping the battlefield in thick clouds of dust. The golden energy orb and the white-blue wave engaged in a relentless struggle, causing the entire future world to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. Wukong exclaimed, "Trunks, swiftly take cover." Wukong and the others immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Yet their eyes remained fixed on the heavens. Two formidable forces clashed violently, with Wang Teng and the fused Zamasu wearing grim expressions, tirelessly channeling their energy. Both individuals elevated their power to its utmost limit. At that moment, Zamasu's golden energy sphere began to falter amid the collision, being forced to retreat steadily. Zamasu, cold and gritting his teeth, found his body continuously pushed backward. As the tide of battle began to shift, Wang Teng declared with a smile, "You have lost." In response, Zamasu bellowed, "You despicable wretch. You know nothing of divine power. I am the greatest god. How could I possibly be defeated?" With a powerful exclamation, the white halo behind Zamasu radiated an intense brilliance. The golden energy sphere was instantly revitalized, halting its retreat, and resumed its fierce contest against the relentless white and blue shockwaves. As Wukong gazed at the sky, his expression grew grave. Lord Wang Teng, persevere. Chapter 83, The Indestructible Body of Destruction. Observing the shockwave being pushed back once more, Wang Teng's eyes sharpened, and a deep roar emanated from his throat. The golden aura surged ever higher. Do you dare to call yourself a deity? Today, I shall show you what true divine power is. With Wang Teng's thunderous shout, an even more formidable force erupted forth. The white-blue shockwave instantly unleashed a terrifying strength, overwhelming the golden energy sphere and exploding before Zamazu's astonished gaze. Boom. Flames and black smoke enveloped the sky as the deafening sound of the explosion reverberated, the fire growing ever more intense, and a ring of fierce winds rapidly spread outward. Wang Teng hovered in the sky not far off, his eyes fixed on the center of the explosion. Trunks, who lay on the ground, exclaimed with excitement, "We did it. The future world is saved." Vegeta also wore a slight smile. At that moment, as the smoke began to dissipate, Zamazu's disheveled figure materialized in the air. His face twisted in fury. Upon seeing the re-emergent figure, Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. Vegeta roared, "You bastard! The immortal monster!" The voice of the fused Zamasu, filled with rage, echoed, "You vile creature! Disappear!" Zamazu's hand once again coalesced a golden energy sphere, even larger than before. Wang Teng regarded Zamazu's repeated tactics with a mocking expression. "Have you exhausted your tricks? Do you truly believe this will work?" Hearing the derisive words, Zamazu's face contorted with madness. "You insignificant being, you dare to belittle a deity." Wang Teng, uninterested in further banter, vanished from his position, moving with remarkable speed. Time reversed. The flow of time began to slow. Radiance surged in Wang Teng's hand as a blue energy sphere formed in his palm. When his figure reappeared, he stood before Zamasu, swiftly launching the blue sphere directly at the golden energy sphere Zamasu had just conjured. Boom. The golden sphere detonated with a thunderous blast. Wang Teng retreated rapidly, distancing himself from the epicenter of the explosion. But it was not over. He unleashed a blinding light from his hand. The prince's battle technique whistled through the air, as countless energy spheres surged toward the explosion center. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sound soared skyward, as flames and thick smoke enveloped the entire sky. The terrifying destructive force seemed as though it could tear the sky asunder. Dense clouds of smoke filled the air, and waves of chilling wind surged outward in terrifying bursts. Wang Teng, bathed in a golden aura, gazed intently at the epicenter of the explosion. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the figure of Zamasu emerged slowly. His anguished cries echoed forth, revealing that half of his visage had turned a ghastly purple, with flesh-like substance pulsating grotesquely upon his face. Upon witnessing this dreadful sight, Wang Teng charged forward, delivering a powerful fist to Zamazu's face. Following this, he launched a relentless barrage of attacks, the sound of fierce blows resonating in the air. Zamasu found himself at the mercy of Wang Teng's onslaught, his defenses crumbling in utter disarray. Subsequently, Wang Teng delivered a swift kick that sent Zamasu hurtling away. As Zamasu retreated rapidly, he abruptly raised his head, a surge of energy radiating from his hand, and a sphere of energy was unleashed toward Wang Teng. Observing that Zama's could still retaliate after enduring so many of his assaults, Wang Teng's expression darkened, a low growl emanating from his throat. King Kai Fist. In an instant, a red aura erupted forth from the golden flames. Wang Teng's speed escalated dramatically, his form vanishing from sight, moving at a velocity beyond imagination. The energy sphere shot by Zama's missed its target, and to his astonishment, Wang Teng appeared directly before him. Boom! A devastating punch struck him with tremendous force. Zama's immediately felt an excruciating pain ripple through his entire body, and blood erupted from his mouth. Whoosh! His body plummeted downward like a cannonball. Boom! The ground was violently impacted, creating a massive crater, with clouds of dust billowing. The white halo behind Zama's dissipated. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, "The divine being has triumphed. Zama's must surely be dead." Suspended in the air, Wang Teng gasped for breath, clearly drained from the exertion of the King Kai Fist. At that moment, a piercing howl rang out. "You detestable fiend!" A surge of white energy erupted skyward, countless fragments of stone soaring into the air. The very earth trembled violently. Zama's bellowed fiercely, his white aura rising ominously. As his cries reverberated, his countenance twisted into a grotesque visage, the white energy continuing to swell. The fused Zama's gasped heavily, his half-purple face appearing horrifyingly menacing. Just then, Zama's right arm began to writhe. His maniacal voice echoed relentlessly, "Light of justice, strike me." Gazing at the emerging purplish-red lights in the sky, a frenzied expression enveloped the face of the fused Zama's. Wukong's face was awash with astonishment. What could possibly be happening? Wang Teng's expression gradually grew solemn. The sky was incessantly illuminated by a strange, crimson glow. At that moment, bolts of red lightning descended from above, striking Zama's with great force. Immediately, a violent purplish-red aura enveloped Zama's. As the aura surged, his visage became a canvas of madness and ferocity. In the next instant, to the astonishment of those present, his right arm suddenly swelled, transforming into a monstrous purple appendage. The grotesque arm writhed with flesh, an image of utter horror. Wang Teng's figure gently descended beside Wukong and the others. "Lord Wang Teng, what is the meaning of this? Why does his body not revert to its original form but instead morph into that of a monster?" Wukong, puzzled, inquired. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng pondered for a moment and responded. "Although Zama's body has transformed into an immortal form, the dark beings are not the same. This fellow's body is half composed of dark matter. His non-immortal essence affects the immortal body." Upon hearing this, Trunks' face was etched with shock. So, Zama's fusion with the dark beings was, in fact, a misguided choice. Wang Teng continued, "It cannot be deemed entirely erroneous. At the very least, his strength has multiplied exponentially. Now, Zama's body and spirit have lost their equilibrium. This presents an opportunity for us to prevail." Just then, Vegeta's voice resounded. "Yet, as it stands, we may require an even greater force than before to defeat him." At that moment, Zamasu descended slowly from the sky. His monstrous purple arm struck the ground with a heavy thud. A crimson aura immediately surged around him. Wang Teng gazed at the monstrous Zamasu not far away, a smile of unprecedented confidence gracing his face. "In that case, let me unleash my unparalleled strength to vanquish him completely." Hearing Wang Teng's self-assured tone, Wukong cheered, "Go for it, Lord Wang Teng." In response, Wang Teng nodded. Let him experience what it means to confront an overwhelming force. Chapter 84. The brutality in an instant. Wang Teng appeared before the fused Zamasu. Ha ha ha. A golden aura erupted once more from Wang Teng, an astounding pressure surging forth. The entire battlefield trembled violently as Zamasu beheld Wang Teng's renewed display of power. He roared, "Do you truly believe that such feeble strength can defeat me? Do not assume that this will lead to your victory." With his fierce shout, a formidable energy sphere coalesced within the monstrous palm. The golden energy sphere hurtled toward Wang Teng, now magnified several times in power. Wang Teng enveloped himself in the essence of intent, extending his right hand to meet the approaching golden sphere. With a decisive grasp, he seized it. Boom! The golden sphere exploded, scattering into countless specks of light that disappeared into the air. A triumphant smile spread across Wang Teng's face. The outcome was precisely as he had anticipated. Enhanced by the defensive intent, Zama's energy sphere was utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Meanwhile, the fused Zamasu gazed in astonishment at the dissipating golden sphere. He could not comprehend what had transpired, despite his significant power enhancement. The opponent seemed to handle it with even greater ease. Wang Teng's calm voice resonated. Come forth, let us determine our victor. Trunks. Watching Wang Teng enveloped in the golden aura was filled with immense awe. The power of the Divine Master is truly unparalleled. The amalgamated Zamas gazed into the sky and suddenly burst into laughter. Just as he was about to utter something, Wang Teng's figure abruptly vanished from the air, only to reappear right before him, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Zamas was sent flying through the air. Wang Teng chuckled. My apologies, I miscalculated the force. It's time for you to retaliate, O so-called deity. At that moment, Zamas slowly rose to his feet, roaring in fury. Even if you repent now, I shall not spare you. He raised his monstrous purple arm and charged towards Wang Teng with astonishing speed. Wang Teng swiftly dodged to the left, and the earth trembled as a deep scar was carved into the ground by the tremendous force. Zamas quickly retracted his arm, and a crimson aura erupted around him, his terrifying power surging skyward. His figure vanished once more, only to reappear above Wang Teng, unleashing another fearsome punch. Realizing he could not evade, Wang Teng instinctively crossed his arms over his chest as the devastating blow landed heavily upon them. Whoosh! He was immediately propelled backward. A golden silhouette lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Hiss! Wang Teng staggered backward several steps before stabilizing himself. Shaking his slightly numbed arms, he remarked, "This fellow possesses quite the strength." Whoosh! With a powerful push, Wang Teng surged forward, engaging Zamas in fierce combat. Their battle reached an extreme intensity, with waves of energy radiating outward. White sonic boom circles continuously emerged in the sky, multiplying in number. Suddenly, Wang Teng landed a fierce punch on Zamas' face, causing him to grit his teeth and retaliate with an uppercut despite the pain. Sensing the situation, Wang Teng swiftly retreated, narrowly dodging the formidable counterattack. Before he could catch his breath, Zamas launched a rapid kick once more. In response to the swift assault, Wang Teng extended his right arm, colliding heavily with Zamas' leg, sending a shockwave of incredible force rippling outward. In the next instant, Wang Teng leaped into the air, delivering a flurry of kicks, forcing Zamas into a defensive position. Unable to counterattack, suddenly Wang Teng seized Zamas' head and forcefully slammed it downward. Whoosh! Boom! Zamas' body crashed violently into the ground. A radiant light immediately enveloped Wang Teng's hand as he conjured a golden energy sphere and hurled it forth. Whoosh! Boom! Rumble! A terrifying explosion erupted upon impact, engulfing the area in flames and smoke. Wang Teng hovered in the air, taunting, "What's wrong? Is your power truly so feeble?" Just then, a crimson beam shot skyward. A roar echoed from the depths of the swirling dust below. Do not become overly complacent. A crimson shockwave surged directly towards Wang Teng. Faced with the sudden assault from his adversary, Wang Teng swiftly maneuvered through the air. In an instant, he evaded the formidable strike, just as Zamas appeared abruptly before him. A powerful punch hurtled towards Wang Teng, who hastily retaliated with a punch of his own. The golden fist collided fiercely with the red one. Boom! An overwhelming force radiated outward, enveloping the vicinity. The intensity of their auras escalated dramatically. Their roars echoed throughout the battlefield. The terrifying energy shot skyward, sending countless fragments of stone into the air. An astonishing tempest erupted from the two of them, spreading outwards. In the blinding light, both retracted their fists, and in the next moment, Zamas unleashed an uppercut that struck Wang Teng squarely on the chin. Wang Teng tumbled through the air, crashing to the ground. Zamas' triumphant voice rang out. "You are doomed." With a flick of his left hand, a peach-colored lightsaber reappeared in his grasp. Zamas brandished the weapon and lunged towards Wang Teng. Farewell. At that very moment, Wang Teng's eyes widened, and a surge of energy coursed through his hand, launching a powerful energy orb that struck Zamas in the abdomen. He was propelled backward, enveloped in thick black smoke. Thud! He landed heavily on the ground. Wang Teng rose, brushing off the dust, and declared, "With your meager tricks, do you really believe you can harm me? What arrogance!" Zamas, sprawled on the ground, wore an expression of agony. Wang Teng chuckled, observing him. "You seem to be in pain? Aren't you supposed to be invulnerable?" Zamas, still on the ground, ceased his wails, a look of relief spreading across his face. "Indeed, I am invulnerable. How could I possibly lose? I shall defeat you and cleanse humanity, to usher in a dawn for a world forever untainted." At that moment, Wang Teng smirked. "Zamas, take a look at your abdomen." Slowly rising, Zamas glanced at the wound that had been struck, only to find it failing to heal as it had before. Wang Teng's voice echoed again. You are no longer invulnerable. You cannot render humanity null. Awaiting you is but one fate, to be slain here by me. Zama's expression darkened immediately. Impossible. How could my invulnerability vanish? You must be deceiving me. In response, Wang Teng shook his head, stating, utterly foolish. Have you not realized it? Upon the fusion. How could that essence remain within? That essence embodies Sun Wukong, this human. A look of astonishment instantaneously graced Zamasu's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a smile. How enlightening. Humans truly are the epitome of folly. The presence of Sun Wukong within me is indeed a treasure beyond measure. Oh, science. Oh, Sun Wukong. Despite being human, he has acquired a power that transcends the divine. His emergence signifies the failure of the myriad gods of this cosmos. Chapter 85. The Emergence of the Dark Shadow. A crimson aura erupted from Zamasu as his form gradually ascended, a cacophony of madness resonating forth. Thus, through the fusion of myself and Sun Wukong, I shall bear the sins of humanity and the failures of the divine. This is the duty of a god. Beholding Zamasu, who, despite having lost his immortality, persisted in his futile justifications, Wang Teng could only shake his head. Strangely, Zamasu found himself moved, closing his eyes as tears began to flow. In truth, all my actions are for the sake of the universe, for the world. Observing Zamasu, who wept from his own sentiments, Wang Teng could not help but give him a silent thumbs up. A prodigy. Zamasu's voice resonated once more. The world shall become pure through my tears. Subsequently, a terrifying power surged forth from Zamasu, the crimson aura soaring ever higher as his form expanded dramatically. You and all of humanity shall perish. Zamasu bellowed in madness. Witnessing Zamasu unleash his astonishing power, Wang Teng too erupted with energy, golden flames rapidly ascending, silver and red lightning entwined in the skies, transforming the entire firmament into a tapestry of gold and crimson. Wukong gazed at the distant battle, murmuring, Lord Wang Teng. With a thunderous cry, the two unleashed another punch, their golden and crimson fists colliding once more. Nearby, Vegeta muttered, Zamasu has not only failed to recover, but is also on the brink of collapse. What a grotesque sight. This must be a reflection of his inner turmoil. Can he still be regarded as a deity? Under Wang Teng's terrifying strength, Zamasu staggered backward, as Wang Teng relentlessly unleashed punches, each one faster than the last. Look at your enraged and hideous visage. You cannot possibly keep pace with my speed. Upon hearing this, Zamasu frantically slashed with his left-hand energy sword, but Wang Teng swiftly dodged, delivering a crushing blow to Zamasu's body. Boom. Zamasu was instantly driven into the dilapidated building behind him. Wang Teng erupted with fury, his golden aura soaring rapidly. This will be your end. Kamehameha. A brilliant azure light illuminated the entire battlefield, causing the very fabric of the future world to tremble violently. Countless debris soared into the air. Here it comes. The azure shockwave surged forth, engulfing Zamasu in its terrifying embrace. The astonishing power radiated outward. Boom. Flames erupted, and thick smoke billowed. At that moment, Zamasu soared from the black smoke, proclaiming, Behold, this is divinity. Staring at the airborne Zamasu, Wang Teng's expression momentarily faltered, but he vanished in an instant, reappearing right before Zamasu. Prepare to meet your demise. A powerful punch connected directly with Zamasu's face, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. At this moment, his body was already battered and bruised. Whoosh. Boom. Zamasu crashed heavily into the ground once more. Just then, a long cry echoed. A deity cannot be defeated. Zamasu, dragging his injured body, charged toward Wang Teng, his left hand wielding a rosy energy sword. Wang Teng chuckled. Such trivial tricks are best left unperformed. With a flick of his right hand, an energy sword materialized in his grasp. The two swords clashed violently. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal colliding resonated through the air as they engaged in a fierce skirmish. Following a clash, Wang Teng unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The astonishing explosions reverberated around Zamasu. Whoosh. In the next moment, Zamasu, his visage twisted in fury, burst forth from the smoke, brandishing his rosy energy sword. Wang Teng, too, met him with his golden sword. Bang. The two energy swords collided once more. Ha. Zama's madness was relentless as he pressed down with his rose-hued lightsaber, growling, I will kill you. Faced with Zama's, who had succumbed to a frenzied state of training, Wang Teng took a deep breath. Tenfold Kaioken, he exclaimed. A crimson aura surged forth, enveloping the golden flames above it, amplifying Wang Teng's power exponentially. The terrifying force immediately shattered Zamaz's lightsaber. In Zamaz's astonished gaze, he swiftly swung his golden lightsaber, leaving a cross-shaped wound across his body. A pained howl escaped Zamaz's lips. Observing Zamaz in agony, Wang Teng was determined not to grant him a moment's respite. The surging power coursed into his fist, elevating Wang Teng's strength to its zenith, bolstered by the Kaioken, rendering his might unfathomable. Dragon Fist Unleash. With a thunderous cry, Wang Teng's fist erupted, and a golden dragon burst forth from the epicenter of the explosion, darting directly toward Zamaz, piercing through his body and swiftly ensnaring him. Instantly, the entire city was awash with the golden form of the dragon. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this technique? I've never seen it before. Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. A dragon? The golden dragon roared defiantly into the sky. Fear was etched across Zamaz's face as he sensed the ominous aura emanating from the dragon, a harbinger of death. He shouted, I accept your terms. Strike quickly. Wang Teng, taken aback, replied, What? What are you saying? At that moment, a deep voice resonated. Had you said so earlier, it would have been better. Suddenly, a black mist appeared out of thin air in the sky, rushing toward him and swiftly entering Zamaz through the crown of his head. In that moment, Zamaz relinquished his mind and allowed it to seep in. Soon, dark patterns emerged on Zamaz's face, and a sinister aura enveloped him. Wang Teng's heart raced in shock. He had not anticipated the presence of another in the vicinity, and the black mist exuded an unsettling essence. Black flames erupted from Zamaz's entire being, and a terrifying aura surged forth, causing the entire future world to tremble violently. Zamaz floated in the air, resembling an evil deity. Wang Teng gazed solemnly at the figure above. He roared, his golden aura now shrouded in crimson flames, unleashing an overwhelming force. I care not what you are. Just vanish. The turtle school's Kamehameha wave, a striking burst of white and blue energy, surged forth into the sky. Zamaz, gazing at the swiftly approaching terrifying shockwave, wore a sinister smile upon his face. A mere parlor trick, he exclaimed. The black aura continued to rise. As he extended his right hand, now restored to its normal state, and pressed it against the shockwave. With a gentle grasp, the wave instantaneously transformed into countless specks of white and blue light. Wang Teng's eyes widened in disbelief, a sense of foreboding settling within him. The ease with which his full-powered Kamehameha was neutralized suggested that his opponent's combat prowess had ascended to the level of an angel. At that moment, Zamaz's voice echoed. A mere child god dares to strike at me? How utterly foolish. Memories of his last encounter with the Grand Priest flooded back, ages having passed since that fateful day. Today, I shall collect some interest from the divine realm. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Wang Teng in an instant. The speed of his punch was so rapid that Wang Teng could hardly react. A formidable blow struck him directly, sending him hurtling away. Boom. Wang Teng's body was forcefully driven deep into the ground. Zamaz chuckled. Let us take care of one first. Wukong exclaimed, Lord Wang Teng. Trunks and Vegeta stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless. At that moment, whoosh, Wang Teng's figure suddenly appeared beside Wukong. It turned out that at a critical juncture, he had utilized a doppelganger skill, thereby salvaging his life. Wukong, summon Lord Zeno at once. Wang Teng commanded gravely. In the sky, Black Zamaz's expression grew serious upon hearing Zeno's name. Zeno, he scoffed, stop boasting. Do not think that such words will instill fear in me. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Wukong quickly nodded and retrieved the summoning button bestowed upon him by Zeno. The moment this button appeared, Black Zamaz's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately turned and vanished into the horizon like a shadow. Faint echoes trailed behind him. Kid, I'll spare you today, but next time, it won't be so easy. Wang Teng gazed into the sky, his heart a tumult of emotions. Just then, the system's icy voice resonated. Congratulations, host, for completing the 12-hour sign-in in the future world. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 million base battle power. Congratulations, host, for gaining an additional second in time reversal. Congratulations, host, for receiving 3 attacks from Zeno. A cascade of information flooded Wang Teng's mind. Upon hearing the last reward, his heart brimmed with joy. 3 attacks from Zeno, though limited in number, equated to 3 additional lives. With the earlier foe, a single strike from Zeno would likely suffice to obliterate him. After calming his emotions, Wang Teng slowly said, Wukong, Vegeta, Trunks, let us return. With such monstrous beings emerging in the future, we are likely no match for them. We must devise a plan first. The 3 nodded in agreement. Trunks promptly produced the time machine, and they all boarded it without delay. Whoosh! The time machine was enveloped in a radiant white light, and in the next moment, it vanished from sight. In the future world, Black Zama stood amidst a pile of rubble, throwing his head back in a long howl. Damn it. Who are those people? How could they possess Zeno's summoning device? An overwhelming power surged from him, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed below, transforming the ground into a sea of flames. At that moment, a radiant light surged forth. A squat figure resembling a Teletubby appeared before Black Zamas. You carry the aura of an evil god. How detestable. Gazing at the figure, Black Zamas' body began to tremble, and his words became increasingly halting. The king, in a fit of madness, fled into the distance. With arms outstretched, he summoned forth an astonishing surge of energy, causing the entire world to tremble. His form gradually ascended into the sky, the radiance emanating from his hands growing ever more resplendent. Begone, wretched being infused with the essence of a malevolent deity. The king's voice, tinged with an almost childlike quality, resonated as the brilliance in his grasp swiftly radiated outward. Amidst the anguished cries of Black Zamas, the entire future world erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, reducing it to cosmic dust. Earth. As the time machine reappeared, it had already reached the planet. Pilaf and his companions gazed in astonishment at the suddenly materialized time machine, exclaiming in disbelief. They had returned. The trio promptly leapt from the time machine. Young Trunks rushed forward. Father. Wukong was immediately enveloped in Wu Tian's embrace, while Bardock leaped down as well. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed over. Trunks, welcome back. I never expected to see you again. Bardock greeted him with a sweet smile. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Wang Teng. Lord Kai, our world. At that moment, a streak of light appeared, and Beerus along with Whis materialized before everyone. Beerus approached and respectfully inquired, Lord Wang Teng, was your journey smooth? To this, Wang Teng replied, don't mention it. We encountered a demon and nearly didn't make it back. Upon hearing this, both Beerus and Whis were taken aback. A demon? Wang Teng recounted the incident involving the ominous black mist that had manifested. Whis, astonished, remarked, My lord, are you suggesting that this demon has clashed with the Grand Priest and is imbued with a potent aura of malevolence? Wang Teng nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed. That is what he claimed. After pondering for a moment, Whis stroked his chin and continued, My lord, it is possible that you encountered one of the 5 great evil gods. Wang Teng exclaimed in disbelief, The 5 great evil gods? Whis confirmed with a nod. Each of the 5 great evil gods possesses the combat prowess of an angel, and if they were to unite, they would pose a grave threat to Lord Zeno. It appears that one of them has broken free, or perhaps Zamasu has acquired the powers of the evil gods from an unknown source. In any case, the enemy is indeed a terrifying presence. At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the group. Beerus eventually spoke. Whis, you shall accompany Lord Wang Teng to the future world. Whis nodded in understanding. Understood, Lord Beerus. Upon hearing Whis's willingness to assist, Wukong immediately said, Bulma, prepare the time machine for me. Trunks promptly responded, I shall go as well. After some preparations, the group boarded the time machine and traveled to the future. Whoosh! In a flash of light, the time machine arrived in the future world. To everyone's astonishment, the future was transformed into a vast expanse resembling a starry sky, shrouded in a ghostly white mist. Wang Teng exclaimed, What is happening? Whis surveyed the peculiar future landscape before slowly stating, Someone has destroyed the future world. At that moment, Wukong pointed. There is a light over there. As they approached, they beheld Zeno floating in the air, his feet facing upwards. In an instant, Wukong called out, Zeno. Zeno promptly turned around and replied in a childlike voice, Whis and Wang Teng immediately bowed and said, Your Majesty Zeno, we hope all is well with you. Zeno nodded his small head, and everyone instantly understood that it was likely Zeno who had intervened, potentially leading to the destruction of the entire universe. Wang Teng gently suggested, Wukong, take His Majesty back to Earth. You mentioned wanting to find new friends for the Zeno of our timeline. And the Zeno of the future world would be the perfect candidate. Upon hearing this, Wukong exclaimed with excitement, Lord Wang Teng, your thoughts are remarkably considerate. This is splendid. He then turned to Zeno and said, Your Majesty, I shall take you to a wonderful place. Zeno quickly turned around, joyfully exclaiming, Really? With a cheerful smile, Wukong exclaimed, Of course. Before long, the time machine returned to Earth. Wukong exclaimed in delight, you have returned so swiftly. As the hatch of the time machine swung open, the visage of the Omni-King was revealed. Beerus gasped in astonishment. The Omni-King. In the blink of an eye, Beerus dashed forward, standing at attention. Your Excellency, you have arrived, he proclaimed, followed by a deep bow of 90 degrees as he continued. On this auspicious day, Whis gracefully descended from the time machine, announcing, I shall fetch the Supreme Kai and then escort His Excellency to the Omni Palace. The Omni Palace. The future Omni-King led the procession, followed closely by King Vegeta, Whis, Goku, the Supreme Kai, and the Grand Minister. Wukong wore a radiant smile. Soon after, the Omni-King of the main timeline soared into the scene. Little Ting Ting. Wukong. Chapter 87. Journey to the Fourth Universe. As the Omni-King approached, he gazed in astonishment at the future world's Omni-King, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Suddenly, the two pointed at each other. Who is he? Asked Wukong. With a smile, Wukong approached. Aquan, I promised you last time that I would bring you a good friend. He then took the hands of the two Xeno Kings and said, Come, let us shake hands. Wang Teng gazed at the Xeno Kings, whose demeanor resembled that of children, and gently shook his head. Yet, he comprehended that the Xeno Kings were the supreme deities of the universe and could not be perceived as simple beings. Perhaps they only exhibited such innocence in Wukong's presence. The two Xeno Kings exchanged glances. Yea, let us play together. Observing their joyous interaction, the Grand Minister chuckled and inquired, Whis, was this your idea? To which Whis responded with a grin, No, it was Lord Wang Teng's concept. Hearing this, the Grand Minister's smile widened even further. Wang Teng seemed to have a particular fondness for the seventh universe. Whis nodded and welcomed them. You are invited to play in the seventh universe. Father, the Grand Minister acknowledged. Very well, I shall go. Watching the two Xeno Kings revel in their happiness, Wukong's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Subsequently, Wang Teng and the others departed from the Xeno Palace. Within the Xeno Palace, the two Xeno Kings sat upon their thrones, while the Grand Minister stood below. At this moment, the innocence that had once filled their eyes had faded. The three were engaged in a hushed discussion, occasionally uttering words associated with dark deities. Meanwhile, Wang Teng had embarked on an adventure with Gohan. Simultaneously, the Universal Capsule Corporation was hosting a banquet. Whis turned to Trunks and remarked, Great Trunks, you should be able to return to the era before your world vanished. Trunks, astonished, replied, Really? Just then, Bulma stood up and interjected, Wait a moment, if we return to the world before Zeno erased it, won't we have to confront Zama's again? Young Trunks also looked troubled. Does that mean we would have to repeat that ordeal? Upon hearing this, Great Trunks wore a serious expression. At that moment, Whis' voice resonated once more. Do not worry. Lord Wang Teng has given instructions. I will travel to that timeline. Lord Beerus has not yet disappeared with the death of the Supreme Kai. I will convey Lord Wang Teng's orders to him, instructing him to eliminate Zama's. Upon hearing this, Wukong interjected, but even Lord Beerus cannot destroy Zama's, who has become immortal. In response, Whis chuckled heartily. Oh ho ho ho. Fear not, for Lord Wang Teng has already arranged for a method to seal Zama's. Wukong was immediately taken aback. Why didn't Lord Wang Teng present this sooner? At that moment, the usually silent Beerus spoke up, saying, Lord Wang Teng believes that would be far too dull. His thoughts are not easily discerned. After the issue with Zamasu was resolved, Whis still harbored some concerns. In that particular timeline, Trunks already existed. This would create a duplication. Trunks, astonished, remarked, in that case. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and declared, As long as my comrades stand shoulder to shoulder with me, I am indifferent. Upon hearing this, Whis glanced at Trunks and replied, As long as you have made your decision, that is sufficient. After the banquet concluded, Beerus rose and said, We shall return now, Whis. To which Whis softly acknowledged, Indeed. As Beerus approached Trunks, he spoke in a low tone. Hey, future. Trunks promptly responded. Here. Beerus continued, This time, out of respect for Lord Wang Teng, I shall not pursue this matter. Do your best. In the next instant, a flash of light illuminated the space, and Whis and Beerus vanished without a trace. Trunks inclined his head slightly towards the sky. 3 days later, Trunks departed amidst the well wishes of everyone. In the realm of the destroyers of the fourth universe, the destroyer Katra was furiously swinging his fists. I can't believe that this time, in the first destroyer martial arts tournament, that rascal Beerus was awarded the title of the first destroyer. How infuriating. I shall not allow him to have his way next time. For a long time, he had harbored a deep-seated dislike for Beerus, perhaps due to their innate enmity. He recalled the inaugural first destroyer martial arts tournament, presided over by none other than the Omni-King himself. However, he suffered defeat in the very first match against Beerus, bringing shame upon himself before the Omni-King, which solidified their rivalry thereafter. At that moment, the voice of Angel Conic echoed in, "Lord Katra, the inspector has arrived at the Destroyer Realm." Upon hearing this, Quitra's rat-like face turned a shade paler. "Why didn't you inform me sooner? Hurry and prepare to welcome him." Consequently, Katra and Angel Conic swiftly made their way to the entrance of the Destroyer Palace. In the next moment, two figures materialized before them, gazing at the visitors. Katra immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle and said, "We apologize for not extending a proper welcome to the esteemed inspector in the fourth universe." Angel Conic also offered a slight bow, asking, "How is the esteemed inspector?" In response, Wang Teng nodded and replied, "My apologies for the intrusion." With that, he entered alongside Gohan. Katra followed closely behind, instantly recognizing Gohan as the candidate destroyer from the seventh universe. He was taken aback, involuntarily speculating about the relationship between Beerus and the inspector. As they entered the God of Destruction's palace, Wang Teng sat on the throne, while Katra and Conic stood beside him. Unable to contain himself, Katra inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed inspector?" In response, Wang Teng smiled and said, "I have two purposes for my visit. First, to conduct a routine inspection, as Lord Zeno has specifically instructed that the gods of destruction across the universes must diligently fulfill their duties. Second, I have heard from Beerus that your strength ranks among the top among the gods of destruction. Hence, I brought Gohan to witness your prowess." Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Quitra's heart raced. Beerus? This fellow undoubtedly harbors ill intentions. Gohan, he must be the lad trailing behind him. Though such thoughts raced through his mind, Katra maintained his composure and replied with a smile, "It is indeed an honor for the fourth universe to host your inspection. And I assure you I will work earnestly without the slightest negligence. As for the experience you mentioned, I doubt that the candidate god of destruction from the seventh universe possesses such capability." Hearing Quitra's audacious tone, Wang Teng merely chuckled, choosing not to respond. He understood that, at this moment, Gohan could not possibly rival Katra. Nevertheless, he wished for Gohan to experience a battle at the God of Destruction level, especially since dark shadows loomed ahead. They all needed to enhance their combat abilities swiftly. At this juncture, Katra presented an excellent opportunity for Gohan's training, and even a crushing defeat would yield substantial gains. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Teng declared, "Katra, you shall spar with Gohan." Upon hearing this, Katra felt compelled to act with urgency, respectfully stating, "Since the esteemed inspector has spoken, I shall impart a few techniques to this young man." The group quickly made their way to the exterior of the God of Destruction's palace. Gohan and Katra gazed at each other from afar. Katra chuckled, "Come at me, young one, and let me witness the prowess of Beerus's vision. However, do not harbor any illusions of defeating me, for no force surpasses that of destruction." Upon hearing these words, Gohan began to unleash his energy, his golden aura immediately surging forth as a terrifying power erupted. Chapter 88, Adaptation. Gohan, now emanating astonishing strength, let out a series of fierce roars. The menacing energy escalated, causing the entire realm of destruction to tremble violently. In an instant, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Opposite him, Katra stood with his hands clasped behind his back, showing utter disdain for Gohan's astonishing display of power. At that moment, Wang Teng reclined on a luxurious sofa prepared for him by Conic, eagerly anticipating the clash between the two warriors. Relaxing on the opulent couch, Wang Teng remarked, "It seems that Quitra's taste far surpasses that of Xiangpa." Upon hearing this, Conic slightly bowed, replying, "Your Excellency, you flatter me." On the battlefield, Gohan, now in his Super Saiyan 4 form, initiated the assault, launching a flurry of punches toward Katra. Yet, Katra merely extended his right hand, effortlessly deflecting Gohan's rapid strikes. The astonishing force radiated outward, creating ripples in the surrounding atmosphere. Gohan's expression shifted in astonishment, taken aback by the formidable combat prowess of his opponent, which was indeed unlike anyone he had ever faced before, truly a god of destruction. Regaining his composure, he launched another powerful punch towards Quitella. However, Quitella deftly sidestepped the swift blow with a subtle shift of his body. In the next instant, Quitella delivered a crushing punch to Gohan's abdomen, followed by a flurry of blows that rained down upon his face. Gohan staggered back several steps. Observing the situation, he immediately soared into the sky, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth while his mind raced with potential strategies. "This is troublesome. What should I do?" Whoosh! Quatella suddenly appeared beside him. Where are you headed? With a startled exclamation, Gohan cried out, "Ah!" In the next moment, Catra launched a ferocious assault upon him. With a piercing scream, Gohan's body plummeted downward, closely pursued by Catra. With a shake of his slightly dizzy head, Gohan swiftly unleashed a powerful punch. In response to his rapid strike, a smirk of derision appeared on Quatella's face. In an instant, he retaliated with an even swifter blow, landing a heavy punch squarely on Gohan's face. Gohan plummeted downwards with great force. Boom! His body crashed directly into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Observing Gohan's disheveled state, Wang Teng slapped his forehead and murmured, "What a headache! This lad only knows how to charge and recklessly, completely devoid of any sense of combat." Quatella hovered in the air, chuckling, "My dear Inspector, this young man has already suffered defeat." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar erupted, and Gohan burst forth from the swirling dust. Quatella, gazing at the emerging Gohan, remarked with a grin, "This boy is quite tenacious." Gohan's swift fist surged toward Catra with tremendous force. Whoosh! Though Catra appeared to have his back turned to Gohan, the moment the punch was unleashed, Quitra's figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was already behind Goku, delivering a rapid strike. Gohan, whose attack had missed, quickly reacted by lowering his head to evade the incoming fist and launched a counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, and within just a few exchanges, Gohan was sent flying by a powerful punch. He stumbled backward for several meters before regaining his balance. Shaking his slightly numb arms, Gohan exclaimed, "That hurts." Lord Catra is incredibly strong. In response, Catra chuckled, "You are quite impressive yourself. You have improved significantly since the first God of Destruction tournament." Subsequently, Gohan assumed an attacking stance once more. "Lord Catra, shall we continue?" Catra waved his hand, saying, "I am at your service anytime." Gohan immediately charged towards Catra, who extended his palm in a relentless effort to defend himself. The resounding echoes of their fists colliding filled the air. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, Catra suddenly launched a fierce counterattack, unleashing a barrage of astonishing punches. In response, Gohan focused intently, using his arms to block the onslaught while deftly evading blows from time to time. Within mere moments of their fierce exchange, Gohan began to adapt to the intensity of the battle, showcasing his remarkable innate talent. With a smile, Gohan exclaimed, "At last, I can clearly perceive your punches." Upon hearing this, Catra chuckled, "Oh, can you truly ascertain that? Allow me to assist you in confirming." Suddenly, with a fierce roar, Catra unleashed a powerful punch directed at Gohan. With a resounding clap, to the astonishment of Wang Teng and Konik, a smile unexpectedly graced Gohan's face. For the first time, he had successfully grasped Quitra's fist. Staring at his captured hand, Catra murmured, "Indeed, it seems you possess some skill." Seizing the opportunity, Gohan swiftly retaliated with a punch, striking Catra squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward. Gohan had finally landed a hit. It appeared he was gradually acclimatizing to this level of combat. Perhaps Catra would now take him more seriously. Observing the aerial clash, Wang Teng mused to himself. Catra flexed his neck, contemplating, "This kid possesses a fearsome talent. He has adapted to such intense combat in no time." However, he knew his power was still far inferior to that of a god of destruction, especially when compared to Beerus. With a slight frown, Catra declared, "Young one, let us see you try this." Instantly, a purple energy sphere materialized at his fingertips. Destruction. The terrifying energy sphere hurtled towards Gohan at an alarming speed. Facing the inevitable onslaught of the formidable energy sphere, Gohan erupted with energy. Golden flames surged around him as he spread his arms wide, pressing directly against the purple sphere of destruction. A fierce gale blew downward, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The anguished cries of Gohan echoed as his body was relentlessly pushed backward by the violet energy blasts. Just as he seemed on the brink of being engulfed by the purple orbs, Gohan let out a mighty roar, his golden aura intensifying around him. With an extraordinary display of strength, he gradually lifted the violet energy blast, casting it skyward. In the next instant, propelled by Gohan's full force, the purple orb soared into the heavens. A deafening explosion reverberated from above, painting the sky in hues of violet as a fierce gale swept downward. Ketla's face transformed with surprise, soon followed by a grin as he remarked, "Kid, you possess quite the skill. Allow me to join you for some more exhilarating fun." Gohan gasped for breath and declared, "Lord Quatella, please proceed." Suddenly, a golden aura erupted, and the sky was illuminated by flashes of golden lightning, unleashing a terrifying force. As Gohan shouted, he swiftly charged towards Quitella, launching a relentless series of rapid attacks. The resounding sounds of impact echoed repeatedly. A smile gradually spread across Wang Teng's face, as he increasingly felt that the arrival of the fourth universe was indeed a fortuitous event. Wu Fan unleashed a relentless assault upon Quitella, who initially managed to defend with a single hand but has now resorted to using both hands to withstand the onslaught. With a thunderous roar, Gohan unleashed an unparalleled swift punch that grazed past Quitra's face. Instantly, a gash appeared on Quitra's rodent-like visage, blood streaming down his cheek. Observing this, Gohan swiftly retreated a few steps to create distance. Upon feeling the sting of pain on his face, Quitra let out a disdainful snort. Humph. In the next moment, he retaliated with a fierce punch, launching himself forward. Gohan focused intently on the rapidly approaching fist, swiftly evading to the side as the formidable blow missed its target entirely. Taken aback, Quitra exclaimed in surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan retaliated with a swift and powerful kick that struck Quitra with tremendous force. Quitra's body spun through the air several times before regaining his composure. With a serious expression, he wiped away the blood from his face and brushed off the dust from his body, an overwhelming aura surging forth from him. Chapter 89, Brutality Kid. I acknowledge your strength. Let us engage in a true duel. Quitra's voice resonated slowly. In response, Gohan smiled and remarked, "It is a great honor to spar with you, Lord Quitra." Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Quitra's face. "You are far more astute than Beerus. Very well, let us continue." As Gohan erupted with fury, a golden aura surged around him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, it was behind Quitra, his every movement meticulously observed by his opponent. Quitra swiftly retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at Gohan's back, but in that instant, Gohan inexplicably disappeared once more. He re-emerged directly in front of Quitra, delivering a powerful punch that struck him squarely in the abdomen. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through Quitra's entire body, and with a steely gaze, he launched another punch towards Gohan. With a powerful shout, Gohan swiftly retreated. His fists clenched tightly as he braced himself to meet the rapidly approaching Quitra. Boom! The two fists collided with a tremendous force, a dazzling radiance erupting at the point of impact. In the next instant, Gohan launched a ferocious assault on Quitra, his fist raining down blows upon him with astonishing speed. With a single kick, he sent Quitra soaring through the air. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, to Gohan's astonishment, Quitra stood unscathed in the air not far away. Regaining his composure, Gohan remarked, "Indeed, Lord Quitra is formidable. Despite such a tremendous blow, he remains entirely unharmed." Wang Teng observed the fierce battle in the sky, gaining a newfound appreciation for Quitra's combat prowess. It was evident that he was not utilizing his full strength. Even the destructive power of a god of destruction was rendered ineffective. Truly, the god of destruction is formidable. In the next moment, Quitra launched a fierce counterattack against Gohan. Their fists clashed continuously in the air, with astonishing golden lightning illuminating the center of their encounters. Gohan and Ketla exchanged a flurry of punches, each landing several blows upon the other. However, before long, Ketla began to gain the upper hand, his punches accelerating with remarkable speed, leaving Gohan to adopt a stance of passive defense. Suddenly, Gohan was struck by a powerful punch that sent him flying backward. In an instant, Gohan's body soared into the air once more, positioning himself directly opposite Ketla. Upon witnessing Gohan's swift return, Ketla's expression grew noticeably colder. "Allow me to present you with a formidable gift." With that, a significantly larger purple energy sphere materialized at the tip of his finger. Gohan gazed intently at the terrifying energy sphere poised at his opponent's fingertips, murmuring, "It's significantly larger than the previous one. I must tread carefully." Whoosh! The violet destructive energy sphere was immediately hurled towards Gohan. With a thunderous roar, Gohan erupted in a blaze of golden energy. His arms thrust forward to meet the swiftly approaching purple energy sphere. The terrifying force unleashed by the sphere sent tremors through Gohan's entire being. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, the golden flames around him rising ever higher as he maximized the power of Super Saiyan 4. Observing Gohan's dire predicament, Quitra chuckled, "Be cautious, young one. This time, escape will not come easily." Wang Teng and the Angel Conic watched the aerial battle unfold, noting Gohan's precarious situation, yet neither made a move to intervene. They understood that Quitra wielded his power judiciously, and Gohan's strength was not to be underestimated. Wang Teng silently cheered for Gohan, urging him on. Gohan, unleash your potential. Your strength must surpass this. As Gohan roared once more, the golden flame surged even higher, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The force in his hands intensified. And astonishingly, he began to compress the destructive purple sphere with his palms. Remarkably, Gohan's energy was growing stronger. Witnessing the sphere being steadily constricted, a look of astonishment crossed Quitra's face. How is this young warrior accomplishing such a feat? Wufan relentlessly exerted himself, his body trembling with immense effort. A terrifying force surged forth, ready to explode. Quitella's mouth gaped wide in astonishment. In the next moment, the purple destructive energy sphere, compressed to the size of a basketball, suddenly detonated with a thunderous eruption. The entire sky was instantly transformed into a brilliant shade of purple, accompanied by a resounding roar. Whoosh! In an instant, Gohan erupted from the epicenter of the explosion, charging towards Ketla with fervor. Ketla's face reflected profound astonishment, but he quickly concealed his surprise, bracing himself to confront Gohan. The palms of the two warriors collided with a resounding impact. Gohan and Ketla clenched their teeth, exerting tremendous force upon their arms. Golden lightning flickered continuously across their limbs, a testament to the fierce competition of their formidable powers. With a simultaneous roar, they intensified their strength to its utmost, yet the outcome remained indecisive. At that moment, Gohan delivered a powerful kick that landed squarely on Ketla's chin, causing them to finally separate. Ketla staggered backward several steps before regaining his balance, while Gohan stood a short distance away, panting heavily, having expended all his energy. Gohan then remarked solemnly, "Lord Ketla, you are truly remarkable, even without exerting your full strength. Your power is astonishing." Ketla murmured in response, "Did you notice? What a formidable young man you are. I merely feared that if I unleashed my full power, I might inadvertently harm you, and then the esteemed inspector would trouble me." Upon hearing this, Gohan understood that Ketla had shown restraint out of consideration for Wang Teng. He urged, "Please, Lord Ketla, unleash your full strength. Lord Wang Teng will not hold you accountable." Ketla turned his gaze toward Wang Teng, who was seated below, and saw him nodding affirmatively toward the sky. A spark of excitement ignited on Ketla's face at the assurance he received. In an instant, he appeared behind Gohan with astonishing speed, leaving no time for a reaction. His palm pressed firmly against Gohan's body, and suddenly, a radiant light erupted as an energy sphere was launched forth. Gohan's body was immediately propelled away by the energy blast. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in the distant sky, engulfing the area in a blinding light and billowing smoke. In the next moment, black smoke billowed from Gohan as he soared out of the center of the explosion. At that instant, Katra reappeared where Gohan was descending. His palm pressed once more against Gohan's abdomen, unleashing another energy blast. Whoosh! Boom! The sky reverberated with a tremendous explosion. The smoke enveloped the entire heavens. In no time, Gohan began his descent from the sky. Whoosh! Quitra's figure reemerged before Gohan. With a swift motion, he grasped Gohan's head, radiating a brilliant golden light, and forcefully propelled him downward. A golden afterimage lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Quitra's voice resonated slowly. "What is the matter?" The candidate for the god of destruction from Universe 7. The anguished screams of Gohan echoed incessantly. Whoosh! As it seemed his body was about to plummet to the ground, Katra bellowed, "Is this all you can muster? How disgraceful!" Pressing Gohan's head down with the force of a meteor, Katra sent him crashing from the sky. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated from the earth, as flames and smoke intertwined and gradually ascended into the air. The angelic Konix softly inquired, "My lord, is it permissible for Lord Katra to engage in such antics?" In response, Wang Teng chuckled, "It's of no concern. If he cannot surpass this challenge, he shall never become a true warrior." Chapter 90. The ultimate technique. Amidst the thick haze of smoke, Gohan lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Katra stood beside him, observing the disheveled Gohan with a calm voice. "You managed to escape during the final strike, which is commendable. However, this is where your journey ends." Gohan trembled all over, striving to rise, yet his efforts proved futile time and again. In the next moment, Katra seized Gohan by the collar and hurled him into the sky. As he observed Gohan ascending rapidly, a smirk appeared on Quitra's lips as he swiftly soared after him. With a forceful headbutt, he collided with Gohan, eliciting a cry of agony. Katra relentlessly continued his assault, causing Gohan's body to ascend ever higher. Gohan floated high in the sky, and suddenly, Katra appeared before him. Wearing a smile, Wang Teng gazed up at the two figures, murmuring, "Gohan, what will you do now?" Suddenly, Quitra's voice drifted down. "Hey, kid, are you still able? If not, just concede. I'm nearly falling asleep here." With that, Quitra feigned a yawn. Following this, a purple destructive energy sphere materialized at his fingertips. This move would determine the victor. Destruction. Whoosh. The purple energy sphere hurtled towards Gohan. Boom. The entire sky transformed into a shade of purple. Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, flames soared, and smoke enveloped the area. Angel Konnik furrowed his brow and remarked, "Lord Quitra, have you perhaps gone too far?" Meanwhile, Wang Teng's gaze remained fixated on the sky, clearly anxious. If his judgment was flawed, Gohan would be in peril. A hint of panic crossed Quitra's face, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Why wasn't this kid defending himself? Had the previous attack stripped him of his fighting spirit? Just then, a faint silver light ascended from the smoke. The whole space seemed to freeze as Gohan's figure slowly rose. "What is this?" Angel Konnik exclaimed in astonishment. "Gohan, have you truly comprehended it?" "The ultimate freedom technique," Wang Teng whispered, staring at Gohan in the air. Quitra's eyes were fixated on the suddenly rising figure. Incredulity washing over him. This sensation, could it be? Impossible. How could a mere human boy possibly master the ultimate freedom technique? As Gohan slowly lifted his head, the formidable power of the Super Saiyan had dissipated, replaced instead by a faint, silvery divine force. Ketla's gaze gradually turned frigid. In an instant, a purple sphere of destructive energy manifested in his palm, and with a thunderous roar, he was surrounded by a multitude of these destructive orbs. Clearly, Gohan's transformation had provoked him, and he was now unleashing his true destructive might. Observing Ketla's movements in the air, Angel Konnik's expression grew grave as he implored, "Lord Ketla, cease at once. Should the candidate for the god of destruction of the seventh universe perish by your hand, the consequences would be unimaginable." In response, Ketla bellowed, "Silence, Konnik. This boy has already mastered the Ultra Instinct. How could he possibly meet his end so easily? Wouldn't you agree, esteemed inspector?" Hearing Ketla's words, Wang Teng's perception of his cunning deepened. Wang Teng cast a profound glance at Ketla hovering above and declared, "Feel free to strike. I will not hold you accountable." Reassured by Wang Teng's promise, Ketla relaxed, slightly advancing his fingers. Instantly, countless destructive orbs surged toward Gohan. Yet, Gohan remained astonishingly composed as the ominous spheres approached. Kamehameha. A gentle voice escaped his lips, and a radiant blue-white light emanated from his hands. Here it comes. The terrifying blue-white shockwave was swiftly unleashed by Gohan. Whoosh. The astonishing blue-white wave collided with the purple destructive spheres, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom, boom, boom. A series of detonations erupted in the sky, illuminating it with a blaze of fire. Ketla stood astonished, utterly dumbfounded as the intense flames engulfed him. Boom. A terrifying force rapidly radiated outward, ultimately transforming into shimmering starlight that vanished into the ether. A faint silvery white sacred aura enveloped Wufan, her gaze unwavering and serene. In the next moment, Quitella materialized directly behind her, launching a swift blade-like strike towards Wufan. In response to this sudden ambush, Wufan reacted swiftly, seizing his arm and flinging him away with force. Quitella spun through the air multiple times before regaining his balance. Gradually, he floated closer and spoke softly, "Your achievement at this height deserves my respect. Now, allow me to demonstrate my power." Wang Teng gazed up into the sky, murmuring, "Go for it, Wufan." Suddenly, a low, thunderous roar erupted from Quitella's throat. A purple aura surged forth, causing the entire realm of destruction to tremble violently. The terrifying energy burst forth like a tsunami crashing against the shore. Whoosh. In the next instant, both combatants soared rapidly into the sky. Gohan was enveloped in a silvery, divine aura, while Ketla erupted with a terrifying violet energy. With a swift motion, the two soared off in opposite directions. Wufan and Quitella stood at a certain distance apart, gazing intently at one another. With a thunderous roar, Wufan unleashed a surge of silvery divine power that escalated to an unprecedented level. Meanwhile, a terrifying violet energy enveloped Quitra, intensifying with each of his bellowed words. The astonishing momentum surged forth like an overwhelming tide. Wufan and Quitra instantly transformed into two meteors, one silver-white and the other violet, crashing violently into one another. The silver power and the violet energy immediately established a fierce rivalry. A terrifying wave of energy rapidly expanded outward from their epicenter. The entire sky was suffused with a dreadful force, immensely frightening. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated. The astonishing power swiftly radiated outward. Both individuals were violently propelled away by the overwhelming force. A fierce gale continuously surged downward. Yet, Angel Conic and Wang Teng remained steadfast, enveloped in a mysterious power, unyielding amidst the howling winds. After Gohan and Ketla steadied themselves, they gazed at each other from a distance, their expressions distinctly contrasting. Wufan's face remained an expression of indifference, while a look of astonishment emerged on Quitra's countenance. Gohan spoke softly, "Lord Quitra, let us continue." In the next moment, a silvery, sacred energy enveloped Gohan once more. Upon hearing Gohan's audacious challenge, Quitra roared, "Do not become too complacent, boy." Subsequently, a purple aura erupted around him, unleashing an astonishing force. In an instant, Gohan's body sprang into motion. Whoosh! He vanished from his original position. Quitra, witnessing Gohan's sudden disappearance, shouted in fury and swiftly pursued him. Whoosh! The two engaged in rapid movement through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Their figures intertwined swiftly, the sound of collisions echoing continuously. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, they collided once more like two comets. Boom! Their fists clashed immediately, and at that moment, a terrifying power erupted akin to a nuclear explosion, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Chapter 91, Successful Sign-In. The dreadful energy waves swiftly radiated outward. The two locked eyes, the force within their fists intensifying exponentially. After a prolonged standoff, both swiftly retracted their fists and leaped back. The clouds above were dispersed by their incredible power. Below, the realm of destruction had transformed, littered with marks of energy impacts and visible fissures everywhere. Gohan and Quitra stood high in the sky, gazing intently at one another. At this moment, both were panting heavily. "I never imagined you had comprehended the Ultra Instinct technique. It is truly astonishing," Quitra remarked softly. Wufan spoke. "It is all thanks to your assistance. This next strike is a profound expression of gratitude towards Lord Quitra. Your immense pressure has enabled me to reach this pinnacle." Angel Conic furrowed his brow and remarked, "Do we really need to endure such a collision once more? If this continues, the realm of destruction may very well cease to exist." In response, Wang Teng chuckled, "Then I must trouble you, Conic, to safeguard the realm of destruction. This will likely be the final blow." Quitra's expression darkened considerably as he began to unleash his power, with a violet aura surging around him in an instant. The violet flames soared skyward, transforming half of the heavens into a brilliant purple hue. The silvery, divine power enveloping Gohan radiated throughout his being, creating an ambience reminiscent of a starry silver sky. The forces of the two combatants subtly formed a tension of opposition. Their gazes sharpened, and their auras intensified instantaneously, their powers reaching their zenith. In an instant, a super-destructive energy sphere materialized in Ketla's palm. Destruction. Whoosh. The super-destructive energy sphere sliced through the heavens, hurtling towards Gohan. Infused with the silver divine power, the martial artist raised both hands high. Astonishing energy coalesced in his palms. Demon Flash. Under the watchful eyes of Wang Teng and the Angel Conic, a golden shockwave collided with the purple energy sphere. Boom. The Demon Flash struck the super-destructive energy sphere, unleashing a terrifying force that radiated outward. Countless fragments of stone were lifted, while fierce winds surged downward. Their powers clashed and devoured one another in the air, neither willing to yield. With the passage of time, the two forces erupted explosively. They charged towards each other, vanishing in a whirlwind of energy. Boom, boom. The sound of astonishing explosions reverberated. Amidst the brilliant light, the two engaged in a fierce battle, throwing rapid punches. Crash. In the next moment, they exchanged glances, swiftly retracting their fists, only to strike again, their blows clashing with tremendous force. The entire expanse of the sky seemed to freeze in that instant. Bang, bang. The two commenced a frantic melee in the heavens. Ketla unleashed a furious punch, but Gohan ducked and countered with a retaliatory blow that landed squarely on Ketla's face. Ketla was sent hurtling backward, spinning several times before regaining his composure. Wang Teng and the Angel Conic watched from above. Conic remarked softly, "I can't believe this. That boy's power can actually contend with Lord Ketla." In response, Wang Teng chuckled, "Ketla must be concealing his true strength. If he unleashed his full power, Gohan, who has just grasped the ultimate instinct, would stand no chance." Conic smiled, refraining from further comment. In the aerial battlefield, Ketla's face twisted in fury as he unleashed a torrent of energy, the purple flames intensifying. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, moving with blinding speed, akin to a meteor streaking through the sky, charging towards Gohan. Gohan swiftly leaped backward, narrowly evading Quintela's attack, as a radiant silver divine energy enveloped him once more. Whoosh! The two figures soared through the air at breathtaking speeds, akin to two meteors plummeting from the heavens. Violet and silver luminescence intertwined and clashed in a dazzling display above. The battle between Gohan and Katra intensified, each refusing to yield as they exchanged blows in a fierce contest. Their attacks quickened, manifesting an array of white sonic shockwaves that erupted around them. In the next moment, their palms collided, initiating a contest of strength. Katra murmured, "You have already attained the power of a deity." At these words, a ripple of emotion stirred within Gohan before he regained his composure. "Thank you for your recognition, Lord Katra," he replied. Observing Gohan's calm demeanor, Katra clenched his teeth, swiftly retracting his hand and leaping backward to create distance between them. He then brought his hands together, summoning an astonishing pink energy sphere. Katra shouted, "Kid, do not underestimate the power of the gods." Gohan gazed at the pink energy sphere that materialized in Quitra's hand, his heart filled with bewilderment. This was not the power of destruction. Indeed, Katra concealed an extraordinary strength. As the pink energy orb expanded before him, Gohan swiftly assumed the stance for the Kamehameha. Instantly, a brilliant white-blue radiance erupted from his hands. "Here it comes." The formidable white-blue shockwave surged fiercely towards the pink energy sphere hurled by Katra. At that moment, Wang Teng's figure suddenly appeared between the two. A silvery white divine force manifested instantly, even more resplendent than Gohan's glow. Wang Teng extended both hands, pressing directly against the two energy orbs. An astonishing surge of energy radiated from his palms, and the two terrifying energy spheres were obliterated in an instant. Wang Teng's foundational combat strength had ascended to a divine level, and through relentless training over this period, he had finally grasped the ultimate skill of freedom, achieving a depth of comprehension far beyond what Gohan could compare. Whoosh! The three of them returned to the realm of the god of destruction. Clap, clap, clap. The angel Kornik applauded, and his voice resonated softly thereafter. The battle between Lord Katra and young Gohan was truly spectacular. What astonished me even more was that the inspector had also mastered the ultimate skill of freedom. "Congratulations, my lord." Upon hearing this, Katra promptly offered his respectful congratulations. "Congratulations, my lord." Wang Teng waved his hand and smiled modestly. It was merely luck. Katra is also quite remarkable. Just then, Gohan felt a sudden darkness before him, and he collapsed. Upon awakening, Gohan found himself in an unfamiliar chamber. Just then, the angel Kornik entered with a smile, remarking, "Ah, my young friend has awakened." It seems the effects of the ultimate instinct technique are gradually subsiding. However, I must remind you that although you are a candidate for the god of destruction of the seventh universe, you are not yet a deity and thus lack a divine body. Therefore, exercise caution with the ultimate instinct technique. In response, Gohan nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you for your reminder, esteemed one. By the way, where is Lord Wang Teng?" Hearing Gohan's inquiry, Kornik replied softly, "The Lord is resting in the outer hall and should be along shortly." In the outer hall of the god of destruction's temple, Wang Teng's mind was filled with mechanical notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the fourth universe sign-in task. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining 100 million basic battle power. Ding. Congratulations, host, for an additional second of time rewind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Kaioshin exclusive instant teleportation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving an opportunity for enlightenment. As the series of notifications echoed in his mind, Wang Teng was overjoyed. His primary objective for visiting the fourth universe was to facilitate Gohan's rapid growth, while the secondary goal was to reap the rewards from the system's sign-in. With the emergence of the evil god, Wang Teng sought to swiftly enhance his combat prowess, and the quickest way to achieve this was through sign-ins at various locations. His next destination was Planet Wampa. Chapter 92, Wang Teng, Broly. "Would you care to leave with me?" After bidding farewell to Katra and the angel Kornik, Wang Teng set off towards Planet Wampa with Gohan. Whoosh! Wang Teng utilized the newly acquired Kaioshin exclusive instant teleportation, arriving instantaneously on Planet Wampa. This planet was exceedingly hot, with an exceptionally harsh environment. The entire surface was plagued by sandstorms, and the air was thick with murkiness, oppressive in its heat. "Lord Wang Teng, is it truly possible for anyone to reside on such a planet?" In bewilderment, Gohan inquired. In response, Wang Teng softly suggested, let us first seek refuge in a cave, where we may converse in detail. The incessant swirling sands surrounding them proved quite uncomfortable. Shortly thereafter, the two discovered a cave, where Wang Teng swiftly dispatched the indigenous creatures within. Once they had tidied up the area, Wang Teng and Gohan kindled a fire and settled down. It was then that Wang Teng spoke gently. Gohan, the reason for bringing you to this planet is that it is home to a formidable warrior. Upon hearing this, Gohan appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting astonishment. He had not anticipated that in such a dismal environment there existed sentient life. Typically, such planets are inhospitable to humans, save for the most resilient of beings. It was indeed hard to fathom that a powerful entity could thrive in such a harsh locale. Surely, this individual must possess extraordinary strength. The astonishment in Gohan's eyes did not escape the keen perception of Wang Teng. Not only Gohan, but even Wang Teng himself had not anticipated the dire conditions of planet Vampa to such an extent. The heat was sweltering, accompanied by relentless sandstorms year-round. Were it not for his astonishing prowess at this moment, he would have found it unbearable to remain. Gohan, they are approaching, Wang Teng suddenly informed Gohan. Upon hearing this, Gohan was taken aback, immediately sensing two formidable energies advancing towards them. Before long, two unfamiliar figures materialized before Gohan and Wang Teng. Before their eyes stood a somewhat grizzled individual, Paragus, who bore a striking resemblance with his graying hair and a missing eye. He was clad in an antiquated battle uniform, his expression grave, while behind him loomed a muscular young man with ebony hair and an earnest gaze. Upon sighting him, Wang Teng's eyes lit up, for he recognized the legendary figure they had come to seek, none other than the fabled Super Saiyan, Broly. Gohan gazed at the two individuals with bewilderment, murmuring, are they truly the formidable beings that Lord Wang Teng spoke of? Yet their energy feels utterly weak. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, my energy surpasses theirs. Could it be that Lord Wang Teng was not referring to them? Then, Gohan caught sight of the tail behind Paragus, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, Science? You are Science? Upon hearing this, Paragus did not respond immediately but scrutinized the two before him. Soon, an expression of excitement illuminated Paragus's face. Humans. I never expected to encounter humans on this planet. Observing Paragus's enthusiasm, Wang Teng deliberately revealed his tail. Upon seeing it, Paragus took a step back and solemnly inquired, Science? Are you sent by King Vegeta? Wang Teng chuckled, noting Paragus's vigilance. Do not be alarmed, planet Vegeta has been obliterated by Frieza, and the king you speak of has long since perished. Paragus was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Soon after, he regained his composure and gritted his teeth, saying, that detestable King Vegeta has met his end so easily, it is far too lenient. Wang Teng glanced at Broly behind Paragus and softly remarked, his name is Broly. Isn't it? Paragus, astonished, asked, how do you know? In response to his query, Wang Teng smiled and declared, because I am a god. Shall I take you away from this planet? Upon hearing that they could leave this planet, Paragus was immediately filled with excitement. As long as you can take us away, I will agree to any conditions. I can no longer endure this wretched place. With an opportunity to escape, he certainly would not let it slip away. Wang Teng then turned to Broly. What about you, Broly? Do you wish to leave? Broly hesitated, for he had been sent here at birth and had lived his entire life in this place. Despite the oppressive heat, he had grown accustomed to it. He glanced at his father. Paragus urged, Broly, quickly agree. Receiving his father's affirmative nod, Broly finally consented. Though Wang Teng understood that Paragus would undoubtedly encounter trouble with Vegeta in the future, he realized that Paragus was Broly's only family. If he did not take him along, Broly might refuse to leave. Wang Teng promptly led the three away, vanishing from planet Wampa. In the 7th universe, on an unnamed planet, a desolate world dominated by rocks and ruled by dinosaurs, where humanity had yet to emerge. Whoosh! The four of them materialized on this barren planet. Paragus surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, my lord, where is this? Upon hearing this, Wang Teng chuckled and remarked, this is a certain planet within the 7th universe, and I wish to ascertain whether you possess any value that warrants your retention. If you can defeat him, I shall keep you by my side. Should you fail, I will have no choice but to send you back to the planet Wampa. As he spoke, Wang Teng gestured towards Gohan. Upon hearing the mention of being sent back to Wampa, Paragus immediately grew anxious and exclaimed, Broly. Responding to his father's call, Broly stepped forward without hesitation. Wang Teng then turned to Gohan and said, Gohan, Please help me evaluate Broly's combat prowess. Gohan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Paragus swiftly issued a command to Broly. Broly, defeat that individual, but do not take his life. Do you understand? Broly acknowledged his father's words with a nod. Consequently, Wang Teng and Paragus moved aside to observe. Gohan and Broly gazed at each other from a distance. In the next moment, with a thunderous roar, Broly surged forward, unleashing a ferocious punch directly at Gohan. Gohan, with an impassive expression, defended against Broly's relentless punches. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming force emanating from Broly's fist. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gohan swiftly retreated. Whoosh! Broly pursued without relent, their speeds reaching an astonishing level, vanishing from sight in an instant. Broly continued to roar with fury, his fists imbued with terrifying power as they rained down upon Gohan with ferocity. Gohan continuously dodged left and right, occasionally colliding with his opponent. Their exchanges were quite remarkable. Soon after, the two engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. The epicenter of the battlefield resonated with terrifying waves of energy, sending ripples of force radiating outward, creating numerous craters upon the ground. In the next moment, both ascended swiftly into the sky, with Broly's strikes becoming increasingly ferocious and rapid. Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, so swift. It appeared that he was still acclimating to wielding his power. Observing this, Gohan swiftly retaliated, and their fists collided once more. The sky reverberated with the terrifying energy waves generated by their clashes. Bang! Bang! The fearsome white sonic booms rapidly manifested around them. Their speed was astonishing. As two dark figures continuously intertwined in a breathtaking dance, Paragus gazed at the spectacle above, his face a mask of shock. That Gohan is indeed remarkable. In response, Wang Teng chuckled. After all, Gohan has endured numerous brutal battles. Moreover, Broly seems to be unaccustomed to combat. He has likely never engaged in a contest before. Upon hearing Wang Teng's astute observation, Paragus felt an increasing sense of intrigue surrounding him. The sky continued to resonate with terrifying energy aftershocks, causing the entire planet to tremble. Suddenly, Wang Teng softly remarked, "Yet, it seems he is gradually adapting." The figures of Gohan and Broly suddenly materialized, their fists colliding with great force, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swiftly radiated outward. Gohan commenced a frenzied counterattack, his punches accelerating with remarkable speed. However, Broly remained undeterred, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial clash. In the next instant, Gohan struck Broly squarely in the abdomen, sending him plummeting downward. Yet, as his feet touched the ground, he forcefully propelled himself back up, unleashing a terrifying wave of white energy that carved deep grooves into the earth. In no time, he regained his composure. Gazing at Gohan in the air, a smile graced his face, and he surged upward with unparalleled velocity, delivering a powerful punch. Observing this, Gohan instinctively crossed his arms to shield his chest. Bang! Gohan was propelled backwards several steps before he could regain his balance. Gohan flexed his slightly numb arms, murmuring, "What is wrong with this guy? Why does he grow stronger with each strike?" Just then, Broly charged at him with ferocity, prompting Gohan to swiftly extend his palm to meet Broly's. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from both of them. Chapter 93, Rapid Progress as their powers clashed. A faint golden aura suddenly enveloped Gohan, and he seized Broly's hands with a grip like a vice. Broly thrashed wildly, yet no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. Gohan couldn't help but feel astonished. This opponent was truly tenacious. Then, he lunged forward, his head colliding forcefully with Broly's. The impact sent Broly reeling, disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan raised his iron fist and struck Broly's chin with tremendous force. Boom! In an instant, his swift punch landed squarely on Broly's jaw, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Broly's body tore through several small mountains, careening back as clouds of dust billowed around them. In the next moment, Broly roared, extending his arms to grasp a nearby mountain. Deep gashes appeared as he anchored himself, gradually stabilizing. When he looked up, he saw Gohan perched on a nearby peak. Gohan unleashed a thunderous shout, and a terrifying golden aura enveloped him. The entire planet began to tremble, causing nearby dinosaurs to flee in terror, while the mountain beneath Gohan shattered into countless pebbles. Broly's gaze was fixed on the radiant golden figure before him, witnessing Gohan bathed in golden flames, exuding an astonishing presence. Observing Gohan's transformation, Paragus instinctively took several steps back in fear. "What is that?" he exclaimed. Wang Teng looked on, puzzled. Can Broly not transform into a Super Saiyan? At this, Paraga shuddered in shock. A Super Saiyan. Could it be the legendary one? Meanwhile, Broly let out a long howl, unleashing a fearsome white energy wave that surged toward Gohan. Now transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gohan's strength was vastly superior to before, no matter how violently Broly attacked. Gohan effortlessly countered. The two engaged in a fierce exchange mid-air, trading dozens of blows, and invariably, Broly found himself on the receiving end. Gohan's golden fists landed heavily on Broly's face, sending him crashing downward. Gohan pursued closely behind, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon Broly. Despite the immense power behind Gohan's punches, Broly would only pause momentarily before charging back into the fray. Wufan felt increasingly alarmed as he muttered to himself, "What on earth is wrong with this fellow?" Gohan, momentarily taken aback, unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Broly, his speed reaching its zenith. The forceful blow landed squarely on Broly's face. To everyone's astonishment, Broly remained unfazed, absorbing Gohan's astonishing strike with an expression of indifference. Just as Gohan was engulfed in disbelief, Broly suddenly erupted with fury. A terrifying wave of white energy erupted from him, sending Gohan hurtling through the air. Whoosh! Boom! Gohan crashed heavily into a small mountain, and before he could catch his breath, Broly lunged at him like a ferocious beast, his fists raining down upon Gohan with relentless ferocity. Faced with such an onslaught, Gohan could only raise his arms in a defensive posture before his chest. At that moment, the astonishment within Gohan was indescribable. The speed at which this opponent was growing stronger was truly astounding. In the next instant, Broly unleashed a powerful punch that bore down on Gohan, forcing him backward with overwhelming force. The two warriors quickly tore through a massive mountain, with Gohan desperately seeking an opportunity to escape, while Broly pursued him relentlessly. Their battle intensified as they ascended from the ground into the air, and at this juncture, Gohan's attacks no longer posed any threat to Broly. As Wu Fan perceived the situation was amiss, he swiftly retreated, while Broly relentlessly pursued him. Observing the aerial combat, a flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Teng's face. Broly was indeed formidable, engaging in battle while remaining in his base form. Could it be that he truly would not transform into a Super Saiyan? Upon hearing this, Paragus nodded affirmatively, responding, "Indeed, my lord." The moment Paragus spoke, Wang Teng's brow furrowed slightly. At this juncture, Broly had yet to unleash his full power. It seemed necessary to adopt Frieza's approach, to incite him fiercely, thereby awakening his potential and transforming him into the legendary Super Saiyan. As Gohan ceaselessly altered his trajectory, realizing he could not shake off Broly, he swiftly ascended towards the heavens. Yet, regardless of his directional shifts, Broly, enveloped in a white aura, relentlessly pursued him. In the next moment, Gohan's golden aura suddenly intensified, shimmering silver lightning flickering into existence as his power surged rapidly. His hair elongated instantly, and a crimson tail began to sway in the air, his body adorned with fur, transforming him into a figure of vibrant red. The golden flames around him soared higher, causing the very planet to tremble violently. In an astonishing turn of events, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 during flight. A formidable energy radiated outward, and Broly, relentlessly pursuing him, found himself unable to close the distance to the golden aura-enshrouded Gohan. Broly's face contorted with profound shock as he beheld the Crimson Warrior, adorned with a coat of red fur, whose aura had grown increasingly ferocious. At that moment, Gohan raised his right hand, unleashing a flurry of rapid attacks in the form of rapidly launched white energy spheres. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, the energy spheres detonated violently upon impact with Broly. Boom, boom, boom. Thick black smoke billowed from Broly's form as he grimaced, retreating while shielding his chest with his arms. Gohan's energy spheres multiplied incessantly, their potency escalating with every passing moment. The cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated through the air. In an instant, Broly was hurled backward, hurtling toward the mountain wall. Just as he was about to crash into it, he bellowed fiercely, summoning an astonishing white energy wave that halted his momentum. A terrifying force surged within him, rapidly amplifying his strength. In the following moment, he propelled himself off the mountain wall, launching forward with explosive speed. Broly unleashed the full extent of his power in a fierce assault against Gohan. As Broly charged like a primordial beast, Gohan evaded and maneuvered through the air, continuously retreating from his onslaught. Broly's strikes quickened, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, yet he could not land a blow on Gohan. With a furious roar, Broly unleashed a devastating punch aimed directly at Gohan. Crack! Gohan, enveloped in a golden aura, seized Broly's swift fist with his palm. In the next moment, under Broly's astonished gaze, Gohan raised his other hand and delivered a powerful blow to Broly's face. This seemingly simple strike unleashed a terrifying force, sending Broly hurtling through the air. Whoosh! At that instant, Broly plummeted like a fallen cannonball, crashing through multiple mountain peaks, still propelled backward with relentless momentum. Chapter 94. A fierce battle. Broly continued his backward trajectory, ultimately smashing into a colossal mountain peak, where he finally came to a halt. Instantly, debris scattered in all directions, and dust enveloped the scene. Meanwhile, Paragus, who was watching the battle, wore a look of utter astonishment. He never anticipated that a young man following behind the elder would possess such formidable strength. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng murmured, "This cannot possibly be his full potential." Paragus, with a forlorn expression, shook his head in response. "I apologize, my lord, but this is indeed all of Broly's power." Wang Teng regarded Paragus with a hint of surprise, pondering whether he was truly ignorant or merely feigning ignorance in my presence. Or perhaps he feared that Broly might unleash a transcendent power beyond control. Contemplating this, a smile crept across Wang Teng's face, solidifying his resolve to emulate Frieza's approach and draw forth Broly's utmost strength. Buried in the mountainside, Broly trembled slightly, an astonishing aura steadily brewing within him. Gohan bathed in a golden aura, gracefully soaring through the air. Paragus, keenly aware of Broly's unsettling demeanor, bellowed, "Broly, you have already lost. Return at once." At that moment, Broly was far beyond heeding Paragus's words, teetering on the precipice of fury. An astonishing power began to emanate from his entire being, shattering the surrounding stones into mere dust in an instant. As Paragus reached for his waist, he discovered that his remote control had vanished without a trace. Undoubtedly, it was the doing of the figure standing beside him, Wang Teng. "I shall not allow you to impede Broly's transformation. Simply observe, for you shall serve a greater purpose later." Gazing at the increasingly uncontrollable Broly, Paragus shouted, "Broly, cease this madness. Are my words falling on deaf ears?" In the midst of the battlefield, Broly clutched his head with one hand, anguish etched across his face, his tormented wails echoing, yet the energy surrounding him only intensified. Gohan raised his right hand and softly declared, "It is over." In an instant, a formidable energy sphere coalesced in his palm, radiating with a dazzling golden brilliance. "Go!" With a thunderous shout, the golden energy sphere surged from his hand, hurtling swiftly towards Broly. The terrifying energy sphere detonated immediately, engulfing the surroundings in a cataclysmic explosion, flames soaring high into the sky, and debris swirling in a dense cloud of smoke. The earth-shattering sounds reverberated continuously as Broly was buried beneath a pile of rubble. As time elapsed, Broly, trapped within the debris, began to tremble violently, emanating a dreadful golden energy. Countless fragments of rock ascended into the air, and the clouds above gradually twisted into a vortex, from which a golden beam of light shot skyward. Broly stood at the epicenter of the golden radiance, enveloped in an ominous energy. At this moment, veins bulged prominently on his forehead, resembling a beast awakening from slumber, his ferocious aura crashing upon the scene like a tidal wave, while fierce winds radiated outward in all directions. With a primal roar, a violent sandstorm erupted across the battlefield. Gohan, with his arms crossed protectively over his chest, remained steadfast against the tempestuous winds. Meanwhile, Wang Teng, adorned with mystical hues, stood unfazed by the chaos surrounding him. Only Paragus, sprawled on the ground, appeared utterly disheveled, repeatedly muttering, "Stop. Please, stop." The expression on Wufan's face was one of utter astonishment. What on earth is happening? How could there be such a Saiyan? As Gohan gazed at Broly, who was erupting with terrifying power, he turned to glance at Wang Teng. Noticing Wang Teng's calm demeanor, he felt his anxiety dissipate. Broly let out a furious roar, a mysterious green energy beginning to emanate from him. Gradually, he ascended from the pile of rubble. In the next moment, Broly unleashed a green energy sphere from his mouth, but Gohan swiftly evaded it with a sudden movement. The fearsome green sphere detonated upon impact with the ground, unleashing an astonishing force that obliterated several mountain peaks into mere dust. The entire sky transformed into a haunting shade of green, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Boom! In an instant, flames shot skyward, and smoke enveloped the entire space. Upon witnessing this situation, Gohan was immediately engulfed by a surge of fury, his golden aura rising majestically. Just then, Broly transformed into a streak of green light and charged forward with great ferocity. Gohan swiftly assumed a battle stance, prepared to confront the impending threat. At this moment, Gohan had maximized his power, and as Broly swiftly approached, he unleashed a devastating punch that struck Broly squarely in the face. Astonishingly, Broly withstood the brutal impact, displaying no sign of distress. His unwavering gaze left Gohan in a state of utter shock. In the next instant, Gohan clenched his teeth and retreated hastily, but Broly was relentless, pouncing upon him without hesitation. Realizing there was no escape, Gohan gritted his teeth and surged forward to meet Broly head-on, igniting another fierce clash in the air. The sound of their fists colliding reverberated through the atmosphere, accompanied by a series of white sonic booms. Broly roared with unbridled rage, his green aura intensifying and enveloping him as his attacks on Gohan grew increasingly rapid. Gohan unleashed his full power, clashing fiercely with Broly. However, at that moment, Broly seemed to have activated a ferocious skill, exhibiting immense and uncontrollable strength. After exchanging several blows, Gohan found himself continually retreating. Broly's maniacal laughter echoed as his terrifying fists surged towards Gohan with relentless force. Upon realizing there was no escape, Gohan quickly raised his hands to shield his chest. The moment their forces collided, Broly's fist unleashed a terrifying power, sending Gohan hurtling through the air. Wufan plunged directly into the mountainside. Oh! With a thunderous roar, a golden aura surged rapidly upwards. Gohan erupted from the pile of rubble, landing directly opposite Broly. Upon witnessing Gohan emerge unscathed, Broly immediately charged towards him. Gohan had already made thorough preparations and swiftly advanced. Both combatants unleashed their fists with great speed. Crash! Their ferocious fists collided with tremendous force. A terrifying power erupted instantly, propelling Gohan several steps back before he could regain his footing. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he charged once more at Broly, and the two engaged in battle again. Gohan's strikes became increasingly swift and ferocious, while Broly, refusing to be outdone, engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, each punch landing with resounding force as they continuously adapted their techniques. In the next moment, Broly unleashed a powerful kick, his formidable leg slicing through the air like a tempest, aimed directly at Gohan. Wufan had no time to evade, so he could only brace himself with his arms. And the two collided fiercely. Whoosh! Gohan was immediately propelled backward. With a resounding crash, he plummeted into the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed. Magic flash. A golden shockwave surged forth from the earth, followed swiftly by countless energy blasts shot from Gohan's hands, hurtling towards Broly. As the terrifying energy blasts approached with alarming speed, Broly maneuvered through the air with remarkable agility, evading the golden projectiles with utmost swiftness. While evading, he also rapidly concentrated green energy blasts in his hands to counterattack. Gohan swiftly darted to the side, narrowly evading Broly's green energy blast. To his astonishment, Broly surged forward, propelled by the very blast he had unleashed. In an instant, Broly's fist struck with incredible speed, landing squarely on Gohan's face, who was unable to dodge in time. Gohan was immediately sent flying once more, crashing directly into the nearby mountain wall. The impact created a gaping hole, and Broly, seizing the opportunity, swiftly charged into the opening, unleashing another powerful punch towards the fallen Gohan. Gohan soared forth from the mountainside in an instant. Beholding the disheveled Gohan, Broly unleashed a piercing howl, his astonishing power erupting forth with immediate effect. A verdant beam of light ascended into the heavens, and an overwhelming surge of ferocity surged forth, transforming the entire battlefield into a realm of green. After stabilizing his stance, Wufan swiftly unleashed his energy, enveloping his form in a radiant golden aura. Chapter 95, Suppression. In the next moment, the green and gold figures converged like two meteors, colliding with tremendous force. Boom! A terrifying power immediately radiated outward from the two, spreading into the surrounding area. The air above the battlefield was filled with the sound of energy blasts, and the two figures could only be discerned as indistinct silhouettes. Gohan's fists were enveloped in a resplendent golden aura as he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Broly. To his astonishment, a smile appeared on Broly's face in response to the barrage akin to a torrential downpour. Instantly, a verdant aura surged around Broly, and he retaliated with a torrent of punches that collided forcefully with Gohan's blows. As Broly's ferocious power erupted, Gohan was uncontrollably sent flying. Whoosh! Boom! The ground was instantly transformed into a colossal crater, shrouded in swirling dust. Wang Teng gazed at Gohan, who had clearly fallen to the disadvantage, and couldn't help but admire Broly's formidable strength. At this moment, Broly's power had yet to be fully unleashed, yet he was able to subdue Super Saiyan for Gohan. If he were to unleash his full might, it would likely require personal intervention. Whoosh! Gohan surged forward in an instant, upon witnessing Gohan's relentless charge. Broly grinned and launched himself once more towards him. At that moment, Gohan executed a swift kick, and Broly, upon colliding with it, was forcefully propelled backward. After regaining his balance, Broly let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens, as a terrifying green aura enveloped him once again, now radiating an overwhelming force. Broly charged at Gohan with an intimidating aura of oppression. Gazing at the frenzied Broly, Gohan murmured, "Kaioken times 10. In an instant, the golden aura surrounding Gohan was swiftly encased in a crimson flame, unleashing a ferocious energy that surged forth. A confident smile appeared on Wufan's face as he confronted the charging Broly. With a sudden and powerful grip, he seized Broly's arm and hurled him away. Boom! Broly immediately crashed into a small mountain, shattering it into pieces. Gohan swiftly ascended into the heavens. "Hey Broly, calm yourself." Boom! Broly erupted from the pile of stones, charging fiercely towards Gohan. In an instant, a blaze of golden and crimson energy enveloped Gohan, ensnaring Broly and preventing him from advancing even a step further. "Broly, you have already lost. Cease your efforts," Gohan shouted at the frenzied Broly. At that moment, Broly, resembling a wild beast, let out a piercing howl towards the heavens, his eyes abruptly transforming into a vivid green. Instantly, a terrifying green aura erupted from his being. This emerald blaze collided fiercely with Gohan's golden and crimson flames, causing the latter to shatter into chaos in an instant. Gohan was astonished to discover that Broly's emerald aura was enveloping him. Broly's figure swiftly approached, delivering a powerful punch. Observing this, Gohan immediately summoned his strength, with golden and crimson energy surging around him, swiftly neutralizing Broly's verdant power. Bang! Gohan swiftly seized Broly's fist, forcefully hurling him away, causing Broly to crash heavily onto the ground. Boom! The earth was immediately fractured with countless cracks. The terrifying destructive force sent debris flying in all directions, enveloping the air in dust and chaos. Wang Teng gazed at the battlefield, murmuring, "Gohan, compel him to unleash his potential. I yearn to witness the true strength of this legendary Super Saiyan." Suddenly, a wave of ominous green energy erupted violently, spreading outward relentlessly, with countless fragments dispersing around. The entire battlefield transformed into a sea of green. Broly's figure surged upward explosively, causing the very planet to tremble violently. Gohan immediately erupted in fury and charged forward. In the next moment, after Broly retracted all of his verdant energy within himself, the tremors of the planet ceased, and their fists collided with a resounding impact. Bang! Instantly, their fists sparked a dazzling display of light in the air. In the following moment, to Gohan's astonishment, Broly's entire form swelled dramatically, increasing in stature significantly. With gritted teeth, Gohan charged forward, exchanging several blows before swiftly retreating. Broly, like a ferocious beast, pursued him relentlessly. His terrifying fists rained down upon Gohan, who found himself in a state of passive defense, unable to seize any opportunity for counterattack. Watching the frenzied Broly, Paragus retreated further, fearing that if this continued, Broly would ultimately be his own undoing. It seemed all hope was lost. At this moment, Broly's power reached astonishing heights, and Gohan was steadily losing ground. Just then, Broly seized the fleeting moment of Gohan's evasion and landed a powerful punch squarely on his face. Gohan was sent flying backward, crashing directly onto the ground. Broly charged forward with astonishing speed, bringing his foot down with force. Sensing the impending danger, Gohan swiftly rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the attack. Broly continued to advance relentlessly, while Gohan clumsily rolled to the side to dodge his strikes. At that moment, Gohan sprang up with a fierce determination, his energy surging dramatically. His body propelled upward, and he struck Broly with his head in a powerful collision. Broly staggered back several paces, caught off guard by the impact. Gohan seized the opportunity without hesitation, conjuring a sphere of energy in his hand and hurling it towards Broly, regaining his stance with remarkable agility. Broly's face twisted into a cruel smile as he caught the rapidly approaching energy sphere with his massive hand. The orb quivered in Broly's grasp, and in the next moment, he crushed it violently with a ferocious compression. Observing Gohan's predicament, Wang Teng prepared to intervene, eager to personally gauge Broly's formidable strength. At that instant, amidst the astonished gazes of Broly's companions, he seized Gohan by the ankle and hurled him to the ground with immense force. A piercing scream erupted from Gohan's lips. In a frenzy, Broly swung Gohan back and forth, relentlessly slamming him against the earth. In the following moment, Broly launched Gohan into the air, pursuing him with swift ferocity. He then pressed his enormous hand down upon Gohan's head, driving him into the heart of a colossal mountain. Blood gushed from Gohan's mouth instantly. Gohan lay helplessly amidst the rubble, while Broly gazed at him, his face adorned with a maniacal grin. Paragus urgently shouted, "Broly, you have already triumphed. Cease this madness." Yet, in that moment, Broly was engulfed in a frenzied state, completely oblivious to his words. Just then, Gohan staggered to his feet, tearing his tattered clothing to shreds, murmuring, "What a monster indeed. But Lord Wang Teng is watching. I cannot afford to lose to you." A deep roar erupted from Gohan's throat. 20-fold Kaioken. As he unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken, an immense surge of power erupted from his being, and a crimson aura began to soar above the golden flames that enveloped him. Gohan erupted with a terrifying power, causing the ground to fissure in multiple places. Observing Gohan's sudden surge, Broly's eyes gleamed with an unusual excitement. With a fierce roar, he charged towards Gohan with tremendous speed. Chapter 96. Broly unleashed. The green aura surged upwards as Broly barreled toward Gohan. As the formidable figure of Broly approached swiftly, Gohan extended his palm, meeting Broly's hand in a fierce clash. Boom! An astonishing wave of energy immediately radiated outward. In the next instant, the air resonated with the sound of their collision, creating a growing chorus of sonic booms. Their battle intensified, each warrior relentlessly assaulting the other. Powerful shockwaves cascading through the sky. In a thunderous voice, Gohan shouted, his hands glowing brilliantly. As he concentrated his energy, a barrage of energy blasts swiftly surged towards Broly. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions filled the air, flames soaring high, and thick smoke enveloping the battlefield. In an instant, Broly's green figure burst forth from the haze. With a fierce roar, he launched a relentless assault on Gohan, his strikes arriving with blinding speed. Gohan's golden and red aura shimmered with dazzling brilliance as he raised both palms to block Broly's fists. Then, Gohan unleashed an overwhelming surge of power, delivering a devastating punch to Broly's abdomen. Ugh! Broly immediately doubled over, expelling a torrent of bile. His body plummeted downward, crashing heavily into the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. In an instant, Gohan conjured a sphere of energy and hurled it downward. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. Countless fragments of stone were sent soaring, as dust enveloped the entire battlefield. Before long, Broly charged forward, igniting Gohan's fury, who, gritting his teeth, met him head-on. The two engaged in a fierce aerial combat. The sound of violent collisions resonated continuously. At that moment, Broly abruptly retreated, summoning a cataclysmic green energy sphere in his hand. The mere appearance of this green sphere unleashed a ferocious whirlwind, transforming the battlefield into a verdant chaos. A terrifying vortex formed around the energy sphere, swirling violently as it became the center of destruction. With a thunderous roar, Broly propelled the formidable green sphere toward Gohan. Upon leaving Broly's grasp, the green energy sphere erupted with devastating power, inflicting apocalyptic devastation upon the battlefield. Wang Teng was enveloped in a mysterious silver aura, impervious to the horrific explosion above. Paragus was swept away by the fearsome whirlwind. Countless peaks were obliterated instantly, as the entire planet was engulfed in thunder and lightning, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Struggling on the ground, Paragus managed to utter, "Could it be true what King Vegeta said, that Broly poses a threat to the entire universe?" Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha, clashing against Broly's verdant energy sphere in a fierce confrontation. A terrifying aura surged from both warriors, while countless ominous bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens. The sky reverberated with the dreadful aftermath of their energy collisions. Gohan clenched his teeth tightly, continuously channeling energy into the Kamehameha. However, the Kamehameha and the green energy sphere clashed violently, both sides consuming each other, unable to gain the upper hand. A bead of sweat trickled down Gohan's forehead. Then, with a steely resolve, he unleashed a voice that resonated from deep within his throat. 30 times Kaioken. Instantly, a crimson aura surged skyward, causing the power of the white-blue shockwave to explosively escalate. In Broly's astonished gaze, the white-blue shockwave swiftly engulfed him. Whoosh! Boom! Broly was propelled directly into the cliffside. The entire mountain was consumed by the terrifying white-blue energy. The dreadful force radiated outward, expanding relentlessly. Rumbling. Rumbling. The sound of horrifying explosions echoed continuously. Gohan gasped for breath, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through his entire body, causing him to collapse to the ground. Beads of sweat cascading down his face. Observing the brutal conflict unfolding on the battlefield, Wang Teng softly inquired, "Has Broly truly reached his limit this time?" To which Paragus, who lay nearby, replied with a bitter expression, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Wang Teng's face as he recalled the reckless actions of Frieza from the original narrative, which, despite their folly, yielded remarkably effective results. His gaze then shifted to the prostrate Paragus. "Allow me to provide him with a little provocation. I shall borrow your life for this purpose." Paragus, taken aback by such a declaration, could hardly believe that the very person he thought had saved him now sought his life. In an instant, he attempted to rise and flee. However, at that moment, a key blast shot forth from Wang Teng's fingertip, piercing through Paragus's body with precision. Feeling the need to adopt the demeanor of a dramatic actor, Wang Teng cleared his throat and feigned panic, exclaiming, "Look, Broly, your father has been brutally slain." Broly turned towards the sound, and upon witnessing the lifeless form of his father, his aura spiraled into chaos. He clutched his head and began to howl in anguish. In the next heartbeat, a golden lightning bolt descended from the heavens, unleashing an astonishingly powerful surge of green energy that soared into the sky, filled with fury and strength. Broly's tormented cries echoed through the air, causing the ground to fracture beneath him. As his anguished roars intensified, a terrifying green force erupted from within his being. The entire planet trembled violently as Broly, consumed by an ever-increasing power, continued to roar. His eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue, enveloped by a dreadful green energy. A cataclysmic green beam of light materialized on the battlefield, while a ferocious hurricane swept outward, devastating everything in its path. Gohan struggled to lift his head. His eyes filled with bitterness. What manner of creature is this? At that moment, Wang Teng suddenly appeared before him, gently saying, "Gohan, you have done remarkably well. Allow me to take over from here." Upon hearing this, Gohan hesitated, then softly warned, "Lord Wang Teng, please be cautious. On the battlefield, Broly